This is for Harper, coming in on the backside, finds one, they've closed it out! And Katsang wins it! Damwon Kia, still undefeated, have taken every single map, and they secure the spot one in their group.
From this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more! And there it is! One of the best plays that we've seen at this tournament!
Elevate, who have played so well. They can leave with their heads held high because I believe many would not have thought they would have been making it out of the groups. And here they are.
From 20 down to 6, here are your competitors.
I think my biggest worry for the side of TSM is potentially the momentum that FaZe have. They've made a really big run so far through that lower bracket, and they might just be a little bit too unstoppable.
But there comes the final kill, and it's a flawless round at the end of a flawless performance from TSM. In over 2 weeks, we've gone from 20 teams to only 2. Let's welcome our competitors.
TSM versus Team Empire. Map number 1 is a best of 5. Joystick doesn't pull out ahead. He has a single bit of HP, and Chala says, no you don't. TSM steal Empire's map away, and they take Clubhouse. Merc might be able to get one, and there you go. What a performance from Merc. 14 damn kills and 7 damn rounds. TSM take map number 2. Geo in a 1v3, but Empire, they want to send this to map number 4. They just need a tiny bit of Geo's HP, and they're going to get it. Everything on the line for TSM. What a year it's been from them. And it's all now Shepard to try and stop it. Empire have come so close before, but they've fallen short, and they'll do so again. TSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship. TSM are your 6th Invitational 2022 world champs.
goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Never gets old.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, no matter where you are in the world catching us here live. We are in Boston for Six Invitational 2025, and we continue on with day 2 of playoffs. Hello and welcome. I'm Analyst, your host. With me are my wonderful analysts for the beginning of our day. Fox and Laxing, gents, how are we doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Slept pretty good.
I was gonna say, this is the first time for us being this early in the morning. So, we got our work done. We went to bed earlier than we typically do. So it's nice to be here in the morning and start out the show.
It's always good to be refreshed when we have so much action to go through, of course, during the day, especially yesterday. There is, of course, a lot to keep your mind occupied through it. But what are our players playing for? We got plenty of teams that are still competing here, not all knocked out. That'll be the next bit of the story. If you make it to that grand final, you guarantee yourself $450,000, but that's on Sunday for a chance to win $1 million, more than double it.
I just want to say, I won SI at the wrong time because that 13th, 16th prize pool, that's what I won at 13th, 16th at first place.
You won an SI, right?
He came close.
A little
He came
hot
close,
here.
and then he came
That's
close.
true.
Yeah,
And then G2 smashed you.
We
I
got
remember.
third together, and you made more money getting third than you did winning.
yeah, that's true.
Different times. And then I got third again without him.
Yeah. Kix used to say, we were good when everybody else was trash. That is a direct quote. So different kind of times, but here it is a new day. A lot of action to go through here at SI 25, and of course, so much in our matchups. Here is what our bracket looked like, but my God, we've been staying up all night last night trying to catch what happened between VP and Raza Company, and at the end, it's VP that bowed down to the Brazilians.
I'm glad you're talking about that game because, again, before SI started, a lot of teams were getting counted out, and Raza Company was one of those teams. And for me, I was questioning as to why. Because if you were watching the Brazilian League, that E1 roster looked phenomenal, which is now the Raza Company. And for the fact that they can knock out VP, I can't say that I'm not surprised, but I'm glad it was a good match overall. But still, they are some heavy hitters on that team.
Yeah, I would say every single year, the competition at Invitational always gets better and better.
Yes.
And even in this event, even the teams that got grouped at a group stage, they were still a threat. They still got some good wins. I mean, if you look at the upper of the bracket, every single match was an upset for the most part, besides BDS Unwanted and Furia DZ.
I'd agree.
I would say those are the only 2 games where the favorites won.
Even then, I would say the BDS win against Unwanted by the skin of their teeth. Unwanted gave it their all, and it started to give me flashbacks to Manchester. But I'm like, we gotta hold on for
That was a
minute.
miracle run. That was absolutely a miracle run back in Manchester.
And you know what? Back then, the spirits were high. Imagine what it must feel like to be here at Invitational and screaming your lungs off during and after every single game. We got a way to recap it all from yesterday. was the only moment they caught Bolo dirty there. The only moment where somebody was not fired up, as you saw throughout the entire highlight package that we just had. And remember, every time one of these players kind of throws down one of those headsets, that costs a lot of money. So be careful with it.
I want to say, like, seeing all those moments, all the players getting hyped or sad, mad, whatever it was, it kind of, I miss that. I miss that feeling, be able to get up, get hyped, just be around that just environment. I miss it, but I like being up here with you guys.
You guys get pretty close, as I've seen. However, we have to highlight some incredible moments from yesterday. Specifically, start off with a player, our monster, for playday number 1 here in the playoffs.
The monster, Jack, J90. I mean, this guy, you know, when you think about when he first came into the Pro League on that DG roster and where he is now, this is a player that is constantly improving. And he's a veteran of this roster. There's nothing that you cannot not say about Jack. He gets the job done. And not only does he get the job done, he makes it flashy. This is almost an exact same play if you remember back in Montreal when he gets that huge 4K on IQ there, just kind of replicating here with that castle. But yeah, I mean, Jack, dude, this guy, he's a legend.
Yeah, we talked about how SSG needed some of the old guard players to step up to be the difference maker at this event, to be able to get SSG over the line. And man, that's exactly what we saw yesterday from J90. He's been so pivotal in both the FaZe and the G2 game. He was top in the charts of both of the leaderboards. And of course, to be able to do that and see him evolve as a player from being the young rookie aside Fultz, to see them now grow into the monster that they've become, it's great. It's a great experience to see them just get better.
I think it's important also for just being a role model for Ashen and all of them to just, you know, be able to realize, like, even if you're a vet, you can still perform. You can still lead. You can still do everything you need to do to find that success and lead that success.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting rid of all the old players now on these rookie teams, man. I don't know what's going on.
You can put Uno in the list also of people that are really back and even better than it used to be back in the day. Le Stream G2 transfer. We're talking back in 2019. That's how long it is. However, from the monster, we move on to a highlight moment because there has definitely been a moment, many of them out of the server, but also in it specifically.
Oh, this moment saved Virtus Pro just to the last wire. It was Dan the man with time dwindling down. If you look at the points, they could have been able to, they were able to push it onto another map after getting this round win. And you can see it doesn't look too good for Virtus Pro in the site. 15 seconds. It's going to become a 5v2 as Raza Company pushes into the site. And it's looking like it's about to go to another round. But there's Dan in the back. He walks up Visa stairs and he gets 3 and drops the diffuser. His teammates gets taken down in sight and he knows he has to be the last one to be able to win this round for his team. And he pushes up, he wins the 1v1, and now he knows that the last player has to be diffusing. And that was a 2v5 that Dan single-handedly aced to be able to get that map for Virtus Pro. Unfortunately, Virtus Pro didn't end up winning the series, but they made it that much closer by getting that round, and that was such a game-winning play by Dan.
Yeah.
Great casting, Fox.
Thank you. You know, I did. That was the first event I cast. It was with you.
SI 2018, I still have photos from that. My God, we are so old.
You don't gotta say that.
But it's great because there's a lot around it. Because we got to see the evolution of the game all the way here. And speaking of evolution, we have to talk about today's schedule because I want to ask my wonderful analyst, what is the game that everybody needs to see today when you look at all of this?
I'm gonna be honest, we said this last night and I'm gonna say it again today. It's the Keg versus M80 matchup. Once again, Keg was getting counted out here, as they were in previous events, but they have shown nothing but tenacity throughout this event so far, and I still think that that matchup against M80 really could go either way. There's not one card that I can call here and just be like, oh, that's going to be a decider.
Absolutely. I mean, CAG versus M80 is such a volatile game just because CAG is very unpredictable on what to go with, and M80 is going through a whole new bag of difficulties, especially with being a young team that now has to figure it out on their own. It'll be a very interesting challenge to see how they progress. On the other side of the bracket, I mean, G2 against the winner of the NA teams. I'm really excited to see how that happens because SSG beat them yesterday, and that was a huge upset. So I wonder if that affected G2's confidence at all.
There's a lot to work with, and M80 are wounded from yesterday. CAG might have the shot for it, but that is on the B stream later. We're going to focus up for our first game on A. OXG Oxygen takes on Shopify Rebellion. There's our matchup, the players getting set as we speak. But we have to break it down. OXG, you're up first, and who better than Fox A himself to have a chat about him?
No, of course. I mean, I love the OXG guys. But
really?
If you look, I do. But if you looked at their group stage, I mean, things looked a lot more dire than they were. OXG was 1 point away from being on the upper bracket run. Newers is the 12th best player in the tournament. They have a 5-win, 5-loss map scoreline right now, which is the worst in the tournament. But even that being said,
Your face when you said that.
Take it as it comes.
even that being said, they are the second best attacking team in the tournament, and they're having such a tough time. Now imagine if they could convert the attacking win percentage to defense. The communication is great on attacking. They're able to work together so well as a team, but when it comes to defense, the easier side, it's not there. And I have a clip from their game against SSG that absolutely shows the night and day difference between attack and defense. Watch as OXG consumes the site against SSG from all angles, all playing together, one by one, slowly suffocating the site. They're able to just break apart and take the site. And this is immediately 2 rounds later on defense, where they're up in a man advantage. And Gomez solo pushes into garage. No communication from his team. Hat's able to trade it back. But then, again, SSG just consumes the site. Individual swings, individual pushes from OXG. So how can we be so good on the same site on attack? We understand how to attack it and how to break it down. But when the side swap and you're on defense, and it's the easier side, you are unable to play off of your teammates, play off of the communication, and make sure that you can lock it in. The issues just need to, they're doing the hard part first. They just need to be able to simplify it on defense and not overthink it.
Yeah, I mean, again, Oxygen, this is a brand new look from what we've seen from the original stage and where it is now, and it's good that you're highlighting that. That at least on one note, on the harder side, they are getting it done. But you are right. It comes down to that defense of just being able to realize where the other teams are doing it right, that they can replicate that. And that's just a matter of a situation of just realizing in that moment, I should be doing this where I shouldn't be doing that.
And speaking of other teams, you got Shopify Rebellion on the other side for their first ever event here, playing at the Invitational. What can the squad pull today?
You know, coming into this, we were saying that these were going to be the heavy hitters of North America. They were in the group of death, as we were calling it. They went against FaZe right out the gates, where we saw that matchup where that realistically could have gone their way. But a player for me that really stuck out has been Ambi. He's having such a phenomenal performance. I still believe he's in the top 5 currently, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone across the board, though, has been playing extremely well. But unfortunately, if we just look at the match results, they just haven't been that way.
Nah, wishy-washy a bit.
Yeah, so again, the FaZe game. We all thought that that was a barn burner of a match. Could have went either way. Then they start to find success against Secret versus Keg, then immediately losing to Furia after. I believe they were the first 0-7 for this event so far, and then to lose to Raza Company. Now, the 3 losses that they have in common, Brazil is their nightmare so far. So thankfully, they can now find their stride against a North American team.
I think that might just be the best chance, really, to play against a familiar opponent.
Absolutely. I mean, Shopify Rebellion is very comfortable when it comes to their inter-region games, especially when they play against OXG. When we were on the team as OXG, it was always very difficult playing against North American teams. We absolutely despised playing against the same region because we were always getting countered.
And this goes into exactly what your graph was kind of pointing out of how well Oxygen is doing, but then on that back end of how good Shopify Rebellion is actually doing, where OXG is successful on their attacks, SR is also doing better on their defenses. And again, the opening kills versus the conversion. Either side of these teams are doing great in one specific category, but if either one of these teams in this matchup can put that favor on their side on all 4 of those fronts, this is going to be the team walking away and going against that G2 roster.
If Shopify can focus on finding those opening kills and being able to lock in their attacks, or if OXG is able to make sure that they're not throwing away bodies on defense and just playing more together, that'll be the difference maker for both of these teams.
Well, we can talk theory, but until we know exactly what the maps are, we can keep theorizing all day. So let's pull up that graphic and see exactly where we'll be going to in this best of 3 series. All our maps are up, and we got Lair first.
I do like Lair for both of these teams. Yep. I do think OXG, since we've seen them in the tournament, they are so innovative when it comes to this map. The verticality that they're able to play on this makes them look like a whole new team. And OXG's always been a pioneer of perfecting new maps. The last time OXG played against Shopify's prior org, Sonics, was in the NAL last stage, and they actually ended up throwing away a 6-1 advantage, and they ended up losing. So Shopify Rebellion ended up taking that win. So, but that was a different OXG. That was a weak OXG, and now we've seen a different beast.
Again, Clubhouse. Honestly, I like all 3 maps for both these teams. I think Clubhouse is really going to, again, I think every single map, I think we do see a best of 3 here. I think it does go all the way to Border. Clubhouse, I really think, is going to be a big decider of what that map of Borders is going to look like. Because again, Clubhouse, the one thing I will say I do like for both these teams, but again, as me and you have said many times, I don't think you take a team that you feel that you're better than to a map like Clubhouse, because you are not only exposing them to an easier map where they don't have to problem solve as much, you're also putting yourself on that back end where, sure, you might not have to problem solve, but you're also met with the exact same challenges where I feel maybe there could have been a better choice outside of this Clubhouse pick from Shopify. But overall, as a grand spectrum of it, I do think all 3 maps do benefit both teams in some way to the other.
I agree, and I think Border is a good map that I'm happy that OXG is leaving up because we haven't seen them play it at all during the NAL, and it's a map that they struggled with during the last year. So now seeing them allow it up to a 3rd map, I agree. I think both of these teams calculated this map ban to be able to focus on that best of 3 full map series.
All North American for this matchup, and I'm not going to call myself North American in this case here on the desk. I just have an accent that kind of looks like that. However, we have our fellow North Americans and Canadians on the other side, actually, Jesse and Intero. Gentlemen, how are we feeling today? Are we ready for OXG and Shopify Rebellion?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
We're ready.
Betty Spaghetti. All right, I'm going to send it on to you and get this match on the road.
Yeah, we've got 2 North American teams doing battle, and I feel like as the only North American casting duo actually at this event, it's our job to represent our region to you, the good people of the audience, no matter which way you are watching. We'll start on Lair, the newest map added to Rainbow Six Siege. OXG and Shopify Rebellion have matched up many times when Shopify Rebellion was known as Sonics. You, the great people, and maybe the bad people too, but we're not judging you. 62% of you think that Shopify Rebellion will have the advantage in this matchup. Jesse, I ask you this question all the time. Do you agree with the people?
Listen, I think the people, I see where they're coming from. You know, Shopify Rebellion, they've had the better
He's doing you dirty,
season
people.
all along, and I think it makes a lot of sense to predict Shopify Rebellion. They will be the favorites in this game. But I remember 2 years ago at the 6th Invitational when this very core playing under the organization of the Sonics were at the 6th Invitational. They suffered an early upper bracket defeat and then played a scrappy North American underdog in the first round of the lower bracket. And you'll remember Astralis got top 4 at that event.
Of course I remember.
So, Rebellion have been here before. They know what it's like facing against a North American rival in their first elimination match of the 6th Invitational. This will be a vital test of their endurance. We're already halfway through the operator bans, and we got some spicy picks coming out, starting with Rebellion on the Buck ban, then OXG take out both the Blitz and the Tubarão. I think Oxygen a little bit more expected. The Tubarão is a very common ban for Oxygen on Lair. They often ban Monty on this map, but they swap over to the Blitz. Not a big swap up. On the side of Shopify, though, what a change. Maverick and Azami would be the expected bans just based on previous matchups, but they're going to go for Buck and Smoke. No doubt a response to how Oxygen have played this map through the tournament so far, I should say. They had a big 7-3 win over W7M back during the group stage. They didn't drop a single attack in that match up against W7M. It is going to be vital that Shopify can shut down that offense from OXG.
Diaz is also no longer sick, by the way. You saw the last time that we casted him, he did not look to be the best of spirits. There was briefly an illness that went around and afflicted a variety of teams. One of them was Team Joel, who were oddly bad compared to previous results, and I do wonder if turmoil with the org and stuff like that obviously is going to play a part in roster moves as well, but I do wonder how much of it boils down to them just being terribly under the weather. No Michael Jordan flu games to be had here, Jesse. That's not really how it works.
Nope. But I will say, Diaz played quite well while he was still under the weather.
He did. Yeah, no, he hit some huge rounds. He's usually quite consistent.
Yeah.
OXG completely swapped up their 5-operator lineup. Every single player switching out to somebody else. Only a single default hard breacher brought, but the can openers will be in pocket for both Newers and Diaz. OXG not liking what they saw out of this Shopify Rebellion team. Lair's the second least played map. It was higher up in the standings yesterday, but Border and Clubhouse got played enough to supplant it in its position in the standings. Lair is a defender-sided map. 56% of all rounds won by the defenders, 44% won by the attackers. Every single bomb site except for Labs is defender-sided. Defender-sided Master Rainbow Six Room, Bunks, and then Armory all sitting at 56% or above. Good news for Shopify Rebellion fans.
Less good news is how good Auction have been on the attack so far through this event. The desk highlighted they are currently one of the top teams in the tournament. I believe they are currently tied with G2 for the best attacking win rate, which is absolutely ridiculous. An opportunity for Gomez just escapes him as Canadian makes it back into the bomb site. These two teams have a bit of history. They played on Lair back during Stage 2. It was the first time Lair was ever played inside of North American professional play. That matchup ended up being an 8-6 win to the Sonics, now known as Shopify Rebellion. So expect a good long game here, Parker. These two teams have delivered on it before.
And they'll use those hard breach gadgets to open up some of the wall. Two Selmas exposed some of this defense. Gomez has used both of them. No can openers to go. Newer's looking for the cross. He gets swung on by Surf. That's the very first pick of this series. I don't think they expected Surf to take such a full frontal assault. He loses the duel to Gomez. He knew he was there, but just cannot pull trigger fast enough. Another shot by Gomez on the Canadian right as the Sens wall hides his tracks. Ambi dies, Rexon on the board to keep numbers close, but OXG in pretty good shape with 40 seconds left.
Beautiful swing so far. Now how can the old duo of Rebellion make this happen? Rexon and Grixer.
Down goes Grixer at the hands of Hat, who shoots away at the corpse just for added measure. And now it's Richie. Waiting for that Sens wall to disappear. He's got the cross held on Hat. Hat seems to know this. Rexon getting around it, vaulting on over, diffuser down. Yaga will now cover, and they're prepared and ready for Rexon. Best attacking team in the tournament, and they don't drop the ball on round number 1. They prove why they have fought so hard to earn that.
Great start coming through from Gomez in particular. The former entry player, now of course playing kind of IGL flex for this team, did a great job there opening things up. They did lose the opening gunfight, as you mentioned, Parker, but there was an immediate trade that came back from OXG. They're looking stronger than ever in that very first round. Pretty coordinated. I thought it was a bit slow. I was a little bit worried by the pacing of that. Very standard push. They opened up the breach. They held their cross. They had a cutoff player coming back in through Art Gallery, but sometimes simple is the best way to go with things. And honestly, it was really clean the way that OXG were hitting those shots. They were ready for the majority of those Rebellion swings. Canadian swing from the bomb site in particular, they tried to catch him with the bees. Didn't quite do it, but when the Sens wall came out, they were still able to punish the captain of Shopify. It's really, really important that you do not talk when you're not supposed to, Parker.
What could possibly happen? I think Kag's game is going well.
The B stream, as you say, has CAG Osaka up against M80 going on right now. Plenty of North American action going on. The first day of playoffs was quite good for North America, although we've still managed to end up with quite a few teams here in the lower bracket.
Only one NA team is in the upper bracket.
1 out of 4, though. I mean, there's been worse odds at past events, I'll tell you that.
I suppose that's true. We could end up with the Final 8 only having one NA team, and then everybody loses. Then you have an NA team on home soil where not a single NA team makes the top 4. The Raleigh Major would like a word.
The last time an NA team made top 6 was, or top 3, I should say, was actually this Auction Esports squad. It's been a couple of years since NA has really had a deep run at the 6 Invitational. That OXG squad still had Newers on that team and a couple of these players. Fox A, of course, who's on the desk as well, was on that roster as they got 3rd place at SI. And a lot of people are skeptical that OXG can make a deep run like that again, and it makes sense because they haven't been to a LAN event in more than a year prior to this one. They struggled through the last chance qualifiers, losing back-to-back-to-back games to Wildcard before finally beating them in the grand finals. And frankly, there's some players that people just doubt on this OXG team. You know, a lot of talk has gone the direction of Hat. But I think they've been playing phenomenally so far, and that 4th place finish in the groups really does not reflect just how good they've been at this event. they're going to be a real threat to the Rebellion in this lineup, and I think Shopify know that.
I feel like the public consistently discounts this OXG team for a variety of reasons. I don't know if their personal feelings towards the certain players or the organization colors that, but it is a relatively even affair here. Both these teams being down in the lower bracket means that one of them will go home. The other team faces off against G2 later today here on the A stream. Irrespective of who it is, that should be a thrilling contest. Turn our attention now to round number 2 as we're 1 minute into action, and Gomez with the void behind him faces off against Canadian, who holds this tight angle. He's just waiting to hear the barbed wire move, and then he'll swing with the shotgun.
Yeah, he knows he's got the barb. Making noise himself, so there's both going to be information here.
One logic bomb's already been used. There it goes, and Canadian swings. No damage has been done for him. Down goes Gomez. Gomez suspected that would happen, for the record, and, well, sometimes your expectations get met. Newers with 1 kill, Hat as well, and OXG have cracked this round open, while Canadian might have had that leadoff pick. It's good shape for OXG. Yaga falls shortly thereafter. Now Diaz will be watched by Surf on that clash. Canadian gets baited out, and Diaz gets a relatively free kill off of that one. Surf turning the shield around, takes down 1 player, and Ambi is left all on his own. Solus, an operator we don't see often, but strong in this position, getting all this info from underneath. Just patiently wait. It's arm's length away from the bomb site with 45 seconds left on the clock.
The youngest player at SI needing to clutch a big 1v2, else he faces a 0-2 scoreboard here early against Oxygen Esports. And he's done a good job avoiding the drone so far. As long as Oxygen don't know where he is, it's going to be hard to cover, but at the same time, they're just happy to use the clock to clear out these cameras. 23 seconds, they need to go for a drop.
Ambi's playing this so slowly. So well, but Hat plays it better. Ambi had to announce his return to the bomb site, Jesse.
Ambi, what the fuck are you doing? Let's go.
As has been tradition with a lot of these teams here at the event, Jesse, there has been a lot of typing going on in the chat. We do not get to see it on stream because you see right now the players, then you see the replay, but my God, OXG set a new record for words per minute through those first 2 rounds.
No, and it was a great clear through the top floor. We saw Newers coming in through Ops and then Hap coming in through Art there. That was really the pinch play. We were very focused on the spectator of Canadian over towards the kind of server area of the map, and that was definitely an important aspect of it, but OXG's push was extremely multi-dimensional. They had a lot of different angles coming through to clear that top floor, and that kind of caught Shopify Rebellion off guard. That gave the early advantage to OXG, and then Hat, of course, cleaning things up in the end there. Letting Ambi know what he thought of his play in the 1v2 as well. Hat has not beaten this Shopify core since April of 2023. Of course, Hat has bounced around to a couple of different teams, but has never really had much luck playing up against Shopify. Despite the fact that OXG did manage to get a win against Shopify a while ago, back in Stage 1. Hat not on the team at that point in time. He was playing for Luminosity, I believe it was, in Stage 1.
Yeah, I want to say yes.
And right after Stage 1, he got picked up by Oxygen. That is correct. He played for Luminosity. There we go.
I was right.
But okay.
You asked, I answered.
You hemmed and hawed.
I said, I do believe so.
Okay, well.
Roll the tape. Production, let's go back. I want to prove Jesse wrong.
No, we don't need any more people asking to re-roll the tape.
Fun fact, CAG, Osaka, and M80 are also playing on Lair at the moment, Jesse.
Oh.
It's always nice when that happens. You turn into one stream and then you tune into the other and you're like, oh, this is good. Wait, why are these teams completely different?
I gotta say, I've really enjoyed watching Lair since it came out. For our 3rd round, we go to the bottom floor bomb site, and this has always been a really dynamic site. Some defending teams choose to roam quite heavily, some choose not at all. Shopify Rebellion have gone with the latter of those 2 options, sitting all 5 players down inside of the basement. Maybe potential for a late round flank, but it's going to be tough to pull something like that off, and they've got such great sight util. I don't think it's going to be necessary. Yokai cams from Canadian, Goyo canisters set up by Grixer, Electroclaws on the hatch from Rexen. They've got really everything they could want down here in the site to stall out a late round execute. On the side of Auction, I mean, they've got good setup as well. Lots of soft breach. You see them working through that now. They're going to try to clear some of these Goyos and Kivas. It is a game of util that's all going to come down to these last 30 seconds when Oxygen finally go for their push. That will determine how this plays out. From the current positioning, it looks like it's going to be an office finish.
Opening up valuable sight lines towards this bomb site on the first floor. OXG managed to work their way through this map in the 2 minutes that have transpired. Down goes Surf. OXG thought it was very funny that he was on Clash in the previous round. They put a gun in his hand, and unfortunately, he is still the first team to drop. Not ideal at all. Grenade will now go out as Newers thought somebody might be in the rat corner. Maybe it just takes care of some of the gadgetry. Hannah's inside the site with Diffuser at the halfway mark. Kaid of Rexen punished. Newers lining up 3 kills in very short order. He dies at the hands of his teammates. Yago with 1 and Gomez from above, and my, OXG seemingly with new life breathed into this team. 3-0 the start for the other side of North America.
Great coverage coming through from Newers on that plant. I was a little bit worried because Grixer was in a strong spot in the back lines. Super calling attack timeout here.
Everything they want, and we're doing nothing about it. You have to pick a side and fucking fight it. How are you going to win the round if you have control of nothing, right? Identify what they're doing and come up with a plan to fight one side so you can just all focus together. If we go back to top, they did the same thing in their other match. They might have like a work ops, they might pressure ops or maybe but they want to finish still side. For basement, if you go back to basement, they want to finish big rush side. Where they want to pressure big rush side, they go back there. But guys, we have got to fight. We're just playing like pussies. Wake up. Go Master Pele. I'm gonna play on the green side.
I can't say what he said.
Down there, I'll be able to come down
Nope.
and help you, okay?
They're playing scared.
They are, and I mean, he's not wrong, right? He wants the team to step up and start fighting a little bit more. I talked about how you've got some options on this basement, and they chose really not to fight. Auction players got just as many kills as, I think they got more kills, actually, than Shopify did that last round. Team kill coming through was the only life we saw out of Shopify Rebellion. Clearly, they've done their homework. They know what OXG like to do on this map, and Super trying to remind his teammates of that. I think there might be some pressure on operations on this, but they're likely to finish elsewhere with the execute. Some opening picks, some momentum would be massive for Shopify Rebellion. Shopify, out of all teams in the tournament, have the worst entry statistics on the defense. They have just a 31% success rate getting opening picks on the defensive side of the map. Controversially, though, on the other side of things, they have the best attacking opening pick rate of any team in the tournament. So they are ranked #1 on attacking opening picks, #20 on defending opening picks.
Averaging 2 kills around at the moment. Whether it comes as an opening salvo or whether it comes in the cut and thrust, it does not really seem to matter because that is a very, very low tally, Jesse. Funny enough, Shopify Rebellion have the opening duels in their favor for rounds 1 and 2. It was only round 3 where Newers was so tremendously gifted on that entry, getting those first 3 picks, that we saw OXG strike first. Newers was the man of the hour. Seems like the Electric Claw has been taken care of, and Surf has no ability whatsoever to keep that wall, so he will continue to slouch away inside an office, and that ground will be opened up. Easier entry now for OXG.
A great util play from Diaz. Using 2 of those EMPs means there's nothing that Kaid can do, because even if he could trick the first EMP, the second one would still disable. And here comes that operations pressure that Super was predicting in the attack timeout. Needs to be some kind of a response from Rebellion. They need to fight this, but how are you going to fight into a Kali? This feels like a nightmare angle to swing, and Shopify, they do seem to know better than to try this.
Hat's maiden voyage at an international event, so he's had to go through what a lot of rookies, international rookies we should call them, have to go through. He's having a good start so far through 3 rounds. There's a lot more game to go, but he's had some consistency issues and has been towards the bottom of the standings on this team far too frequently given the role that he is on. Feared for a second there he's almost going to kill Newers as, oh my. Just tearing away at the wall to give an even greater sightline, but OXG are bogged down in operations right now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have very much else going on. We see Gomez in the top right, who might go for a late pinch over towards Bathroom, but the brunt of this push is all coming from the same direction. They need to get a plant down mask, or they need Gomez to go huge. Those are their only real win cons right now. And this could be nasty. Surf.
Hat dies, and that's another first blood for Shopify Rebellion. Rexon and Canadian with 1 kill apiece. That's all she wrote for Rexon is now the Warden of Grixer looks for his first kill. It's been held off the score sheet. The only player so far yet to pick up a kill. Yaga attempt to go for a plant there, by the way, and drop the diffuser. I don't know if he was anticipating it or not. Oh, Ambi is down below. An easy death. There goes the Nitro cell. Clear as day. Gomez now at the door to try and hold this round for his team. Diaz will need to cover as Gomez is exposed, and it's Surf to get the job done. Excellent answer back. OXG did stall out a little bit. Is that credit to the defenders of Shopify Rebellion for keeping them in operations, as Super had said?
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, solid response from the Rebellion. Bit different of a push from Auction for sure, but I think that focus on the plant was really the key thing that gave them that advantage. The Nitro cell was ready the whole time from Surf.
Obviously some frustration there from the 2-time world champion of Canadian. Can't be particularly happy with his own performance, I suspect, but the team's obviously got some issues that they need to battle against. Gomez was just a step off of Surf when that Nitro cell got tossed out. It was OXG just scrambling to get in around Yaga when he had that defuse kit. Half a second makes a huge difference.
Even at the very worst, though, OXG will be walking away from this with a 3-3 half, and if they make that 3-3 comeback happen for Rebellion, then I think they're going to be pretty happy with it, but just looking at the numbers, typically, that wouldn't be amazing. That would be fine, right? Shopify are a good attacking team as well. Shopify are actually extremely consistent across both attack and defense. They have over a 50% win rate on both, which is quite rare. It's usually teams will have somewhere around 45 on attack, 55 on defense. Shopify are, I think, 50% on attack, 52 on defense. So they're very even on both sides, but they can definitely bounce back on the offense once they get to that half. Another round where Ambi will be playing on the Solist alone on the bottom floor. Whether the bomb site is top or main floor, Ambi tends to play this operator in this position. We've seen it almost every round so far. And he'll have to go past a gridlock if he wants to go for a flank backup to help his team. Making his presence known, they all know that there's going to be a Solus running around bottom floor. Won't be a surprise. They've also, again, kept Surf on that clash.
Didn't really seem to be a huge impediment that Oxygen had to deal with in the previous instance. I mean, he did keep Canadian safe for a little bit longer than maybe Canadian would have been on his own. Newer's now doing some scouting missions here as we hit the halfway point of the round. A very slow Lair so far today. I mean, that is typically how Lair plays out. It is a big map. There is an awful lot to do before you can begin to execute.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like OXG have slowed down massively since that attack timeout.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's a mental thing or if they're just trying to readjust after Shopify called their attack. Lurking to the site, though, very early.
Oh, Hat wanders in. Grixer had that angle from above. His position given away. Yaga does not want any of that smoke whatsoever. He backpedals. As a Banshee will slow down the attackers even more. If you're an execute-heavy team, which Oxygen seems to be here on Lair, then things are going to go slow. If you're more of that pugilist style, you just want to jump in and start trading blows, then, you know, Lair can be as fast as you want it to be. That was the Finka now doing battle with Surf, but the shield will keep him impervious to damage. Ambi with 1 kill for Shopify Rebellion. They were toothless through the first 3 rounds. The motivating speech from the coach and maybe just settling into the game has paid off. Now it's the Dokkaebi of Yaga stepping into Gumine, slowed by the Banshee, led right into a trap that Grixer is happy to welcome him into. 2 players now in the same spot. Gomez and Diaz will have to go for the vault into the bomb site. That is a precarious place to be in, Jesse. Surf will continue to slow them down. The clash is being so instrumental as the rest of Shopify Rebellion just sits and waits. There is a reality where both of these OXG players survive, and the clock makes it happen. Neither of them die. Diaz and Gomez give us nothing. That's okay for Shopify Rebellion. They win the round either way.
They're an easy mental team to fucking break, guys. Come on. Where do you want to go?
Go basement and we do the castle.
That might just be the key, break the mental for Oxygen. That was a miserable round to play if you're OXG, immediately losing the defuse kit on the main floor. And then you've got to try to retake top with a clash staring at you the whole time. Just constantly slowed, constantly in the disadvantage on that top floor. They never made it back down towards the site. They've really slowed down Oxygen. Very happy.
Oh my god, it's DS.
I want a never-ending gif of him just with the fingers in the air. That's it. I want that to never stop. I'm doing it now.
You are. You do it well.
It's a lot of fun. I gotta say, it's infectious. It's quirky. It's cool. All the kids are doing it, you know? It's trendy.
Winning seems to be infectious for the Rebellion, as they've now gotten back-to-back rounds, and only 1 more will be needed to tie things up. You heard Canadian call for Ambi to jump on this castle, and he's followed the orders of his captain. Putting some barricades over towards Garage. Looks like he's setting things up on a lot of outer doors and outer walls, really locking off this southeast part of the map.
Very final opportunity now for Oxygen to take a lead here on Lair. Now, mind you, and I say that because if Rebellion win, then it's 3-3. But
yeah,
I did say earlier on, and if you weren't here right at the onset of the broadcast, you might have missed it, that while OXG are such a good attacking team, they are running uphill against the numbers of Lair, of which serves better for the defenders. So what happens? You have a slightly defender-sided map. You have an excellent team on attack. You have a poor conversion rate from a team as defenders. And while the scoreline in that instance probably should skew more towards OXG, unless there is a lack of familiarity with the map, because keep in mind, their opponents, Shopify Rebellion, were the ones who picked Lair.
I mean, they've already played it and won it once at this event. I wouldn't say that Oxygen are unfamiliar with Lair. Shopify may be more familiar. They've played it already 3 times in Boston. This will be their 4th attempt at playing the newest map in Rainbow Six Siege. They beat Secret and CAG, but of course lost to Raza Company just yesterday in playoffs. And won't be forgetting that game for quite a while. Canadian being hunted down by the Deimos. You gotta imagine he's done here.
There's a hard wall in between them, so.
Okay.
First kill comes in the hands of Grixer, Canadian on the boards as well, but he does not win the secondary fight against Newers, who now on first floor will begin to tear away at some of that softwood. I don't know why there's a part of it that I missed. It's not doing the best job there. Your one job as a drone is to cut the wood, and you're not cutting the wood.
Slightly defective, it happens.
Some models are less reliable than others. It happens.
Yeah.
Modern technology.
I think Canadians set the team up really nicely for this final defense.
Completely agree. Goyo canisters last for 20 seconds, so that'll be about 25 seconds still left on the clock.
Newers could work a vert pick. That would be a massive play, but I'm not sure he can find anything with the current angles he has open.
About time now for the flames to dissipate. And an opening appears for Oxygen to sweep through the bomb site. They had a good read. They know Rexon's in there. Do they realize Surf is still tucked into the corner? Ambi, the lone casualty amidst this push. OXG tripping up as they burst into the bomb site. Newers and Diaz, the last 2 standing. Now Newers taking an awful lot of damage. What remains of him is all that's left, but Surf and Rexon are very quick to get us to the second half. 3-3. First 3 rounds go in favor of Oxygen. Shopify Rebellion answers back.
That was crazy. He goes, what the fuck? Good job, guys. Good job, guys. I literally just got scared and I shot and I killed him. Like, I didn't see it. We are at the point in the game where it's looking scary, so Newers will bait for kills. He will not play to win.
That is a devastating line. That line is so evil. We're at the point of the game where they're playing scared. Newers is just going to bait for kills. He's not going to play to win.
Newers was letting Hat entry ahead of him on that top floor, and Newers supposedly the primary entry on this team. I gotta say though, the team play from Shopify Rebellion was excellent down inside of the site. Rexon in particular, the man who just gave that advice, played really well around the rest of his teammates with that TCSG down inside of the bomb site, working off of the other positions, setting up crossfires, going for swings that wouldn't be expected, letting someone else be the distraction, or sometimes himself being the distraction while the kills come out. And they have really stunted this OXG momentum that was rolling through the first 3 rounds. It feels like they have started to play a bit more afraid. OXG, I haven't seen them type in the server in forever. They were trying to set a new record for words per minute in the first quarter.
They were doing a great job of it.
And there's been nothing since, and so you got to kind of wonder a little bit, has the mental been broken from Oxygen?
There might be something to Super's point. Not that we thought that he was wrong, but through the first 6 rounds, Jesse, it's been Shopify Rebellion to get 5 of the 6 opening picks. Now, obviously, you can tell from the scoreline, they were not able to convert every single first blood. Rounds 1 and 2, they started the killing, but it was OXG who strategically were a bit more sound through that mid-round, narrowed down the numbers, and then got into the bomb site. But when you're reliably getting that first pick, whether you're playing scared or not, as Super suggested that his team might be, when you're reliably getting that first pick, you are constantly putting your opponent on their back heels, and they lose a part of their strategy. If it's on attack, maybe you lose one of the most crucial ways to the bomb site. Maybe you lose some hard destruction. As a defender, maybe you lose some extremely valuable piece of utility. Could be the Azami. If Gomez died right at this exact moment, 4 Kiba barriers disappear. Now 5. None of them have been put down.
He retreats pretty nicely. Gets back to the site, reinforces out through storage so they don't have to worry too much.
Admittedly, I was using it as an example.
For sure.
I wasn't saying that I thought that Gomez would die early, but the point is that if you lose somebody right off the rip, you're probably losing some of your gadgetry with it. Right now, it seems that the focus here with the protection to bandit trick, which works out very effectively. Shopify Rebellion threw everything in that wall, including the kitchen sink. The idea was use the Kiba barriers to keep Yaga safe. It works.
Well, the wall still gets opened up, at least a little bit. They'll have an angle in through storage. Ambi down below did some work on those batteries, so they're okay. Gomez, the opening casualty this round. That's the Azami down, as you were talking about, Parker, so it does come true, and Canadian's just in a plant spot.
Is he in a position to get it down? He's at the halfway point. Down goes Gomez. We almost spoke it into existence. Surface traded out as Canadian stands amidst the cacophony of explosions, shooting through the floor as Ambi will give a sightline onto the diffuser. Canadian still getting the read onto the bandit, not able to collect Yaga in time. The Yog Dog slips through the line of defenses. Down goes Rexon. Canadian does answer back. Ambi still down below. Canadian doubled up on. Inadequate coverage. Grixer not in a position to really influence this main floor take. Now it's Ambi to watch over that diffuser. He gives his position away maybe a bit too early. One goes on diffuser. Grixer stops him in his tracks. Newers will drop down. No time for the diffuser, irrespective of what happens. But the Rebellion get the final 2 kills either way. The round was going theirs.
Fucking shit players on their team, bro.
Rexon has wired it.
Rexon remembers that loss 2 years ago with the Sonics to Astralis in the lower bracket. We'll get an OXG tack.
You gotta be talking about it before it's too late. Like that's step number 1. Second thing for bugs, they're looking to roam clear, but then they try to finish garage. So if they're gonna clear, anybody's gonna be at. We could give up bugs and then play to retake once they have it. So they look to default towards the outside. If they do something different, something new, but that's what they look to do for bugs. Okay? Or sorry, for basement.
I think next time we go, we'll literally just do like a full Monty counter lineup. We just play veto one.
Listen, we could also run the clash, bro. Just run the fucking clash. Like, get in his face, like, slow him down.
Oh yeah, that too.
Listen, you guys got this, right? We gotta be talking about the game plan right now, okay? Don't fucking give them these fucking rounds. We had that fucking round. You guys got this, right? Let's fucking go. Come on. Let's fucking go. You guys are fucking horrible.
Neither team seems to think that the other team is particularly good.
These guys are horrible, says the coach, staring at the team that just took 4 rounds off you in a row. If they're so horrible, then what is happening here?
I think that's the question he's asking of his players too, and he's trying to reset the mental a little bit.
I'm joking.
I know. But honestly, that was a really good plant-focused round from the Shopify Rebellion. They knew how important it was to get that defuse kit down. With Ambi on the bottom floor, they had a really strong post plant. Players on the top floor as well, able to take some good swings to lock things down. And some frustration on the side of OXG. You saw Hat not super happy with how that round went down. It was very similar to the first push we saw from Oxygen, where they focused on storage, they breached open the wall with the ace, they had the extra angles, but that extra focus over towards Art to get the defuse kit down made all the difference. And Oxygen either just not responding to that plant, and then also in the post plant, not able to secure the frags cleanly enough to go for the disable. I liked the call to drop downstairs and try to fight Ambi from the Legion player on Oxygen, but it was too little too late, and he still got shot down, so.
Technical timeout was able to get Shopify Rebellion's mental back in the game, as at the time they were held off of the score sheet. It's a 3-1 lead for OXG. That lead is evaporated at this point. Everybody on the Rebellion has stepped up and quite good at doing their job. I mean, I think you could say the same of OXG. This is a very even contest. I mean, the score obviously tells us that, but nobody's really dropping the ball. Gomez has his hands full. He and Yaga both combined to take out Ambi. Down goes the Jackal. On a big map like Lair, operators like Lion, like Jackal, like Dokkaebi have an even larger impact. That'll be troublesome for Shopify Rebellion. It's also OXG, drawing first blood for only the 2nd time in this map. At this point, they're going to take every win they can get.
I think it was a great call by Redeemer. He said that Shopify would focus on their own clear on this bottom site and then finish in towards Garage. So far, we have seen that roam clear focus. Ambi on the Jackal, the Dokkaebi being brought by Rexon. These are strong roam clearing operators, but Auction were ready for it. Yaga found that opening pickup, and they've still got strong roamers all around the map that Shopify need to be careful of. Newer's ratting inside of Weapon. Hat still top floor as well, sitting inside of Armory. There's a lot of roamers that have not abandoned their post, and if Shopify don't deal with them, they could be in for a nasty surprise with a late round flank.
Right now, Shopify Rebellion playing like a team of individuals while OXG just sits pretty. And again, this is a big map. It's going to take some time for these teams to problem solve, Jesse. They've got Newers on the run. The Vigil might remain cloaked, but he can't conceal the sound of the phone in his pocket making an ungodly amount of noise. There's the correct lineup for Surf, as now he'll open up more visibility into this bottom floor bomb site.
And again, the read from Redeemer, exactly correct. They're finishing Garage.
Not a lot happening here. Canadian falters as well. I do not understand Shopify Rebellion's timing at the moment, though. A great opportunity for Rexon to pick up the very first kill for his team. Surf also on the board. The deficit is completely gone. Diffuser being planted. Grixer at the halfway point. Rexon and Surf to cover. He hears the pitter-patter of feet as they walk in ever closer. Rexon gets one down. Diaz is dropped as well, and a flurry of kills. 5 unanswered kills by the Rebellion.
Listen, I like the play, Ambi. We need to be going with Ambi on that. If Ambi's going fucking fast on the entry, go with him. Yes? He's gonna enter. It's fine, but no, listen. We need to be better about that in general, bro. We should do shit together. We commit to shit together. If Ambi's gonna run in green and we're near back cave, we fucking push the bunk side with him. We jump in green window with him. Yeah, right? I agree. Push together. Let's go.
Armory
Yes.
Armory or ops?
Yeah, bro. Like if we're fucking phone calling.
Detroit's still not happy. They've won 5 rounds in a row.
I remember there was a time in a hockey game, by the way, where I think it was Ben Scrivens, the old goalie for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He went over to the LA Kings and he got like 2 shutouts in a row or something like that. And then in his 3rd game, I think he let in 1 or 2 goals. And he didn't start the 4th game because at the time, their coach basically said that while he played well in comparison to the teams, there were things they didn't like, and there's always improvement that could be made, and they want him to make that improvement. And for people who don't play sports or anything along those lines, they maybe don't think about it that while you're doing well, you still might be below your own potential. Just because you're winning the rounds doesn't mean you're doing so confidently, and doesn't mean you're doing so in a way that would still win you those rounds against potentially tougher opponents. So good is always good. But a lot of these players, they're not going to settle for good. They're going to settle for great. And that's exactly what Troy said.
High expectations on the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Big org.
Big org, new org.
Jumped in at the 11th hour after Sonics announced that they were departing the scene. And now, as far as we're aware, Sonics as an esports org doesn't have any active teams in esports. Can't say the same for Shopify Rebellion. It seems like they have a team in almost every single major esport.
Yeah.
Must be a boon for those players to get picked up by such a large org with deep pockets. Talk to Unwanted or Team Joel or even Raza Company Academy about what it's like to play for an unsponsored org, and it's a challenge.
More support announced recently with Moist Critical and Ludwig being signed on as owners of this org. That's got to be an insane chain of command. Andy answering to Canadian.
Shopify's a Canadian company as well, and they boot camped in Toronto for 2 weeks. They'll now assert themselves up these stairs. They said if Ambi goes in hot, we go in hot with Ambi, and guess what, Jesse? That's exactly what they're doing.
Absolutely. Ambi already here inside of the bathroom. Surfs outside the window. Canadian right behind them. Blinded for a moment. No movements, though, as some fire has stopped anybody from OXG from making that aggression. There's the flames. They just have to let them into bathroom. This hallway can still be a choke point, though.
Gumine will go down as Hat watches over that entry point. It did certainly seem like Ambi speed was a bit of a mismatch. They'll need to somehow get these bandit batteries off of the wall leading into the bomb site, but they're not able to at the moment. They've got 3 Sense Walls still. They've got Candelas still. They've got 1 smoke arrow as well from Surf. So the tools are certainly there for the Rebellion. Whether they'll be able to pull it off or not is the real question. Yaga's tucked into a corner. Nitro Stone goes off. Yaga falters. Nobody dies on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Now it's Rexon to swing onto the door. Gomez out dueling him. Is there a flank coming in for OXG? Does not appear so for the moment. So instead it will be a direct sight hit. A 4v4 with only 10 seconds left. This is gonna get very messy. Senswall goes out. Newer swings. Grixer takes him down. Another Senswalls will go as Canadian on very limited HP. Gunning them down is Grixer. Canadian manages to pull it off. He's all by his lonesome. It's him and Diaz. Shopify Rebellion want to go to match point, but Diaz outduels the veteran and now has to be wary of anything that might be on the ground amidst the smoke. He takes his time and finds nothing but the diffuser. That could have been a devastating loss for OXG. Instead, the brawl that happens goes in their favor, and they win a much-needed round.
Huge play from Diaz. He has had some nightmare moments around that hallway on Lair before, but he steps up big time in that 1v1 up against Canadian. I thought the coverage was excellent coming through from Grixer on the sends for Shopify Rebellion. I thought it was going to be enough. He got 1, he got 2, but he couldn't find the 3rd. In the end, it was Diaz who was last alive, as he often is for OXG. When OXG fall down to just 1 player, it is DS that is the last alive on this team 55% of the time, which is absurd, but not uncharacteristic for DS. This is his whole career. He has played as an extremely passive player. He has a relatively low 9% success rate in the clutch this tournament, which is small, but he's also got a huge sample size. going to go up after a round like that where he clutches an incredibly important 1v1 to keep Oxygen alive and keep Rebellion off of match point.
Honestly, a lot of these OXG guys are kind of the quiet warriors. They don't really make content. They don't really post much on social media. They keep to themselves. They've played a huge part of their career all together. Like, if you think about it, Yaga and Kino obviously now on M80, but Yaga and Kino spent most of their career together. Diaz and Gomez spent most of their, if not all of their professional career at this point together. They've been aligned with Newers now for a long time. Yaga's come on and off of OXG. At one point, 3 of these 5 players were on that M80 roster.
Yeah.
And they do most of their talking in the server. They've also been at most of the live events. So while they maintain a relatively small footprint on social media, which just means that fewer people might know them all that well, they're still able to contend with the big dogs. Newer certainly a big dog. Ambi getting to that point as they both come to blows. Less than a minute in action. Neither of them in good shape. They will both limp off, licking their wounds. As Newers is now on the run from not just Ambi, but a second player outside of the building, and Logic Bombs will put him in a rough spot. He'll be hunted down by the Jackal tracks. So all of this time and effort being spent on identifying Newers' position.
The fact that Ambi lives, though, is a big difference maker compared to the last time they tried to roam clear on this site. Gomez on a drone, now he's gonna get pushed. This is gonna be a tough gunfight. I don't think he knows the player just walked down green, but as Ambi steps into a goo, his position revealed. Rexon behind the pillar. Angle being held.
I like this fight for Gomez a lot, Jesse.
A Logic Bomb.
Try to bait him off of that position. Hat, who wasn't involved in any action for this entire round, is the first one to die. Goo mine found by Surf as he will pull that one out. No Logic Bombs remain. Not a ton of utility left that can really influence this roam clear. Only one set of tracks for Jackal's Inox is available.
Yaga's still top floor, what? They really didn't get any space on the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Slow and steady wins the race. And in this case, Yaga will be in the bomb site in roughly 3 more rounds. So
okay.
It depends on what race you're looking at. We might be on to map number 2, but Yaga will still be flanking.
This feels very similar to last time Rebellion attacked this site. Go for the roam clear, not that successful, finish big garage. Will the flank be better, though, this time around for OXG?
Nobody active to watch that flank drone. It was turned the wrong way, too, so Yaga will be able to catch Surf off guard. Surf's attention is elsewhere. Yaga beheading him. That's the upstairs coverage. A much more linear assault will now come out from Shopify Rebellion, all because of Yaga's patience. Newer still hunted down as a second player from the Rebellion. Will post up top. Canadian drop by Gomez. OXG hitting their shots as Yaga has not relented in this position. The job will get impossibly difficult as Diffuser is dropped and Rexon will have to fight 2 separate players on different parts of the map. No opportunity to get the Diffuser down despite his best efforts. And it's a tie game between the 2 NA juggernauts.
Big round from Yaga, who has struggled on defense throughout this tournament. These are the worst statistics of any player in this lobby on D, and he really did step up big on that roam. Coming back from the top floor, I don't think they had any idea that he was playing up there. They just missed him on the timing with the flank drone. He catches the first pickup onto the ram, stops the second player who came for him, and then just tossed a nitro down through the bars for his third. That is a brilliant individual play from the Yog Dog, a player who has been to many of these top-tier events and who has, at times, struggled through them, at times looked like a superstar. He's had a bit of an inconsistent up-and-down career. You got to credit the teammates down inside the site, too, of course. Gomez getting a big pick, Newers down there as well. Certainly had strong impact to buy Yaga that time, to be the distraction play so Yaga could find the last ones. And even if time hadn't run out, that would have been a 4K for Yaga. Beautifully done. Sometimes one flank is all it takes, Parker. We will get all 12 rounds in this game.
The penultimate round of regulation, and Jesse, you know, this might surprise you here. This is my favorite round.
I've heard this before, actually.
The reason why is because the winner goes to map point. Isn't that cool, Jesse?
That's neat. I like that.
It's very neat.
Could accomplish this.
They could for sure.
Are you making fun of me?
That's exactly what I was doing, yes.
Oh.
I'm allowed to. I do have a stutter myself. You just don't hear it very well because I know how to hide it. You're not going to hear it today, Junior.
Sometimes I think it's fitting.
Thank you.
What?
What are you saying what to?
It wasn't a compliment.
Well, I take it that way anyway.
This top floor is again being held very heavily by Oxygen, as you'll see from every professional team on this map. Nothing for the main wall. There might have been a jammer, but if there was, it was already dispatched of. So Rexon gets that open with no problems. And he moves down to the basement to hunt down any roamers. It will be Yaga, the sole site player. Not on the Solus as Ambi was, but instead on the Valkyrie. At the moment, nobody from Shopify Rebellion has moved to the top floor, but I imagine that's the next step, is entering in through top, and Ambi's already in.
We really haven't talked about how the smoke ban changes the calculus of these defenses as well. You've lost one of the strongest operators, and smoke really doesn't get banned out that well. I mean, we've played this entire map so far without seeing it. Think about how much slower some of these executes could be if there was a smoke on them.
Target ban towards Hat, who's played it more than any other operator throughout this event with a 60% win rate.
See that frustration on Canadian's face, by the way. I don't think they got what they were looking for on their main entry, as he and the rest of the team will now scramble around. One thing Monty isn't is subtle. They will hear the shield operator coming in. Nitro Cell goes out. Shield break and some damage done, as there goes another Nitro Cell that's been tossed. Maybe that was an impact. As Nitro Cells are still in pocket for OXG. Ambi with the leadoff pick. Down goes Gomez. He's looking for more. Ambi has not been enabled so far in this series to the point that Shopify Rebellion wanted. Canadian finding an opportunity, though, to exploit the lack of knowledge of this team. Diffuser almost down. It gets blown up by a Nitro Cell. Yaga saving the round at the last second. And OXG winning most of their engagements. Newers and Diaz last two standing. Now it's Rexon's turn with Kit in hand. He wants to find a place where they cannot watch him the same way, and he might have done that, but he is a little worried about that hatch above. These kill holes are excellent, by the way, and I believe there will be a window over towards Rexon's position. He falls off the diffuser. They're looking for kills, 2 seconds left. It's all up to Grixer to lock this one out. Grixer taking one down, but meanwhile, Diaz gets the pick.
Let's fucking go, boys. One more round.
A lack of certainty from Shopify Rebellion that was created by OXG's kill holes earlier in the round caused OXG to hold on for dear life. The final 30 seconds of that map were an excellent showcase in the back and forth between a team looking to gain map control, having to resort to a linear take, and then ultimately falling victim to the setup you knew was there and you tried to avoid.
I mean, the former E-United duo had a great round together. Back on that bottom floor a few rounds ago, you saw them hugging right afterwards. This duo's been together forever, but in that 2v2, Grixer needs to be going above to stop that vertical denial. It's great that he kills Newers down to the main floor, but it is that pressure from top that really did cause the problems. It was also a beautiful Nitro Cell from Yaga that kept Oxygen alive in that series. It went down and killed Canadian, planting on the Monty. Usually you plant on that elevated position behind that mini pillar with the shield on your back, and it's so difficult to deny that from above. But by tossing a Nitro Cell at the wall, he got the exposed side of Canadian. The shield wasn't protecting him from that Nitro Cell. And so Yaga got the most important pick in that round, setting his team up to clutch in the 2v2, forcing this to match point. Yaga single-handedly keeping Oxygen alive in this series, bringing things back on their opponent's map pick. If Shopify Rebellion cannot lock in for one more round, they'll go down 0-1 in this series, and we'll head to the second map with an advantage for Oxygen on their own pick.
We joke an awful lot about the DZ curse and how they make their fans have the most agonizing road to a potential victory of any esport team. But are we sure that just wasn't the Canadian special? Because with the way that Shopify Rebellion has played so far at this tourney, there have been so many opportunities that have slipped through their fingers. They're in the lower bracket, so it hasn't all been sunshine and roses for this team, but when they do win, it's a grueling contest. Losing their own map is a situation that the Rebellion have been in before. Canadian stumbling through that main door, trying to gain some ground, but he gets 2 Nitro cells in front of him, he gets a goo mine in front of him, he gets the Clash as well in his face. And now it's a pivot.
Hat hid the entire prep phase on that Clash, so Shopify did not realize there would be a Clash on the board. Not sure Canadian would have stuck this Monty had he known. It's going to be a really tough job for the captain of Shopify.
Well, Shopify Rebellion is trying to go quickly. You've heard the Candelas go. Ambi exploiting Newers, looking in the wrong direction. Goomine is hit as Canadian still soldiers on. Even with the Goomine in foot, Ambi tries to do damage to Yaga. He succeeds, but not enough to bring the player down with him. Again, supporting Ambi has been a major focal point for Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify split to a 2-2 right now. Canadian and Grixer down towards Bathroom, although Canadian's rotating up to Rexon and Surf, who are playing more towards green.
Gomez dropped from down below. Surf shooting through the floor. He had another red pick. Right now, overtime looking very likely between these two teams. Obviously doesn't bode well for Shopify Rebellion needing to go to OT on their own map, but we did talk early on about how evenly matched these teams have been. If you think this should have been a cakewalk for Shopify Rebellion, well, I think your read on the matchup is not fully formed. Canadian looking for some coverage. He's finding it at this point. Grixer dies in the hands of Diaz, but both teams trade one as now the clock will run 40 seconds to pull this off. And while they continue to trade, those numbers will forever benefit the team that's ahead. Hat botching an opportunity to take down one of the players down below. He's got the shield on his back, and these 7 seconds will feel like eternity. Nobody's in place to stop him, except for Rexon, who runs right up and takes him down, but that was still a little too close for comfort.
Holy fucking shit, that was close.
No kidding, Rexon. Holy freaking shorts, that was close indeed. We go to OT, Jesse.
It's about time we win a fucking overtime.
They want to win one of these OTs. It's been a tough tournament so far for Shopify Rebellion, but they will get a second life here, another chance. Obviously a great start from Ambi, but for me it was Surf going down below on that Ying with the shotgun. It was such a smart play. That was the second pick that he got. The first that he got onto Gomez. He got a second later on onto Diaz as well, right there. You don't see Ying shotgun every single day, but Surf showing the power of that unorthodox weapon. It was beautifully played. It was the same plant spot from Canadian as well that they focused the last time they got the kit down on the top floor site. Just inside of our 6 room, next to the doorway on the shelf, over towards Art Gallery. Canadian was able to stick that plant for a second time. OXG had no denial for it. All they could do was swing and try to stop it, but consistently cut off. And we will head to overtime on map number 1. Both teams still alive. It is 1st to 8 in these next 3 rounds.
Was it Subaru said we finally have to win an overtime, or was he talking to OXG? I couldn't really tell the intended target of that statement.
I don't think he was telling Oxygen to win an overtime.
Okay. I also don't think Super would be encouraging his opponents to defeat his own team.
Could you imagine? That would be scandalous.
Stranger things have happened. Please, no more coach scandals. Enough for one tournament.
What's the basement for Oxygen's first go of things? They read Rebellion like a book on this site time after time, and honestly, the op lineup looks very similar for Shopify. They've still got Ambi on that Jackal to try to clear out these roamers. Grixer on the Lion's a bit of a new one, but accomplishes much the same goal as when we saw the Doka beam being pulled out by, it might have been Rexon who was playing that off. And it looks again like it will be a garage finish. Shopify are nothing if not consistent on this bottom floor site.
Can't call the finish when there's 2 minutes left.
I mean, just
so many things could change.
They've got 2 players in basement or in garage right now, and they haven't done any work on office ceiling.
How did the first one not flash him, and how did the second one flash him? No way! There's more than he bargained for, and I fear Gomez bit off more than he could chew. He and Hat die. They find the pick onto Rexon, who, while he only has 10 kills, it's not the highest tally on his team, almost all of those 10 kills have been very high value. The drone will scoot by Newers as he has his cloaking gadget on, right now sitting inside of bunks. Close enough to stairwells to be able to get down to the bottom floor bomb site if the need arises. He's looking outside of that breach. With players dead, you've got somebody who can sit on cams and you've got somebody who can sit on drones. And that's exactly what Rexon is doing. He's been flicking through these flank cams, trying to give information to his team. That's what we expect. Though, you'd be surprised how many times you look at the bottom and see teams not monitoring their cams.
Already looking to the site. Shopify, they're here in showers, taking Missile Hall as well. Getting the angle open. They've not fully cleared top floor, but Oxygen gave it up for free. They're just going to play site with these last 3 ops alive. They've got Goyos, though. That could be a big game changer.
Newers really will be the difference maker here. Rexon many rounds ago said he'd be playing for kills. He finds a golden opportunity onto Ambi, catching him completely off guard as he's now made his way downstairs. We'll be on a collision course with Canadian, and well, I don't love Canadian's chances in a 1v1 gunfight against a lot of these youngsters. Let me tell you what, the defenders crushing the Rebellion as they trickle on in. Surf, though, his luck runs out at the final second of the round as Diaz puts OXG on the map point.
And Diaz, another 1vx clutch. He's been fantastic today in the late round. It is the position he plays over and over again, and he was set up perfectly by Newers, going for that aggressive push into showers. I wasn't convinced, to be honest, when they gave up that top floor control. It was the flank that saved them on that bomb site just a few rounds ago from Yaga. They said, we don't care to flank again. We're going to go for our own game. Started with some ridiculous heroics from Gomez, vaulting over. It was honestly a miracle he got one there. But vaulting was the play.
It's called the Assassin's Creed Special.
Hey, it works out for one. That was good enough in the end. Newers again, aggressing into showers after playing that rat spot just on the inside of the door was the difference maker, and Diaz was so quick to trade him. As soon as he died prone inside of showers, Diaz was right there in the bomb site. He did not let that 1v1 drag out. He didn't want to give any time for Shopify to reset and take stock of their situation. He was there immediately for the trade. And it's that quick decision-making. It is that high-pressure intensity that has left Oxygen now here up 7-6 in this North American rivalry.
If they lose this round, Shopify Rebellion will go down in a bit of infamy here at this event. I hate to continue bringing up this particular stat, but through 13 rounds, 10 of those rounds have started with Shopify Rebellion getting the first pick and holding an advantage. Only twice has there been a trade after a first blood. One of those trades favored Shopify Rebellion back in round number 4, but this time around, OXG got the first pick, and then it was also traded back by Shopify Rebellion in round 13. OXG are so seldom having a leg up in this series. Canadian tempting his life against Newers, and oh my, if OXG had got the opening pick there, I fear it might have been all over. But the infamous part, Jesse, how do you have 10 first bloods and lose the series? You are excelling in the opening moments of a round, but it is the mid-round to the execute where you are falling short. Is a huge thorn in the side of this Shopify Rebellion strategy, and they're going to be kicking themselves if they lose Lair because of it.
So far, Oxygen setting up for the same push they've been going for. Open up the storage wall to start. Bandit trick being attempted? No. Surf knows there's one below.
Opening pick, but it's traded right back. So nothing is gained from OXG despite them striking first. Canadian has the last laugh against Newers. Ambi in a desperate attempt, flailing at 2 separate players of OXG, missing both of them entirely. And now Oxygen has an advantage of 1 and can spend the next minute and 15 seconds cruising to the final round and the final moment. OXG takes out another. Down goes Canadian. This is Shopify Rebellion's map, by the way, and they're going to continue to swing. But Gomez is on one. Oxygen doubled up on Shopify Rebellion. Tough position to be in. At any moment, this fighting could break out. Crixer's now been dropped. Surf is on a single point of HP. Oxygen looking to snuff the life out of this Rebellion. Surf putting in some serious work. Hat secures the kill onto Grixer. Blow a kiss Surf's way and he'll drop. He has so little HP. He'll play the short, play it slow. Gomez does so as well, but there's just not enough there for Shopify Rebellion to hang on. OXG started off this map as the better team. They kind of lost the plot, but they ended as the better team as well. And they're in great position. They'll go to their map, up 1-0. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Available now.
You want to talk about a morning that warms everybody up? We got that indeed. Between both A and B streams, it is all heating up here in Boston. Welcome back. OXG clawed back and away from Shopify Rebellion.
And thankfully, they came alive on the second half of this match, because at first, we hammered the nail on the head that OXG's attacks were the biggest successor for OXG. And that's what we saw. They went 3-0 right out the gate. Shopify Rebellion brought it back. And then once it swapped, we thought it was slipping away from OXG. We were worried because they didn't really have the problem solving or the teamwork. They were constantly overextending, giving the first pick to Shopify Rebellion. If you were listening on stream, you definitely heard Rexon specifically having some words about OXG being scared, individually playing. But OXG turned the tune. They started playing for denial, running the clash, really hammering the nail on the head for the verticality, and I really love to see that because OXG is so good when they play the vertical holes. There was some big rounds through those holes specifically, and that ended up pushing OXG over the edge to be able to get the win over Shopify Rebellion, and I'm sure that feels really good, especially with how much Shopify Rebellion was talking at them. To just be able to come back and get the map win, then go on to your map, I'm sure they're in a great position.
The best way to prove it is just kind of show it in the server. You know, you can trash talk all you want, but until the game's done, it doesn't really mean much. Yaga had some excellent rounds that I think there was one that specifically where he kind of flipped the script back on their side here for OXG. I believe it was 5-3 up for the Shopify Rebellion side, and then it just started working. Yaga was doing a work, roaming on his own.
Absolutely. Yaga retook upstairs control and was able to just shoot through the floor with the verticality, and that was the biggest reason on why they were able to win that round. And then he had a C4. I'm sure we'll see it a little bit later, but it was really well played from the verticality. And to always keep in mind that you don't have to win just by out-shooting the other player. You can use the map to your advantage, and that's why I love watching OXG play on new maps, specifically because on new maps, I was always being the innovator, and now they're still continuing that trend to be the first team that's the best at the new maps that come out. So I enjoyed watching it. It was a really close game.
With a map of many rooms, much like Lair is, there's a lot to look out for. And speaking of looking out, you might be noticing that there's one expert missing because it's only the Himbo and the other expert that are on here. So Laxing is standing by to have a chat. Please break it down for us.
Yeah, to truly illustrate and demonstrate and emphasize how well Oxygen are doing on the harder side, you can claim you have Hat, you have Yaga, and you have Newers in positions to get a pinch onto Rexon and Grixer into that server hallway. What I really appreciate about this attack is the fact that Newers is taking it from Master. He gets that kill onto Rexon. Hat is immediately pushing through onto Grixer with Yaga jumping in just in case things go awry. Now, on the opposite side of the map, what I really like here is the fact that Diaz is not only playing his position well, but he's also taken a distraction from Surf and Canadian, while that is now allowing Hat to try to come up for that flank. As you're going to see, they are going to meet. Diaz does get that pick, which unfortunately, Surf does get a good kill onto Diaz there, but Hat is immediately there for the trade. And then Ambi exposes himself here. The thing I appreciate from Newers here is immediately transitioning, going to reposition for that plant with Hat getting that coverage. And again, this truly is demonstrating how well Oxygen are on their attacks, and their comms are clean, cut, and perfect. And now they're going into Clubhouse, feeling good, getting the victory on Lair. Now it's a question of, can they keep that same momentum going into Clubhouse? But we won't know until after the break.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe
have to go all in. That's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
CAG のアニツンです。今日はマイオペレーターを作っていきたいと思います。
どうも CAG のシュリップです。今からマイオペレーターを作ります。
オペレーターの国籍は、アメリカでボストン出身で、アビリティは、左手に盾を持っていて右手にプロテインを持って、このプロテインを飲むともう無敵になります。
マイオペレーターの国籍は日本で出身は東京。攻撃側のアビリティは、能力を使っている時だけその邪魔とかバンディットに阻害されないようになる。
見た目の特徴は最初はもうプロキロなんですけど、このプロテインを飲むともう全裸になって服がはち切れて、ムッキムキになります。
見た目は角刈りでサングラスかけてて、ちょっとブラックレイに似てるかなって感じですね。そのキャラクターの名前は、ホワイトレイで。
またねー。
またねー。
I love this team. There's no way you can convince me not to fall in love with CAG. They're just wonderful to watch. And of course, operator ideas, I think we won't need to workshop those.
I like Anitins, to be honest. Like, personally.
Yeah, of course you would.
No bias towards
Meathead.
I thought he was more like... That's Intero's laugh. I thought he was just kind of pop a picture of you at some point, but...
I mean, realistically, I was thinking the exact same operator, just holding a jug of protein.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
I was impressed because they did one of those with Alamau, and he made a character and gave it a foxtail, and he named it Foxay. And I was like, okay, thanks.
I mean, you know, great to see there. There's a lot of ideas that are floating around. If you're a CAC fan, make sure to catch them now on B-Stream as they have won map number 1 playing against M80. They'll be going with an advantage. Close match. But speaking of close matches, Shopify Rebellion versus OXG. OXG taking map number 1. We got the down low and the low down, both from both Fox and Gabe here. What do we see for map 2 Club?
I said I don't like Shopify Rebellion bringing Oxygen to Clubhouse because it's a simple map. And with Lair going in Oxygen's favor, and especially how well they looked on defense, it does worry me here because this isn't the same Oxygen that Shopify Rebellion played way back in the NAL stage.
I do think Shopify Rebellion's better suited on Clubhouse because there's not that much verticality that you can really get done on it.
Sure.
And I do think the better team at executing is going to win. OXG currently having an amazing run on their attacks. So obviously the attacks are going to be the most important part here on Clubhouse. But once it comes to the defenses, it's all about consistency, following through on the trades. I think Shopify Rebellion has a little bit of an edge on being the better team, but I do think OXG's on fire right now.
Clubhouse is a map of fundamentals.
Absolutely.
Heard that described many, many times over the years. You have to know how to play it if you want to play Siege in general. So let's see if we'll just get some more to learn from both of these teams getting into it. Lax, Fox, thanks so much. Your casters are set and ready. Jesse and Intero, all yours.
Thank you so very much. Well, as we said at the tail end of that matchup, whether he's on DZ or whether he's on Shopify Rebellion, Troy does not make it easy for you to cheer for his teams and escape with low blood pressure. The problem for that is you're now going onto your opponent's map and they have the lead. As is a story that has happened multiple times at this event, Jesse, unfortunately, Shopify Rebellion has let a winnable map slip through their hands. The desk called it a map of fundamentals. I would argue that Lair is very similar in the way that the strategy that you use is very fundamental. Do you think Clubhouse is going to have a different pace than we saw Lair?
I don't know, Parker. I honestly think this could be another kind of slow map. We saw a lot of late round 5v5, 5v4 executes from both Shopify and Oxygen back on map number 1. We'll see if we do repeat such a feat. We go back to Clubhouse, and we do have a bit of a HUD mix-up. So Shopify Rebellion will be taking out the Maverick and this next ban. Auction Esports banned out the Capitao. Ignore the names of the teams on your screen just for this ban phase. It is a visual issue.
Okay.
Shopify Rebellion, their second ban will be the Azami. Maverick and Azami has been by far the most common 2 operators that Shopify have banned out here at the 6th Invitational. They banned these 2 exact operators on Clubhouse versus FaZe Clan and CAG Osaka. So they love taking these 2 ops off the board. An auction will remove Capitao and Tubrao, 2 extremely strong operators on Clubhouse. Of course, Capitao for that Raptors position can be extremely effective, and Tubrao so good for keeping that CC wall closed as well as keeping some of those hatches closed down inside the basement. The stage is set, Parker. OXG and Shopify Rebellion. 1 map will separate Oxygen from the next game later on today, and Shopify from going down home. If they can win this one, it'll be Border for our final map of the series.
Yep, loser goes home, winner goes on to face G2, who also find themselves in the lower bracket. There have been some surprising results down here. There are only 4 teams that remain in the upper bracket. We're not going to see any of them in action today. They will play their games tomorrow. BDS and Space Station will do battle, and then the shocking results of Raza Company Academy to go up against Furia. Raza Company Academy is that old E1 roster that the organization announced the departure from the Rainbow Six Siege scene shortly before this event. The team managed to qualify through the LCQs. Raza is a very, very popular Brazilian streamer, currently signed to Team Liquid. He has decided to sponsor them. The best part is they're not even the main team, they're the academy team. And here they are, guaranteed a top 6 finish at the 6th Invitational. And unless you watch those Brazil games regularly, you might not know who they are. They play up against Furia, the defending world champions. Those are the 4 teams right now in the upper bracket. We'll go through what the lower bracket looks like as we near the end of this map. Win or lose for Shopify Rebellion, but Shopify Rebellion made a big splash picking up this team. It would be quite devastating for them to go home so early in the event.
Yaga and Newers up here on the roam. As roamers, these two were instrumental in winning that very first map of Lair. They're going to have to work together once again up here on the aggressive position with the main stair window opened up. They can't safely rotate back. They might be fighting for their lives. Batteries shot off the jacuzzi wall. It could be opened at some point if they've got the hard breach for it. Grixer might move over, but at the moment, the Rebellion are not looking to take these gunfights. They are still quite slow to get in as Canadian runs into a Kapkan trap.
Hard time to find out that the Russian operator is on the board. Out goes a nade. And Gomez has his hands full. His nade from Canadian works. Canadian actually picks up Hat as well, but not before Hat emerges out of nowhere, taking Ambi down in the process. No more logic bombs to be had. As Yaga was looking to maintain this main floor hold, he falls off of the hatch that's been opened inside of Lounge. Newers had pre-placed to C4. He sets it off. It doesn't do any damage, or it's either been shot away at. Either way, no success. And now Newers has retreated to the point where he can watch that kill hole at the bottom of the stairs. Tread carefully, Shopify Rebellion, because they are watching you from down below.
70 seconds now to set things up on the side of Shopify Rebellion. They've got the Moto hatch open. Kitchen hatch shouldn't be too far behind if it's not opened already by the attackers. They've got this Habana, of course, being played by Grixer. Kaid not being played, Tubarao banned out, so everything should get opened on the side of Shopify Rebellion. They have all of the options, but they lose Canadian as soon as he drops Moto.
That's a bit of a puzzling one, and one that will hurt their chances of pulling off a successful plant. He will be the main focus for whatever defender is looking in that direction. Surf will take a place inside of Moto, just where Canadian died, but a bit more trepidation on the side of the Rebellion. Yaga holding this tight angle, and it'll be a standoff between the two. The question is who prevails. Rexon drops, so it's a 2v2. As both of these teams are getting their licks in, not a lot of time left. Surf dies, Grixer with Diffuser. He now will emerge from the same spot in Moto that they've buried two of his teammates. Shot away at by Newers as now Grixer takes out one and runs for the engagement, trying to bait out the Valkyrie. It'll come down to the wire, and he just doesn't have enough time. A great game of keep away for OXG as they survive the first round.
They called him a baiter on map number 1, but he baits for the kill, or baits for the round win this time. Perfectly played by Newers down inside the bomb site. And of course, had to step up big time for those kills, playing inside of Armory as well. Taking down Surf. Surf just missing his shots as he entered in through Moto. That was the most important frag to get that man advantage. I really want to compliment this Blackbeard play from Canadian because the way he used those nades was expertly done. Unfortunately, dropping Moto all alone wasn't the correct call in the end there, and it kind of gave up that advantage that he had worked so hard to gain in the early round. It's tough when the early round goes so well for you. You play so well, and then it all just gets thrown away. Newers ring around the rosy on the bomb chassis. Played that perfectly in the 1v1-2. It's another early lead from Auction. They started the last round, the last map, I should say, going up 3-0. Could they replicate that here on Club?
I mean, at that point, you do have to wonder about the mental resiliency for a team like Shopify Rebellion. Touched on this map a little bit when we were in Lair because, well, all three of the maps that we might see today entered the day with the same amount of plays. Now, on the other streams, CAG Osaka and M80 did battle on Lair, so there have now been 2 more plays to Lair, vaulting it above the rest. But Border, Clubhouse, and Lair all started the day with 12 plays. Clubhouse is a 50-50 map. 49% of the rounds have been won by the defenders, 51% of all rounds played won by the attackers. So no real distinct advantage. Clubhouse is usually a very decider-favored map. The fact those numbers skew that way with 138 rounds played is frankly quite surprising, Jesse. And as the desk mentioned, this is a map of fundamentals. A lot of these rounds are going to play out very similarly to one another. And I mean, for you and the analysts, it's kind of hell because you have to find the very micro adjustments that are made to show why something worked and why something didn't.
At the same time, though, everybody knows exactly what needs to go on to win the round. Often you see teams focusing on this cash clear. when they start to attack gym and bedroom. Shopify Rebellion started by opening the main jacuzzi breach and then getting some good Flores work done on the castled off windows too. It means that this clear needs to go well for them. If they waste quite a bit of time, Yaga will be the first to step up.
They're dying all around him. Yaga now punished on top of red stairs. Half of the round still to go. And they very quickly sweep through this off-site extension established by OXG. Losing Hat, losing Yaga. At least you've got people on cam duty, and you still got to account for the fact that there will be frost mats and goo mines littered around the map. I suspect most of those frost mats will go over towards the windows on the side of weight room. Look out below if you're Shopify Rebellion.
The man advantage, I wonder if that breaching charge to get shot off the Logi hatch, it might have. No, it's opened up, never mind. So no worries then, it gets opened. There is that frost, as you mentioned. Could be a bit of an issue as they do drop in. Man advantage for Shopify Rebellion. Rexon on the windows outside of sight. Grixer to late enter through construction. The other players options as they currently sit on the roof. Could go jacuzzi, could go for gym window as well. Take their time to clear out the util. Newer's down below. Where is he going?
Well, Gomez is trapped in between a rock and a hard place. You mentioned where Newers was. Well, he's the last one standing. 1 kill as Shopify Rebellion gets ever closer to the bomb site. Rexon will be vulnerable for a matter of moments. So he's relying on these 4 dead teammates now to give him information. Newers will look to get back closer to the bomb site as he realizes playing down below with that frost shotgun will be to no avail. Rexon relied on Grixer and Surf. He's put his faith in very good hands, and now Newers has to approach the Devil Split. 1 towards Jacuzzi, 1 towards Logi Door. There's almost no way for you to deal with a good crossfire at Surf to get that final kill as Shopify Rebellion answer back.
You could see halfway through that round when OXG were in a tough spot when they made that call to go aggressive. Obviously, this cache side clear went really well for the Rebellion. So in the 3v4, Oxygen made a call. They had to get aggressive and make something happen around the 35-40 second mark. Newers went down below at the exact same moment that Gomez pushed inside of construction. Unfortunately, Gomez's play didn't really work out so well. Diaz melted on the site. And Newers, I think it was a good call to go below, but it would have been better if he had a nitro. It would have been better if he had some kind of util to stop a plant that was going down on top of the bed. Eventually, the plant got rotated. They put it on top of the concrete corner. You cannot deny it from down below, forcing Newers to push back up. Beautifully played late round from Shopify Rebellion. They know what they're doing in this game. And that's a clean round. No real mistakes from Rebellion. Opening things up early towards site. Mid-round clearing the cache side with a man advantage. Ready for the aggression in the late round, and then good plant spots to finish things off. Doesn't really get cleaner than that, despite the fact that they did lose some bodies in there.
You may ask yourself why teams shoot away at certain windows and walls to open things up. And another opportunity for those of you that might not have the most experience playing this game, it's very common when you're new to Rainbow Six Siege to reinforce all the closest walls to you and then barricade all the doors and windows. It's not an optimal strategy as you go higher up in the ranks, because a lot of times you don't want the attackers to be able to walk up to the bomb site undetected. You open walls, you open windows, you open barricades. Why? Because it gives you a line of sight to where they're coming from. Attackers might show a bit more reluctance to run at you if a bunch of walls are opened up, because you could be hiding behind them to swing and go for a shot. Additionally, if it's a wall that needs to be opened with, say, a breach or a hard breach, opening up the panel next to it means that a thermite can't just walk up if this wall to his left is opened up by the defenders, because somebody could be there to nitro sell you, to impact you, or to swing and kill you.
For now, though, the wall gets opened with no problems. I believe the Kaid claws are already both put down, so Gomez cannot keep it closed. It should be relatively difficult to take Raptors control with that Capitao ban. They've got Wamai up here as well to give some support to Gomez, who's playing this position. Usually you see this position being played by an Azami, but she's banned out as well, so Wamai will be the next best thing.
Smokes will go out over towards the wall as Yaga looks for an opening. Down goes Newers, down goes Gomez. Ambi in and taking no prisoners. He and the team captain with all of the kills so far, but amidst the gas, he fails to see Hat. Ambi was in the bomb site for a long period of time, and now there might be a reset here from Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi's been great all tournament long, often on kind of support operators, but still getting the frags done. No matter what util he's playing on, he can always find that gap. And of course, working off the Candela from Canadian. He's still got 3 of those in pocket, by the way. So Shopify Rebellion have still a ton of utility to make this execute work. Low on drones, only 2 left, and they're both out and around the map. More Candelas come out as the push follows.
What little remained of Hat is now spotted and taken away by Rexen. As Yaga will vault on in, he has opportunity to get Hat back up, and you'll need a second gun, but that's a little bit of cause for concern as the bullets whiz through the soft wall right next to you. All the while, Canadian is just finding an opportunity to get the diffuser down. Yaga punished for his sins, and the newly revived Hat will join him shortly thereafter. They had control of the bomb site, or so we thought, very quickly, but they didn't do anything with it for another minute until they could figure out where the last 2 players for Oxygen waited and then isolate them. Good work by Shopify Rebellion.
Rexen just typed in a chat, shout out to Furia. Maybe taking some inspiration from the world champions on that push. It was beautifully executed. I think a lot of that comes off of the Capitao ban. Usually you'll see Capitao and teams work very slowly on that Raptors position. OXG maybe expecting something similar as a slow clear through Raptors is typical, but that fast-paced push as Canadian tossing the Candela, Ambi straight in through the cash window, the CC window. That was really well played, and it got them that big advantage. Ambi, obviously, a huge credit in that round, working off his teammates' utility. Ambi is the best player in this lobby statistically through the tournament so far. He's a top 5 player at the 6th Invitational.
And he had a bad first game to boot.
And he had a bad first game, so seeing him bounce back in this one is massive for the 2-time youngest player at the 6th Invitational.
Love that stat.
I think it's incredible. How do you become the youngest player 2 years in a row? That's a whole generation that failed to surpass it.
Not a full generation, it's just...
Not a full year of players.
It's just a couple of players. There are younger players than him who are active in competitive Siege, and we might see some of them at our next event. Wherever that should be.
Didn't qualify, though.
That is correct, yes. So he's the 2-time youngest player.
When you say the 2-time on Shopify Rebellion, everyone's talking about Ambi, clearly.
Yeah, not Troy.
No.
Not the 2-time world champion of Canadian. When we say the 2-time, we're talking about the 2-time youngest player. A huge accolade that he could never have that again.
Well,
unless nobody younger than him is at SI next year, which then that would be absurd.
That would be absurd because that would mean Stompin didn't qualify to SI, which, ridiculous.
Said his name an awful lot for a player who's not competing.
I got to get the Twitter impression somehow, Parker.
Ambi is actually the lowest rated player in the lobby at the moment. He's just a hair below Canadian. So while you said he's their best player and one of the top 5, you wouldn't know it if you were just looking at this match.
Yeah, this has been a tough one for him, but he's going to have to work with the team. He's going towards blue while the rest of his team is barreling down dirt tunnel. It's been a very direct push. The Logic Bomb forces all the players in OXG back to site. 5v5 execute is brewing for the latter half of this round, unless they can work some kind of a pick.
Ambi, as we say his name, we have manifested his destiny. First kill will go out. Canadian taking some damage from that Nitro Cell. Impacts and C4s don't do the same damage that they used to these shield ops. Diaz will outduel Ambi, and numbers go back to even, though Yaga took a lot of damage very early in the round, if you recall. I think he's down to about 30% of his HP, which means a bullet from most of the attacker guns will kill him in a single shot, or at least it will down him. It won't result in a direct kill. Canadian and Gomez now in a standoff as Diaz's attention will turn towards the dirt tunnel where the Monty remains. Sitting on side of a mute jammer, Rexen will then find an opportunity to exploit the lack of attention to detail that they have. Gomez will fall at the hands of Surf, and Rexen saw the Wamai, but will actually let Newers escape. Down he goes. Newers with 2 kills. The impact will secure Surf and Canadian. Rexen makes up for it, though. He let Newers evade his grasp. He finds what remains of him, takes him down, and Grixer will get the final kill onto Yaga, as that's 3 in a row for Shopify Rebellion.
And that's great patience. Great patience from the veteran on Shopify Rebellion. Rexon, 25 years old, so smart. That'll prompt attack.
Make sure that if we're gonna leave half of the die, we gotta play the trade. So they won the trade game, cash side or the cash side, and then we just didn't have enough bodies. Like we didn't communicate the power, right? Like make sure we're communicating the power. If we're going to power, talk to each other. Whoever's powering with somebody else, talk to each other. Right? They're not doing anything crazy. We're just losing. We're losing the first picks. Like the opening kills, we're getting slaughtered on the opening deaths. You know what I mean? So we need to make sure that we're winning those first engagements, and then everything else is default. Maybe the server over, plan a bet. You know what I mean? So pretty fucking simple for cash.
Yeah, I'm going to Yeah, let's go mid.
That's fine. And for cash, like those fast plays are the only other option, other than just the default. The fast hit into the fucking server, the only other option. We need to be done up late game, right? You guys got to
Talking about those opening picks on the side of Redeemer, that was something that Shopify excelled on through the first map of the series. Also on attack, they've excelled through the whole tournament. Shopify Rebellion are the best team at getting offensive opening picks through the 6 Invitational so far. They've won 63% of total opening engagements on the attack.
They were well above that number on Lair. They got 10 of the 14 first bloods. OXG, by the way, of those 2, they were traded back immediately. So while it wasn't Shopify Rebellion who got the opening pick, they equalized right away.
Yeah.
Jesse, here on Clubhouse, though, in terms of opening picks, it's 2 and 2. First 2 rounds, it was OXG to strike first. Hat getting both of those opening picks, both on to Ambi, and then Ambi got the opening pick in round 3 and 4, one of them on the Hat.
Ambi's an early round player.
He's an early riser.
He is. Early bird gets the worm.
You think Ambi eats worms? I think that's a little offensive.
I don't think Ambi eats worms. I think he gets them and collects them in like a little pouch.
This has now gotten weirder. I would have preferred if you just said that he ate the worms.
Well, he's gonna have to... Yeah, I don't have a transition. Play well. In round number 5, as he has been since Clubhouse started, he's on the Amaru. This is gonna be a rush. That Amaru likely gonna run straight in through the main stairs window if this is gonna be reminiscent of previous rushes we've seen from Rebellion on this map, and he is outside the main stairs window at the moment, so that will be likely. Redeemer did say the other option was a fast hit. If they're expecting this, they could shut it down, but it'll all be... Ooh, the Castle Barricade might be a little trickier. It'll all be down to if they can shut things up on Rebellion side of things.
Good coordination now between the 2 players on Shopify Rebellion as they were waiting for a vault in. Newers will punish Rexon, and they were prepared and waiting for Ambi to spring in. Newers drops, and now all the focus will be over on that jacuzzi wall. Hat with another kill for OXG. They are leading the way, though. There has been a down. Newers was getting revived. Surf knew that. He pressured Construction, couldn't do anything with it. He's on watch from that cam. This side of Jim is unprotected enough where Canadian could presumably go for a plant. Where is he positioned, though? He's inside a bathroom. They've managed to push off these players from OXG, but keep in mind, Jesse, there's 4 OXG players still alive and they can easily retake. It really depends on how quickly Shopify Rebellion wants to get this plant down. It looks like it'll happen. Maybe not. Ambi is prepared and waiting. He gets 1 kill, 2 kills, answered back as Surf is holding court. OXG had a great start to this round, Jesse, but it might be over in the blink of an eye. Last one left is Diaz. He sees Canadian. Canadian sees him now as well as Surf is just standing and waiting, giving nothing to Diaz. Canadian still protected here. This is very winnable for Diaz if he plays it right, that is. You have to let Canadian plant at that point. Surf is not actively covering this, Jesse.
No, he's been very passive this entire time.
He's on the ground just chilling.
It's okay. That's all. Like, where the fuck can he? Like, bro, if you watch this screen, this motherfucker's dancing on you.
No, I know, but like, call like what you have eyes on, what you don't, because I don't know where I can plant.
Yeah.
I don't know where he can go. We're calling where he is,
but not where he can go and can't go.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, how the fuck can I play if he can go in?
He's only short and only master. I could have said that, but keep it up, guys. Round by round. Look, these are in their fucking head. Let's go, Andy. You got the money.
0-0 every round.
0-0 every round, and Canadian struggling maybe a bit there. There were opportunities for Diaz to stop that plant. He had eyes on Canadian once or twice there. Obviously with the UMP, that is a tough shot to hit. And ultimately they did close things out on the side of Rebellion. Relief in that one. As he just knows. I mean, he knows how critical a round like that is against Oxygen. They threw a bit of a lead. They had the advantage as they were barreling through the midpoint of that first map. Even though they're up 4-1, they can't afford to let off the gas because they know what OXG can do with just a little bit of momentum. Great play, though. Eventually in the 2v1. Surf, as I said, played that really passive. He trusted that Canadian wouldn't go down, that if he did, he could go out for the swing and get the trade after Canadian died. Wasn't directly holding any angles. And that's often smart in the 2v1, because if you go down in a 2v1, trying to hard hold an angle, covering your planter, that's a 50-50 gunfight, and if you lose it, you leave your planter in a impossible situation, where they're now in a disadvantaged 1v1. Whereas, if you can play for the trade, even if your planter dies, you swing out, you get that pickup, that could be a more advantageous way to play it. In the end, Surf found the moment to go prone on the ground to get a freebie onto DS, so that was the right call. But got a little bit scary there, and I think Shopify Rebellion having to have some conversations as to how to prevent that in the future. I like the communication going on there. It was a little bit of Canadian saying, you know, you've got to do this, this can go well, but Rexon immediately owning up to that, being like, you're right, I should have said this.
This has maybe been one of the quietest tournaments for Smack Talk from Canadian. Usually we are, you know, awash in great commentary on his side of things, but instead he seems to just be letting the team do most of the talking. He's obviously been frustrated with the results up to this point, even on Lair when they were in a much better spot than, well, I guess a similar spot that they are now.
Yeah.
He was very unhappy with what was going on. And again, this goes back to the point I made earlier, where even when you're winning, you still might be falling short of your own expectations or the potential that your team has. And it's important for you to focus on that, because playing against certain opponents, you can get away with certain things. As we get deeper into the tournament, your mistakes will be punished more regularly.
Canadian has won 4 different events on 3 different rosters. He's often talked about as a captain that makes everyone around him better, and it's those little moments that he always uses to teach his teammates that can really come out and be the difference maker.
He's got a lot of weapons around him too, so if he can get the most out of these players and these players can live up to their own potential with or without Canadian, then good things will happen. They start off round number 6 in rough shape. They surrender the opening pick. Canadian dies after some Candelas go off. Again, that's your defuse kit down. That's your team leader down. That's also your case down inside of Church. That is a devastating position to be in. Ambi tries to take up the same space but can't get it done. Hat with 2 kills so far, pulverizing Shopify Rebellion as they go for an opening into the bomb site. Rexon's position over towards Blue Jesse has now been given away, and Oxygen are not moving a muscle here. Really good patience from them. As Krigster looks for an opening, 2 players inside a Church, and all they can do on the side of Shopify Rebellion is pray.
Get these attacks up, baby. We got this.
Almost a flawless round for OXG as they only suffer through a single death. They pick up their 2nd round as defenders, and now the side swap will come in with Shopify Rebellion going to defense up 4-2.
Yeah, the pacing on that basement site, obviously, OXG not committing much to their own game on that final round. A lot of players alive during the final execute, but it was Hat who stood the tallest. And I mean, you kind of noticed Canadian was in all alone, walking through Moto. Ambi eventually got a refrag, not into the same player, obviously, but then he walks in, and again, all alone. You can see it when we're watching Hat's POV on these replays. He's almost expecting another person to swing out through Moto, but it's happening very individually, one by one. It's allowing the TCSG to thrive. That's a weapon that sometimes can struggle with its single rate of fire to get a bunch of kills at once, but when you feed them one at a time, it's gonna be a player like Hat who steps up and takes them every single moment. So that was well played by the anchor on Oxygen, and that does give them a bit of life in the series. 5-1 is a very different game from 4-2. Now you get to go into the offense, which is, again, where Oxygen Esports have been dominating throughout the 6th Invitational. If they can get 4 attacks here, just as Shopify Rebellion did, then they'll force an overtime. If they could somehow get 5, then they'll earn themselves a match with G2.
On a defender-sided map of Lair, which was chosen by your opponent, OXG was still able to go 3 rounds positively on attack, and then took 1 round on attack in OT. That is an enormous hurdle that they overcame, and again, it really just is a testament to how good their attacks have been. This being a 50-50 map of Clubhouse means that the door is wide open for OXG to go 4-2 on this half, potentially even 5-1 depending on how it plays out. This is also Oxygen's map, so presumably they start on the bad side, now they go to their favored side, and with their stats, this could be trouble for Shopify Rebellion.
Keep in mind as well, Shopify Rebellion have played a lot of Clubhouse this event. Their defensive win rate is not very good as a team. It's under 50 in this basement bomb site where they're starting out. They're 2-5. 29% win rate through 7 attempts on this bomb site against 3 different teams. So, I mean, they clearly have confidence in it. That's why they're running it first, but don't think that just because this is their primary site that it's going to be easy.
They got at least 1 of those Goyo canisters and all of the proximity alarms with Newer's single Twitch drone, so very good value for just 1 gadget. It's also freed up and execute over towards Blue. Teams have been doubling and tripling up on utility because Blue is the common point where an off-site player will go. Oh my, no, the EMP stops the smoke canister from going off, and now Ambi has 1,000,000 targets. He lands on 1, doing an awful lot of damage in the process before Canadians Nitro Cell blows them sky high. Shopify Rebellion not just surviving a scare, but persevering through it. 1 minute remains, and OXG just watched what advantage they felt they had on those main stairs go up in smoke. You're speechless.
Devastating as OXG lose 3 of those players on the main stairs. Ambi and Canadian duoing up to make that happen, stepping up big time. Diaz has to retake the position because they don't have anywhere else to push from. They have the hatches open. They're going to rotate over towards Kitchen. But no matter where they go, it's going to be watched.
Newers is over in Blue. Diaz over top of the Kitchen hatch. He drops, down he goes. It won't be a flawless round by any stretch of the imagination, but an excellent way to dig yourself out of the hole you found yourself in.
Hold that down, boy. You're better than all these players.
Canadians 2K with that Nitro Cell really was the turning point of that round. And we said a 5-1 half is possible for OXG. Well, if that's to materialize, they have to win the next 5 rounds in a row. If not, 4-2 is likely the scoreline that we will see out of them, which means overtime is on the board for the 2nd map in a row.
You know, we only saw Ambi get 1 kill. It was this one, but most players in this spot are getting 0. I'm sorry. The way that he was still able to stall things out for Canadians Nitro to come up to get that 2K, it was incredibly impressive. And even though his Toxic Babe got EMP'd, so he couldn't stall things out, and even though he was up against a blitz of all operators close range, he still managed to take 1 with him and stall things long enough for Canadian to rotate over with that Nitro Cell. That was incredibly impressive from the young star of Shopify Rebellion. Ambi 7-7 through this game so far. Surf might have a more impressive KD, but Ambi for me has been so impactful. They've both been fantastic in this series, and everybody on the Rebellion seems to be showing up today on Clubhouse. But it is those high pressure, tough situations where maybe the numbers aren't the most insane, right? It's only 1 kill, but taking into consideration the context that Ambi was in, the pressure he was facing, it's those kills that will define a round and that will make the difference between wins and losses.
Really even on opening duels up to this point. Shopify Rebellion with 3 opening picks to 4 for OXG. And Ambi thinks he has a read on 1 player in Oxygen over towards Stock. He lights up that metal shelving unit. Boy, it must be shaking in its boots. Ambi's drawn even, by the way, 7 kills, 7 deaths. You highlighted him as top-rated player on the Rebellion. He's managed to get out of the basement. In this series now, he's jumped all the way up to the 3rd highest rated player. It's Canadian right now with Rexon, actually very close by. As for OXG, as we see in a lot of their games, there's really nothing to note in terms of standout performances one way or another. Gomez, statistically, has had the roughest go of these series, but again, that's pretty good for OXG. If you've got somebody like Newers or Hat at the bottom, then that's a little concerning.
He's rotated all the way to the basement. I think he dropped the stock hatch, so that's something that the Rebellion are gonna have to watch out for. They've got their hands full at the moment, though, with this cache extension still. Oxygen have to watch out for Andy. Here comes the breach. This makes the position much harder to play, but Canadian's gonna bandit trick the first. Second Selma should still open up, and the pressure's still coming.
Canadian manages to make his way out of a bad situation and now will disappear in construction as Surf, who was originally on red stairs, absorbs all the bullets that were thrown his way. Down goes Newers as well. What did I say about Newers being towards the bottom? That is bad news for OXG. No death marks for the remainder of this round, and arguably your most talented fragger is also gone. They're the same person. That's bad.
Yeah, I mean, this round, it's only a 4v5. That's a disaster. If Gomez can at least trade one back, but he's just off on the timing. Wants to find Ambient, who's still lurking around this basement. They will pick up Rexon, actually.
I think that was Yago, wasn't it?
They might be able to recover Rexon, though, still. He is in a pretty safe position. If he can just get around the corner inside of 90. Looks like Grixer will pick him up.
Crawls on over. Now Gomez will assert himself as Ambi was trying to get back to the bomb site from downstairs. 4v4 as Canadian now eliminates Hat, and the advantage will go back to Shopify Rebellion. The bad news for OXG is that Clash is still on the board. Surf's strength will grow the deeper into this round we go, and there's only 10 seconds left. Oxygen seems trapped, trying to get into the bomb site, and just as in the previous round, Shopify Rebellion will sweep through the final set of kills.
Don't be a pussy, bro. Don't hesitate. Look at that. We don't hesitate. We won the fucking round.
Shopify Rebellion now sits on map point, on their opponent's map.
Sometimes viewers are critical of putting the top frag onto the Clash, but Surf plays it so well. The secondary support player stepping up for Shopify Rebellion in that round, slowing things down. It was Ambi who got the opener. Nobody watched for that flank on the side of OXG. They should have known that he was down there. They were putting pressure on him when he was down inside of Lounge. Didn't recognize that he could be returning back up through Secret to get that flank off. That started things off strong, and then what did they do? They just got out. Canadian said, I don't need to play Cash anymore. We've got the man advantage. We've still got the Clash. Surf was staring at them the whole round. And eventually, it just got to the point where OXG had no choice but to separate themselves, try to push different angles. They got isolated one by one. It is 6-2. This second map, despite being chosen by Oxygen, has been a dominating show of force by the Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, really quite a striking scoreline, and I'm just kind of shake my head at how you on your own map go into overtime and lose 8-6. Then you go onto your opponent's map and you are just dominating. There are times where I'm sure these players look back on lost opportunities. A lot of this Shopify Rebellion series have lost opportunities for this team. They have been left wanting. They're the only team to get 0-7'd so far at this event. Seems like when things fall apart for this team, it is hard for them to get out of that spot in a good direction.
A little bit of hope here if Oxygen can bring this back to overtime. As Super told his team in map number 1, they have struggled.
Oh! Jesse Hat obliterates Surf, turns him into a red mist before Grixer trades that right back. So advantage for OXG, but nothing gained. I believe you were speaking before Hat interrupted you.
Oh, well. Hat's got more important things to say than me.
He said it 9 times.
Canadian very aggressive over inside of Gym. This is a full-on construction side push from Oxygen. Canadian is in a do-or-die spot, but the track should give us position away. Now OXG can work their way onto a pick.
3 players out on that jacuzzi balk. They only know that there's 1 at the moment. Ambi thought the coast was clear. Canadian outduels 1. Grenade goes in. Does not claim anybody, and now Canadian is on the run, seeking safety over in bathroom. Bullet tracers through the soft wall, and Canadian will not overstay his welcome, but He's worried about Logi. He tried to get back to the safety of Rexon's dock, but he can't do it in time. Newers is simply too good. OXG now with the numbers advantage, but you're gonna run up against a smoke and a dock. 2 stims for Rexon. All 3 gas canisters for Grixer. At this point in time, OXG will need to move somebody off of the main push through construction, either onto the window or through garage. They have a minute to do that, plenty of time.
Yeah, the main breach still being closed is a big problem for Auction. They have the hard breach, but I'm not sure that they can deal with the electricity. Those bandit batters from Surf still exist, and if they don't get that main wall open, the push will be very linear. I don't see anybody currently rotating to garage. Maybe Gomez as I say this.
Down goes Rexon. Hope is still here for OXG to survive for a little bit longer, if not outright win. Grixer will smoke off the plan of Diaz, and Newers follows up, fearless as ever.
Fucking round, let's go. Come on.
OXG take their third. They've still got 3 more rounds ahead of them that need to be won just to go to overtime. It will be a long road, almost as long as some of the faces on the bench of Oxygen.
Yeah, and I like that decision to rotate over towards the construction side push. From the very start of the round, they knew they were not going to be contesting garage, nor were they going to be able to open up that CC breach. I think the Capitao ban really did toss a wrench into the plans of OXG. And of course, when they decided to switch things up, you don't need a Capitao to clear out that con side. Rebellion fought very aggro over in towards Master and in towards that Jacuzzi breach. Ambi going down those main stairs. Canadian taking a lot of gunfights and not quite making it back alive. 28-year-old unable to hit some shots, and unfortunately that did mean that he had to go down. So OXG start to find a bit of life, but I mean, as you said, it's gonna be a very long road, and if they go back to that bomb site, CCTV cache in round number 12, Shopify Rebellion should be very aware and they should be ready for the push that Auction come out, because I don't know if OXG are going to be able to put together a garage clear in the same way that we saw the Rebellion do.
Today will be a sad day for an awful lot of fan bases as we say goodbye to 8 teams. We will be culling the herd, so to speak. Over on the B stream, there's an elimination game going on between CAG Osaka and M80. M80 obviously on the top of the minds of a lot of players and a lot of viewers for maybe not the best reason. One of those teams will go home. Earlier on, CAG took map number 1, and things are not looking great for M80 on map number 2, so they might be the first team to go home today. The current moment, it looks like map 3 will be the decider between Oxygen and Shopify Rebellion. Things can change, of course, but at the moment, there is no real concern that the Rebellion will go home. At least not until what we see on Border.
Yaga bringing the Blackbeard to this execute. His shield play has defined many of OXG's attacks throughout this tournament. He hasn't played many shields, though, in this particular matchup. He wasn't really a shield player before the meta kind of devolved into everybody playing shields all the time. And when that meta shift happened, Yaga kind of became the person who stepped up on OXG so that I can play this new role. And frankly, that's been a big reason why Auction's attacks have been so good, both in the last chance qualifier to get to SI, but also at the event itself. Gets a lot of free space going on for his teammates, and wasn't exactly a commitment to the roam from the Rebellion, but if nothing else, it gives them some peace of mind. It speeds up that clear. And when they go over this execute, whether Yaga wants to go in through Moto, whether he wants to go through Dirt Tunnel, he's gonna be providing a ton of pressure.
As the stakes increase, teams tend to slow down their execute. On the rare occasion, you might try to bulldoze your way through the bomb site and through your opponents. It's not what we see from Oxygen. This is a very planned and very focused execute that will start over towards Moto door. The Warden of Rexon swings for intel, and now the Blackbeard has a way in. They're cut off by the gas, thrown out by Surf. He still has 1 more gas canister in pocket, and with 40 seconds to go, it means he can prevent a push, or at least do some damage in the process for about 15 seconds. Surf is actually doing double duty now as he gets some strips torn through him. Down goes Grixer as Diaz's fall. Gomez also down. Banshee will give the position of Yago away as he's right next to the diffuser. Hat's the one with the kit, though. Just far enough back. Arm's length from Yaga. Canadian Surf, last two standing. Surf peeks for information. And now Canadian is trapped inside a dirt tunnel. No hope in hell for him to get out of his position.
Stay fucking focused. We got this shit. Let's go.
All comebacks start with one round. OXG now on 2 in a row. And this matchup is tightening. We knew that a team as good as Oxygen is on attack would be able to pick up some rounds. It was only a matter of time. Shopify Rebellion want to blunt this momentum. They'll call a timeout.
As Richie said, if something is fucked that we're not going to be able to do what we normally need to do, we need to make sure we identify and talk about how we're going to win the round. Right there, we can't really talk about it. We just got things down. Remember, they in the kitchen, even right there, when they spend all that time on it, they ended up throwing the kitchen wins. Right? Make sure we're coming to each other. When we ran that last for them, we really fucked with them. For cash, they did us over clear again, so we spent more of the same shit, guys. Just everybody relax, take a deep breath. You guys have rounds to work with here. Let's just settle down and play our game. Right? We don't need nothing special. Just play our game. Let's go.
I think we do the regular gem here, but okay. Can you do another shotgun? Just do another shotgun with like traps. Don't let me play the game. No, play the game.
More of a mental reset than anything coming out from Super, trying to calm down his team. Of course, before becoming coach of this squad, he was their team captain inside the server, their IGL, for many years. Came up through Tier 2 with this core of a team. Eventually into Pro League and eventually in through a couple of different events. He knows what it's like to play at this level. And so he knows exactly what to say at these circumstances as well. And sometimes it's not as much about the strategy, it's more about calming things down. The side of Oxygen, they've just got to find 2 more to force an overtime, and then things get really scary for Rebellion.
I will say, it is very tough to win 4 in a row as attackers with the way that these site rotations go. And I mean, we can look just simply at the stats, because only 3 sites get played here on Clubhouse, Jesse. Bar Stage is the most defender-sided map on Clubhouse because it was played 1 time and won by the defenders. So that one doesn't really count.
Yeah.
Cash at CCTV has a 60% win rate for the defenders. Now, you wouldn't necessarily know it if you looked at this actual series, as it's been won by the attackers every single round it's been played. So a bit abnormal. It's definitely bucking the trend. But when you look at the 3 main bomb sites, they're all played differently. There's some similarities on this top floor. Eventually something's going to break, and the defenders are ideally going to pick up 1 in that rotation. We've only got 2 more rounds to go for Shopify Rebellion to not choke this lead and go back to overtime for the 2nd night in a row.
Thought maybe we'd see something fast and aggressive from Oxygen after the attack timeout. You do see that often for teams, but not wanting to risk it as their opponents sit on map point. Instead, it's a classic push from Jacuzzi. Going to be open first. Still some pressure over towards the cash clear too, but most of these players sitting up and above the bomb site. They're going to work on this util. There's no castle being played this time around, nor is there an Azami, as of course she's banned out. The Flores drone just hunting for any cameras, any bandit batteries that he can find. There's honestly not that much for him to clear out.
No, but he got good utility from that. I mean, the other thing you need to keep in mind is that, albeit on a timer, a Flores drone can still maneuver defenders better than a regular drone, and it gains information. So at worst, you're just bringing an op with 4 more drones that are, you know, time sensitive.
Gomez all alone here as his team tries to work the site. If he dies, that's a lot of pressure relieved for Shopify Rebellion.
Now he's standing alone on that breach right now inside of CCTV. Ambi and Canadian are not far removed. Gomez is admittedly holding down 2 players on the side of Shopify Rebellion. That means that a site execute would presumably be a 4v3 favoring OXG. Ambi knows that there's somebody here. He wins the engagement against Gomez. Canadian was not far off. Canadian will now sound the alarm bells outside on the Raptors, but Newer's walks in. Good God, 3 kills for OXG in very short order. And the 2 players off site are all that is left standing. Yaga reduces that to just Ambi, and Hat finds the final kill. 5 unanswered frags for OXG, all off of the back of Newers. That is a back-breaking round, and OXG push us to the final round of regulation.
New crew stand up. What a ridiculous play. Everything was falling to pieces on the other side of the map, but Newers just said, what if I hit the site? That was a nice clear on Ambi, but this just didn't matter. Newers got so deep and they had no idea lining up for him. Nobody could respond. He found the gap and he hit it. That's the play that starts to win games, and Newers has stepped up so huge for Oxygen Esports. He has the best KD ratio on attack out of any player on offense, and plays like that are exactly why entered into this day with a 1.58 on offense. It's probably going to go up after this game against Shopify. He and the team have got to do it one more time, but after they deny the comeback from the TAC timeout, after they close out a round that realistically Shopify Rebellion looked like they were in the lead for, does the mental get shot? Do echoes of Astralis from 2 years ago come back to haunt this roster?
It's a weird feeling with this series. I don't know if you've picked up on it as well, where maybe it's just the way that Shopify Rebellion have approached their matchups, but it almost feels like they're fighting from behind every single map, even when they're in the lead.
Yeah.
This 6-2 scoreline feels like 35 minutes ago. Very little confidence has come from that Rebellion bench. A pivotal round, and boy, oh boy, would this not break the hearts of OXG fans if after the last 10 minutes of domination from OXG, it was Shopify Rebellion to win the round and win the map.
Canadian started the round inside of Kitchen, as he so often does. He dropped pretty early. It's well known that the captain likes to start rounds aggressive in that spot.
This is the smoke clash play that we saw previously.
Yeah.
It was against FaZe Clan, wasn't it? Can't remember which team it was against in particular, but it was an innovative strategy where Surf is effectively unstoppable, but Gomez is right into it. They knew exactly how to play it. They saw Ambi's feet on the stairs, and now it's Surf in a very rough shape. If he tries to escape from this predicament, he might not do it with his life intact. Canadians Nitro Cell from below finds success yet again, but the advantage swings right back to OXG as Hat punishes Surf. A 4v3, 90 seconds have been eclipsed in the round. Oxygen with 4 players can now put 2 bodies on main stairs, 1 on a hatch and 1 over towards blue, and spread themselves out. Not too thin, though. They've still got the Blackbeard as well. Meanwhile, on Shopify Rebellion side, they lost the shield.
It's honestly such a big 2K coming out from Oxygen. A ton of utility was just cleared out, as 2 full operators worth of util was dedicated to those main stairs. Yes, Canadian gets a trade back with the Nitro, but I mean, Gomez did his job on the Ram. The vert play was successful. Now with 45 seconds, can they convert the execute? They're gonna play kitchen hatch, they're gonna have players main stairs, and Newers through blue.
They'll flash down, and Newers shreds through Grixer. Canadian with 2 kills so far. He's got all of them for his team in this round. He's down for the count. It's Rexon to now clutch as he tries to retake. A beautiful set of shots from Rexon, but now he has to deal with a Blackbeard one-on-one, and his position inside of Church well known. He has no read on Yaga. Holding down the angle on the right. Now Rexon gets a good idea, but a very, very tough shot will need to be made. Gunfire goes in. Yaga exposed for a second. Rexon will take up ground ever closer. Shotgun out. Trying to find Yaga, but Yaga's playing this one so well. Yaga's prepared and ready for it. 4 rounds in a row. OXG sends us to overtime.
And he just plays it perfect. There's no way with the Blackbeard, Rexon put it all on the line, but he couldn't find the final one.
Focus up, let's go, we got this!
How did Rebellion choke this all the way to overtime? It's been brilliant play. They've read into every move that Shopify Rebellion have made. Oxygen have somehow pulled this back from the brink. Surf on the clash, fumbling things. Newers a great entry in through blue, as we discussed. These were some disgusting shots, but nobody's gonna remember these if Shopify Rebellion don't win this OT.
And it's on the OXG skin, too, to add insult to injury.
That's a beauty.
Warden with the OXG skin, chasing down Oxygen. We have quite the series on our hands, Jesse.
And how do you not let that get to you? I mean, listen, Shopify Rebellion is a very experienced core. Canadian, the most experienced player in North America. Rexon and Grixter have been playing together for years and years. Ambi is young for sure, but still, this is his second Invitational. He is by no means new. And even Surf, it's his third event. Feels like a bit of a newer addition to this roster, but he's been to multiple international tournaments before this. He was the best player for the Sonics back inside of Montreal. Now more than ever, they need to buckle down. Things could very easily slip away. Nobody thought Oxygen could complete this game, but they're just 2 rounds away.
The unthinkable really does seem like it's happening here on Clubhouse. I don't think we wrote off OXG too soon, but based on everything we saw and those first 2 rounds of the second half, it sure looked like Shopify Rebellion would be skating to a victory. One of the biggest focuses on this bomb site is opening up that CCTV breach. It has been accomplished. As Oxygen use some EMPs, they use some Zofia stuns, 2 more explosives in the lifeline for Gomez await as Hat is wondering, should one of these defenders take up space over by the breach? He will be prepared and waiting for it.
This is kind of where the decision needs to be made, though, from Oxygen. Are you committing to clearing Master and going through construction, or are you going to take Raptors? You have to take one, surely. Neither is easy.
This has not been an objective-based game at all. Only 3 diffusers have been planted at this point. Shopify with 1, Shopify Rebellion with 1, OXG with 2. Taking down Yaga early is very good for these defending players, especially given that it was a Ying. No more Candelas, no smokes on the board. She not bring smokes, admittedly.
They're stalling a bit here, Parker.
I was gonna say, I mean, you've lost your greatest asset to get into the bomb site, which are those Candelas. But again, this has not been an objective-focused map. So if you can go for kills, you will have an advantage. Hat eliminating Ambi inside a garage might have just freed up a huge way to the bomb site, but there's one more line of defense, and that's Rexon. Playing on rafters with Doc, with the stim pistols. It's a very powerful spot for this defender to be in, but you're running out of time, only 30 seconds left.
You know exactly where he is. They have to put pressure on him quickly. Here come the flashbangs. That might be enough.
Oh my God. They're dropping anvils on Rexon, and finally one connects as Hat picks up his second kill, and he can march forward with 13 to his name. Gomez looking for the free and clear read. Surf shuts him down. Back to a 3v3. Diffuser in the hands of Diaz, a split push, but they don't outduel Surf at all. OXG cannot Surf, and Shopify Rebellion move to map point again. 5th time's a charm, right, Jesse?
Oh my God, Surf. Incredible play in the late rounds. Once again, he was the single best North American player at the Montreal Major. He had so many good moments back at the last tournament. He's been good at this one too. He's not quite been as much of a showstopper, but he showed exactly why he can put up such big numbers. Playing top red, he played that really well. Oxygen, I think, you know, played that as well as they could have too. It was tough losing that first gunfight, but they responded really well. They were put into an awkward spot, losing their Ying immediately as that round started.
Good job, Tame.
Started to pull it back, but the time was so low, they panicked just a little bit at the end, and that opened up the door for Surf. He's now at 12 frags through just this second map. 1 behind the dual top frags of OXG, 13 and 13 from Hat and Newers, the longest and shortest standing players on the team.
We do have an update on the B stream. As we said, we will be saying goodbye to teams today. If you are not abreast of what was going on in that CAG M80 matchup, well, here we are to give you the deets. Spoilers inbound, of course. After yesterday's issues, M80 battled as best as they could, but it was not enough as they get overpowered by Cyclops, who take the series 2-0. M80 is the first team to go home today. Another North American team will join them in short order. It could be in 6 minutes, it could be in an hour or so, depending on what happens here with Oxygen and Shopify Rebellion.
No risk being taken from Oxygen on this game. They're going to sit everyone down inside a site. They don't want to go aggressive. I think when the pressure is the highest, that's often the right call. Force Rebellion to make the moves in this round. Force them to full clear the map. Don't give them an easy early pick. Let this one burn. It's going to be a slow push. There's a lot of util to clear on through. Canadian on the collie, by the way. What on earth is he going to do with a sniper rifle for a basement execute? I'm intrigued. I'll tell you that.
I like Troy, obviously. He is not necessarily known for his mechanical ability. On Kali, it's a heavy mechanical-based operator. I agree with you. I mean, he's obviously going to try to open up these hatches here, but a Thatcher works as well. Kali suggests to me that they're going to try to fight long lines of sight and paralyze OXG.
Yes. The problem is there's not really many long lines of sight on this bomb site at all.
I guess maybe if you stay upstairs, or maybe he goes over towards blue. But if you're in blue, you're very exposed as a Kali.
Moto hatch gets open, the tricking not successful. They'll save the last flaw for the main wall.
Down goes Newers at the hands of Rexon. They dropped the ball through 4 rounds. They could not close out this map. They had to go to overtime to potentially do it. And with that pick on to Newers, things seem to be trending in the right direction for Shopify Rebellion. Now it's Diaz taking some damage over to, oh my God, over towards the back of the bomb site. Rexon yet another. The 2 big threats down for the count. Yaga and Diaz are the only 2 players on OXG with a pulse still on them. 4 players, 5 players from Shopify Rebellion getting closer to the bomb site. Yaga, though, holding court. 2 players on the side of the Rebellion falter. Diaz will have to watch the hatch and blue, but there will be no drop. 10 seconds to go. Another from Yaga. There's no way. Looking for a 4th. He gets the down on Rexon.
What?
And the ace for the Yacht Dog.
Focus up. One more round. Focus up. Let's go.
Shopify Rebellion are their own worst enemies.
One more fucking round. Focus up.
Can't lie, I thought the game was over. One more round.
Lock the fuck in. One more round. We got this.
I am lost for words, Jesse.
That might be the clutch of the tournament. If OXG can win this final round, an ace for Yaga, getting all 5. I was ready to pack up. I was closing my notes. It was a 2v5. How do you let that one slip? The SMG-11 looks so easy in the hands of Yaga, but that is one of the hardest guns to get all 5 with. He makes it happen. Shopify Rebellion, they funneled in through Moto. He was holding the angle the whole time. Yaga doubles his kill count on this map in a single round by finding all 5 frags. And now they get to go move on to the attack. Their better side as a team to close this one out. 1 round separates Oxygen from moving on and eliminating Shopify Rebellion from the lower bracket of SI.
I've seen a lot of things in my tenure as a caster, but that clutch is something special. This has really been a battle of the Titans so far, and we might not need a 3rd map. Border is on the docket. If Shopify Rebellion persevere, it seemed like a given only 20 minutes ago that we would be going to Border quickly, but no, Oxygen had other ideas.
Yaga at the start of this year faced so much criticism. He did not start off strong. Stats in stage 1 of the NAL were rough. What a hero he's been today, though. Canadian forced again outside of Kitchen. They know that position. They know he likes to play it, so he falls off it early. That means that there are now no more aggressive players on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Everybody down in the basement. Yaga will once again equip a shield. This time it's a blitz. And it's a very similar round to when Yaga won that 1v1 on Blackbeard. Very patient, passive play from the Rebellion. They fall back to site. They don't want to take any risks. OXG clear the top floor with drones. They clear it with the shield. And it's going to be a late, heavy man count execute. Lots of people will be alive. There'll be lots of chaos.
I'm still stunned. If I'm stunned, imagine what the players must be feeling at this point. Even OXG said they thought it was over in the comms that transpired after Yaga's clutch. No creative hold onto this main stairs, though. Shopify Rebellion are 2 for 2 with nitro cells.
They are.
Count your lucky stars. It's actually Canadian who's gotten 3 kills from 2 nitro cells in the same spot. He's not in a position to actively fight this engagement, though. He's been jostling these car batteries around on the wall to keep Church intact. Yaga's found an opportunity to go for a split push over towards Dirt Tunnel. That should gain some suspicion from the defenders. Oxygen cannot stall out here. They are too good of a team on attack. They have such weight on their shoulders. Neither team giving an inch with 30 seconds left in our final round of Clubhouse.
Diffuse Kid's gonna come kitchen. It's held by Hat. He's gonna be the main point of focus. They have to shut him down on the Rebellion.
And it's time for Shopify Rebellion to litter the bomb site with everything that can stop this plant from occurring. Gomez eliminating Grixer. That's not good news. Now the drop from Hat will come in. He survives for now. The blitz is in the bomb site. Yaga has slipped through. Gomez gets one as well. Canadian, the most tenured player here. And it accounts to nothing.
That's what I'm fucking talking about.
A flawless end to the series for OXG. Only moments after Yaga broke their backs with an ace. Shopify Rebellion goes home. OXG moves on.
How do you just play the game of his career and he's looking like nothing happened?
They came in with so many expectations on their shoulder, getting picked up by what has become one of the biggest orgs in all of esports. Snatched up at the 11th hour after Sonics imploded as an organization. And people had them not just in the top 6, but potentially contending to win the entire event. And they go home very early on. Long faces there. They'll go back to the drawing board. OXG, though, what a performance. Constantly doubted, constantly written off. Shopify Rebellion had 5 opportunities, 6 technically, to close out that series. They couldn't get it done, and there was new life breathed into this OXG team. They have a date with G2 later today. My God, what a 2-map series that was, Jesse. We get a break, but the analysts, well, they get to tell us what they thought about that bash. We'll be back in a few moments.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 ba Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
We're speaking to Had after a very close second map. You keep yourself alive in the competition. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I wasn't very composed in the second map, but we got it done like we always do. All we just talk about is getting it done, and we did today. You know, some rounds we shouldn't have won, but we did, and it just happens as it goes.
The last time you played Lair against your opponents today was in NAL. That was a 8-6 or 6-8 loss for you guys. This time around, you turned it around. What do you think was the main reason for that?
The main reason, that whole NAL stage was bad from us. We should have beat them. We both know it. They weren't the best on the Lair, and we showed it again.
That's awesome. Well, then you had a difficult start on map 2. How do you force this comeback, especially with the map being so close in the end?
Honestly, it's not forcing anything. Like, we know how good we are as a team, what we can accomplish together. We just keep playing together, communicating and trusting each other, and look what happens. You pull off comeback victories.
And then having to send home another NA team is kind of like a friendly fire. Is this something you feel sorry about, or is this something that's part of the process?
It's just part of the process. We both know there's friendly toward each other, but at the end of the day, we just want to play the game and make some money and win invite.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, you have a busy day, though, because there's another game against G2 later today. How are you going to prepare for that one?
We're just going to prepare the same way we do for every team, go through the map bands, look at their maps, look at our maps, and play the game.
Awesome. Well, best of luck, and thank you so much for your time.
They were absolutely playing the game, and they were playing with our hearts here, Oxygen, just pushing it deep between them and Rebellion on both of our maps, Lax.
I mean, you're talking about new hearts. These guys got a new set of lungs with the oxygen they're taking in. They are taking a big, deep breath and a big exhale after that huge comeback, going down a 5-2 and bringing that back and close it out in 8-7. I mean, tremendous plays from Oxygen players from all across the board. Where Fox, I questioned it. I thought you don't bring Oxygen to a map that's default. And to be fair, I was going on your side that, okay, Shopify's going to take this. We're going to see map 3. Absolutely not. Oxygen immediately take away all of Shopify Rebellion's air in those lugs.
I mean, it was a really close matchup. Obviously, once OXG got on the attack, they were cooking. I mean, the aggression, the way that they were getting the map and playing off of each other. I mean, Club is a fundamental map, but the way that OXG was doing it and the creativity that we did see from OXG's attacks, especially using the shields, also got to commend Yogg for his shield play, because whenever Yogg came into the scene, he was never a shield player. And once I departed from the team, he became that new shield player. Phenomenal shield play from Yogg and him as a whole. And that was really amazing from him.
So were you saying he was just doing it better than you? So realistically, he should have been on it from the get-go?
I mean, it took some time. They needed some 2 years to develop, but they've developed. They were here. That was a hard-fought game. It was really well played. And again, the attacks for Oxygen really what carried them through.
It was Pog with the Yogg here at OXG. They snuff out Shopify Rebellion, but a close matchup, 8-6, 8-7. We have to go all the way, Des, for this one to decide it on. But what a matchup that we've had in this all North American game. Gotta say, we're expecting something completely different out of it, but we have to talk about plays, explosive ones specifically.
Very explosive ones. Even though Shopify Rebellion did fall out, there was a really nice C4 to show, just so that you can use in your own rank game. I mean, this strategy of Ambi holding the main stairs with the shotgun, he did a great job to stay alive, but Canadian to be able to rotate, use the holes that OXG made for them, use it against OXG to get it onto the stairs. Because sometimes you're anticipating the C4 right above on the floor. OXG thought they were safe. There was a guy prone on the platform. And then the C4 lined up and dropped right on top of him. That was really well played. That's the IGL play. So shout out to Shopify Rebellion. They ended up falling out in the end, but there was some good stuff out of them.
Do you think it was a little similar there? You know how in golf they say 4 when you hit a ball super far? Detroit goes C4!
Kobe. I mean, Canadians been playing this spot since, what, 2016? Since Nitro cells have been introduced into the games.
Canadian C4s is like bread and butter.
Yeah, and specifically this spot back in the day, the Pulse main that would run this spot with Nitros, but he moved out of that armory and he's got a completely different spot to play through here. But of course, it is a disappointment if anything. Yeah. If you're a North American fans, everybody's been hyping up Shopify Rebellion at the start. This is the cream of the crop of NA, but it's OXG, the underdogs in this game that have made it back, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, we, as everyone as a whole here, believe that Shopify Rebellion were the hardest hitting NA team, and they are the first one to exit from NA. That is insane to think about, but it's not insane if you've been watching the games, because Oxygen came here far more prepared, far more developed. It might have took 2 years, but the fact is they got it done. They're here. They're making a presence. They're making a statement.
And they play G2 later.
Okay. That's not a little EU bias right there.
SSG did it. I don't see why OXG can't.
Facts.
Okay, that's Copian. That's some Copian up there. But you know what? I love it. I love to see it. I love these sorts of stories that are coming out of OXG. However, if you want to learn something for your own games, you got to pull up a bit and go Sherlock Holmes on this, because it's time for the detail, brought to you by a Blackletter sponsor here at SI25. Please go ahead.
Listen, you cannot not talk about this clip from Yogg. I mean, realistically, great heads-up play from Yogg here, being able to transition, looking at the main stairs to instantly moto, and just pivoting back and forth, doing all these mental gymnastics of where are they going to come from, how is he going to take these 1v1 engagements. As great of a play that is a huge mistake from Shopify Rebellion, not just being able to single out Yaga, but it goes to show, if you can't put the pressure on, Yaga's going to apply it to you and just bring that round back, and that was the nail in the coffin for Shopify Rebellion, that they could not close that out, and Yogg completely just sealed the deal there.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think I've ever seen Yogg that excited in my life. Even in the cam, he still looked very cool. He was like, yeah, let's go. But that round in itself, I mean, yes, huge fumble from Shopify Rebellion, giving them the 1v1s, but some really nice placed shots from Yogg. And obviously, I agree, once that momentum is crushed, you lose a 2v5 going into the last round. I mean, OXG just had to execute, and it looked like it was them from the moment that clutch happened.
Learn about power positions, black box, and the minibar. Great spots to be in Church. But for those that missed it, it's not the only NA team that's kind of taking shots here. Shopify Rebellion. CAG versus M80 just ended, so we'll go through a bit of that and then get ready for our next matchup. See you in a bit.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
Blame him, that's a crazy angle, but still, every single death from M80 was a 1v1 or they got backstabbed, unable to fight back.
M80 have really struggled in the opening engagements in the last couple of rounds. That's 3 in a row where it's been M80, rather CAG, finding that opening kill. M80, credit to them, managed to win 2 rounds despite that, but you can't keep up that momentum forever. It comes down to CAG not keeping up that pace. And what we saw just then was, as you said, M80 finding that early advantage and then just locking things in, especially on a bomb site like that where M80 need to have a lot of map control. It's never going to pan out.
We've seen CAG spread thin on a big map control-oriented bomb site. Now we gotta see them attack basement, which can play out of 2 ways. Either hit the bomb site directly, from those external breaches, or you have to deal with the roam. We see the Vigil, the castle, that same similar setup as before. They want to get active for M80 on the map. CAG don't answer with like a Jackal, for example. They got Dokipi showing up, and it can be great, but Dokipi only works when you're inside the building. So this early entry from Shurib saying, I'm gonna get in there, apply some pressure, might catch Gunner off guard. If they can get the phone call in 20 seconds time, then Shurib will have info to work with. Oh, good ping.
Oh, wow. Gunner not engaging his disruptor because he doesn't think there are drones on him. He doesn't realize he's been spotted. Another drone sees him. There's actually more than just that. Takes a bit of damage. Actually managed to dodge those bullets. Tries to deal damage out the other direction. Tempted to make a rotate. Back into command center as he falls on back. Looking to poise blue. He falls back. Yeah, Packer's got a punch holder. This is an old school strat.
There's no catch though. CAG, they're pushing, they're shoving away the roamers of M80, but there's no... They're gonna find them, they're gonna meet them somewhere. So sure, this is great, we're getting map control, but you're not gonna get any kills. And Packer is top aqua stairs, 50-50 gunfight.
Is Packer aware of it? I don't think his barrel is exposed around the corner as of yet. Black Ray hyper aware, cautious of that position. Shuri putting a little bit of pressure on. Drone's about to come out. Packer's here with a shotgun. He's not going to swing. He's just going to fall back. Like you said, though, there's no anvil to this hammer from CAG. The only anvil available is Chibisu on this window, and Paka seems seemingly aware of it. Nade goes down, shotgun in hand, flash comes through. We need the kill delivered here by CAG.
They don't swing.
Goes for a reload, shotgun still with Diffuser supporting him. Shurip eventually finds one, but it's not enough because Paka is farming here with the super shorty. M80 on this roam have won the exchange, and CAG still desperately trying to find the rats in the walls.
Disaster. They had a nade in pocket, a spare flashbang. I mean, they had so many ways to deal with that corner without swinging for the gunfight. And Pagger, he's gotten out. He's gotten away with it. 2K. This can change things massively because CAG's attack is falling apart. They find one, go back to a 3-on-3. But this is not going to be clean. This will get messy.
One roamer still at large on the top floor means it's a 2v1 on site.
Another one.
Now a 3v1 on site. Parker rotates back, trying to support. He does have vertical angles. It's all up to Kino, the lone anchor here for M80. As CAG start to put the pressure on. Packer's been red. How do M80 fumble this round? CAG are the ones doing the cagging today. And Kino has to clutch up.
That fire's going to last for the next 10 seconds or so. It's in stock. We want to go for plant for a kill.
Forcing the plant down. C4 in hand. Another flashbang. It won't matter against the warning. C4 doesn't deny the plant. Seemingly shot out of the air. And Chibisu swings him. It's series point for the Japanese against M80.
How does Pagger get the 2-kill with the shotgun, get away from that corner, and survive to be the second last player alive, and still M80 they lose out in the round? It's a 5v3. A 4v3, there was a 3-on-3, and the numbers kept favoring CAG afterwards. Ridiculous play. We saw Gunnar with the backup. It was a full commitment from 3 separate defenders to make that play work, and still, they can't finish the round.
Wow. M80 had so much going for them.
They had everything going for them.
I cannot believe CAG first. They fumbled that position. They surely should have had the kill onto Paka.
They had nades and flashbangs.
Gunnar and Diffuser trying to support the position. Credit to M80. They played it well. They baited Paka.
Yeah.
But CAG still had the util to get that done. They lost the exchange on the roam. Paka goes back upstairs, and CAG say, we don't even care.
Yeah. I got it. Shironiko is hitting the most disgusting shots on all the roamers. He's currently 4-7. He's got a 2 or 3K in that round. The amount of value that each of those individual gunfights had was incredible, because every single one of those flanks from 80, that could have been the round-winning moment that takes them to match point. Now, they're looking against match point, and this might be their final round at this event if they can't make it work.
CAG, in their 4th-6 Invitational, finally broke free of the shackles of group stage that they have faced 3 times before. The best they've ever done at an international event was top 12. Sorry, top 12 at the Jönköping Major, which is a hell of a long time ago. Yeah. And they're going to get top 12 again if they just win this next round. It's on M80 to push it into overtime on this defensive side, where they have struggled all map long.
What we gotta see from CAG here is look at how M80 are attacking. Step 1, get the breach. That's great. Step 2, get another breach somewhere else. And then they just gotta figure out where is our attack gonna be coming from. Previously, CAG, they relied on Chibisu finding those interkills as the Finka. That was the win condition. That's how they won the round. But you can't always rely on winning gunfights. I want to see CAG strategically play this round correctly, because looking at their attacker lineup, they got utility. EMPs, hard destruction, soft destruction. They don't have any cheese operators. There's no Capital, Grim, Ying, Shields. They gotta play together. They need each other. Paul goes out. Gonna give some intel for them. I'm just gonna happen just yet. We sit in this window, take the 50-50, nobody's there.
Map control taken though. Rafters position established here for CAG. Reinforced off the rotate hole, and the mirror now punched. M80 just peeling back and trying to solidify their positions on site.
I want to see the vision though. The Kite being put down. No EMPs in pocket of Shironiko. Maybe Walt and I will come back to bite them. Because CAG can't find the entry. They'll have to force it. So on one side, reinforced walls. Another, deployable shield, and a shotgun behind it. I will say, there is no ADS. There is no 1-my magnet. If Sophia rotates over, they could break the shield. But look at that. Sophia doesn't have any soft destruction left. It was spent earlier to try and deal with the bandit. Now maybe they're reinforcing more walls. So they're limiting how many ways CAG on positions they can attack from. Maybe have a great read on this, and I do fear that the only way for CAG is to just brute force it, catwalk IT, and it's gonna get really bloody very quickly.
Just waiting for their moment. M80 don't want to expose themselves, but they do anyway. Shuri's found the kill onto Kino. Just patience. It's a virtue that is rewarded here for the Japanese as they look for more and sprint into the side. Black Ray has found another. It's now up to the Manchester Major champion, MVP himself, with no C4 to speak of and no hope in this world. On a dangerous day, it's...
We're speaking to Sharip from CAG after a victory, and we have Victor here to translate the interview for us. Thank you so much. The first question, Sharip, how are you feeling after this victory?
この勝利おめでとうございます。どのような気持ちでしょうか。
いやグループ突破も初めてで、セリ2の一勝大事な場所をしっかり勝ったので、このまま行きたいっていう気持ちです。
So yeah, first that was the first group time for me. Now we go to round 2. We won this one as well, so we want to keep it up and just go further and further.
Definitely understandable. This is also the first SI for you. What does it mean to be able to compete at this event?
シューリップ選手はこの最初の SI なんですけれども、これはどのような気持ちでしょうか。それはなんか大事なポイントは何でしょうか。
やっぱり折れない気持ちですかね。
折れない？
折れない。
折れない。
壊れない気持ち。
So it's like something you can't just understand. It's like something you like very, very unique feeling to be here.
I definitely understand that. Now, M80 is definitely a difficult team to take down, but you made it look easy. What do you think was the main key to victory today?
M80 は結構強いチームなんですけれども、なんか簡単に勝利できたらしいなんですけれども、この勝利のメインポイントは肝要なポイントは何でしたか？
やっぱりもう本当に1日でずっとコーチが夜な夜な対策してくれて、本当にその通りで来てくれるんで、結構それが簡単に勝った理由ですかね。
So yeah, our coach was spent like the whole day, just prepping the whole plan for this. So it actually panned out the same way he figured out it's going to be. So that was the key to our victory, our coach's work.
All right, so then another question, I guess, about your coach and all the prep that you have, because you have a second game today against Unwanted. What's the plan going to be for that one?
対策といえばなんか今日はまだ一つの試合があるんですけれども、アメリカの Unwanted、この試合のためのプランは何でしょうか。
とりあえず選手は1回みんな寝て、あとは DD が寝てる間にまた対策してくれるので、終わったらそれを聞いてやります。
So first of all the players will go to sleep now, and DD will stay awake, plan for us, then we wake up, we can listen to him, and we go to the next match prepped.
All right, well, awesome. Thanks so much for your time, and enjoy your nap then.
It is nappy time here at SI for CAG, at least as they get ready for their matchup later. Between Shurip and his style and seeing Anatun and how huge his arms are in general, I think the squad has been an absolute pleasure. And hey, man, it looks great. It looks great, but it must feel terrible for M80 on the other side to get cagged.
Yeah, it was an incredible result for CAG. I would say at Milos, we were gagging for a cagging, and we got a cagging. That's what we got today. 2-0 over M80, and that's a roster that I've once described as too big to fail, Leo.
Yeah, and you have to say, like, they were facing one of the most unpredictable roster in this event, right? I mean, they are the ones known to be knocking off the Titans, and then for some reasons, at some point, they will lose. But their gameplay, their unpredictability is such a great test against new teams, and that's the case for the M80.
I just love that every single time there's these opportunities, APAC fans are always having something to cheer for, right? Coming into this PSG Talon, we'll see what the changes. It didn't work out. Scars fans also in the dumpsters. And then here, you're looking at CAG fans are there. I know that there are people right now in Ireland that are big fans of CAG, you know who you are, that have been behind them for the past few years. And you know what? They were gagging for it. They got it at the end.
I think what's most impressive about that is they went through the group of death as well. They've played through FaZe, Furia, Shopify, Secret, and then they've got into the bracket, they get M80. They also win that. Like, honestly, so good.
They've slowly elevated their playstyle. Like, I think they've added the base of fundamentals. They're still, I would say, lackluster compared to other teams, right? But they play into their meta really well. And I think they've been abusing, especially the new shields like Blackbeard, a lot. It's been working for them.
Now we have to move on to our next matchup on A stream. It is an all-Brazilian FaZe versus Team Liquid, El Classico, for the region that we've been seeing for many, many years. There's been a lot of interchange between these two squads over those years, and I think we've seen them play at least twice in the past, right?
Yeah, we've seen them play time and time again. Obviously, they are Brazilian rivals inside of their domestic region, so they play a lot, but they find way to each other at international events. You can see just from these arrival pictures, the guys are also very good friends. It's a common case with our Brazilian players as well.
Yeah, of course, friends in the server, but then when it comes to the game, obviously, they will face each other. And if you look at this, we were not lying by saying it was an iconic matchup. 40 total face-off, and just barely, FaZe are winning them.
So it's more than 2.
Oh, yeah.
My numbers are
way
correct.
more than 2.
I will say at an international level, I think it's around 10 fixtures that they've played on like S-tier events only. Liquid, for the most part, have absolutely dominated historically on the international stage.
On the highest stakes, they are the ones that are taking it usually.
That is an odd thing to look at, because if you're going through in their region in Brazil, that's not always the case, but they've been to 1 million in one of these events, both of them.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how many events they've attended. Like, if you look at this, 21 events on the side of FaZe and event 17, like, that's long careers, that's prestigious organizations, that's such legendary rosters for Brazil. But then if you look at how many they've won, oof, only 1 each.
Just 1. Obviously, that was FaZe in 2021 with the Yavla Major, and then Team Liquid all the way back at Atlantic City Pro League Finals. Now, both of these two teams have competed in 1-6 Invitational Final each as well, and they both lost it as well.
And they lost it to a Brazilian team. Both
and
of
lost
them.
it to a Brazilian team.
That was Liquid losing to NIP back in Paris in 2021, one of the 2 lockdown SIs. And of course, FaZe losing last year to the eventual champions of W7M, and now Furia. So yeah, that trophy has been pretty far away. However, Liquid have had many trophies to lift domestically, but that's the difference. You can never know how 2 Brazilian teams will play internationally versus how they play in their own region. But maybe there are some numbers that can shed a bit of light on how they play.
You've got to ask yourself, what's the reason these two teams that were previously SI Grand Finalists are in this position? Like, they might get first rounded in a phase 2, into playoffs. That's huge for these guys. Well, if you look at their results at this event, their attacker side has been so weak. They've actually, FaZe is the 15th worst, and Team Liquid the 13th worst. And if you take into account 5 teams that were eliminated so far, they're actually really, really bad compared to the active teams. Right?
And we keep harping on about why attack win rate, don't we, Leo? I think it's how we judge whether a team is good or not. Why is that? Because when you're on defense, of course, you're going to have talent and you're going to have your positions, and teams have to attack into you. It's so much more comfortable. Whereas when you're attacking, you have to be the ones that are setting the pace with that coordination. And currently, both of these teams are off the boil with that regards, and that's showing in their attack win rate.
It's odd to say that because FaZe used to be known for being the most coordinated team in Brazil and out of it also when representing the region internationally. Of course, they are our first team on the chopping block for this game. Do they have what it takes? Because this is elimination. Somebody is leaving SI once they lose this game.
Of course they have what it takes. They competed at the last 6 Invitational Grand Final, Milosh. They are a really, really high quality team. They've not quite got it cooking on attack. And I think also on an individual basis, you need at a tournament, you need all of your strategy to work well. Your map vetoes, everything to come in line. But you also need players on an individual basis to have good tournaments. You can see here, KDS, 0.65 KPR, 95 EPS, not the best tournament so far. Cyber alongside him, another, I would say, wildcard in terms of this roster particularly. We're used to seeing him absolutely dominating in the server, going negative, 0.7 KPR. The big hitters for FaZe right now are not turning up.
Their backline is strong, but the entry fighters are missing right now. You only have one player that's going in Sandy, and it's a big problem right now. Like, you need to have these players step up. It's not a question of quality. Going against one of the teams that they know the most, this should be comfortable for them.
Now, Liquid on the other side, you know, last year in Brazil, they were so close to making it to that main stage, and they got taken down by M80, kind of knocking them out of the tournament. What happens here? Can they make it to that main stage in Boston?
It's a similar story, right? You've got amazing players on this roster. You've got such a good cohesion. Yes, it's a different playstyle, but these guys also are some of the favorites. And if you look at the entry rate, it's a big story for them as well. They're amazing at entry. Look at resets, 17-6, 14-7. These guys are winning so many opening engagements, and yet they're struggling to convert these rounds. What they need to tighten up right now is their discipline in shutting down people aggressing them.
Jack, I don't think there's a good and easy way to split between these two teams, because it seems like on paper, we would have a banger. Let's look back at Manchester for just a moment. But what happens between the two today? Because there has to be extra pressure, and they both folded under pressure in the past.
I think they're both going to take some comfort in the fact that they're against a very familiar opponent. Obviously, they're used to playing this opponent very, very often and on a LAN environment. So from that, in a way, it's more familiar than it is unfamiliar. However, I think especially for that Liquid squad that we just saw, there's so much pressure because we keep saying it time and time again, but it's maybe last chance saloon for Nesk and Palu to get over the line. If they're going to win absolutely anything, this is where they really now have to step up. And the same for FaZe. Competed at 6 Invitational Final last year. Nobody expected them to be going out in the first round of the bracket. 2 teams here. We've got 2 teams in this fixture. One of them has to go home, and both of them are too big to fail.
It's actually impressive how much this means to them. If you look at this, like they've been talking to each other for minutes now. It's very long. Usually that setup with you guys, that takes like 2 or 3 minutes maximum. These guys have been speaking for a very long time. You've seen the coach speaking, you've seen Lagonis speaking, all the heads, all the leadership. They're speaking right now. They know how much it means. These guys should never be eliminated so early in the tournament, and one of them will have to go.
So what happens now with our maps? Of course, the players are getting ready, but their staff has already got things together for their map bans and picks for it. Jack, can you please take us through the first bit of it?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we're going to see Skyscraper and Bank removed by Team Liquid. Skyscraper's becoming one of their permabans. Bank is a map that they've lost at this event as well and is lower down the preference order. For FaZe, again, pretty much
Chalet
2
border.
permabans. Chalet border, every single map veto, apart from one that they allowed it through against CAG and lost it. And therefore, that's going to leave Liquid open to pick into Nighthaven laps. Very, very high preference for them. They've played it once at this event. They've won it once. Crucially, though, their opponents FaZe have played it 3 times, won it once against Team Secret, and have played over 40 rounds of Nighthaven at this map.
And that's huge for a team that is so well versed into counter-striking. 40 rounds in a matter of 1 week. All of this recent data and VOD you need to analyze, that's very interesting for them. Now, if you look at FaZe, they're picking into Cafe, and that might come as a surprise because we haven't seen Cafe being played by FaZe so far, but it's because teams don't want to verse them on it. It's a really strong map for them, and they've beat Furia during Brazil Finals just about a month ago.
It's a big surprise for me as well because FaZe absolutely love Lair, and that's a map that Liquid cannot win at this event, and it was available. Obviously, you'll see them take it away straight afterwards, and I think they might have got away with one there. We head to Consulate as the decider, which for both teams is high up the preference order. Both teams have played it twice at this event, and both teams have won it once at this event, so I think a very comfortable middle ground should we get there.
So what you're saying is we're going to have a banger of a game where these 2 teams trade blows constantly and incessantly on all 3 of our maps, going all the way in overtime.
Well, Emmy and Hap did a very, very long cast at the back end of yesterday.
Which means we will get them.
We're lining them up for a very, very long cast at the start of today as well. I will say, I think the one big thing just before we get into it is whether Liquid are going to have that Monty available inside of any of these maps. The only, one of their dominating attacking fixtures they had was when Monty was available.
So it's all about breaking records in more ways than one here at the Invitational. We've had players crossing the 1,000 kill line. Imagine, only at the Invitationals. That was Nesk and Cyber, but Palu's just behind them, and there's a lot more on the line than just survival here.
25 kills is all he needs to go and reach that threshold, and for me this is one more testament, one more argument of how big these 2 teams are, how legendary these players are, and how much it means for them to get eliminated so early in this tournament.
Shout out to our graphics team. I mean, honestly, the team is just doing great work with what we got.
Stuff. Yeah, the graphics have been absolutely incredible from production all event long. And I will say, these guys on your screen, these are some of the legends of Brazilian Rainbow Six Siege. You don't know what's going to happen to any of them after this event, especially because one of these 2 guys on your screen has to get first rounded in the bracket today, which is a massive disappointment because they have so much talent.
Shall I be the annoying voice in the room once more? How are we seeing this going? Let's talk about map 1. Predictions-wise, how do you see it go? Nighthaven, reminder for everyone.
Yeah. I think it's a strong pick for Liquid. I have to say, though, FaZe, yes, they did play 40 rounds of it, but the reason why they played 40 rounds of it against really tough teams is that they're not that weak on that map.
Yeah.
They're not weak at all. And if it wasn't for crazy caveira play from Forest, by the way, on the very last round of that map, they could have taken it. For me, it's not such a strong map for Team Liquid, and I can see FaZe picking that map and then going very strong on their second map pick on Cafe.
The one thing that I look at all 3 of these maps, by the way, and this is applicable to Labs, but also to Cafe and Consulate, generally can be quite difficult to attack onto.
Yeah.
And what have we said is the issue for both of these teams? It has been their attack win rates. So that's really going to be the big determining factor today as to who takes this. The entire best of 3 for me is which team can elevate their attacks enough.
Therefore, I think the Monty thing is a really big for me.
Yeah.
The fact that you have shields to break natural crossfires, natural chokehold is a big staple, right? If you're struggling in attack, usually that's the thing it's your backup plan, right? And they've been abusing it so far, and both of the teams have been. So now with many shields options, I'm expecting we see a lot of it.
You heard it here first on the SI Analyst. Shields are good. Speaking of good, though, we're going to have a chat with our casters who set up. It's Emmy Fluke. You've seen her a million one times here on the A stream, but Stein Happers had made it to the USA. There he is.
Thank you.
My man, how are we doing? How are we ready for our first A game?
I mean, I was afraid I was going to be suffering more from jet lag when I was starting up the event yesterday, but I've had absolutely no issues whatsoever. Had an instant 43 rounder going on, so, you know, I'm full of energy. I'm ready to go. I want to see this go to 45. You know, let's just up it a notch.
How do you feel after that, Emmy?
No. What a great game. Obviously, Hap has shown up for work yesterday, and, you know, I lost his voice on the first day.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine now. You know, had some tea.
Yeah, lovely. It was maybe one of the best series we've seen on the tournament. And it's only going to get better and better because then we get to come into this. El Classico, one of the many El Clasicos, El Classico.
Yeah.
El Classico indeed. So, my friends, please take it over. It's Hap, it's Emmy, and it's FaZe versus Liquid. We're all waiting for this game, and it's for all the marbles. You lose, you're out of the tournament.
Ooh, that's a little bit spicy now. Not last year, obviously. Both these teams had a much better run. But the year before, both these teams actually went out in this section. Lower bracket map 1, FaZe lost 1-2. Liquid also lost 1-2 in separate engagements. Now, well, one of them will keep themselves going, but one of them will be back haunted by a year they'd probably sooner forget.
Now, if we are looking over the past 365 days, these teams have faced off in 7 maps against one another. And those 7 maps have gone very one-sidedly to FaZe, 7-0. They've not lost a single map against Team Liquid this year. But we mentioned it yesterday. Statistics are meant to be broken at some point, so who knows? Liquid have been playing a bit of a different game as well, and their, percentages on attack and defense are actually quite close to one another, so having pretty similar performances so far.
Now, it's obviously the sort of side split of things of how these teams got here as well. FaZe, huge run. They were able to keep themselves going, and then, well, they fell, unfortunately, against SSG. It was 2 very close overtime maps, but, you know, when the difference is that sort of split and not finding themselves here, now they're on the lower bracket run. Liquid, unfortunately, another story. They've only been able to find victory on 1 series against Joel. Throughout this tournament so far, Joel themselves had their own problems, but you do wonder if there wasn't Joel in that group, if there was maybe a different team or a stronger team, or they're in a stronger group, would Liquid be either better from tougher competition or already gone?
Yeah, so that's the big question indeed. Of course, Joel didn't win a single match in their tournament here. So, you know, Liquid, all they had to do was just win a map and they were going to be there. They won 2 against Joel, won 1 against Unwanted, and won 1 against M80. Now, the M80 one was actually a very impressive map win. It was 7-1 on Nighthaven Labs. So they've shown in this tournament already that they can play the map that is about to be on your screens between these 2 teams. But these 2 teams have also faced off on Labs. And that is as recently as the Stage 2 Brazilian playoffs, where it was FaZe taking the victory with 7-4.
I mean, I think that's the sort of overlying number here, right? Is when you have a team that sort of has your number, has your game as well as FaZe has Liquid. Throughout this year, a 7-0 record is a very strong record, and there's a bit of fear that comes from the side of any team when you're up against what feels like insurmountable odds, when you are up against the biggest challenge that you've maybe faced throughout a whole year, and, you know, statistically, you haven't been having the best sort of tournament at this moment in time. FaZe, sure, they find themselves on a little bit of a sort of downward trajectory from their strong opening 3 games as a start. They did go long, but they still won it out against Shopify, against CAG, against Secret, and then losses to Furia and SSG, both 0-2. Technically, they're on the downward run too here. So one of these teams is about to theoretically turn their sort of tides around.
Yeah, one of these 2 teams is going to have to turn it around. It's going to have to start taking a victory here. as we mentioned it before, it is Elimination Day, and that sadly results in the fact that one of these is going to go home, and, well, this first map is going to be quite important as a very first step of things. Blackbeard, the first to be removed, is going to be taken out by Liquid. Montaigne will be left open, so that is something to keep in mind as Ram gets removed instead.
I think, okay, well, Ram obviously has strong uses on labs. You can be very specific with getting yourself in, your clarity over IT. You know, you think of the two-story holds we get in positions here, took her out great against the walls, but as you said, the Monty, the limitation there, the only game Liquid has played in this tournament they have won, Monty was available. Every single other game, every single other map against Liquid, Monty has been removed. Will that be a bit of a turn of force for them? Or do FaZe think, look, you can have a favored operator, that doesn't stop us?
No, I mean, there's definitely ways to play around that Montaigne, right? Like, if you know it's there, just start playing Legion and start playing other operators that you can maybe use to try and slow down that Montaigne with. And off the get-go, Liquid not locking it in. Of course, there is going to be that repick phase, so depending on which side you're actually attacking, they might still bring that in. But we are headed towards that basement first, which often puts a pretty heavy emphasis on some verticality. Now, we mentioned it, Ram is going to be removed. They're going to have to find a different solution for those problems, together with the Heart Breach as well. But, you know, they have that one sorted with Palu and Lagonis on the Heart Breach. My player to watch here for Liquid today is going to be Palu. He hasn't had the best tournament so far, whilst historically he has been like a top 2 player for Liquid. Yep. But as mentioned before on the desk, he's 25 kills away from joining what might be the most exclusive club we have in Siege, which is dropping 1,000 kills over all 6 invitationals combined.
It's a pretty exclusive club.
It is a pretty exclusive club, but guess what? They're all in this server right now.
They are all in this server, all in the map, all from Brazil. So it's currently an exclusive club that only speaks in Portuguese.
Yeah. Some speak a bit of English, but, you know, it's not their main language. Either way, it is just insane. It is a testament to how good Brazil has always been in this game and how, you know, those gunners from these teams are always a threat. Yet none of them have ever lifted a hammer. And one of them will not do it this year either.
I mean, that's a very open but facts-driven way of explaining it, Hap. Yes, one of these teams, this will be the end of their journey. Huge names, huge organizations, and, well, in the case of FaZe especially, huge performances at last year's SI. It's a quick approach, the control over cargo and the back end of any rotates that might happen. Nesk wants to go a bit hard, fast, and aggressive with Lagonis offering some shield support here towards the side of Vending, down on towards Exo. Now, there's a bit of a break call of the player, and they're going to pop a Goyo canister to stop this in its tracks. Deimos is tracking Vidaking, who gets out of there. Lagonis just almost goes down from the damage in the fire itself, keeps pushing, and at this point, you think what's in the pocket can get it out, so they've got to push these kills. Resets gets one, Cyber resets, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 4, but the site is under a very tentative bit of control here from the side of Liquid. It's back and forth, still blowing its way up, down on the cargo stairs, and with Palu down, Nesk and Lagonis all that's left. Gonna see if they can secure the plant itself, but there is one player offering all the cover potential. They're gonna try and close back down. He doesn't even know where he's being shot from because it's multi-directional, and the follow-through comes. A quick rush, circumvented and shut down, and you assume they'll go and get that kit cleared up? Yes, they will.
I don't think they would have forgotten about the fact that the diffuser
almost happened.
It almost happened, that's true, but there was a lot of time left in this one. But there you go, first round coming through. I mean, Liquid, they basically straight on pushed towards the site. They managed to take it under control, but not quite as comfortably as they would have. All these trades coming through basically led them to, well, basically work with a bit of a man disadvantage out here, leaving them a man down, and eventually a round down as well. So the first one goes to FaZe, and the trades on FaZe were just a little bit better than the ones from Liquid.
Obviously, they made a snap decision. We've gone for this rush play, a single Goyo canister. You know, it didn't net the kill, but when your man with the kit is going to try and sort of turtle that shield on his back and go for the plant is so low, suddenly you cannot use that blitz as your hammer at the front of a strike as much as you would like to. You have to sort of let the guns roll its way through first, and the exploratory nature of it becomes trickier. You know, having to face check your corners on the side of a rush is not easy, not comfortable. You have the Deimos track on the single player, but as things fell apart around Cargo Stairs as well, especially, you suddenly don't have a back to your push. And, well, Liquid, they attempted something. But the first round, the opening round of a series, is the perfect time to sort of try plays like that.
It is. I mean, there's no pressure on you yet. There's still a whole 2 maps basically ahead of you at the very minimum. So if you want to go quick, it might just as well be the right moment in time to go for it. Didn't quite work out, and now they'll head over towards Command. And this is basically bread and butter Siege. You just got to make sure that your fundamentals are working well. And if you have to compare it to any other site, on any other map, it probably would be CCTV Cache on Clubhouse. There is a clear step-by-step plan that these teams will usually follow. And it opens up with Lagonis starting with the first exothermic charge onto IT. That's going to be opening up some pressure. It's going to stop them from heavily rotating around on mezzanines or even leaning into the fight over there, and gives them that first entry point in.
Well, a quick shot down around the top of blue. Get rid of the shields and get yourself the play space to build around. No drive on a shield itself. And I know you sort of always will cite the statistics of how good Liquid can be with the Monty, how the Monty's in, and it's the only time it's been in. But nobody knows how these teams play as well as, well, these two teams. Really, they're so well rehearsed against each other individually, as players, as teams. But all the citing we can sort of do when it comes down to it, the plays you make with your closest allies and rivals are going to be the ones that are the most specific. A steady clear here on towards jungle and connector, and now they have eyes across the core of the site. There is players underneath for the side of, I was going to say for FaZe, but at the same time they shut down. There's a drop and he could not find another connection. A 3 versus 3 goes to a 3 versus 2 with Souls finding Maya at the end of it, and that puts a bit more favor. Once again, Liquid trying to smash and breach and break their way through on towards the site, and it just means the transition into the building is a trickier one to make. A flash and a smoke being thrown out and deployed at this point. They have some of the coverage, but with 55 seconds, Handy Souls and KDS are playing this perfectly. Just be patient, let them enter. You know they still have the plant, and you can just swing and shut them down. Almost caught out. They've fought their way towards the pillar itself. They have some protection, but it's a very loud thing planting a diffuser.
Yeah, for sure, and that's just going to be, you know, peeking in all those ears, and all 3 of them are instantly going to start to make a move. As soon as it happens, you see it there. The suppressor of the TCSG comes around the corner. Lagonis will find one. Suddenly it's a 2-on-2 situation now. 25 seconds, still counting down, but certainly very doable here for Liquid.
A very aggressive position. Neska's in, but he works it perfectly. The smoke canister will stop Lagonis. He's so low, but survives. Most importantly, he finds a narrow angle. Oh, there it is, Handy! The smoke drifted and finished off a player whilst he swung onto the other. Couldn't have lined up better for him. Liquid, they did a great job with the limited motions and players that they had to get something going. But FaZe, hold on.
This will be such a painful round to lose. Like, they started to fight themselves back in, and it started with Palu. He found himself 1 kill. He nearly found himself 3, but wasn't quite able to confirm the Izami. Wasn't quite able to confirm the second player as well. I mean, you see it here. First one, beautiful. A little bit of damage done into Souls, not quite enough. An extra bullet would have done the job. Handy going quite low as well, and eventually that kill that he missed on Handy, the reason why that round goes towards FaZe is they find themselves 2-0 up right now. And Naskabini tried his best out there. He already had the cover down quite well, but that smoke canister tossed in deep basically secured him a 1v1.
I wonder what happened to Lagonis. He'd obviously got clear of it, and he was super low, and he just took a step a bit too close.
The smoke also extends a little bit, right? Like, over the time, so maybe like he thought it was safe, and then, you know, the tick expanded, and suddenly he finds himself inside of it with nowhere to go. I mean, we don't know until we would have to see that replay afterwards, but it is just an unfortunate way that that round ends for Liquid. And now a new round. FaZe looking to complete their rotation. They've already got 2 on the board. They're looking to get 3 in a row. After that, they just can start rotating through the sites again. Go back towards the basement, go back towards command, and then maybe end up here in control yet once more. And Liquid also trying to bring some pace at his FaZe that is completely ready for it. Every single time they're finding themselves on the side, it's FaZe that is just taking them down bit by bit without too much worry in the world. As Reset centers up above, that has been opened up. It's getting rid of some of the barricades just to provide some extra phantom pressure. Hops out just as quickly as well. I mean, this is just the point of this round now. At the start of this round, you want to get some control. You want to make sure that there's pressure on the defenders, so they're forced to fall back towards the site.
It's still steady progress, steady aggression here from Liquid, not slowing down, which is sort of everything that they need to do, right? They want to keep this game sort of hot, fast, aggressive, put the pressure on, as you said, sort of on the desk. They've had a lot of prep time, a lot of rehearsal, a lot of knowledge, and that's probably one of the things that's leading in to these sort of quick moving takes. There's the pressure on towards blue. They're inside rafters as well, swinging their way across, stealing the vertical. There's one, there's a trade out. Souls swings his way back onto the Monty. The 4 versus 4. He's going for the cover player and he gets it. Oh no, the Monty is now at a 1 versus 2 with the kit. Needs support, or does he? Drops one. Lagonis gets the dropout and the kill and forces the player back down. If he'd have been removed, that would have been, I mean, horrible.
It would have been round over. In that case, the kit would have been called. They would have had top 4 under control with at least 2 people, as it was going to be a 2v3 situation, or 2v4 situation even, in favor of FaZe. But again, Liquid trying to bring some pace here, not really working out as best as they want to. They find themselves at least an even number count here. The Lagonis taking a small amount of damage. You've lost Maya, you've lost Nesk. Those are not going to be able to have any impact anymore. And now the Clutch Drones trying to figure out if there's any information to be gathered. That default Campbell swap, but it's going to be instantly taken down by the Legion on the opposite side. KDS not too worried about the actual drone itself, more so worried about the window where someone could challenge from, as Lagonis didn't know Cyber was hiding around the corner. Fouts too, but a shotgun in the third one might just as well line up as he's waiting for the swing to come through, but Palu's not quite giving it as of yet.
Holding on, but for how long? Palu gets Cyber, cannot find a second. FaZe tie 3 in a row, but it is still so violent, still so traded. Between these two teams, everybody is finding themselves wrapped up in the whirlwind of FaZe versus Liquid, and now we get a breath as Liquid call their timeout.
I mean, again, they started off with some aggression. They found themselves in the side early. Maya found the kill, but then the instant trades start happening again. And, you know, if it wasn't for the Montaigne to be able to strike back and bring it back to a 3-on-3, this would have been a way worse round for the side of Liquid. But this quick pace that they're bringing in these initial parts of the round is just not really working out. They've had all 3 entry kills. They've just not been able to basically transform it into rounds because FaZe is just there. Like, okay, you're on the side or you're right above the side, but we're here to fight back. We're not just going to give it to you for free. We are here to fight for it. It's like, damn, FaZe got hands whenever we're trying to push it. And rightfully so. I mean, they were, you know, runners-up of last SI. They might find themselves in a lower bracket now, but that won't stop and that won't, you know, deter anything from their reputation.
Now, obviously, the data pool that we have in terms of Liquid at this tournament on this map is slim because, well, it was only played in 1 map, and that was a 7-1, I believe, across it. So, yeah, yes, they have an 83% attack win and 100% defense win, but it's a single sort of setup. The other split of that that's probably causing some concern here for the side of FaZe is they're starting to operate better on the sites that sometimes slipped away from them, getting themselves locked in here. It's still solid sort of 60% holds that are building and building, 36% on their attack, but you know, if they get themselves up towards 4-5, what are Liquid going to do when it comes to the second? They might be able to pull some things in, but it just takes 2 rounds to get away from them.
I mean, they've played this map 3 times over the tournament, a 5-7 loss against the Rebellion, an 8-7 victory against Secret, a 7-8 loss against Space Station. Like, FaZe have played this game, haven't played this map a lot throughout this tournament so far. And whilst they might have lost it twice, they've been a round away from winning it. And that's kind of the thing to take away here. It is a really good map for them. And, you know, Liquid have decided to pick it. Well, they had a good opportunity here, of course. They had a very convincing victory. But at the same time, it's also FaZe. It is the team that knows them best that they're going up against. So you can throw all the statistics out of the window. It's quite literally just how these two teams will show up against one another. A quick breach might be followed up with a blitz rushing through that window. I don't think it's actually going to be the case. Lagonis just holding on tight for now with that shield. They're droning out. They're trying to get the information first. Maybe that's what the tactical timeout said. Let's first know where they are. Let's not just rush in, try and go for the early entry kill if we cannot follow it up with a full team support.
Handy. Gonna be the one that say it. Hasn't died yet. obviously an important player on that sort of backline position that's able to pick apart the pieces that have otherwise been filtered and thrown towards him, but he might be about to come face to face with a blitz, which is probably what nobody really wants. Lagonis aggressively getting in with a shield, seeing if he can try and find these points of progress, but as he's surrounded, Cyber finds one out. Resets does get handy. Can Cyber find a route through or at least one more kill? No is the answer. An absolute encircling occurred there, and he was hunted out of the top floor. They have a body advantage. They have a minute 30 as well. They lose Maya, which out of the lineup of those operators is probably the one that, well, yeah, it's nice that the Ashe is gone, but at this point, how much of a lockdown can happen? It's a big play space, a lot that needs to be focused on, and Souls, I mean, if he's found here and can't get back via vending stairs, he's going to be in a dangerous situation, slow and steady, and he has at least a bit of support from Vidaking. Sprays over the top, covered Souls, made sure he had a route out of there to safety. The blitz just towing around the corner delicately. The pop from the teammate, and they're just over each off the shoulder, but stayed a step too long there. Really wanted one more bit of damage before he left, and here, 50 seconds, a 3 versus 2, still looking pretty good for Liquid.
Overstayed is welcome a little bit there indeed. Like, there is always going to be that support behind the shield, and there was in this case as well. Lagonis had that support from Palu. Now pushing down the staircase, hoping to find just a little bit more, but the Goya pockets are going to start to slow things down. 2 of them have exploded so far that we know of. There is a potential for 2 more to be around, but how likely is it that it's all around the actual area that is being pushed right now? Well, KDS hiding around the corner. That went well for Cyber in the last round, especially when a shield came by. So you gotta hope that they're gonna be able to run. They're all stacked up. They're all just waiting for the fire to go.
And here they go, right off towards the corner of Exo. They're gonna see if they can go for the default, and that's KDS's time, but Palu had the cover. 9 seconds. Do they know where Vidaking is? Yes, look at the aiming outline there, waiting for exactly that. Liquid had the full read. Fool us once, shame on us. Fool us twice, shame on you.
Yeah, managed to pull it off well there. I mean, they all decided to go for a unified push. There was some fire that slowed them down slightly, but they knew they had the men count. They knew where these players were located. Paolo with the cover initially, Nesk right afterwards as soon as the plant was being attempted, and they find themselves with a round right after the tactical timeout. That's a very important one to take, because if that one goes away, you usually find yourselves in a whole lot more trouble.
I mean, they slowed it down.
They did slow it down.
It was obviously the MO of the team talk. Compare that with not just the last time we were here where I said it was a rush, but how they approached all of the first 3 rounds here. They were still aggressive and quick, but they sent all of the bodies up to close down on those loose players, make sure there was no way out, and then they went to the next problem. They stopped, they took it problem by problem by problem, and they shut down each section of FaZe's hold individually until at that point, yeah, you know, it was down to about 15 seconds left and they're making the plant. But they were pre-aiming at the 2 places FaZe wanted to operate. They had done all their research and were very happy with the thesis that they'd conducted. Hiding the Kaid. Sneaky, sneaky Kaid.
I love the amount of hiding that we've been seeing throughout the tournament. Like when I was watching the stages, not a lot of teams were just hiding their operators. Of course, like, you know, if you play the cap, you're always going to be hiding that. Clash is being hidden quite a lot as well. Cade is not one of the operators that you usually see being hidden as much, but that's probably because they don't want a Thatcher to be brought. It wasn't brought in any of the previous rounds. If they know there's going to be a Cade on the board, well, a Thatcher might as well be brought to try and stop that tricking from happening. And of course, they do have a Twitch. They have the opportunity to just zap out these claws, or to use the Brava, to use the clutch drones to remove them. But as the first breach comes through, it is going to be the Clash that falls back. Vidaking not wanting to play around any longer. 2 minutes 20 left. Still plenty of time. Of course, now you gotta wonder, is Liquid going to be extending themselves towards IT and make a push happen from there? I mean, Paolo is currently lined up on it, but due to the fact that there's electrification there, they're not going to be able to open that one up. And the Twitch drone is trying to creep himself over, but it's being watched by a player. There it is. Cade will get that Twitch drone. And that means for now, it is all staying safe.
Well, they're putting the pressure on from underneath. They're approaching it as you're supposed to, pre-firing their own fights back, but
can't find it like that.
Exactly. To get that claw, you have to get yourself some utility bounced around, some destruction, and really try and hunt it down. And that is what Resets is going to do. Will they catch the fight here? You can see, I mean, he's happy to go for the swing, Cade. It's a great gun. And it's one that in the right hands can be deadly, and Cyber for a long time has been the right hand, but Resets has an angle and it doesn't even matter in that situation. I mean, you know, they knew that fight was coming, both of them, and Cyber, although he has only a little pocket to stand in, because there was no other pressure coming towards him, he could sort of focus himself on towards it. Now Ness has to rebuild. They've rotated Palu in towards the position that Resets was trying to take. Again, it's a slower approach here. But on this site, with a clash still on the board, it's not really netting anything. Will it be 2 for 2 on challenges? Yes, but Nesk does get souls. Will he get the second? Yes, Nesk operates and activates across. Now he's inside the building. His handy pops a Goyo before he's blind, but Nesk's behind you. Oh no, somebody's behind Nesk. A 2 versus 1. One being a clash, and Maya is just being shredded. The grenade will buy some space. I believe KDS is, yep, just watching and waiting on the swing. And although Ness did their best to sort of fight their way back into the round, unfortunately, just not enough time.
I mean, that kind of round just fell apart with the IT wall. They tried to open it up, but they weren't able to due to the K-claws being where they were. They're on those shells. Hard to take down from below. So you're going to have to try and get your Twitch drone in or a clutch drone, or even better, if you would have had an EMP, would have just been able to do that instead. There's no way that it's to be able to trick that against the Thatcher. And of course, Cyber, who's just playing from IT, finding 2 of them on the mezzanines. That kind of just takes the entire angle out of the attack. It wasn't for like a trying though. Nesk definitely found himself back in, found himself with 2 kills. He's trying to stay ahead on that total kill tally. But it is going to be FaZe that finds himself 4-1 up here on the very first map. And you know, that's not looking well for Liquid.
I know they're pro players, before I say this, but they
are, yes.
They all make the TCSG look so controllable and easy to use.
And then you play it yourself, and you're like, how do they do it?
Like, it's not the hardest gun in the game, but it's nowhere near as, like,
just give me an MX4 Storm or an MP7, you know, like high fire rate, low recoil.
Give me the Vector. Vector every day.
I love the Vector.
4-1, and as I said before, FaZe, well, if they get to 5-1, this one might be a little bit too far, regardless about how it goes on the second half and how much of a fight Liquid put in. It just opens up a tertiary site, and on Labs, that's awkward because you have Command, which is, you know, a very strong site for a lot of teams, down to Tank as well, and then you have Storage. Now, some teams might go to Kitchen. I haven't seen it this tournament.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's been played this tournament, but I know it's not great.
I mean, usually when it gets played, it is a bit of a, you know, it is a surprise site, and often it does actually work out, which is like crazy, but the
thing
thing
is,
is
4 times.
Yeah. How many times has it been won? Like 60%?
50%, because like you don't expect it, but at the same time, you know,
everybody has a game on it
usually,
for the attack.
Well, it's usually when it gets played, a site like that, and you look at it and it's like, why is it 50%? It's because it's being played in a game where they're already doing very, very well.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you've run through the rounds, you're like, you know what, let's just go for it.
Let's just go for it. Let's be confident. Let's sort of get ourselves in towards this map. But at the same time, you know, it still opens yourself up for a tricky sort of situation. It's around close to a 40% win on the defense. On splitting or on the attack even, but here, patience. Will it pay off as we talk about this being a trickier site? FaZe, they've propped themselves up within it. The Solace is the one being hunted by the Deimos on the far, far side. They're sort of making their own adventures underneath. Cyber isn't too far away, but do they know? Maya has just slipped their way around the corner. Cyber's about to try and befriend him, but with a gun. There goes the first, looks up for the second on the window and finds it. Oh, it's a rocky decision. They're able to get a couple of kills elsewhere, but please do not sacrifice the third player to the altar of Cyber. Well, the C4 goes fishing, and they've pulled themselves away. Nesk with the kid is gone. Palu in the meantime, I mean, he at 1 second looked like he was going to try and push down it, but instead he's gone round in towards Billiards. They're trying to pinch out the space inside, and there is Souls getting Palu on the trade out of Vidaking, who's down. Well, there's another pickup. It's technically a 1 versus 2 currently, but with the rotate round on Cargo stairs and 1 above, and still the pressure of Plan, he's going to have to try and opt to take this fight. Now, if he can isolate them, he can do great, but it's tricky when you don't really know where they are. The plant bait sound. Handy moves his way close. Cyber starts to make his way up the stairs as well. They're circling around Nesk, and ready for that. There it was. He wasn't entirely aware of Cyber's repositioning from the far side. And that puts us 5-1.
I mean, it's a great play from Cyber there, right? Like, he could either make himself known and take a 50-50, or he was just waiting for Nest to start rotating out. Like, he was probably just waiting for his teammate to come around, have a 2v1 retake. And, you know, this is also how we saw Raza yesterday win a round where Dan had, like, a 3-kill, moved back towards Piano. It was just a guy sitting there waiting, like, you're probably going to fall back towards me and finding the kill. Sometimes you don't actually need to go and find your fight. Sometimes the fights come towards you. And, you know, Cyber kind of showed both. Going for that flank down below, finding the very first kill. I do not understand why the jump in came in right afterwards. You know that the bottom floor has just been taken.
I can only think that it was a miscomm, or at least not a full clarity on where they thought Cyber was. Obviously, it's such a risk. You know, there's that vertical that they've opened. They've got the bees underneath, and I guess we didn't see it from the perspective of the player. Yeah. Maybe he was like, I'm going to challenge it. I believe in myself. We love self-belief. But you probably don't love death.
No, I think a lot of people would like to stay alive in these kind of games, you know, especially Liquid. Currently being 5-1 down. They would love to make this one at least go towards overtime right now and try and still put in their hat for the victory on their own map pick, nonetheless. They picked this map. They wanted to go to Labs. And currently, they are losing it. Over towards the defense, though. Lagonis onto the clash. And let's see if FaZe is going to be a bit more efficient with how to clear out that top floor, how to clear out those Cade claws, because that is something that Liquid struggled with. And because of that, because they didn't have IT, we're forced to go in for mezzanines.
Yeah, I guess we only really saw one slower take where they went for this earlier on. Obviously, it can still be sort of demonstrated and improved. The first one was violent rush here, and the Mav will make very quick work of this alongside the Buck. Obviously, it's already done their work, so this wall will fall immediately, and they're hoping the catch of the C4 will come against it. Down on the ground, and there goes Handy. But Cyber does trade out resets. I mean, every Maverick main knows the risks. And that is just one of those times things do not pay out. But with that opening sort of engagement done, with this wall open, and now, you know, the potential chance of where else the Selmas, where else the hard breach, where else the electrification can be. Here is that moment. Vidaking is just waiting for Souls, trying to clear things up off the wall.
Just waiting, hoping to get some support. I mean, there's no Maverick anymore that's going to be able to... Oh, there you go. Explosive from down below is going to be clearing that up, indeed. And now the wall opened up. So they have another opportunity to start pushing through. Of course, it's that nice 4v4 kind of state. They know where the clash is, so they know where they will not be slowed down if they start to make a push happen. And Vidaking being careful, being patient, slowly starting to push himself in, digging himself in deeper into the corner just to be a little bit safer when he's on his drone.
Yeah, as I said before, it was the Nomad just clearing the cross against all the electrification on the wall, and now they can try and put the pressure in the air jab on the swing, so it forces the player down, but I don't think they expected it. They definitely did that, though. Great take, Souls, and he's ready for his next engagement. Another one above the door, but this time they've pulled themselves back out. They've escaped the first trap, and the second will hold them in. Cyber, he's getting himself rotated around 50 seconds. Time to sort of reevaluate the position and find out where you think you can put the pressure. They know, fully aware of Clash is one, but Maya threads the needle through the breach, and Nesk finds Vidaking. Cyber and KDS, they are in the man deficit here in this situation. The long throw of the grenade forced them into the engagement, but we're just seeing FaZe struggling, I was going to say, to catch the loose players. With the clash still being on the board, 20 seconds, knowing you have to plant. This is a very, very tricky situation. They've moved themselves back in towards electrical. In fact, nope, they pulled themselves right back away. The first fight is there. There's pressure on the clash right now. There's the second! And now, as they hunt the player down, he's doing his best. Lagonis, he's rotating his some way, FaZe prevail. That round should not have been theirs.
No, like a great play coming in from KDS of the Damos, just finding those 2 kills, instantly pushing through for the plant, and then, hey, look at that. It is Cyber that is challenging the Clash 1v1. Clash can no longer afford to fall back, can no longer afford to challenge that diffuser, and FaZe find themselves on a 6-1 map point. That round should have been Liquid's. They had everything going for them for such a long time, and it just all falls apart in the dying seconds of that round.
I mean, a 4 versus 2. Technically, obviously, they lost one in the rafters. It was a very early exchange from this point to here. So the first kill to break that was at 25 seconds left. And then in that time, you know, the rotate round top blue, KDS on not a lot of health, and just a ludicrous showing from FaZe. And it's frustration for Liquid, a frustrating day at the office here. Those demons against FaZe, that 7-0 record from the year. I mean, if this keeps up, it's not going to be long before we're on the 8-0. This is Liquid's map.
Yeah, it is. And, I mean, it's just not looking good for them. Like, that was a round where they had it in the bag, and they fumbled it. They just dropped it out there. And I'm not quite sure what happened there. Like, they tried to go for the re-swings. I mean, Clash had Cyber completely under control to that extent. He was challenging 1v1. Cyber was not going to be a threat to any of the other 2 players. All that they had to do was just stay inside of Electrical, wait for the timer to hit 0, then go for a push to try and stop that plant from happening. But it started to give them 2 1v1s instead, which is taken into control.
Liquid will have to have, I mean, one of the biggest sort of remountings of energy, of pressure. Cyber went down and finished off by Maya. That's probably a big breath of fresh air, but there's an instant trade out from Souls. Gets Lagonis. Now there is another player still up here that's going to swing wide, but resets with the C4, gets 1, and Palu gets handy. Another 2 versus 4. Doesn't mean we're at the end, but Liquid is going to play coy-lid. Get out of there.
2v4. Veto King alive. I mean, they still need to go all the way down towards the basement. So, you know, it's not looking likely like this round will go towards FaZe, but we kind of thought that about the last round as well, and suddenly it just all turned around. But now, there's more time. There's more members on the board here for Liquid. All they quite literally have to do is just hold back. As soon as that Monty comes in, just fall back another corner. Like, you don't have to challenge this. There you have it. Oh, actually, Veto King seemingly aware, but there's 2 players out there going for the cover. There's still that one up top as well that is trying to go for a bit of a challenge, and KDS finds Nesk. Suddenly a 2-on-3. I mean, it's still a shield on the board. That's a gun that is not firing, but it's impressive. And you can definitely use that to try and force him in different positions as KDS almost gets assassinated by a stack of goo mines.
A minute and a 2 versus 3 with a shield, but again, it's a very sort of almost cavernous play space they're in right now. There is nobody and nothing they can do. They've got to start digging down and seeing if they can try and find diamonds. At this point, the shield goes for the drop, and well, they're ready for it. The coverage, in case anything is on the back of the door, but it's a long, deep angle, leaving just Veto King for long. Liquid, they find their 2nd round of the entire map so far, both on tank. Now they have the choice. Do they go back to command, where they were so close and it should have been theirs, or do they opt for a tertiary because, well, they've got to win both of them?
They got to win both of them, so do you want to continue onwards with your rotation, knowing that you're going to have to complete it at least one more time? Or do you go for safety first? I mean, it is the question. From what we can see, it seems like they're going towards control storage. This KDS want to try to bring it close, but Reset's just putting out the feed there with that TCSG. Getting the side of the Montaigne as well, and Liquid. Again, they find a round, the other round that they had, also in lab, but when they were on the attack, but that was right after the tactical timeout. Weren't able to win another round until just now. Once they probably should have. But this site, slightly trickier to hold on to fully. And FaZe, they know there is not a lot of pressure on them for this map. It is their opponent's map pick. They're currently 6-2 up. They have so many opportunities of just cruising this one across the finish line and start preparing themselves for map 2.
There is obviously a little bit of a different demon on the side of FaZe. the last time they were 6-1 up on this map at SI.
Yeah, they kind of lost the trophy.
Yeah, the moment's not one they don't want to speak about. And you know, that was then they went on to their attack as well. So it's not impossible for Liquid, is what I'm saying.
No, yeah, it's definitely possible. But Liquid hasn't won every single event yet this year.
No.
You know, there's a big difference
But it is a
there.
positive spin. If we talk about the demons Liquid face when they face FaZe, FaZe is their own on this very map in this very tournament. And probably some of the greatest fears of all. Reset. Wants to be ready. Oh, Vidaking! Different strat, better result. They had themselves prepped and sort of ready for the take above.
Little foamy ones coming out there. They find themselves with a man advantage now that they are looking for. I mean, you know, they just need to cruise this one across the finish line. We said it before, they have 4 rounds to still do it. Cyber waiting, ready to go for mezzanines. The door slightly broken, not fully yet for him to pass them through, but all he needs is the call. Go ahead, go find that kill. They know Nesk is probably around here, but the keeper barriers are going to be making it slightly trickier to go forward as Vidaking finds Maya. 3 left on the side of Liquid to try and keep them in this map. And the push is starting to surround them. They're starting to get closer on that top floor, and it's all starting to fall apart as Palu will find Handy. One more for the tally, one more closer to the 1,000, but he's still nowhere near.
Well, as it trades out all the way across the map, FaZe still have at least one extra body, one extra person they can throw at a problem, but as the blinds come round, the pressure of Cyber up and above, and well, they're gonna get the drones out, reassess. They force them back towards the top of blue. Palu isn't a million miles away, and the Legion can buy himself some time as the barbed wire for an early warning, and there it is, just actually changing out the option of what he wants to be the early warning. It gives him a chance to rotate round, go for a take without audio later on if he feels the need and the necessity. With 45 seconds, maybe they'll play for a bit of a retake, see if they can get an angle, get together, and then get their way out of there. Vidaking takes a lot of damage.
Barbed wire, I think.
From the side of barbed wire, but he's in and planting, and here's that shutdown. The smoke will finish Vidaking if it connects, but, well, it doesn't. He's found himself in a new pocket, and Palu, he's just going to drive right through. There's one, and he's out of there as well. Not punished on it until they try and find the fight, but Palu, he said he wasn't close to his tally. He's doing the distance right now. Souls in a 1 versus 2 with 10 seconds left. He's looking for the fight in billiards, but a shotgun loves that position.
A very important round to come through. Again, they lost the very initial opening. It was a 5v3 that they had to clutch themselves out from. FaZe, they read their number. They knew exactly what they wanted to do when they pushed up for that Maverick. They knew that someone was going to be ready there with a Nitro cell. They found that kill. But besides that, suddenly the rest of Liquid showing up. And now a tactical timeout from FaZe. I mean, again, they have 3 more rounds to try and get this one across the finish line and push themselves to map number 2. But things are slightly dicing up for them now.
Surely it couldn't happen again.
I never say never.
I mean, we've had some great stories throughout this tournament. Probably if you're a FaZe fan, that is not going to be one. But imagine if it happened again. And that's what they're talking about. They just need 1 round. And, well, theoretically, we might go back to Command here. The round that they won. But remember how they won it. It was a 2 versus 4. Really, if things were playing out in a sort of similar fashion, it would be, you know, at this point, a 5 to sort of 4 situation within only a single round. So, FaZe are well aware that this is sort of slipping on the second half.
Yeah, and they're just trying to, you know, reel it back in now. That's what they call that tactical timeout. You know, they've seen every single site now on how it was defended. They've managed to take away 1. They need to find yet 1 more. And Palu, currently 17 kills removed from breaching the 1,000 as well. I mean, he kind of needs this to go a bit of a distance, because otherwise he's going to have to wait a year to try and breach the 1,000 club.
That's a long
wait. And he would have to qualify as well, of course. It's not just, you know, there's no invite for being close to 1,000 kills. 6-3. FaZe just got the tactical timeout. They've seen every single site defended by Liquid at least once. So now they probably will have that plan of attack ready. They know how they want to approach this. Last time they kind of struggled a little bit. And if it wasn't for KDS to get that amazing, basically 1v2 on one of the sides with the Vendetta while Cyber was occupying Clash, it would have been the 5-4 now, and it would have been a way dicier situation for FaZe. And Liquid starting to grow into it. Look at all those quick Azami barriers just being tossed up. Nesk is like, you know what, those mezzanines, they are mine. You are not taking that away from me. And if you try, you will die.
They have themselves the chance with the Ying, something quick and aggressive, potentially on towards the site itself. Get in, get their removes, and get gone. They know that they can sort of break these holds, and there is always the exploration of the players underneath. There was great C4 usage from before. We've had rounds where I think the opening 2 kills have been from vertical explosives, but taking their time, eyes on towards blue, and as I said, resets ready and ripped. Cyber takes a bit of damage, putting a hard breach charge on towards a wall that was slightly electrified to get timings, and they do have themselves connector and jungle open, regardless of which term you use for it.
Yeah.
I trust Pengu, and Pengu says jungle.
Connector jungle? Oh, jungle. Does it call it both?
Because it's just called, it's called connector officially in the game, but it's not.
It's not really a connector between sides,
When
right?
you have the little box corner that people also use, so jungle is, if you're wondering why we do that, blame Pengu. Smoke canisters on towards the back of IT. Pressure and precious moments gone. Those C4s, well, there's still at least one unpopped somewhere, and one still in pocket, and that is that long arm strategy. First did not net anything, but neither of these Bs or anything else they've thrown in does force the players further back, but there's a minute left here, and all they've done is drive them into what turns into a shooting gallery. KDS pushes them home. There is 3. All from a swing up the blue stairs and a flawless. Well, we aren't having the repeat we had before. FaZe do what needed to be done on Liquid's map.
Very convincing victory, even though, you know, some of those rounds started to look a bit dicey still. A 7-3 to take home. A very convincing first map from FaZe, making it 8-0 on the year. And they will likely be looking to make that a 9-0 as well to close it off.
I mean, this is a series that you want to see go further, and, well, let's go no further right now, but to a break.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back, everybody, and what a way to continue with this. I mean, FaZe just absolutely rolling over Liquid in map number 1 here on. I just don't even know what to say. This was so fast. FaZe just hitting shots that I haven't seen in a long time. We have this up as kind of El Classico, but it was more of a El Boringo for map 1.
That was supposed to be Liquid's map pick as well, Milosh. That was supposed to be the one that they won. And I will say it time and time again, me and you, Leo, we said the attacks are going to be what determines success inside of this best of 3. And to put it bluntly, Liquid had some horrible attacks. I'm seeing the way that FaZe will play on the defense is they will let you execute. They're not a team that's that oppressive. They will play layers and layers and layers and let it get to the execute in the late moments. But when you execute, you've got to be so much better than them. And Liquid were just pushing sight, but all from one direction very often. No backstab, no external pressure, no utility to execute into. They were just walking into sight and getting absolutely shot down. That 5-1 attack defense half for FaZe basically just set them up for the success. They just needed to win tertiary sites from there on out. That's what they did.
It completely killed the match. Lack of strategy, in my opinion. Like many moments, FaZe just with utility were already winning the match and just playing the time off of it. And then huge fraggers stepping up, as you can see right now on your screen, right? Cyber is back. Cyber is dropping double digits. He's going 15-6. That's the kind of things that matters, especially when you're in late rounds and you're playing for that very late round denial. You need big guys to step up, to play in the right position and to deliver multi-kills, and that's what happened.
And he was one of the players in the pregame that we said for FaZe. He is one of the big hitters not delivering inside of this map he did.
Yeah, and they did. You both are setting this up. Everybody's got to step up. The 2 players that are supposed to be the spearhead of FaZe Clan need to step up, and they did. And my God, did they? Rolling over Liquid.
We were missing KDS, we were missing Cyber. Well, they showed up. Let's take a look at round 7. You'll see Souls 1. First of all, he was actually crazy with a shot on the C4 that was instrumental. Like, look at this. He wants to take control here of this literal room, sends the airjab and the flash, removes that player. As soon as he sees that, he knows the C4 is coming, and he's slowly shooting that.
Crazy.
An incredible experience from this player to just be aware of that. Then it's a 2v4, and look at Cyber and KDS opening the bomb site in half. And there's just by pure pressure on both sides, win every single gunfight. They are the only reason some of these rounds went the way of FaZe, and that's what they needed. Big fraggers to step up big.
That's what happens when you're just played hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of rounds on this map. You can predict the timing. This is what we call in the industry game sense.
Right? Absolutely. We're not going to be far off 50 rounds played for FaZe on this map inside of this tournament. And I think, Cyber was one of the players along with KDS that we challenged to step up, and he absolutely did. You can see from these stats.
And I think that's a big story for me, is that I feel like Team Liquid's light heavy labs was not tested. Yes, they played it against the Wanted, but it was not at all the same caliber of teams that FaZe played it on. They had, like you said, almost 50 rounds played on that map in a single week. Obviously, they're well trained.
And they had 6 rounds to warm up on the defense because Liquid were really, really fumbling those attacks into them. So you're giving Cyber, you're giving KDS, you're giving Handy a lot of energy. You're giving them 6 rounds to warm up into the game. And when they get on their attacks, they look better because they've got that confidence already inside of the map.
And so, gentlemen, the pressure is on Team Liquid. The onus is on them. They have to come back and tie this up to take it to a map 3. What happens in that case? Will they even make it, if anything? Because if they don't, they're out of the entirety of SI. We're going to have to talk about all that and more after the break.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test, and it meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Sakiemi and brought it all the way back!
Fácil demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
I'll never get over how good the music is for this. Though here we are, back again. FaZe Clan demolishing Liquid on map number 1 in the series. Nighthaven Labs going 7-3 to them. We come back for just a minute before we get into map 2. Gents, FaZe looking on the up and up, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. Good momentum, great fraggers, full of confidence, exactly what we needed from them. Even in attack, better strategies overall.
Yeah.
Now they're headed to their map pick, Jack.
Yeah, they head to their map pick, and Leo, they are starting defense on Cafe, which is one of the most defender-sided maps. They've picked it, and Liquid, who cannot attack for Toffee, have chose to start attack. I don't understand it. It's a big no-no in my mind, because Liquid could well be facing 0-4, 0-5 down because they're struggling so hard on their attacks right now, and they're already one map down.
Friends, remember to check on your Team Liquid fans in your life just in case here. What happens? How do Liquid bring this back, if at all?
It's very tough for them. I will say this. This was a move from them. They chose to go attack. They must have cooked something. This is counter-strat. Just go with the plan. And if it doesn't work, throw it away and go for frags.
I would just like to see them be a little bit more unpredictable. All of their attacks on Nighthaven was so scripted. FaZe knew what was coming. Something that's just a little bit off the cuff.
It is simple. If Liquid do not win this map and take it to a third, they're out of 6th Invitational 2025. El Classico continues. Thanks so much, gents. On the other end, it's Fluke and Hab. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, here we are, FaZe versus Team Liquid. Maybe that's why I'm red. Maybe that's why you're dressed up like you own a horse. But we'll see if you can have a little bit more success on the other side of it, as they are probably literally after.
It's been less than a day. You already bullied me away.
Yeah, well, I said I was going to say something silly. But yeah, I mean, Liquid, we just need to see more from them at this point, obviously. As they pointed out, it's, you know, well predicted and well rehearsed, but that's kind of what Cafe is. There's some stuff you've got to do in a very complicated attack pattern. You've got to kind of get your approaches quite slow and steady and landed, and will Liquid have enough left in them?
They just got to be a bit more liquid in their attacks. Like a lesser joke than yours, I guess. But just also say, you're Dutch. Liquid is Dutch or
what?
Yeah, you could have gone that way as well, instead of dressed as a horse.
Yeah, but
yeah. Well, Grim removed. Will want to be removed. I mean, it obviously didn't show up anywhere near as much at this point, but FaZe didn't really care. Striker gone. Obviously the rework recruit with some great malleability in the gadgetry they can bring. Yeah, just having the opportunity to bring 2 of those secondary gadgets is, you know, sometimes on some maps actually a nice thing to have. Think about Heartbreach, think about like the EMPs that you can bring among some of the other things. Doc to be removed as well. Not an operator you would often see banned out. And Mira, the last one to go. One of the architects to be gone. So, as we are getting in the way, Cafe, round number 1, FaZe on defense. It was a bit questionable, according to the desk, considering Liquid have struggled on their attack throughout this entire tournament so far.
Yeah, that is going to be the roughest point here, right? They've got to set themselves up in towards where they've been struggling. They've got to see if they can try and break the mold of a tournament where they are on the back foot already. Whoever loses this series is gone. Good night, 6th Invitational 2025. Hello, a long wait for the next chance, the next opportunity.
Yeah. And well, talking about the 1,000 kill statistic, Palu needing 17 more. Was able to get a total of 8 in the last map. Nask and Cyber have been able to extend their lead slightly. Power's definitely catching up, though, to be the most deadly player that we've ever seen on SI. We're going. Starting off in the ground floor. There's actually no basement on this site. I think it's one of the only maps that we have that does not have a basement in the defensive map pool. Yeah, it usually confuses me when I see kitchen, I somehow say basement. It's a very logical space to have a kitchen, you know, in the basement.
You know,
yeah.
It's where, I mean, if you start trying to break down the structure of these maps, I think there's like a, where's the bathroom on this map? It's all the way on the top floor.
Yeah. It's also not like, I mean, there's no bedrooms because of course it's a cafe, but
like, imagine if you're at this cafe and they're like, can I use the toilet? And it's like, yeah, go up 3 floors. Yeah, go up 2 flights of stairs, and it's by the room with the piano. Yeah. You know the one.
Yeah, you know.
Also, we have like 4 Christmas trees.
Like Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening around Christmas, and this is happening around the outside. Cyber, he's stuck. Surely he doesn't get anything from this. Now there's a shield. Yep, Nesk had the cover. He was hoping that maybe he could catch 1 player, maybe 2. And to be honest, if he was like 4 seconds later, well, he probably wouldn't have got anyone because they would be inside the building. If he was a little bit earlier, though, maybe.
Yeah.
Prize take on towards one of them. But instead, the Mozzie handed over early and pretty much bloodlessly as well from the side of Liquid.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage done onto Nesk. Nothing really too much to worry about. It's going to be alive. It's going to have all his utility. Didn't really have to use anything to get that kill. You mentioned it, bloodless, but also utility-less in that case. In the meantime, Bugies are starting to open up together with the skeleton key that Maya is bringing along. Gonna be making sure that this kitchen is gonna have an open top floor plan as Palu will find handy. Gonna be one more kill in the tally of Liquid before Vita King strikes back on the first floor, rotated up.
Nest gone, Sense gone, the ROUs only in your pockets if you have big plans for it, and now they've got to try and operate without them. Vita King somehow fights his way out as he hears the heavy motion of a shield behind him. The Monty has danger on brown stairs as well. There's such a narrow margin, but Maya wins it out, gets rid of Vita King. Still, think about the site, think about where they're fighting, think about what still needs to be done, and Souls, you can try and pop that and slow them. They're droning out the sort of bar side and cocktail and making sure that nobody's trying to put the pressure and serve them up here on the seating area, but that reveal, that moment, that worry, that I've got to get out of here. He knows he's going to be watched from one side or the other. He buys himself 15 seconds. They actually rotate their way off and he's gifted a fight. A 2 versus 2. Lagonis and Maya have the choice. Do we shut him down on the side for a second? That was a nightmare, but the Monty survives, drops the player 13 seconds. They know full well where KDS is. So KDS goes away. Gets the first round, highlighted as being a great multiplayer. Is he one of the greats? Well, maybe if they can try and drive this series back in, he'll prove the point of why Monty is so banned against Liquid.
Had to go aggressive out there, knew that the time was going to be running out, the player rotating out of the freezer, so decided to just go for it, finds him the kill. Liquid as well, finding themselves the round. More importantly, this was the very first fight. Nesk onto Cyber. It was an important one to take. I mean, he was trying to waste some time out there, trying to find himself a kill, hoping probably to find that Montaigne. A little bit of struggle as Vita King rotated up, found themselves on the pillars, finds 2 kills on the back of it as well. It wasn't a clean round by any means for the side of Liquid. Beautiful shots to come in the end there. And this is the momentum that they need to build on. They need to get these rounds underway. And they need to start building on that lead as well. They chose to go attack. They have to prove why they did. Because if FaZe is going to be going away with this with a 4-2 or a 5-1 split, yeah, you'll question it. But they've done the first step. They've gotten that first round on the way. And now onto the top floor we go.
Liquid, first step, first split, and what, the 4th round for this series so far in total, but the perfect start. This was always going to be an uphill. And to be able to get the ball rolling so early makes the game feel a lot more possible and plausible. Here, FaZe, a bit of a false start, but remember how they started. Cyber throwing himself out of the top floor and trying to catch a fight on East, and unfortunately catching too much of one. The break and destruction of the control of top white as well. A steady approach. As I said, you know, your sort of approaches on towards this map are usually very well stated. There's not much hiding you can do, especially on this top floor, but top floor has fallen out of favor for a lot of teams.
Now, the last time these two teams met on this specific map, it was in the Supercopa do Brasil. It was a 7-3 victory, for FaZe, and only 2 rounds were won by Liquid on the attack. So that's going to be the benchmark we're looking for, to at least find those 2, and then see if they can basically expand on it. A bit of a challenge coming in from the top of the white stairs. Just quickly checking out the window, nothing really happening. Resets is definitely making himself known, though. But currently FaZe not giving in and not trying to take that challenge, just being calm, being collected, and trying to stay hidden, not giving them the fights that they're not sure about they can win.
Well, a reveal that nobody's been in that corner for a second gives them a bit of space, but all 10 players still standing, and people are getting a little bit angsty. You can see Souls rebuilding, re-preparing on the windows. They're making sure that they're not going to give them an inch at this point, but underneath, what can be worked out here? It's Resets and Deimos. That's going to be the combo as they try and spray themselves up towards the first fight, just opening angles. They haven't gone for the track as of yet, but the Azami is going to stay solid. Who else is? Bottom white. They seem to be aware of the fight, and Vita King a bit back and forth. Both take bites, but from the vertical handy gets that as KDS gets Nesk around the drop on the hatch itself, and now Lagonis stuck, isolated on the side of it, makes his way on the Blackbeard, round towards the default plant as Palu gets a bit of control on towards top white. 20 seconds or so. And instead, he's trying to isolate a fight here. Resets is stuck and locked outside, hoping to get a gift of an engagement. But, well, they're pre-firing. They're fully aware on where he is. Palu, in the meantime, doing everything he can on white stairs, gets a third. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 1, but just too much for Palu to get himself over.
Definitely pulling in the hard work there, but it's not enough to find that round. It kind of fell apart a little bit earlier when they were working that verticality from the first floor, losing 2 people in the process from the same verticality. FaZe equalized that score, put us to 1-1. Again, they also know we've faced off on this map. It was not a tier 1 event, but nonetheless, you want to win every game you play in this game. See Nesk and Maya both taken down at the very same time. Palu trying to fight back, getting quite some kills for the efforts, but it's just too much to fight off in the end. And that pushes us to a third site. We're going towards reading and dining. For this site, often top floor, very important. You want to take care of that, you want to have that verticality, but more importantly, you want to make sure the defense doesn't have that verticality, so you can actually try and edge in a plant on the reading room side of the map. Now, if you go dining, that is usually a bit of a different approach. It's a bit quicker. It's often coming down with some other piece of the utility. It's not to say they're not going to be going for it. Definitely have the opportunity to, as there is currently a big lack of verticality around in Piano. I think there's only 1 player that is currently around there, so you have the opportunity to just go near engine room, try and get yourself through in a horizontal level, not really bother too much about that top floor.
One apiece. And, well, FaZe, they sort of locked themselves down. As I said before, you know, as a site, it's fallen out of favor a bit. You'll find still it has some play throughout the tournament, and still it's had some played by these teams. But, you know, from where it once was as the sort of go-to, the defense win is under 50%. Across it, Reading Room Fireplace is one of the strongest sites, played more, 56% win rate. So at this point, they've actually gone to somewhere where they might be able to get themselves up to 2-1, but it's away we go almost immediately. KDS gets Palu, though, in the cover and the blitz. Well, they're on a mute jammer, so there was nothing the blitz could do in that situation. They saw it, and they knew it, and they were executed for it. 4 versus 3. They do get some of the cover and resets. Gets one right back at Deimos, driving with a shotgun, and now tucked close in here, a rotate round, Cyber escapes. They don't want to give them the next engagement, but instead they open themselves up some engagements of their own. Souls is so worried about being encircled as the Deimos track works. He rebuilds himself some safety, but it is a very narrow line they're all running on.
As I said, I probably will be looking to go through engine, through trains, see if they maybe can go for the dining. However, FaZe is currently fighting this off. They're not giving it up for free. There's some punch holes out here that Cyber is looking to utilize. This drone should give away. His position should lead into a brief fire. There's definitely some pings, and you have Amaya will take down Cyber. He's going to be impactless for the rest of this round. And now a 2-on-3 in favor of Liquid as they're looking to get that plan down.
Just need to find a way to cross this divide, but Souls, with a failed death mark, screams his way around 90 and gets the cover. There's some bait, the plant, and they drive themselves in. They're looking for the engagement that Nesk wins out. Can he get his own one? It's scrappy, but he cannot finish the player. They have time, and as the army crawls his way back, Nesk has the plant, the cover, and the ROU wall acting as the down. One more for him, and he cannot find it. Yes! The margin was about 5 HP.
He ran out of ammo there. He was taking the fight and just ran out, had to reload. A single bullet would have done the job. And Liquid find themselves their second round. They've evened the score that they've been able to put onto the attack half last time they were here on Cafe. They still have 3 more rounds to try and improve on it. Great cover coming in there from Vita King, though. Like, the blitz, of course, was basically stuck because of the mute jammer. Was just having a bit of an awkward stare, hoping for a teammate to come around the corner and try and assist.
However, the activeness around Dining was unseen, unspotted, uncontrolled. I found himself a kill. This was a scrappy fight there onto KDS. Is he running out of ammo there? He's swapping over towards the pistol as Nest gets that final kill.
Traded rounds. Nest popping off, kind of what we wanted here. Palu, 4 more kills on his tally across this opening 3 rounds.
Yeah, 13 to go.
13 to go, and well, how many rounds could be left in this? Do the math, boy. 4 to 3.
Could be, a total of 12 rounds left. It could be a total of 5, depending if Liquid take it here. And of course, if they do, there's another map to go.
There is another map. I think for Palu's record keeping, well, winning the whole series is probably the best option. But if it happens in this series, 2 maps is maybe.
It could be enough.
It could be. It's just 2 aces and a few more.
Yeah, exactly. 2 aces and a little bit of change. And
just
you find yourself ready.
Just shoot them in the head.
Make sure Fresh is to donate extra money towards charity.
Yeah. I don't know what the current total is, but good job, Fresh. And good job, players.
Yeah, I was going to say good job, players, to getting all those aces on the board.
FaZe. You know, that was easily the closest round so far between all of it. Yes, the first round also operated in quite a sort of 2 versus 1 situation, but knocking on the door, a single 1 versus 1 engagement on the back end as, well, the hero of it, Nesk, is the first removal here. But Palu does find Cyber, who has been entirely shut out of Cafe so far, unable to get himself into any of these engagements, unable to get himself safely around the map even.
He had 15 kills in a previous map. He's been doing really well, and just right now, completely shut out, cannot find a single connection for the life of it. Are they going to be aware of the fact that there is going to be a player right behind it? Oh, just delayed on the pop-up. Handy throws at the Nitro Cell. Believe it might have been shut out. No, but blows up. And Maya comes around the corner to shut him down. And that means Liquid now do have the man advantage as well.
Yeah, clean take there across the top. It was almost tragic. They had the reveal of the player, and they're not taking any chances here. Lagonis is making sure that he's moving around the map. He's very agile. He's getting all the checks in, and there's always at least a Liquid player within about 10 paces. So it's a good utilization of that Monty. You can see Myra sort of coordinating and playing around the plan of approach here. Resets, getting some of that pressure alleviated and opened here on towards Bakery side. Draw their focus. You've got 2 guns from Bakery and Wedding, currently angled up towards there, but with 50 seconds at some point, Liquid, they're going to have to decide if they want to try and face up against what is a strong hold there, or go back to the take before. Around Bar, around VIP, and around Freezer instead.
Slide information being gained and denied. They have the man count. They need to leverage this. The Montaigne is definitely going to be putting up some pressure. However, Vita King currently hidden. There's a big worry out here, and there's a bunch of explosives being tossed at Lagonis. None seem to connect, though, but the bullets definitely do, as Vita King and KDS both take down one. Suddenly, FaZe take the lead in this round, and yet another falls to the hands of Souls. Maya, the last man standing in 9 seconds, will find 1 for his efforts, but 2 more to go, and the kit that's down cold will not be successful, and FaZe equalize the score yet once more.
Round and round we go, 2 to 2. We find ourselves in, and yeah, Liquid, although they're able to get sort of an opener and get themselves going and putting the pressure on and get their second and focus down towards the site, they were just out of time, really, for their positioning, for where they needed to go. How big of a cost losing Sens was in the pockets of Nesk. Yeah, as I said, it's a very specific gadget that is bought on approaches, and oh, that is a tragic loss. That would till me. That's a frustrating one.
It's a beautiful one on the replay, though.
Oh,
just using
great capture.
Using the free cam out there. But yeah, that's a bit of a tilter. You thought you would have had information out there. Knew someone was there. Not the case. FaZe on the back of that as well. Of course, managed to leverage the number, find themselves in a 2-2. Even though they were for a second a man down, as Handy stayed up top, was eventually hunted down by 2 players and shut down. But again, you know, Liquid, they got what they had last time around. They have those 2 attacking rounds. They'll be looking for 3, they'll be looking for 4. It's a defense side of map, the most defensive side of map we have currently. So if they manage to find a 3rd round, they're setting themselves up for success.
Back towards the top. Will this be the first doubling down of success? As you said, they can set themselves up going through here, but same time, Liquid, if they can sort of keep the round trading and sort of like, oh, you took our kitchen, well, we will take your cocktail. We will get your top floor hold in response.
Yeah.
It's the chance of a nook from the side of resets. It's sort of a classic play on this side, to be honest, finding your way up white stairs. And
is that a finger LMG?
Yeah, they've come back. They've come back in a big way. No, we've seen quite a few finger LMGs at the tournament so far as well. We've seen a few big LMG swings as well, and just holding down the angles. And
that's what they're good for. Holding down those angles, you can just keep firing. And they're just holding off now on the skylight, hoping for someone to step by, and not happening as of yet. FaZe as well know, of course, it's going to be watched. It is basically that cat and mouse play. Are you brave enough to try and challenge someone on the skylight and basically risk your life? I mean, you'll just see a pixel of the man on top whilst your entire body is exposed. And as Handy shuts down another drone, the first minute has passed. And is there any control on the side of Liquid? Well, resets, he's in the building, but he's down below. He's trying to clear out some of those roamers, trying to slowly get himself under control. And someone from the red window is starting to make a bit of entry as well. And Handy, again, finding himself on a roam.
Well, the Nook might be about to find a fight in dining they're not aware of, but look at how they're using the Monty in response. They're forcing the player out. They're hoping they just hit the door, run out, and the Nook can be there sneakily to get the headshot, but Handy needs to have that pressure. The Monty will make their way around, and they've actually opted to go the way that they're not entirely prepared for. Handy might not know that he saved his own life, but well, he probably has there, and instead he can go be a problem later. And yes, as you said, there is a minute. Resets is now hoping he rotates his way up white stairs, but he doesn't have to yet. There's no pressure now. There's nothing that's forcing his motion other than this. A death, the first one, falls across the side of Piano, and the fight towards Pixel doesn't entirely net anything, but now they have at least something they can build behind.
Yeah, there's that kill. There's at least a bit of ground that they know is relatively safe. They know of about one other player, almost. Nesk having the opportunity there to take up the head of the Izami. Sometimes the ponytail kind of gives away the game. And the pre-fire getting quite close as well towards the Izami, but Souls finds him instead. A sledge coming in from the new balcony will be shut down by Maya. The trades come down left, right, and center.
Well, Resets is finally getting some activation here. The Nook is revealed a bit, though. They're ready for the fight, and, well, not that one. Forced further and further away. Cover of the chance of the rotate up white. Handy's holding himself off. They still need to plant, and Handy doesn't have a C4, so tries to fight his way up. You take our kitchen, we take your cocktail.
Doubling down now, the name of the game that they need to try and go for. They've already improved compared to the last time they were here to find themselves a third attacking round on a very defense-sided map. So, Liquid are having some good cards for the rest of this map right now, for the rest of this game. They still need to bring it home. They still need to reel this in. And they have one more round to do it on the attack to see if they can basically double down on previous records and start to break that spree again. 8-0 in maps this year for FaZe against Liquid. That's definitely a demon that you have sitting on your shoulders.
FaZe, just as your round went away from you, will you get yourself ironed out here? You know, again, there's still a game of two halves ahead of us. Again, we sort of tie our eyes back to how things went on the previous half and the previous map even. And what you had there was FaZe sort of locking in a lot on their sort of defense. It drifted away a bit on their attack, but then they come back with strength towards the end. They have the capabilities.
Cyber's completely shut out now, though. Like 5 rounds in a row, not been able to have a single impact after he dropped 15 on map 1.
Well, that's it. It's not just 15, it was 15-6 as well.
Yeah.
It shows the comparison that how good he was on map 1 and how rough it's been here on map 2. He's almost stood at 1.0 KD. Not quite, but almost from the series.
Yes. Which is still positive and great. I mean, a lot of players don't make it, but after you have 15-6, they'll be 0-5. It's definitely not the kind of second map that you were hoping for. FaZe, of course, are looking to basically repick their own from last year. They want to be in that grand final again. They want to lift the hammer this time around.
Candelas and Smokes all entirely chugged through, and they were ready for Maya! Maya still wins it out, and they are exploding across the side itself. Ness tears the head off for one, follows through for the second, and Well, you call for LMGs, and there's another excellent demonstration of their position in the right hands. Cyber, we said we wanted to see more. He's got a first fight to his right. He's missed. Oh, he somehow still wins it, and there he is. An initial kill, but a post-plant. With the vertical fight, with everything watched and locked down here, Liquid. You'd say there's no way they'd lose this, and they don't, but 2 rounds threaded in a row, a 4-2 half for Team Liquid.
A wonderful half to come through from Liquid, finding themselves in this situation. The desk was questioning, why go to attack? You have been absolutely abysmal throughout the event on this side of the map. But they've just proved them wrong. They've gone 4 rounds here. They've set themselves up for success. They now need to sing it through. As they go over to the defense, you instantly see the clash coming out as well. Well, you don't, but we do. And we're headed towards the kitchen. We've also started counting down for Palu. 10 kills to go, and he joins the exclusive club. Is it Centurions? 1,000? Is that a century, right? Is that 1,000? What? Millennia. Yeah, I was going to say centuries. That's 100. Yeah. No, I got that wrong. It's like, what is the word then for like when you have a centurion? It's like something 100. I don't know if there's a word for 1,000. Like you would say millennia, but that it's not really something you can put up to a person, right?
I don't know. I think you're.
I mean, you're English. You know?
Yeah, I know, but this is like a military. You're inventing a term.
I mean, centurion is not an invented term.
No, I know that.
Just wondering if there is something.
But a centurion is like a figure from history, right? They're a military figure from history. You're just trying to be like they should have made another one, which is a bigger number. Why don't they just make one for a million soldiers? You know, call them a millionaire.
A millionaire.
I don't know, Hap. I don't know what you're getting at here.
I was just wondering if there was a word for it. There's not, so, you know, we're just going to call it the 1,000 club.
Hey,
then.
anyone that wants to invent a word out there, there's your word you can invent.
You know, I'll do it. I'll workshop it a little bit.
All right. 4-2. And now FaZe, they have their chance here to try and open themselves up with a bit of a bang. They did that on the other map. They did that on the other split. They're able to get themselves that opening sort of attack from a 2-4 man deficit. And a round like that here would absolutely reinvigorate the team who's otherwise been, I'm not going to say entirely locked out, but they've struggled to deal with both the sort of frag game from Liquid, which has been so sharp and so effective on this map, and also just how Liquid is moving around the play space. It's a similar sort of hold and ideal here. Though they've got the clash of Lagonis still as a consistent. It is just down on the basement. Come and find us, come and fight us, and choose which route you want.
If one thing's for certain, the Monty's going to be banned next game if we are headed towards the map number 3, because it has been impressive, it has been clear those roamers. And Lagonis now on that clash. Well, that might make an appearance as well. But first, Liquid will have to lock this one off. There is so much utility here towards this freezer. There is a clash that's holding it down. There's 2 Goyo pockets. That plant probably... Oh, no, never mind. That might just blow up both of them and the bot wire. So it's just Lagonis now. It's trying to hold this tight. A minute left.
I mean, that's it, right? A minute left. They're getting rid of the Goyos. By the time those burn out, about 45 seconds if you're wanting to go immediately. But there's a clash watching all of this. And we've seen Lagonis play a clash in this situation before in a hidden Maestro bubble tucked around the side of the Cabinet 2. There's the pings in the reveal, the flash on the player inside VIP, the second and the drop of the hatch itself. The Capitao will burn out that clash and force them further and further back and away. They cannot find the end of it, but Cyber does get Nesk. There's a bit more cover. There's an important fight for Cyber to win out 2 kills, and he's able to scream his way towards Bar, but Fitter King under the cover of smoke, going for a plant, and that Maestro bubble we talked about before. What a position for it as it cuts his hat off. They body block and drop it. They should be able to confirm the plant. Lagonis is the only one standing. A quad for Cyber. Will he get the ace? Yes, he will! Fresh! Eyes up, buddy! FaZe are doing FaZe things. Cyber, from only having a single impact on the first half, a single kill, 1-6, is now even.
This is what I was going to say. Like, the man dropped a single kill in 6 rounds, and he's like, you know what? I heard Emmy talk. I don't want to be ending this game on a 1 KD. You know what? Let's just drop an ace in there for good measure. What a round from him. And like what? Like game knowledge and just awareness of where everything was coming from as well. Slagon is the last one to fall. Cyber, great round from him. FaZe, 3-4. And Liquid, whilst they have done a great job in that first half, still have plenty of time to figure out their defenses.
I mean, you can never shut out these players.
No, I mean, there's a reason they have 1,000 kills in this side only.
Like, imagine you're watching this game at home. You're doing something on your other monitor. You're working. Credit to all you people working,
yeah,
watching.
Exactly, yeah.
I love you. You look down, you look up, and you're like, wait, Cyber was 1-6.
He had 1 kill, now he's only on 6?
Huh? But no, I mean, brilliant sort of play, but also how they set themselves up, obviously. As I said before, the kill game was sort of escaping them. That hold was a bit of utility pressure on towards it. They force the clash out. They go for the cover of the plant. In the meantime, Cyber wins out of 2K by seemingly himself. I'm not sure if he used... We saw the flashes to get themselves round the corner and over the stairs, but then from that point onwards, how he actually netted the first kill we didn't see. The second was, well, he won the swing. And I mean, it just shows in that pure instance. Because if that kill goes away, they suddenly have the control behind the space of you, and you're probably not going to be able to force your way in towards the plant in that position. But 3-4, Liquid, they are still in this advantageous position. Although Maya gets 1 and Maya gets 2 as KDS straight it out of Maya for 3.
Back-to-back aces.
I mean, buried himself deep across the balcony. Finds what was just gift after gift after gift of FaZe players falling from the heavens and then finding themselves in the afterlife.
I mean, it was already a bit confused because Paolo was standing there. He took out a Twitch drone. They dropped with their backs towards him. Yeah, Maya able to pick them all up. He just seen on the bulletproof camera where the last 2 players are. They're in Cigar. He has an opportunity to go for it. He sees one, he gets the quad, and back-to-back aces, Maya!
Are you kidding me? You can do it, we can do it too! Maya!
What a game this is! It's just a back-to-back ace to go through. I know you just said Fresh, like, hey, Fresh, ace number 7, on round number 7 to go in. I'm thinking there's going to be a message, hey, Fresh, ace round number 8 to go through.
No, I just, because we messaged, obviously we're messaging when all of this happens to keep on top of it. Yeah. I messaged him and said, yep, there's this ace is around. Yeah. I just added, Fresh, you'll never believe it. Dot, dot, dot.
There's been another.
I mean, it's just excellent. Outstanding.
Oh my, my, oh my.
Maya, now again, screaming their way up there and putting themselves in a position. He has overall in the tournament been the best rated player for Team Liquid as well, even though he's not, you know, the one breaking these kill records. He's so important towards it. He was strong in some of their bigger games. The ones that they were able to win, obviously, was Joel. And then he was also one of the sort of top performers alongside Nesk against M80, but I mean,
put ahead of the Blackbeard as well.
He did it all on a single plane of vision as well.
Yeah, he was playing around New Balcony in the door. That's all he did.
He could have done that in 2D with how it was sort of offered up to him there.
He only watched a single direction of the map, a single compass point. He played through a single door. Like, that's it. He's moved about 2 meters in that entire round. After the prep phase ended, finds himself an ace in the back of it. FaZe just kind of fed through it as well. I mean, the 3 people dropped the hatch, quick succession. He gets all 3 of them. And Maya just locks in a casual round there for the side of Liquid, who find themselves 3-5 now. 2 rounds away from pushing us to a map number 3 for this series. And 2 rounds away from breaking the curse they've had against FaZe of just losing everything, no matter where, no matter what, no matter when.
I mean, what a sort of way to rally yourself as well, right? With all the pressures of going home from SI, all the danger, all the threat of who you're up against and when, and they just refuse to stop. They have found their 6th gear. Now, as Cyber gets some clarity over towards reading, it's a C4 that removes the sledge. They still have the buck, so the soft isn't impossible. But another body advantage, another entry slips away from the side of FaZe here. You know, and at first they were doing okay with it. They got 3 of the first 4 rounds, but since then, 4 of the last 5, I believe, has been all Liquid's opening.
It has definitely been a game here for Liquid. They're stepping up, almost Nesk losing his life there. Just a little bit of damage done through that wall. He is looking to eye back into that fight as Handy is trying to get himself into the bathroom. Cyber will find the kill into Nesk. Brings it back to 4-on-4 as he continues to work on his own tally. And a minute 30, they still need to clear out this entire top 4. They then still need to work on the verticality towards the site itself and get their hands on that plant down below. So a lot of work to still do.
Well, Lagonis is towards the bottom of red as well. They're sort of waiting and hoping. They rotate round behind them. He's in a position with a minute 10 left to be absolutely devastating. Obviously, could try and put the pressure on towards Brown, but there's probably a little bit more of a heavy watch from that location. There's nothing that's really forcing them out of the mining position, out of the red stairs position. It's all eyes on the verticality for now. So at some point, FaZe, they're gonna have to try and get some control of Pillar. They're sort of proposing themselves on towards the default plant inside reading, and you don't just want to throw yourself over an edge. Last time that happened, it went away. Palu killed Maya and got caught. Oh no! A disaster has struck as Souls gets Lagonis. And in the blink of an eye, that round absolutely flipped on its head.
Started off great, having the entry, of course. There was a trade here and there, but then Nitrocell killing your teammate as you're being shut down. Definitely not the way they would have seen that round going after the back-to-back aces we've seen. But that's also part of the game. The clumsy moments where an accidental team kill happens and a round just falls apart instantly afterwards. And as round 10 is being entered, what happened here? Okay, no, that was just the first Nitrocell. Yeah, okay. I'm curious to see how it happened.
Oh, wait. Was it thrown up onto the soft and shot off by the buck? That's the only thing I can think of.
No, because it was Palu down below, so like he detonated it as he was being shot.
But Palu died in that fight, right?
Yeah, he died on the vertical that was being opened.
Yeah. So maybe he threw the C4 up, it got loose, or he messed up the throw and it arced.
But then it would have gone on himself.
That's true. I don't know.
I think.
Some mysteries we don't need to solve. Like Scooby-Doo and the gang always say. Well, they don't ever say that. They actually solve.
I thought they do solve mysteries.
They solve a decent amount of mysteries. I don't know why I'm disparaging.
I don't think that, Scooby-Doo is about not solving mysteries. That kind of would make for a bad show.
I believe the show is about solving mysteries. Liquid, I mean, it's still traded rounds. The fact that in the middle of this, yes, they got off to the first step, and then they were able to thread 2 rounds together, something FaZe have not been able to do at all throughout this game, means that if they can just keep the pace they're up to, if they can keep themselves sort of on this course, they should be able to still wrap this map up pretty well.
Not taking care of the Valkyrie camera there, that's a question. I'm not sure if he ran out of charges on that Twitch drone, just waiting for it to recharge, or there's a reason why they leave that up. I mean, they pinged it out. Get it from a vertical, not quite sure right away. Maya opening up the hatch is going to provide a fallback route for himself and Nesk, who are playing around on that top floor, trying to hold on for dear lives for as long as possible as well. And the drones are definitely giving away some of the information as Maya's looking to go a bit adventurous here. Sees the windows, trying to... If he could sit in there, he would at this point. And with the E1D popping off, no one can move for a couple of seconds. They're just trying to isolate 1 or 2 of these fights, but except for Cyber, who's inside Piano, there's nobody really else who's currently trying to make a push happen. Forget that. Just saw the dropping coming in from Souls from the new hatch. So 2 men now trying to fight over the top.
They drop, they're out of there, they rotate, and, well, they still have a C4 they can utilize, and they've sort of wasted a minute 40 here. Cyber steadies his way across as they still don't fully trust that there's not a Team Liquid player lurking in a corner. I mean, we've had those moments from FaZe time and time again, and they don't want to be caught in their own game. Now, get themselves paced up again, smashing open the hold above as quickly as they can. I said it before in the previous round, regardless of how things fell out, you are still obviously not just doing entirely vertical takes here. There has to be a little bit of that flat control and coverage, and that usually comes around the 30-second mark here, but it's veto going fishing first of all and finding Maya, and now that is that motion. But an attempted retake, Palu, you could see he was sort of eyeing up somebody else watching a camera potentially. The pings are there, and that's teamwork, baby. Palu drives his way across. He is now a massive problem, because if they get caught out here, that could be the kit drop. Resets gets Vidiking. 4 versus 3. Resets gets caught out, but still 2 versus 3. Palu has the vertical. Souls has Nest. A 2 versus 2. They're going for the plant. There's nobody immediately able to stop it right now. You can see Souls is watching every way he can. They're screaming themselves forward, and a lot of damage done. Palu for 3. Handy does have vertical once again. It's going to be a tricky fight to make at this point, and that's it. He doesn't have the stuns. It's just an impact. They've gone for the retake. Palu's underneath. Handy is going to drop and rotate. He's playing a game for Palu for a quad. And I cannot believe the nature of these rounds. But Liquid, they believe that they can get this one locked out 6-4.
One more round, and they break that curse. They go to our map number 3, and they will fight for survival in 6th Invitational and to play later on today. Because the match and their day, well, the match might be over after the next map, but it's definitely not their day. Because there's another best of 3 they would have to fight through and survive through to have a chance at making it even to the main stage, because that's tomorrow where we qualify the remaining teams for the main event.
The loser, obviously, of this series is done. Their SI is wrapped. The winner would be matched up against Virtus Pro later on today. And that is one of those games where it's either a rematch of a 2 versus 1 that was Liquid versus them in the group phase. Liquid lost, I believe, from my memory's eye. Or, well, an easier one to remember, the upper bracket final of last SI, FaZe versus Virtus Pro. The game that sent FaZe into the final and Virtus Pro down to the lower bracket, where they then lost to, at the time, W7M. Obviously, Furia and got
turned out to be world champions, yeah.
3rd place. So there's 2 big potential rematches, including the final before the final.
And these teams, you know, they're not really known to make changes. Like some of the other teams, you know, there's like 1 or 2 new players entering every single time. That's not the case with FaZe. That's not the case for Liquid. It's definitely not the case for Virtus Pro. So it's just going to be quite on a rematch, just in a slightly different meta, a year later, on a different kind of stage. Grenades coming through, just to take out some utility. Liquid, they are so close to finding the first map of the year here against FaZe. All they need to do is just hold on, just a little bit longer. Let that time tick down, let it work for you.
Ready for somebody to come to a piano window. They have built themselves a fortress, but a fortress can be torn down. This, the catch, the wait, the bait, the play, they've got it pre-loosed, but as the Habana pellets open an angle, how confident are they feeling? The E1D pulses above, and Lagonis' nerve falls a step maybe earlier than he wanted, but still. They have the castle, they have the Scar, they have some of those Keepers, and now they have some damage done. Cyber trying to make friends.
Friends is a strong word again.
It's such a heavy hold here. That's 3 players dedicated around this space entirely. Huge amounts of utility. They've got the extension in towards Cigar that's covered, and Maya wins out the first engagement against Handy, and Lagonis survives, slips his way away. The cover of Nesk pushes the player out. Souls just takes the drop, and KDS gets Maya from the hatch on the balcony. KDS gets it, and they just screamed their way. They said, "You are holding Pixel fine. We will take the site."
Decided to just go for an execute, and FaZe break on through. As round number 12 will come into play. And either Liquid pushes us to a map number 3 or overtime will be seen in this series. And the timeout now call. They still have one left in the pocket. After FaZe called it at the conclusion of round number 8. They know they need to lock this off. And they have 2 or 3 options to try and do it at. Reading, kitchen, or cocktail. The 3 options Liquid have available to them to try and lock this one out. Now, kitchen they've lost when they played it. Cocktail they've won once, just lost it now. So which are they going to go for?
And that is it. Now it is all down to the players. Liquid, 1 round away from surviving for now for a map. 1 round away from back to it. Maybe that is it. Great motion there from FaZe. As I said, I think after some juggling, some time on the utility, realized just how heavy a hold it was in that situation, and also how little Liquid wanted to give it up. They lose the opening engagement to Liquid, so FaZe went, right, let's operate. Let's hit the hatch, drop down onto the balcony, and then swing Cigar, then swing the site. 2 of us are now in the site. And
yeah. Just overwhelmed them completely. I mean, there was such a heavy hold towards Piano. You cannot just hold every single part of the map, and as soon as they found that gap and basically got the first opening, that gap can only become wider. And now a single round to decide whether overtime is necessary or map number 3 to decide which of these 2 teams is going to progress down to the lower bracket and which will sadly be going home tomorrow as their tournament would conclude. Oh, there is a player on Pixel again. They're aware of that. I think at least there's a player prone as well. A pre-fire could be the end of Vita King. He now knows because one of those bullets just went through. So he's going to be holding on to that. He's like, okay, there's someone in Pixel. Can we try and force him out?
Well, that's the cover that's going to sort of come through. It's Nesk in that position, and he slips his way out without, you know, actually being killed. He suffered some damage, but he can survive, and he's ready for a breach and a break. Cyber's made his way towards piano window, and Palu has dropped off. You still have Nesk around this position, not entirely alone. There's obviously some C4 support, and Maya is in cocktail as well, but it's just drawing the focus. You cannot let them get sort of freewheeling here on the verticality. It was their point of focus, their immediate point of play. Last time, remember, things went a bit awry with the self C4 and the damage done to teammates, but they think they can press that time advantage again. Feel of players' positions. Maya happy to keep himself here, tucked around the swing in. They actually re-barricade on the new balc window, and it's Cyber cutting his way across. I talked about the sort of lateral pressure that needed to be applied last time here from FaZe. The grenades bouncing their way back towards Maya, who still survives. Parley finds Cyber, and Handy trying to smash their way in as FaZe go for this execute across the top. There is more traded bodies, more of an engagement, and it's so scrappy, but the C4 support is there. 2 versus 3, technically a huge kill. This buys them the verticality, maybe even the chance to get up Souls, who's slipped his way to a bit of soft, but as you can see, it's being called. They're aware of it, and he's worried. They're just spraying and hoping, and Souls, someone needs to save him, but they don't want to give them the free double. There it is. But 45 seconds, a 3 versus 2.
Time ticking down. Vita King knocking at the front doors off the side. Handy opening up from above is making some positions slightly less playable. Souls will probably stay on the verticality, whereas the other two are trying to get that plan down. They need a bit of pressure horizontal as well, as a retake of Palu is going to be attempted.
Finding their way around White, but pushed out of Washroom. This is a big moment, and it's won out by Palu. Can deny the plant, can absolutely rain terror on the attempt. There's his third. But now Souls spraying and hoping just to catch a loose thread of a FaZe player, but Liquid secure FaZe's map, secure a lifeline, and we go to a Soul map, a Soul opportunity, a Soul chance for either FaZe or Liquid to keep going along the lower bracket.
They break their curse against FaZe. They win their first map in the last 12 months against them. And now they need to do it again if they want to continue their tournament.
Let's take a quick break before we're back.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Recovering in El Classico, Team Liquid take it to map 3, but we have to talk about the one that just passed, because my God, it was neck and neck the whole time on Cafe Dostoevsky, just off of a great start.
Yeah, a really strong comeback. We doubted the attack pick. We knew they sucked at attack, let's be real. Overall, and they go on one of the most defender-sided map in the meta, and they go in and they get a 4-2 split. That was huge for me. And we've said one of the things, they needed to bring the Monty if they want to play that conventional siege, and FaZe were playing into that. They were playing very slow. You see the lineup, most of the times they were bringing smoke, bringing the Goyos, bringing the castles, all of this to slow Liquid down, while they use the Monty to get that control and play that traditional way of siege and beat them really hard on that first attacker split.
Liquid's certainly a team that knew something about their attacks that we didn't know, Leo, of course, as you say, that Monty. And I think it's just important to say about how Lagonis plays the Monty as well. He's not an aggressive player with the Monty. He uses the Monty to get direct lines of sight into key positions into the map and uses that to IGL his troops around the map to then get the kills. And it's so substantial. We've seen teams ban it over and over again. FaZe haven't, and it did catch them out, and they were unpredictable as well.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that I saw was like this change of pace, right? First style of attack, let's play conventional siege, let's bring your shield. Second pace, be unpredictable. That's one of the things that we said. On round 6, what do? They bring Amaru, they bring Blitz, they bring all of this stuff to rush in. And you'll see here, Ying, sorry, instead of the Blitz. Outside of mining window, Nesk is ready to execute with the Ying. You see the Lurk Nuke around reading door, and at the same time the Amaru. They send all of the stuff to bait for the execute. Lagonis is rappelling in dining with the diffuser at the same time. Maya wins this very big opening arrangement here, and as the plan is going down in dining, they're completely baited by Nesk here in mining. It's really, really good play. The diffuser actually went in from the other window. And overall, like, super good execution from Liquid. That's the change of pace that we needed.
And these were the types of attacks that we were not seeing from Team Liquid at all on Nighthaven Labs. They just didn't happen at all. They changed it up on Cafe. They got behind the Monty, and then when FaZe kind of settled into that, they went unpredictable, as we saw in the clips there. Really, really good attacks, and then they defended it out from there.
It's great. It's like a complete 180 shift to what we got in map 1 for Team Liquid, but not everything went off without a hitch in this game, right? There's a few things that slip between the cracks for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think they weren't that consistent, you know, with some of the things, including Palu trying to C4 this guy. I mean, look at this angle. Poor guy in 90. I think Palu really wanted that. He really wanted that 1,000 kill threshold, and he just wanted to skip that bar and get a second kill.
Every stack has one person that does that, and I want you to just text your friend right now, send him a message, tag him somewhere, because that is exactly, they should know who they are in a situation like that. Jack, but yeah.
It's not me. It's not me.
I'm just saying. Anyways, Jack, any final words before we close it out on map 2?
Oh, look, I think Liquid had some resilience in that game that I'll be honest, going into map 2, I wasn't expecting them to have. They've surprised me, particularly on the attacks. I think we're in for a hell of a final series because both teams love the next map.
And Consulate is heavily defender-sided. So once again, I know we've been saying this again and again, but the attack side is really where it begins.
Yeah.
The shields have a little bit less of an impact on that map. I'm assuming, though, that we can see more rushes with the stance.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. We have a game on our hands. FaZe versus Team Liquid. Winner of the game advances. Loser is out of SI. We'll talk about map 3 after the break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
We continue on with El Classico between Team Liquid and FaZe Clan. We go into map 3. Liquid have recovered, but how well will they flow in this third one? Will it be done and dusted on Consulate for the FaZe side or for Liquid? Only time will tell. In less than an hour, it'll all be closed up here on the chapter. Let's talk about it. Recovery from Team Liquid map 2. Do they have what it takes to get past this
Absolutely.
point?
They've showed us that they have a plan. They've showed us that they know how to VOD review, and we actually have 2 VODs of FaZe at this event on this map. Same thing for Liquid though. One of the things I'd like to see from FaZe to change is either remove that Monty. I know I've said shields aren't as big on Consulate, but it seems that it's the main big pivotal point for Liquid to win attack maps. And then the second thing will be to be able to react to rushes. They were not able to react to those. They need to be ready for it. If it means playing more turtle, it means playing turtle, but they need to play their own game now.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Leo. The Monty ban has to come in for FaZe Clan because it's so effective on the side of Team Liquid. I think if they take away that Monty, FaZe will be starting on the defense. They can start snowballing it, but if they let their ego get the better of them and let Lagonis get on that Monty, it could be over.
It's great at slowing down the game, which Liquid desperately needed after that first map. We'll see. Consulate is up in the air. Alphama and Fresh, thank you so much. Our casters are standing by. Fluke and App, please. My friends, take it away.
Thank you very much. And yes, we will for the second time in about 20 hours, we are going into our third map in a huge, huge series. Do you know what it is, Hap? All on the line. The loser of this series is done. That is the end of their run of SI, and well, there's an intense stare from Cyber, but the two teams, who's gonna win? I hope you all at home are doing the staring contest as well. Ooh, he's good. He's very good.
The camera lost.
The camera lost, because we got some Siege to play. The loser between FaZe or Team Liquid will be another team whose run here at Six Invitational 2025 is done. And I sort of agree with the desk cap. Crazy, ludicrous. I want to see if they ban
those guys.
Those friends over there. I want to see if they ban the Moxie. I want to see if they respect and understand that, oh yeah, this is why everybody does it.
It's what I said, right? Like at the end of the attacking half of Liquid on the previous maps, like surely the Montaigne is going to be banned out now. Of course, Blackbeard banned by Liquid themselves. Now the true question, is FaZe going to be removing that Montaigne? Maybe in the Clash to follow up on it.
No, they have not opted. And has the game been decided by that decision? Probably not.
But there's still rounds to play.
I'm sure Liquid are very happy to have it slip through. A bit of a discussion there on towards the defender they want to get rid of, and Goyo. Goyo is utilized a lot across the pretty much every single map right now. It's great utility. Obviously, comp where you're doing full setups, where you have the full extensions, and you can kind of predict and shape and guide people to be in situations, and you go, here's my Goyo. But also the very active use of Goyo we've seen throughout this tournament. People who leave them and sort of with them in aggressive positions, pop them and fall back, buys themselves, well, at least a chance to turn tail. And that is a style of play that Liquid has done quite a lot. So FaZe, they want to make sure that not only do they remove the holds inside the site, but they stop that turning tail game.
We are getting in the way. Has Milos gone back to playing the Jazz live?
That is all Milos.
That is all Milos. And we're going to console meeting as the very, very first sight of this final map. As Liquid's finally been able to beat FaZe for once this year, looking to take this series now and fight to continue down that lower bracket and have hope to maybe make it to the main stages. Now, at the start of this game, we highlighted the 1,000 kill club. 3 kills are required for Palu to make it, so we can count that down. That might be this round, might be the next.
He did great. Well, obviously, you know,
great round, 50
about
kills
3 rounds into the last one, and he'd gotten about 4 kills. We were like, yeah, maybe not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And then, pulls out an ace, pulls out a 4K, pulls out a 3K. It's like, maybe gonna happen.
Maybe gonna happen, you know?
Maybe gonna happen. 3 kills. I mean, that man can kill. He is obviously one of the most history players. Again, we might be having all 3 members of the 1,000 kills at SI and above.
I kind of call them millenniums.
The millenniums. Yeah. We might have all 3 of our millennium players. That works.
Yeah, that works, right? Like millennials is maybe not the right word.
I wouldn't call them millennials.
Yeah. So millenniums is what we're going to call
it. But our 3 millennium players bring the Y2K of their own. Attention played. Maya is in a position now where he's just got to sit here for a while, make sure that he survives. More importantly, he's going to be the sort of, anchor, the hold of the back of this, as now they'll try and get themselves in towards Archives, in towards Admin, in towards Coffin, some control on Spiral, and then see if they can force Vending. That is sort of the play and the setup here, and with that position being an important one, in fact, Maya's not even going to risk holding onto it and fighting from that. He's dropped himself down. They've got growth and plans for that for later.
The Montaigne, of course, going to be the first to enter the building in from the admin windows as he confirms and takes his drone. Agonis taking out the default camera. You might be wondering, why is he shooting the floor? That's the default camera down in Visa. It's just going to be removing that one, just taking out the utility and information that might be around. Actually needing Palu to come around as well. It's a bit of a higher caliber than the 9mm pistol he's been using. And a minute 30 have just passed on the board. Timing slowly going down. The fact there's no Goyo is actually going to make this push a little bit more easy to go through, because usually the A side will be stacked with those pockets. And as the flashbangs and grenades are starting to come through, Palu needs 2 more to get himself to 1,000.
Well, there's KDS and Souls finding ones of their own and stopping that run here, at least for Palu this time round. Lagonis on the Monty. We talked about the importance of that player and that operator, and now he's all that's left. He's dancing a dangerous fight. The second to reload, and, well, re-shields and drops the cam with the crossfire. A step too far. FaZe open up with the first defense.
It was a bit of a quick play once more, of course. You know, it took down until the final minute, but at the moment they managed to get that very first kill. Liquid kind of tried to explode all over the site, but was shut down by FaZe one by one. The instant retreat coming through. And this is basically a bit of a repeat of what we've seen when we were on Labs, for example. They managed to get that entry kill in quite cleanly, at least you'd say, until 10 seconds later, and the entire team just dies. Coffee cam.
It's the coffee cam. My favorite cam.
Or water or tea. I don't know what liquid is in there.
Well, liquid was in there. And then they got removed. Dried out like a sponge by FaZe. The swing there against the Monty. They're, you know, opting for these sort of driven fights. But FaZe coming down to the 3 versus 1 towards the 2 versus 1. And you're up against Lagonis on a Monty. You don't want to entirely throw the risk down towards the basement here. Find ourselves on towards Cafe. Can this be a chance for a return towards the first map? It was traded rounds pretty much entirely, apart from a single moment where Liquid threaded 2 in the midst of it. And that was enough.
Now, going back here on Consulate, this is a map that they have played once against one another. Actually, no, twice. The Stage 2 playoffs, it was won 7-5 by FaZe back then. And at the Manchester Major, they've also played it 7-5 to FaZe in that game as well. So FaZe have been able to take this home twice, but because of this, also both these teams know a lot about one another for this specific map. How they play it, how they like to think on certain issues that might arise. So it just depends on who has done the better prep, who has done and made the better counters for this kind of game. The first minute passes, no real pressure coming down yet from the side of Liquid. We see a couple of them ready outside of Piano, trying to get a bit of pressure in, reset, ready to basically, what, where, oh, above, Handy, finding the shot into Lagonis, and that's a big loss, losing that shield like that this early on.
I mean, just a step too close to the fire. Handy gets his second, the trade out. Aspire gets locked for his third. Palu gets one more. Separates Palu from the 1K club. But between him and Resets, they've got to find 3 if they want to win this round and keep themselves level and immediately competitive with FaZe. They get some security, some safety. FaZe have backed off a bit. They know where the side is. They know what still needs to be played. And look what's been taken out. They have some hard breach, but both soft destruct is gone. They can only really play with what is available to them from the pre-opened angles and positions. Luckily for them, there's a couple, but at the same time, you're up against the C4 at least. It's going to be a very dangerous drop and roll. The flashes to see if they can catch out this back line of players. They hit the hatch, but it's actually Resets that catches KDS. Another bit of pressure, another play round. The air jab will cut off the rotate. Reset's going to secure the plant as well. And, well, pulls off, but the cover is a second too late. Another 1 versus 1. 40 seconds. Resets, he's gonna see if he sticks this one. Souls is making a movement closer and closer, and he gets the side of an engagement. But Souls, he can play time, he can play pace. The pressure's on Resets, who cannot get it. Souls. 2 rounds for FaZe.
Tried to get the planter, weren't quite able to stick it. Because time and time again, another FaZe player popped up and made life difficult. An exposition Piano is going to be up next. They're continuing that rotation. Of course, considering they won the other 2, they cannot really go back until the next round. This is how it started off, though. The Sledge opened up the castle barricade. They probably thought it wouldn't be watched due to the fact it is a castle barricade. But Handy was out there already, and he basically instantly took out an angle from that attack. And Resets and Palu, they almost made it happen, but FaZe too strong in that round.
2-0 FaZe. This tertiary site is the important sort of landing point here for Liquid. So otherwise, if this goes away, you start asking the questions of when do you have your timeout? When do you have your conversation? Yes. It's not a huge sort of divide across this site itself. Piano, 34% attack a win. It's not actually as good as some of the others. Console has 42% attack, but still, these teams know each other better. Those numbers will be sort of less aggressively inflated when you're up against the same region matchups because you're very familiar with the region's playstyle on sites. You're very familiar with how to lock yourselves in and focus up here. They're weighing their options. Now, the early loss of the Blitz before was a bit of a blow. They're back to Monty. This time, Lagonis. Palu, 1 kill. Needed.
1 kill to join the exclusive club of Nesk and Cyber, who both are in this server as well. Yet to find a kill, both of them in this round, in this game so far, though. As Resets looking to push with the shotgun, throws in a grenade very first, goes into yellow. Candelas are starting to pop off as well, as Paolo's trying to make a move happen. Resets with the very first. Finds the Warden, descending the staircase, and instantly pushes back up as he wants to hold as Nesk finds KDS.
5 versus 3, they're in a very good position here. Souls has had a big map so far with a 4K of his own and, well, winning out a 1 versus 1 clutch, but a minute 30. Liquid have done this very quickly. Palu hops in, hops out, removes the Fenrir mine. So now they get a little bit extra access. The traps haven't really slowed them down. The frost mats, the combination with Fenrir too, they are just waiting. At this point, you know, there can be time preparation. Cyber is going to prepare himself for C4 in case somebody rotates Spiral behind him. Just gives them a safe option without having to swing, take their focus off elsewhere. It's the Boogie drone getting the work done. Vidaking sitting, waiting patiently, and they will expect this angle. And they will expect Cyber, the shield, about to clank its way around the corner. The blinds are in and out and over the cover of the Candelas. Scream across. You can see Souls is trying to step in and stop that approach there, keep themselves safe. And, well, there's the reveal, the hit of the shield. They'll pull themselves back. Maya suffers next, and a misthrown Candela won't go down towards the back of the site where they wanted. Suddenly, Palu is trying to thread delicate shots as Lagonis securing the block. Palu enters the Millennium Club with his 1000th kill in SI. Cyber shots him out, but he would need to ace it again. Fights a Monty toe-to-toe. Damo says no. Congratulations, Palu. You joined Nesk. You joined Cyber as achieving 1,000 kills whilst playing in 6 Invitational. But that is just one accreditation. That is just one trophy. One thing on your shelf. I think a hammer is probably a nicer one to have. And you get your first round trying to keep yourself going on it 2-1.
They've never gotten as close as they did back in 2021 in Paris. It was a beautiful venue. It was a close game against NIP. And the devastation that Liquid suffered at that moment was just so immense. But FaZe, they themselves, I mean, they lost out only just last year. Their pain is even more recent. So both these teams know what it's like to lose at the biggest stage of them all. And as it's 2-1 FaZe, they still have that lead. Liquid closing that gap by just a round. Interesting cam here. I didn't know we could see drones like this. As we move over to round number 4. Again, back towards the top 4. The rotation will be reset. And FaZe will be looking to at least find yet another 2 rounds out of these next 3.
Liquid, they haven't been a million miles away. A sort of 1 versus 1, a 1 versus 2. FaZe will still need to sharpen certain aspects up. There are things about the whole being red. The Monty is out and about once again. as it was before. But will Lagonis be able to have a little bit more support in the final throws towards the site? Utilization of the Flores, removing all of those hard corners of utility, the problem areas they couldn't quite get a handle on last time they were here. Instead, well, we don't need to be so direct with our approach. They have the ROUs, they have the role of the Sense, they have themselves pretty much an entirely different lineup. So I think they want to just try and clear a bit of the space on the plant, get underneath, get it landed. Early C4 usage doesn't net anything, but at this point, time ticks on. You can see that Ness is sort of anticipating somebody from behind yellow.
I mean, you just got to be worried about any of these flankers potentially to move through. And I mean, it's not like they can push anyway now. There is a smoke canister down. Might as well just watch in case there is a flanker coming around the corner. Whereas Lagonis is going to try and slowly creep himself towards that side. Make sure to call out. There's one close in the corner. There's one looking through the bathroom door. So the ROU is going to be blocking the line of sight as the blitz. I mean, the Monty's starting to push through, but King finds the cover right behind him. Ness gets shut down. And Lagonis now all alone with no cover here against basically every single enemy as resets, at least resets that man count.
Souls tried to sort of double dip and get some damage done out the bathroom, but didn't really offer them anything apart from a man, and now they just sort of flood their way in towards Consulate, towards CEO, and towards the desk itself. But crossing the divide is proving not easy as King gets one. It's a back and forth from a shield, but Maya and Palu get that little gap, that little break. 40 seconds. Handy and KDS, they're trying to retake either side. There's a bit of a split fight. Separate Palu, separate Maya, and the shield as well. They've all fallen back round. They've opted for an entirely different approach, and Handy gets one over the shoulder, but unfortunately, another player still stands. Another 1 versus 2 has come together. You're against the shield, and you get the boom! KDS collaterals his way through Liquid.
They lined up in the end. I mean, Monty unshielded to basically divide the attention. But as it gets knifed, his head lines up to the last member on his team. And both of them sprayed down in the same second. And FaZe, they secured themselves their 3rd round. Looking to progress throughout this lower bracket. You saw here first, King shutting down Nesk, who was down on that cover. And afterwards, some quick and nice plays to come through, but the man advantage eventually came back in favor of Liquid. And some people might question, why did you unshield? But it's just to make sure that the attention is being dragged away from the cover.
Yeah.
So you could take it 2-on-1 fight.
Exactly. You're sacrificing yourself at that point for the other player to have the trade. You know that, well, if you're fully shielded, they're just going to pre-aim the other guy anyway. You have to be a threat. You have to draw the attention down to you and hope. But the positioning is just lining them up there for KDS, getting the collateral kill. It's the right idea, but the wrong result there that's come through from Liquid due to KDS's positional sort of awareness. It's like, fine, I'll kill that man through you.
I mean, he did himself in the corner, and I was like, you're not going to be unseen. There's a shield. Like, he's going to come around the corner, know exactly where you are, but as a result of it, was able to basically line up those shots. In the end of it, find themselves with yet another round in favor of FaZe. Just lost map number 2, now trying to push it back. They still have another best of 3 to play after this today. Whoever wins this current map to make sure that they are not joining the loser of this game on the plane back home to Brazil.
Now it is sort of a position on this map where it's not a million miles away. The defense has preference, about a 60-40 split. So 4-2 is common territory at this point, but Liquid, they just want to try and break this mold because all these rounds, they're ending in 1 versus X's, you know, and that one, maybe the first that was actually successfully won by the one out by that last remaining player. Ness, does he know about the player top spiral?
He doesn't.
No. Cyber picks up a freebie. He's able to get himself out of there as well as KDS opens the run and the route. And the sledge gone. They've tripled their soft destruction choice. You said it before, the first 2 to go. Last time was Myra and Ness playing soft destruction. This time Palu has joined in. They don't want to risk not having that vertical control and pressure.
That is Elysian playing on the bottom side of that spiral, so it wasn't actually right below. On the statue, Cyber just holding on tight here. Sees a couple of players rotating around, or hears them rather run by. FaZe have the man advantage here. It's just a matter of just sitting still, waiting patiently, not going for the fight as Maya swings around a corner. Finds Handy as he was being pressured from the outside and from the staircase at the same time, and that gives him the opportunity to now start working on verticality on Garage itself. After that, you can remove that utility. You can start thinking about potentially going for a main breach and see what you can reach from that point onwards. And as Paolo was clearing around on that top floor, making sure there's absolutely no roamer left. 35 seconds are on the clock, and it's not a lot of time here for Liquid. That definitely doesn't help. Just hitting a skeleton key into Lagones. He's down 1 HP now. As the Heart Breach, as the Diffuser Carrier.
20 seconds on the clock at this point, and as you said, the Diffuser planter, he needs to try and get that planted. Balu goes through every single goo mine possible, but he needs to find the fight. There is the swing out. Souls gets Maya, Cyber gets Palu. Liquid only have resets in 8 seconds at this point. And that divide, that 3-1 becomes 4-1. Becomes only 3 rounds away from their run being done. As I said, still likely for a 4-2 half, still expected. Probably find a way towards Piano, but you know, it does bounce back and forth as a site, as a location, and with the timeout, they know how important this round is to win.
Yeah, I already thought that this was going to be the moment to call that tactical timeout. I mean, they have gotten close. They just weren't able to close out these, well, basically end situations. And right now, it's calm chatter that's going on. And it's probably just talking about despite, like, small mistakes. Work together, communicate. Work on the basics. Something about Montaigne.
Pode manter a cara igual vocês na play L, tá ligado? Tá. Entra ali normal, prepara o terreno e você entra ali. Normalmente tem bem chi, ok? E você vai entrar na cara, pode subir, cara, volta também, pode quebrar.
Montaigne is the only thing I got out of that.
Yeah, it does help. It does help that Montaigne is the same in every language.
Yeah.
Though, actually, I mean, technically it's not, because it means mountain in French, right?
Yeah, it is French for mountain, yes.
If we're, I mean, imagine if you renamed every operator like that based on it, because
Dutch would be called Ben. Yeah, not sounding very.
Here comes mountain. Well, they use that in Game of Thrones. Actually, it works.
Yeah, that's true.
Pretty well. But 4-1 now at this point. See the replay of the previous round. We get ourselves back in here. FaZe. They can get themselves the 5-1 half. Hey, remember how we opened our series? It was a 5-1 half to a 6-1 position. They know how to press their advantages, FaZe. They know how to lock themselves in. That was defense into offense as well, and could be the same story here. That timeout could be the last conversation Liquid have with each other and their coach, where they can slow things down and stop their fall. But from now on to maybe the end of their run, it's all free-flowing.
Slowly starting to evaporate for them indeed, so they need to put a stop to this. Need to put that temperature down. Cool off this match, make sure that they are there to, well, basically pick up on those 1v2 situations where, you know, if you calm it down a little bit more, if you just realize what a person is and just use the time you have available, 1 or 2 of those rounds could have turned around. Are they aware? Paulo definitely seems to be. He's just going to be waiting now. There's a player on the opposite side now. Oh, that is dangerous. Oh, that's a bait. Okay.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, like, no way you're going to be losing it out like this.
No, they're baiting KDS. KDS would have to hop out with a shotgun and make the connection. They're trying to play on the audio, but KDS is patient. He doesn't need to go yet. He's waiting for some utility to be thrown in, some pressure to be put. You assume he'll activate soon. The drop down, the C4 throws them further and further back. They're not quite able to get the full control here. The vertical fight is coming together. Cyber and Handy, though, they start to tear this round away. There's another for Cyber and for Souls and Parlu. Looked like he wanted to open the engagement, but he has been left alone, out to dry. And he gets Cyber, but they obviously knew where he was. Another 5-1 half for FaZe.
It's not looking good for Liquid and their fans. The copium must have been running high after they just won that previous map. Like, we are so back. Only to be in its Jover FaZe potentially to come through now. 2 rounds again. FaZe, they're 2 away from progressing and sending Liquid back home on a plane to Brazil. And as it was a very convincing round to come through as well, that definitely doesn't send you with the highest of moods into your second half if you're a Liquid.
They have the benefit of being on their defense. They have that in their pocket, in their favor. But as I said before, that is all that they have right now. They have to try and rally as the roster. One of the longest standing, longest fighting, and most regarded rosters that have been close to winning it before. They have to try and find that special something, but Nesk, Lagones unable to get themselves into a sort of kill game, where on the other hand, all 5 players of FaZe, helped by being on their defense, have been able to sort of lock down positions, lock down cover for each other, most importantly.
The last time Liquid played FaZe on this map, they won 2 rounds on the attack and 3 rounds on the attack. So they have definitely been underperforming if we are continuing that kind of statement to go through. There was in Manchester, that was in the FaZe 2 playoffs for their regional league. And now onto the defense. Well, they're gonna have to make the difference. And Vita King almost opening up with a clean take. It was a shoulder to be shown, but Reset's not deciding to go for it in the end, falling back, not taking that fight, not wanting to give away the body that early on. As the RC Roteros are spooling up to take out the utility to allow FaZe to go quick whenever they need to. There's first of all the long desk to be removed. It's a popular position to play in if it's not being challenged. It is hardwood. It gives you so much cover. With the barbed wire now removed and the top of Spiral as well, it's opened up a second avenue for the side of FaZe to try and utilize. Now the top of Yellow being cleared as well. And these don't all have to be utilized by FaZe, but it's pressure that Liquid needs to pay attention to as the round goes on. Lagones took a bit of damage in a bit of a scrap that might have been handy, trying to go for a bit of a chase. And with 1:20 left, and then basically stacked up on Copy, soon Maya is going to be receiving a bit of pressure here on Soda.
It is the power position, the crossfight. As KDS, though, gets resets, gets blinded, and gets themselves moving. Cyber, huge amount of damage, but KDS gets Lagones, gets the second. And they're about to get a face full of bullets. Maya's blinded, and Souls tears through, but there goes Souls, and it is just Parlu. In a 1 versus 4, gets his second, gets the track in return. They know where he is, they're behind him, they're around him. They've got a crossfire, he's trying to isolate a fight, and he's blind on this corner and swing, he survives, and he gets crossed out. FaZe, 6-1 again, 1 round away again, but can they try and lock this out? Can they confirm themselves to continue on the lower bracket to rematch, re-meet Virtus Pro after they beat them in the upper bracket final last SI? Can they send their countrymen home?
They have 5 rounds to try and lock it off, and after that they have an overtime to potentially do it, and FaZe have all the cards in their hands right now. Liquid need a miracle to push on through. KDS from the top row, finding one, realizing one was coming up. A beautiful flash onto Maya, followed up by a double from Souls. And Palu, he almost managed to bring it back. 4-2, found 3, got himself in the right position, but the one flashbang stopped him from taking the 4 fight and allowed him to be wallbanged slightly later. FaZe, 1 round is all they need to continue their win streak against Liquid.
to continue the lower bracket.
Liquid, for all their history, for all their worth, for all the talent this roster possesses, and for the fight they had on the previous map, maybe the best that they've played the entire tournament, they have just not been able to get themselves over the struggles they've suffered. FaZe, they took a knock, they took another, but they also took a lot of big games in the group stage. And they're looking set and ready to get some revenge for being knocked down to the lower bracket and scream their way back towards a final, something that they've probably been thinking about since the last time and how it went away from them. Souls moves in towards admin, gets the first test of control, the first taste. Finding ourselves onto Expo and Piano. You want this verticality, and that's what they're going for as quick as they can, but this opening engagement could be that big deciding factor.
Yeah, and the long desk to be removed. The player behind it forced off once more. Nesk is looking to take the fight over towards the admin side. There's 3 players of FaZe as he's tucking himself in close behind the soda machine, but he's been spotted, and this will force the fall back. Handy trying to lean into the fight, but the Fenrir FNAT is slowing him down slightly. And with 1:30 and Vidaking now making the phone call, he knows that resets is around the corner. Has to challenge, but it's a shotgun on the other side as well as Handy gets the opening kill.
Nesk fights back, but KDS and Cyber set us up on the end, but Maya driving for a double. Laconis and Maya holding on, brings themselves into the 2 versus 1. Maya, Cyber and Handy ahead of him. They have a minute, they have time. He has all the pressure, all the weight in the world upon his shoulders. Sets himself on the side of seeding, and the spray through gives the game away that we know where you are. So we're gonna plant behind Piano where you cannot reach us. The blinds against that man won't stop. The grenade forces him away, but he knows the risk. He's got a challenge and he can't. FaZe confirm themselves to face VP later, confirm themselves to keep going in the tournament with a strong, strong showing. Liquid freeze up and get dried out here at SI 2025. Their run is over, and although the roster broke some massive, massive records and scores and put in a great fight, it is just not the year of Liquid.
It is not. And indeed, after a rough group stage that Liquid had, going in as 4th, they're now being sent home in the first round of the lower bracket. They managed to win a map against a team that they struggled winning against all year. It's a victory in and of itself, but it's not the one they were looking for.
Well, one of these legends had to send another home, but you cannot argue that they are fitting of that title. We'll go to a break before we're back to break it down.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ceux qui me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
We're speaking to KDS after a close game here today. Congratulations on the victory, but it's more like a day in the office for you guys. 40 times you've already played against Liquid. Does that make it easier to play against a team you know well?
Yeah, against Brazilian teams, I think it's a lot easier to play because we screen a lot, so we know how each other play. So I think this is the easiest teams to play is a Brazilian.
So then you also win each other's map pick, for example. You win Nighthaven, they win Cafe. What went wrong on Cafe?
I think Cafe, we are not having a good communication on the attack side with the rotations, drone things, you know. So I think this is the main problem. So hopefully, grateful we win in console.
So that was what happened, or what clicked maybe on the third map, that the communication was better, or was it something else you think?
Yeah, much better. We talk a lot when the cafe are over. So this is help us a lot to play and play with each other, you know.
So after you talk, after Cafe you talk, what exactly do you talk about to make sure that everyone gets back into the right communication?
I think make mini plays with each other. So I make with Cyber and Vita. So I think this is the strongest thing we know we make in this map. So this is totally different to Cafe.
Awesome. Well, you have another game today, so it's a busy day. You play against Virtus Pro. Yeah, exactly. Last time you played was in Montreal. That was also a close game. What's your prep going to look like?
Against VP is always a great map for us. We always win. So I think it will be very, very fun to play against them again.
Okay, so you're just going to send another team home today then?
Maybe. Hopefully.
Okay, well, we hope so too for you. Thanks so much for your time and good luck later today.
Well, man, what a game we have had. Liquid dropping the ball on our third and final map as FaZe close them up. FaZe Clan, as they are known in Brazil. Well, they're phasing up through this one deeper into the bracket, as you heard it with Ann and KDS. They'll be playing later on against Virtus Pro, but they've sent Team Liquid packing, Leo.
Yeah, I love the adaptation on the defense side. Look, we said it was a big weak point on Cafe. And what did we say? Play closer to each other. And what he's been saying here, KDS, the mini plays, that's the crossfires that we're looking for to stop that Monty. What did they bring? Warden, Mira, Valkyrie, Intel Gathering and C4s to play against the Monty, and Legion almost every round. All of this to play into mini setups where they would play in 2v2s or 3v3 scenarios and trying to isolate picks, and it works so well in defense.
And again, the big win condition for every single one of these maps that we've seen across the 3 maps, across Nighthaven, Cafe, and now Consulate, was Liquid on their attack and how well FaZe were going to deal with it. You can see from the overall scoreboard there, they dealt with it pretty well, other than Cafe, which I think obviously KDS just put down to communication there. And that guy lit up in gold on your screen, Cyber, the MVP of this tournament. I'm getting ahead of myself there. The MVP of this series, and he was literally one of the players, Leo, that we asked to step up, and he really did.
Yeah, we said he was one of the fighters that were missing here. He was one of the biggest reasons these guys got all the way to a grand final in last SI. If there was one guy to save this team right now from the loser bracket, it was this guy.
He's the guy that gets the freedom to make those plays. And if he's tracking KDS and Cyber and everybody else with him, and Beats King with him to make those mini plays, then that's going to be a very strong Cyber that's very dangerous that we've not yet seen so far at this event.
Oh boy. Well, FaZe still have an uphill battle. They have not qualified yet to that main stage. However, they're almost there. It's getting close to it. You know, VP game, he said, you know, easy peasy. We beat them a million times before. We'll have to see once we get to the game, right? We're the EU desk here.
VP are always a very tricky opponent for anybody to play against. You can feel confident going into it. You can feel that you've got better maps, better strats, better ways of playing, and somehow you will still lose them. So be careful, KDS. That's all I'm going to say.
They do win every time. It's always very close. And VP are exactly the type of teams that will punish a FaZe that is looking a little bit weaker than last year.
Definitely something to look forward to later on today. However, we want to look forward to details. Of course, our detail with Blacklight, our wonderful sponsor here at SI25. What can we learn to bring into our Ranky games then, Jeff?
So this is going to be on Nighthaven Labs. You can see that the IT wall here is completely caded off. 1 cade on the left side, 1 cade on the right side, and a mute jammer there. What did that stop? It stopped Liquid from droning where the cade claws were. They didn't bring a Thatcher, and they couldn't therefore open that wall, which is a massive thing on Nighthaven Labs top floor. You literally can't attack it if you don't open the IT wall.
Even more important, the mute jammers, they were also one above the catwalk stairs, and that would stop a Twitch run from coming. That was the only way to deny this cade close, and just by doing this, they completely stopped the breach of electrical and won a round of that.
If there was only an operator in the game that you could use to go downstairs and use it as soft breach.
Yeah.
You know, one day they'll add it into the game. Anyways, let's take a look at our bracket one more time, because today has been a day of upsets in more ways than one. Because I want you to look at this. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Falcons taking down W7M, the reigning Montreal Major champions. They are out of the Invitational, and it's Mamena boys that have moved on.
We've lost some mad teams today in terms of quality. We've lost the Montreal Major champions, Team Liquid, who are used to playing in main stages at every event they go to, Shopify Rebellion, who was once touted by Pengu, by the way, as NA's best hope at winning this event, and then Matey, a team full of absolute superstars losing to CAG. Absolutely crazy results in the first 4 games.
Just don't trust Pengu. What has he won?
True. Doesn't know that much about the game. Bit of a rookie. No, in fairness, crazy results coming out of them first 4 games today.
We keep saying this about Falcons, but everybody sleeps on these guys, and they are the worst dark horse. They're so unpredictable. They're so talented individually. It's always a nightmare to play against these guys, as we see the reaction from the W7 boys as soon as they lost against Falcons. I mean, that was unexpected for sure.
It's heartbreaking to see, but this is the nature of competition. Everybody looked at the top teams that made it to the event, right? All 20 teams in the groups, and you're just gonna look around and thinking, anybody can take this. Anybody can be a dark horse and upset through it, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, from a W7M perspective as well, they've competed in the final of the last 2 events as well.
Yeah.
EWC final, into Montreal Major final, where they won it. They finally felt that they were on the right course to become one of the best teams in Brazil internationally. And then it's gone flat, hasn't it, this tournament, especially inside of the bracket. My heart really does go out for them, because, you know, they're still learning as a team despite that major win. And I think, you know, you can see it emotionally affecting them right now.
All I will say is look back to the old W7M, the now Furia, and their trajectory and how their year kind of went through in 2022 and going into 23. SI was just not good whatsoever, and yet we get to a point where they lift the hammer in Brazil on home turf for the first time ever in the history of Brazil as a nation. There's a lot. If you're a W7M fan out there, do not despair, because I'm sure these boys will be back in full force very, very soon, but their run here at the Invitational is done. Well, gentlemen, that is it for our second matchup of today. There's still two more, but a halftime show. You do not want to miss it, because I'm going to be on here having a chat with Xenox and Jesse and seeing if they can rate who are the strongest operators on release. I don't know, maybe there's going to be a Lion in there. How many old people out there remember the release date of Lion? We're going to talk about that and more after the break. and welcome to the halftime show. It's here, it's Boston, and we're ready to go at the Invitational 2025. I'm Milosh, your host for today's game show. Joining me are our wonderful guests, Jesse and Monsieur Zenox himself. How are we doing? I don't know why I transitioned to French there.
That was an odd move.
I don't know how I managed to stumble on to this set. I'm a play-by-play caster. Why am I doing knowledge space stuff?
Yeah, I thought this was like where the snacks were. I'm just looking for...
Yeah.
What is this?
You're talking snacks. I'm right here, buddy.
Oh,
that's good. That's good.
Anyways, we have a little game we're going to play together. And this is, as you see, strongest on release, which means we're going to be talking about operators. And the whole point is we got 10 operators, right? You two are going to argue. You're playing together, though, in this game.
Okay.
You're trying to see where do you pin the operator that I show you, depending on their strength when they were released. I can give you the space of like asking how were they on release, Milosh, because I'm old.
Do you know how good my memory is?
Awful.
Awful. Absolutely awful.
You got Jesse for that.
Yeah.
You brought in two guys that weren't playing during year one, so that seems like a sick joke to me, but we might lean on you a bit.
Any day of the week, buddy. Anyways, we're going to go through it. First of all, question, name an operator.
Name an operator. Thunderbird.
Okay.
Allah.
Very good. Two defenders. I wonder what sort of pattern we're going on to here. But yeah,
what was the point of that?
Yeah. I'm just checking if you're of sound mind. This is like a contractual obligation thing.
Have we ever heard of a single
yeah,
op?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
you're the
two for two.
Yeah.
If anything, you're the play-by-play, so I need to like make sure that you know this sort of stuff.
Thank you.
For you playing or with us at home, please play the game. Let's see where you would rate your own operators. Make sure you tweet them out or X them or whatever the hell they're doing nowadays. Anyways, our first operator, I'm going to hold it up to our camera here. You're going to see it is Melusi.
Melusi? She was good on release.
She was good on release, and then she got nerfed for a long while, and then recently has been buffed. But I don't think she's anything close to like the more stereotypical OP op on release. And the game is strongest on release.
Yeah,
so
you can't change it.
I'm thinking there's going to be some very strong operators here. I feel like Melusi is like a 7 or an 8 or maybe even a 6.
Okay.
Because remember, those things were bulletproof.
20-second meta. 20-second meta.
Yeah,
Release
they slowed
with
you down.
3 wubwubs.
5 or 6.
I like a 5.
Okay, 5's good.
Is that too risky?
No, I think 5's fine. Honestly, it's in the middle to start with.
Laxing, would you agree?
That's a safe pick.
Okay, there you go.
Laxing's giving
We
us
got the
nod.
Laxing approval. Okay,
that's all we need.
good.
So give me a sec.
Oh, I just saw the next op.
Awesome. That gives us an opportunity. This host is helping us, which is good.
Yep. Great.
Now, if
Great
you're wondering
lead on.
why there's 2 sides of this, it's because of how large this.
Yeah, they wouldn't fit.
Yeah.
This is
good, though.
5.
It's good.
This is 5.
That's good.
Not 5 and 6.
So 5. Do you agree with that? Let us know. Our next one. I'm gonna hide the rest because you're playing games over there. Anyways. Our next one is a Blackbeard.
Oh, with the rework.
This is rework Blackbeard.
Oh, they threw in a little spin.
I wasn't thinking of rework Blackbeard.
Yeah.
So that's the Blackbeard in the game right now.
Not as
obviously.
strong as real release Blackbeard.
No, not as strong as the first Blackbeard that we had for sure.
It's still pretty strong.
Still stronger than
pretty
Melusi.
strong.
Stronger than Melusi, I think.
I think it's showing that it's, I wouldn't say dominating the meta, but a very large point in the meta right now, especially considering how quick it's been since the rework. And it's also the shield op kind of meta still a little bit, and it's just protruding it more.
Speaking of quick,
I
make
would
it
go
snappy.
4.
Come on.
4?
I'm happy with 4. Let's do 4.
Yeah, let's do 4.
All right, we're gonna make it snappy from now on.
Oh, sorry.
I'm being told.
Jeez. I'm a play-by-play. You know how long it's going to take me to think this?
You got 2 yappers up here, and you said go fast.
Yeah,
like our bad.
Oh, sorry.
Feels like you shot yourself in the foot with that, to be honest.
Come on, pin quicker.
Sorry, I'm used to something a bit bigger usually.
We know the next one.
Our next one, Mira.
Mira.
Okay, Mira was good. You couldn't crack the mirrors like you can now, but I don't think we can afford to put her top 3.
6.
7.
7 it is.
I'm a Mira hater.
I can't go 6.5.
She was really good. She was really good, but I'm worried about what you have coming up.
Okay.
No, let's go 6. Let's go 6. Now I'm scared. I'm scared of both your reactions.
The problem is we've filled out the middle now.
Well, it's okay because
So now it's either going to be really high or really low.
That's okay.
Okay.
I can tell, I can sense the next op's gonna be really good or really bad.
Speaking of mid, our next operator Intero. No, it's not. It's Goyo.
Goyo on release.
Remember, Goyo on release.
Vulcan
Three Vulcan shields.
Not just canisters, but shields. And
That was
also
awful.
at a
22nd
point in the meta as well where like having a lot of shields was very much a good thing.
It's got.
And this is the issue is like now I don't know if I would put him in that bottom three.
You can't put him bottom 3. I think he's got to go 3.
We don't have 4. Blackbeard's 4, Malusi's 5.
Can we move them down a bit?
No, we can't.
Let's put him 3.
Is 3 too high?
What? 7 is way too low.
All right, let's go
7
3.
is way
I think we've
too
already
low.
chalked this.
I'm also just like a Goyo lover at heart.
I'm waiting for.
One of my
Well,
favorite
to be fair, we don't have to worry about release Blackbeard.
Yeah, 'cause
so
we
that
already
saves a
got
bit of space at the
rework
top. Oh no.
Anyways, our next operator, Moyapanya Ella.
Oh, very strong.
Now, to remind everybody, Ella released at a time where Kanto was really, really good at the game. And so what would happen is Kanto would play Ella and then would just win every game. You had to have an Ella player on your team for SI 2018. Where do you put it?
I mean, her gun had no recoil. You want 2?
2.
I think we have to go 2.
I think we have to go 2.
Like, I can't.
There is one op that requires the #1 spot.
Do you think they put it in?
I don't know if
right?
they put it in.
Probably, right? We're probably in agreement on what should be 1.
Very good. Our next operator from Operation Dustline, it's Valkyrie.
Ooh.
Remember, you could throw cams outside.
Yeah, especially in Consulate, very strong, big part of the meta. But I don't. Firstly, it can't go 1. We don't have a choice here anymore, Jesse, in terms of the higher options. And honestly, I'm not too disappointed with like, what have we got, a 7? Have we still got a 7?
I just saw the next op. I almost want to throw it at 10.
Oh, really?
I'm kind of cheating, but like.
What about 9? I think 9's good.
Okay, yeah.
Let's
keep
do
9. I'll keep 9.
So Malusi's 5, Mira is 6. So we got 7, 8, 9, 10, and we got 1.
Okay.
There
I
we
like
go.
this. Because throwing those cams outside was good, but it was only good on like some maps.
Yeah.
You know, like some
like
maps.
Consulate was where it was mostly used.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sure I'm just putting my bald spot up there for everybody to enjoy. Our next operator from Japan, it's
Wow.
Azami. Remember, Kibas took no.
Those things were so.
I would have put this
silly.
above Mira.
Yeah, I would have put
And
this
maybe
like,
even and Malusi as well.
I'd put it above Goyo, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we've kind of
screwed this list.
We got 7. It has to go 7.
Do you don't want to put it at 1? What if they didn't include it?
Back, no, I
7. Okay, fine.
No, I'm
fine. We can go 7.
7.
I just saw the next op. We screwed up.
Oh, we screwed up.
We screwed up.
Oh,
And
no.
next up, Blackbeard on release. Shield had 700 health.
How could you do this? This is.
That's not me. You can blame Anne. I love her. Here we are. You got to go quick. We got like a minute and a half to go.
Fine.
Have you
put
seen
it
the
at
next
8,
op?
I guess.
I'm backing in the #1. It's going to go 8. It has to go.
Yeah,
8.
we've got to keep 1 open.
At this point, we are literally just on the hope train for #1.
If this last op doesn't show up,
We've been
we've got the worst list
I'm
of all
walking
time.
off the set.
What if it ends
Our
with
next
like
one. Our next one. Our next one. It's Solus on release.
9.
Yeah, 9. Solus was good.
We're just at this point, we're too deep in the hole, Milosh. We have no option, no choice. I'm never doing a halftime show again if this operator is not
What if
last.
it's like a cab?
If it's not last, I'm
what if it's
walking
just a
off.
horrible operator? What if it's like a Thunderbird?
It has to be Lion.
Please tell me
Lion
it's
was
Lion.
the most broken operator on release. If you don't
Please tell
show
me it's
Lion,
Lads, I am sorry to say, the final operator on the line is Lion.
Okay, we made a decent list. We made a decent list. Come here.
I was so
Come here.
panicked.
We did it.
#1.
Last
Decent.
reminder,
We've
please,
done well. We've
could
done
you
well.
remind it? Let me tell you, Lion on release was the exact reason why Team
Wallhacks.
Liquid won back then. Especially if you ask Mr. Fabian back then, that Consulate game that I got to cast. However, now they're out of the running. But yeah, wish you had that Lion here.
We do have the Lion. Very quickly, Jesse.
Yeah.
I think we've done well.
Really?
I think we've overall. I mean, Ala was pretty strong. If of the operators we've got now, how would you rank them?
I think the biggest miss is Azami. Like Azami should probably be like
release
third.
Blackbeard. as
Yeah,
well.
Azami and Blackbeard should be like 3, 4.
Release Elo is still pretty good, but like rework Blackbeard should go down. Mira
I would take
down.
like these two, and you'd kind of like just put them here and move everything down a little bit.
I think we screwed it with the 5. I should have listened to you on that.
Thank you.
On that bombshell, what was your list like? Please make sure you let us know. If you want us to play some more games in the future here at SI25 for a halftime show, please let us know all over socials what that is interesting to you. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining
Thank
me. You may leave. Forever.
Like now?
What? I gotta cast another game, I think.
Well, you can stay. Anyways, that is it for us for this moment here in the halftime show. We still have 2 more games to go. What happens today? We'll have to check out in just a bit with our next crew.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and they're the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in. That's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Fácil demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
We're getting down to the wire now. We're back with the NA duo that love it the most. Fuck, Slacks, boys. It's lovely to see you.
You might have heard me earlier today say, I missed Milos, and I may have made a reference, so you might want to go back and watch the beginning of the day.
I really don't think I want to.
No, I don't think you want to either.
I already had shots fired at me from Parker. I don't need more shots from my analysts. I thought this was a family. I thought we were doing this together.
Yeah, we are, absolutely.
Yeah, like a dysfunctional family?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, fantastic. Love that. Great to have you boys back with me. Or maybe not, I don't know. Let's get into our 3rd matchup of this evening. There's only 4 best of 3s left on the A stream between today and tomorrow. Before we get to stage, I mean, that is going to be absolutely horrific. Let's get into Oxygen and start breaking this one down nice and early here. I think overall, when I look at this matchup, it does feel a little lopsided, but maybe not so much after the recent win Oxygen got.
Absolutely. I mean, the recent win Oxygen got, the only falter that in the game versus Shopify Rebellion was their opening kills a little bit. But OXG, for the most part, they fixed all of the issues that we wanted to see fixed. First, it was the attacks. They are still the 2nd best attacking team in the tournament. Then it was the defenses. The defenses were the biggest issue. But against Shopify Rebellion, that's where the comeback came down on Clubhouse. It was absolutely amazing to watch them be able to bring it back. And look at this little bob and weave from Newers. But I mean, I was just going to finish off, but everything from OXG on their defenses have been better. And now the last final issue is consistency, because we know OXG to be a team that can one day be hot and one day be not. But today, they started off hot, and hopefully they can use that momentum to push them through this game against G2.
Yeah, I love that you talk about the momentum. I mean, G2, they've just been sitting pretty. They've been watching all the games transpire today, what they're going to do to up against Oxygen specifically. But that's the double-edged sword of this, is Oxygen comes out of a very intense series, and especially on that last map of Clubhouse where they really had to dig deep, play their fundamentals, play together, and persevere and come through in that 8 and 7. You got to feel good if you're Oxygen, knowing that you are warmed up as you possibly can be.
Well, let's start deep diving into G2 here. The team that coming out of group stage were flawless. They had not suffered a single defeat. But Lax, it came at the hands of NA eventually.
Yeah, it did. I mean, again, you got the entire roster here. Everyone is doing their best and what they possibly can. But yeah, G2, they looked absolutely phenomenal throughout group stage. Everyone was saying, oh, G2, this is going to be the regular run. I believe Jack had that detail of that they hadn't lost a group stage in over 730-something days. Correct. Or something like that. So yeah, it just goes to show that, they are coming here, but then they got met by SSG. And SSG is the one that absolutely derailed them off that track, where now it's do or die here in this situation.
Absolutely. The preparation from SSG is really what stumped G2, and obviously we've seen one NA underdog take them down. I mean, it could be another day, but G2, they don't want to just sit back. They want to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. This is where everything got derailed. So, I mean, the fact that they were all over an average and averaging over 100 was looking great, but that's when they met SSG and they would tank their overall average rating as a team and go to an 86. And that's a scary thing because you're going against Oxygen now.
Yeah.
And Oxygen was the team that beat SSG. So then it makes you kind of question here, can G2 kind of relax going against Oxygen when this is the team that dropped you so drastically?
I mean, I absolutely believe they could, because I think the biggest growing pain is that Uno is now IGLing. So obviously you're going to have a hiccup, and it's better now than later in the tournament when there's nothing on the line. Now they've used their last lifeline. Now it's do or die, just like you said.
It's interesting for G2 as well, because coming out of group stages, everyone had them pinned. Everyone was like, this is looking phenomenal. SSG, they do what SSG do best. They take them down. But now against Oxygen, this is where things get a little more interesting.
Listen, this is a strong handle and an even sharper blade, a sharper edge. And when you look at the comparison between the head-to-head between these two, it's very similar, I gotta say, because again, look at this. The attack win rate, OXG just clenched right above them after that matchup. And now you're looking across the defense rate. That is a night and day difference in terms of G2. They are looking phenomenal on the defense, but on the entry, again, Oxygen takes the cake, but on that conversion, that is a very big thing. The conversion rate, 79% to 63%. And then you just look at the overall KD, and they're within, like, I believe 20 rounds of playing one another. They are plus 52, where Oxygen is plus 4. So this game specifically for me is really gonna come down to those opening conversions that we even recently touched upon about Oxygen.
I agree, and even in the SR matchup, OXG did not look too hot on the conversion rate, but they had big individual plays that were able to bring them over that finish line against Shopify Rebellion. But also, the defensive stat was the lowest one too. We also saw that against Shopify Rebellion. That was the biggest reason on why OXG was able to come back. So obviously, they have the ability to accomplish what needs to be accomplished. It's just about if they can stay consistent and follow their hearts.
Looking at G2's map pool, I mean, does this cause concern for Oxygen?
I don't think so. I think G2 has a very strong map pool. I actually have a little demonstration to show you how well their map pool is currently. They are playing 6 out of the 9 maps, only falling short as of yesterday, obviously to that SSG of then losing out on Cafe and Chalet. But Skyscraper Clubhouse Labs, it's kind of a meme that I hear that I say this, saving strats SI 2025, question mark. But again, Bank. That is a big staple for them. So I'm hoping that we don't see a Bank going up against this matchup against Oxygen, because I can't see Oxygen finding success there. But overall, playing 6 out of 9 maps and looking good so far, and your only losses came out of yesterday, you got to feel good when you're G2 looking at how strong your map pool really is.
Let's have a look at the map picks then. How about we don't wait any longer and let's deep dive into what to expect from this series. We kickstart with Bank right after you were saying that, Lax. But Fox, how do you feel for Oxygen in this one?
I mean, I feel pretty good just because I think the map bans do really line up. I do agree Bank is one of G2's better maps. Yeah. But I will say OXG, that is arguably their best map. And then lined up with Labs, that isn't too hot of a map for OXG, but it is G2, one of their perma bans that they have been banning. They've banned it about 16 times leading up until this tournament. So OXG obviously being able to snag that out, it could be saving strats.
That's literally what I was just about to say. It goes into what I was just showing there. It is their perma ban, and are they going to save it for strats? And they are going to pull it out here. And this is exactly what I like that we talked about. It is do or die for G2 now. If you were going to pull out an ace from your sleeve, this is the time to do it. You need to do whatever you can to scrape by, to make it to that main stage, to continue your run here at SI. And if you are going to do that now, you are absolutely going to be doing it on the map side.
I actually had a chance to catch Redeem, the coach of OXG, right before the match was about to go on, and he was ecstatic about the maps in getting 2 of, in his opinion, OXG's best maps. And he doesn't care what G2 have to bring to Labs. He's very confident that the previous Labs we saw them lose yesterday was just a hiccup. And that this Labs today is going to be what sends G2 home.
Now, gents, this SI has been more interesting than most.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of upsets throughout, not only in group stage, but especially now that we're getting to elimination phase. We just saw Falcons. We're watching CAG, Oxygen take down Shopify Rebellion, who was looking to be a front runner for main stage. Lax, I'm going to ask you, is this the underdog story for Oxygen? Because, I mean, coming into this, G2 should be the favored team.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a fair question. I definitely think Oxygen are the underdogs. Again, 2 years of doing absolutely nothing, trying to make it work, and now finding their stride here. And they're looking stronger than what we've seen in a long time. And again, you got to look back at it. G2 lost to SSG, where Oxygen, on the other hand, beat them and made it look very convincing. It wasn't a matter of, oh, Oxygen just got lucky. They proved why they deserved it. They proved even in just recently today how well they are playing. So and again, coming off of that hot match, now against G2, I am a little frightened for G2.
Yeah, I mean, I would be scared, especially since it's been an underdog story for the whole event. And I do think that comes down to the recent meta changes, just because there's not one way to play the game. Every single ideology could find success as long as you're playing together and playing as a team. And so far, OXG, we have seen them do that today. The last time we saw G2 play it against SSG, we did not see that.
Well, gents, all I'm going to say is it's elimination stage. That's right. Both of these teams' backs are up against the wall. NA are starting to show why they may well be a front runner on home soil. It's time for us to get to our casters, Hap and Fluke.
Thank you very much, Rob. And I think that was Rob's sons. It's really nice to get the throw from them. Lovely family day out. But family day out has to end at some point, and it's time to get into a little bit of...
I was actually going to make the same joke. They still have their hair, but...
you guys didn't hear that, but Lax shouted over the top of the room, "Hey, yo, I'm not bald." No, but it's coming. That's how genetics works. G2, 66% is the feeling, is the vibes, is the word on the street. And the street is our social predictions.
Yeah, I mean, G2 had a bit of a rough game yesterday against Space Station. And we were asking, the casters back then, it's like, what happened? And it's like they were just asleep at the wheel at the start of the very first map, and they couldn't wake up. At Space Station, they made use of that, completely obliterated them there on Chalet. And after that, it was just a shorter series that G2 could not take home. However, there's just this thing about G2, first of all, of making it through the last chance qualifiers every single time, and then deciding, you know what, a lower bracket seems fine as well whenever they're at SI. So, never count them out.
Well, will this be another start of a lower bracket run, or can OXG do something that is kind of par for the course, a Skoposh ban?
Okay.
I don't know if that's the first, but if it isn't, it's one of the first. The removal of that operator. I mean, on Bank, it's a great, powerful operator in the right hands. Obviously, you'll have a big map that want to extend themselves towards the top floor, waste time, and then go, nope, I'm down in the basement now. I'm down here. You're drawing focus, drawing utility, drawing attention, and creating problems for whoever you are up against. But from this point onwards, let's see if they can try and roll it into some results. We will start our way on towards Bank. One of these two teams will find themselves joining the names of those sent home.
Yes, neither of these want to be the team that is going to go home. Both of them want to go on. G2, of course, a very storied organization inside of Rainbow Six Siege, won the Hammer with different rosters as well. Of course, would be looking to challenge and put in their name for a third one as well. Whereas Oxygen, I mean, they mentioned it on the desk. They've had a relative calm 2 years, weren't at the events. Now, here at Six Invitational, 2 games away from making it to the main stage and playing in front of a home crowd, which again is going to be the goal of any of these players currently inside the server here. We're starting off G2 on the attack. They're actually the number 2 attacking team in the competition so far. Been doing quite well, pretty high success rate that they find. That always makes it a bit worrisome when you're up against them like this, because you want to start off with a decent defense. You want to get those 4 rounds on the board. And G2 is looking to prevent that here as a quick drone clear is being utilized. They are trying to figure out how many people are up top. Well, the answer is, I believe, just 1. We see 2 around servers, 1 on the main stairs. No, just none. Gomez is the closest, playing around on the main stairs, basically on floor 0.5. As the openings are being made by the X-Kairos.
There it is. Quick control here. Over open, over pressure, but, sort of be found later. And Diaz can sort of get himself on the rotate, get himself round and about and causing problems on the map. The hatches sort of just give him options. Later on there's an opportunity, but it's Doki. Cuts the head off of the first player in this showdown. Gomez gone, and that's an early loss for your keeper barricades, for your army, for any of that control on the potential space here, because, you know, they've got the smoke, sure, and the C4, they've got everything on a back line, but the utilization of them being your first engagement is probably not something they wanted to go like that.
Blaz now getting himself in position, requesting the opening to be made on the long wall as well. The Grimbies are giving away the information of where Newers is headed. They're just trying to force him off from the actual site itself. They're just doing some prep work. There's about a minute left, and G2 is probably going to eye up to see if they can go for a bit of width. It's Uno's going for the plan to smoke, however, will cancel them temporarily.
It's a great play there. They're already baiting utility, and they get hat with the grenade gone. Now, they've still got some smoke canisters. They've got no more as that one gets loose. There's 30 seconds. Blaz pops the head off of Yoga, and, well, they're not going to waste any time. They have a 4 versus 2. They have the hatch. Is a bit of a back and forth, but they've actually rotated their way out in the chaos. There, Newers has been able to isolate the players that went for the cross. They're inside the other side at this point, but they've sort of gone maybe a little bit too deep. The cover is there from Doki. Watching for an engagement that he can't quite get. Snap blocked shut, and now the fight of the way out of green. It just leaves Blaz in the middle. It's a bit of an awkward gun to manipulate. Goes to the secondary. Is he going to find his second on it? No, and... I mean, obviously, they lost the hatch. There was the control there, retaken by OXG, but the rotate was just caught in half.
I mean, it's totally understandable why they decided to go deep. They got the initial picks, and you know, they realized, okay, side is clear. They've taken out the players that were on the side. You had Diaz still left inside of the garage. You then had the Orcs rotating up towards the top floor, and they're like, okay, if they're above the hatch, we can just go in deep, try and plant in the lockers itself. But Diaz caught off the first one rotating through. Then we saw the hatch drop to come in as well, and suddenly you're finding yourself in a 2-on-2 position where, well, you're kind of not in the right position. So maybe a mistaken call to come through. But if you were going to plant on the default spot, Diaz was just going to shut you down as well. So they kind of had to, considering the fact there was only a single player up on top, to try and provide support over that hatch. So Oxygen, very well played. They're 2 players in the perfect position to stop the push that G2 managed to go for. If they would have planted default, they would have had it from the top floor. If they would have gone deep, well, you saw Diaz was there in the garage. You had the Orc still on top, both of them finding the kill. So even though G2 had everything going for them in that round, Oxygen still had 2 key positions to stop that plant from happening.
Bit of a false start there for the side of G2, but a great response from OXG. They sort of highlighted some of the plays from earlier on in the day. The series that got OXG here via Shopify Rebellion led to big little clutch moments, big little wiggles on the defense around the kit and keeping themselves without, you know, being shot in the face, which is, it's a nice thing. It helps you in that sort of situation. Look on the cross of the pressure. Obviously, these two, both sort of teams came in later than others. They didn't have the same route through, even though G2 were able to find themselves on towards major stages. The points accumulated were not enough. And it's going to be, I think, the first LCQ team we will be sending home.
Yeah, because we have Raza, we have Cyclops.
Yep, and it's when they've met each other. So credit to the LCQ teams who have put in a hell of a fight. Obviously, OXG, they weren't present at either Manchester or Montreal.
Yeah. And I mean, they haven't had an event in 2 years.
They were the only team that did not show up at either of the events this year. And yet here they are. 1 round up against G2, the only team that was undefeated, didn't drop a single map during group stages. And then Alamau gets the head of Had. It's Doki driving around the side to get a second. They've got control very quick, and this is why their attack stat is so good. So precise, so succinct, and so deadly. The drop there, Uno has the crossfight. Doki does go down. It's another 4 versus 2. We know how the last one went, but it seems like they're more focused on killing rather than an objective right now.
Yeah, they have the numbers as well, and they have the positions to do that, but yet again, it is starting to slightly slip away as Gomez finds 2. This time, though, Plant is going to go down. There's no way that Gomez can cancel this. 45 seconds will be counting as Blast is going to find the final kill. G2 is going to be able to find the trade. And if you're an Oxygen fan right now, even though it's 1-1, you are kind of worried, because with how these rounds start, it is 2 very explosive basic starts from G2 where they get 2-3 kills off the get-go completely free. And then, what's this mean? You don't see it, but the all chat has been going off as soon as we go in player cams.
There's already been like paragraphs back between the two teams. They're getting in each other's heads. I mean, it's the sort of way of sort of piecing it together, right? Obviously, Hat is the only one on the roster. It's their first time at an SI, at the sort of performance position. But the fact that these players haven't been on an international stage for a long time means that alongside that, I mean, the last time they've beaten an EU team in competitive,
it's been a very long time ago. But
it's been a very, like, multiple years.
And different roster as well, completely at that point.
Technically, OXG, as far as I can see, the last time the roster, the organization, which was very different players at this point, won a game was against Wolves at SI 2023.
Yeah. That is
but a very entirely different roster.
Yeah, so I was going to say, so like these players wouldn't even have had that experience.
2022 Berlin Major for Yoga on the role of X-Step.
Yeah.
Also against Wolves, funnily enough.
What is it about Wolves? I mean, we also said it, like if Wolves knock out a team in the first round, they go on to win SI. For the first time, we don't have Wolves here, so we don't know who's going to win SI at this point. It is truly a big gift in that case. But oh well. G2, after 2 very explosive starts to their attacks, only one of them sadly being successful for them, looking to move on with that momentum. And as the opening's being made, Kanto is going to be cracked open, meaning Newers will be stuck inside this elevator. I believe the hatch has already been opened up though, so we'll give him a way out if he's being challenged.
That's it though, that sort of encircling pressure is G2's bread and butter. And Hat might be the next point of it. You can see Yoga's being droned out above. He's trying to offer an extension and support towards Yog. But he's otherwise waiting for G2 to pop up. And they don't feel confident with the entrance there immediately on towards the lobby instead. Let's see if we can try and shepherd them out in a different manner. Force the play elsewhere. Lair, who's had a great tournament so far. It's going to be the focus on the back end. Hope that the push players become free pickups for him. It's a steady rotate on the other side of a soft wall. He gives away his position now. Are OXG going to try and close down on this? Look at the slow creep around of Gomez. He's about to find a fight, but he's well watched. Lair picks up that opener. Doki gets Hat. Takes a lot of damage for it, but it's another 5 versus 3.
And G2 now losing a member. Uno gone, a feet being spotted out, but Elamau stepping away just in time. Doki low. They're definitely having the opportunity here to fight this back. But the tracks are forcing Yoga to go down into the basement. There is going to be some Dockstins out, but unable to actually connect those. And Newer's going on a bit of a rotation around. It is Doki trying to find an angle left or right. The opening from the Selma should provide a bit of extra width, but Newer's just surviving there by the inch of a bullet to come through as Laura shuts him down and Diaz finds Blaz.
40 seconds, 3 versus 2, but a lot of damage done to pretty much everybody still standing. Yoga on the slow creep up blue stairs. They're well aware of it though, and Yoga actually just leaves. 20 seconds, he's not gonna risk. Oh no, he double steps! He gets the header 1, he gets the header 2! Alamau! All that's left here, worried about the fight behind him, but he's also got a fight in front of him, and one with a kid on the floor as well. He's just steadying his way through, but OXG are giving him nothing. And they will also get nothing. Gonna hold the plant, but it's an easy cleanup for Diaz. OXG, back and forth.
Good fucking shit. Let's go. Good shit, Diaz. Good shit, y'all. Let's go.
Well, so let's go. They're very hyped for this. Again, they find themselves at a disadvantageous position at the start of the round, but they're able to fight themselves back in it. Yoga, a huge round from him, playing from blue, finding those 2 kills as G2 decided to go for the push. They knew he was there. They had the information, decided to challenge it, and lost 2 players as a result. Technically, they could have fought a 3v1 on site. If they had another way in, then maybe, you know, had a bit of a flank watch in that case. Just wait for him to come up. They could have maybe leveraged it, but decided to do it the way they did and found themselves on the worst end of it. And now, Oxygen again, finding themselves in the lead. Yeah, but Yoga just stepped back quickly to check if the hatch is being challenged. Finding both.
As said before, G2 up towards this point didn't drop a single map. Then a series fell away from them against SSG.
Yeah.
Will America haunt G2? It's early.
It is early.
But as soon as that thought starts to just wriggle around in your brain,
you cannot let that happen, because as soon as you do, you've already lost it.
Yeah.
As soon as you're like, no, it's an NA team, we're gonna maybe lose this, like the game's already over. You cannot let those thoughts get into your mind as a competitor. You need to make sure that you're just taking this round to round, game by game, map by map. And again, G2, it's not like they've been, you know, on the worst end of things. If anything, they are looking better in the initial start of these rounds than Oxygen is. It's just that Oxygen has the clutch factor currently working out for them, finding 2 of those rounds, even when they are multiple people down. And that is something G2 need to work on for the remainder of this matchup, because again, those first openings were explosive, they were effective, they got the kills, uncontested, and then things just fell apart.
Frozen out on the hatch will slow down the approach a bit, and they're just going to juggle this for as long as possible because, well, it slows down everything. Really, you lose the ability to cut your way across in towards service if they can hold it a bit convincingly. You lose your ability to safely start removing some of the utility buried inside the site as well. Obviously, there's no Goyo canisters, but there's still other chances, dangers, there's still other plays, and there's just another catch there on towards it.
I mean, they're not really too worried about it because they started this at the 2-minute 15 mark. There's no challenge going up from the top floor or the middle floor, so G2 have all the time in the world to make sure the hatch will open up. Of course, it's annoying it's going to be frozen by such a long time. However, it's going to open up. They still have 1:15 to bait out the utility. That's more than enough time to get this done. However, there are 3 nitro cells and 3 smoke canisters still left in the side of Oxygen. That should be enough utility to at least deal a bit of damage, maybe even get a kill or 2 onto the side of G2 if they're just purely focusing on getting that plan down. So we need to see with maybe an elevator drop, maybe a drop from the vault. There needs to be something. They cannot just wait.
Well, there's the play on the smoke canisters, 50 seconds, and with 3 C4s and the smokes, as you said, it's going to be something that there needs to be this pressure elsewhere, and the read on it means that, well, they're still going to try and juggle another smoke canister, but at this point, it has to be the pressure. They're going to see if they can stop people getting close enough to lose them, but it just takes one connection for that kit to go cold in a devastating position. Alamau is on the long watch on the drone, but as soon as somebody tries to sort of get boots on the ground, it's going to get picked up. The swing on the cover, Alamau goes down, and then there is that C4 that'll dictate the action here. 4 versus 3 versus 4 versus 3. Traded back and forth because Lair pops off for a triple. Hits the hatch and goes in the secondary. Can he get it? No, but it's applaud off the back of the heroics of Lair. Hat wears it atop and puts them in the 1 versus 1, but he knows he's got to fight here. Uno versus Hat. One of the oldest guns versus one of the newest here. And they're playing a juggling game of time, of pressure, of awareness. The flash will get thrown out towards it. He avoids it, and he's going to drop down, find the fight, but 18 seconds. Uno, he's playing this cautiously. He's sticking. Hat's holding on. Uno's got a swing, and he finds it at the end.
Good job, bro. Good job, Uno.
Oh my God.
A close round to come through. But Uno, I mean, he has the experience. He's, as you mentioned, one of the oldest guns in the game. Probably didn't even have a little tremble in his hand as he was going for that one. It's just another day at the office as he closes it down. But what a play from Lair. G2, they were down in the depths. They lost a couple of those players, whilst they were trying to get that plan down, Elamau as well, as he dropped down the hatch, and Lair decided, you know what, someone's got to step up. It's time for me to make myself shine. Gets 4, almost the ace. And then also credits to Hat, of course, managing to almost clutch that one out in that situation. Just look at those clean shots, manipulating the pillar in the hard cover. And Uno for the close up. Important round to be won here by G2, finding themselves 2-2.
Again, you know, it sort of shows in all the history of him, didn't take the box drop hatch on towards the site directly as well. He made sure that he was a bit safer, a bit further away. He wasn't going to get caught out hitting the ground. He knew he had time to play with. As he said, cool, calm, and collected. But 2-2, and it's starting to heat up, turn into a bit of a series, and that's kind of what you want from 2 of statistically the best attacking teams across this whole tournament. Currently, that's where they both sit as well, and well, News removes Doki, and I'm sure we'll read about that in all chat later, but for now, it's a big opener. Goodbye, Habana.
Yeah, that is going to be a big worry in terms of like some of the hard breach potential you have. Luckily, Lair is still playing around, of course, onto the ace as well. Some of the grenades are being used to get rid of the keeper barriers, but Gomez is going to be able to outlive that one. Lamar, of course, still carrying 2 as well, but he's down on the roam below. He's trying to see if he can hunt anybody down. Now, no one's actually home. No one's actually there to try and challenge him forward. As Lair opens up Kanto, instantly going back up to that roof. It's just the pressure that matters. There's no one there to actually currently challenge it, but it's open nonetheless. And that gives them the basically less freedom of rotating around on Soda hallway. They know that they can be picked up when they do so, giving G2 a bit more freedom on working on this when they're trying to go for the clear.
The throw, the roll, the pressure to stock, and the keeper was thought about and will get reconstructed and probably won't be held on to too directly. They're just making sure that utility gets utilized and thrown out, and yeah, Gomez rotates their way back to just checking with Diaz, see how he's doing, see how safe he feels. Alamau might be about to change that now. Is that a watch directly on, or are they on cams? I think Yoga's on cams towards the top of the stairs. He's tucked in. Close, but he's so close to a rotate, and you can see Alamau is sort of toying with it. He's about to get a gift on his right, and there's the strike, and he gets the down through the wall, but they activate. 2 OXG players step in towards top white, and he's already gone. Yoga is watching. Nuez is gone. That's revenge for earlier, but the focus still needs to come towards that wall, that objective, and Alamau's off towards Spiral.
They now have to worry about white stairs. They think, okay, he could be coming up from the main, so we have to pay attention to it. He instantly saw 2 bodies trying to respond to it. That opens up an opportunity for G2 to start putting pressure on the other side of the map. And Uno is going to be using that. He's going to be using those talent shields to start working himself towards the side, slowly but steadily, and start to creep out some of those angles. As Joga will find Elamau, though, so that's a bit of pressure now suddenly gone. He finds himself below, though, so that's a very crucial factor as one more drops on the side itself.
That's it. They're able to keep their self rolling, but 30 seconds and the rotate's coming back round to the top. Lair, the man who saved the round with the drive last time, is caught out by Diaz. Well aware, watching, and the pop over the mirror window isn't quite as effective as a well-timed C4. Leaving just Blaz, gets the first. The second swings on, and the hold in Janitors with the mirror windows just proves a bit too tricky to crack open.
I mean, we've seen a lot of these rounds play on this map specifically, and we know that always Janitor is one of those crucial positions. Teams try and take it, try and deal with it in multiple different ways. Sometimes from below, using a buck to open up vertically and just shoot out the canister. Other times you just try and overwhelm it, get some smoke on top of the window, maybe crack it as well with a Zofia impact or a grenade from the Ash launcher. But G2 instantly on the back foot already when they lost Doki, of course. Another way on how you can deal with those mirror windows. Just 2 X-Gyros could have done the job there.
Yeah, exactly.
And it keeps them in a strong position, which allows them to take the round. And now we have one more round in this first half. Can't tell if he's annoyed or just...
It's a bit of both. I mean, yeah. You talk experience, and that's a game he loves to play either side of it. So I think he sort of a game respects game moment. 3-2. OXG, can they break this deadlock? We're back towards open. Back towards the site they found themselves some success on before, thanks to a brilliant maneuver on towards blue, but then it also turned into a second sacrifice. They swung for the fight, they stuck around and won it. Now, though, the option is a clash for the first time, and I love how responsive both these teams are towards each other. The change is coming through.
Oh, yours. Is he going to get drone? He's just hiding. I mean, the drone is coming around the corner. Oh, was he too quick there,
That
Elamau?
was too quick, but they shot the drone. Nuas believed, I think, he'd been seen, and ooh, he might have found himself a little bit angsty, a little bit early there. I fully believe that was too quick, but
I think Elamau didn't see him, yeah, but it's
you
like,
don't want to trust it. If you're in that position as
the
that
drone
player,
looked at you, so you assume you've been seen.
You assume. The drone looked at you and then immediately left.
Elamau getting away there with what could have been a detrimental mistake in that round. Now, G2 have taken control of the side offers. There is some rotations out there. They have the opportunity to start putting down some pressure from that side. Newers, what are you going to do? Are you going to go for a bit of a run out here to see if someone's out on the rappel?
Yeah.
From what I can see on the overhead, it's not going to be the case, though. There's no one there, so just give yourself away.
You could see him looking over at his teammates' monitors. They're on cams. They're sort of feeding that towards him there and giving him that suggestion, that opportunity. Bank does offer its play space, but as you said, nobody's there, so he'll learn that lesson and move off pretty quick.
He's probably, you know, was waiting to see if any of his teammates were receiving any shots. Very heavily populated, by the way, down on the main stairs. 3 or 4 of them just there a second ago. Just look at them. 2 of them on the hatch. Yoga right next to it. Newers on the right below of it. And they're just holding on. A minute left on the clock. There's not a lot of time for G2. They really need to start putting pressure down on the side itself. And whilst they've done a lot of verticality on the adjacent rooms, not on the actual side itself.
They hop in and aren't entirely sort of contested on it as the breach will get popped open from a couple of overlaying Selmas. What is Loira going to try here? The flash is perfectly threaded, and there's the spray, the connection onto one, but he gets caught out by the second and the third. Gomez ties it on the shield, the clash operating and slowing Doki. And it's just a bit of an execution towards the end. OXG tied 2 rounds in a row. They're up 4-2.
Yeah, they're definitely up here and making some good strides on this first half, finding themselves with that 4-1. And if we break that last one down, I mean, they managed to get a lot of control. They managed to get the entirety of top, knew where these players were, you know, made them rotate out. But they didn't really have the information on the side. They weren't exactly aware of where these players were and how many were actually in the position. You can always assume there's one player on the hatch. It's always the case. There's always someone there. So when you drop the hatch, you go for that fight. He won it. Little did he know, Yoga was hiding right next to him and was like, hello there, let me just refrag my fallen mate and make sure that smoke canisters are out there, locking off the rest of that round. And Oxygen find themselves then up with a 4-2, a little bit of frustration on G2. Because we mentioned it before, the #2 attacking team in the entire competition so far have only been able to find 2 against the #18th defending team in the competition. You know which team's actually better at attacking than G2?
What team?
Oxygen. Oh. Yeah.
Well, it is a map that plays well with aggressive players, right? You have to give compliments to how OXG are utilizing the space. They're sort of creating so many problems that G2 are finding themselves a bit lost in the water, trying to get it all cleared out. At this point, it'll just give as many options towards G2 here, starting down in the basement, towards the vault, towards lockers, and nobody immediately on the adventure. I should double check as well. The scope was banned. It is the first ban of scope throughout the tournament.
Okay.
Which, fair enough.
So far, Oxygen have played a wonderful first map. Been able to stem the strides that basically G2 had in the very initial fight, but Loira opens up onto Newers. Important kills, just instantly gonna take about any of the speed that they might have wanted to go with. Also, the Grimby's gone. It is like, I mean, it's not like a killing kind of Vector gadget, but it is a zone denial gadget. And if you want to go for a plant in lockers, denying red, denying the site itself is such an important feature to have.
Preparing themselves to drop for the angles. They have full watch, and still the Oryx is on board. Obviously useful against certain shields, but mainly just for exploration here. You can get yourself back up force a team that's aggressive on their check, as both these teams are, to have to clear, check, and that slows down teams that want this precision. And at 30, they're getting themselves across towards the place where Nuez was killed, the very opener. Without the Grim, there's some pressure on towards a hatch. They'll have to get rid of the keeper at the bottom, but the Surya Laser Gate on the hatch itself, as well as the keepers now repositioned. Doki playing the server box, playing the corner. The utility's being used quite heavily, though. They have what? A frag grenade to try and roll this out, apart from maybe using the smokes for the motion. They use it here at the top and spray on the Deimos track, but the player survived. I assume there's some sort of structure. There is the keeper barricade on the back. Now it will break, but the smoke downs the player. There's one, there's two, no! If it had just shot, but we get that benefit and they do not now. OXG trades out. Didn't know about Doki's position, now they do. And a 4 versus 2. Hat, hurt, either side the swing as Doki's to pick up. What's the connection with Diaz, who's just dropped towards the bottom, but even Alamau stepped in now, offering support to his teammate, tearing the head off of that approach.
Listening into them, they're just reinforcing themselves here. Like, we are so good, we have this. And you gotta keep talking like that. I mean, you're a round down now. It is not as bad as, you know, otherwise it might have been for other teams. G2, an impressive round from them to come down. Lair to open up first and foremost. And while he might have basically whiffed that second shotgun shell as soon as he started to move up, I mean, he didn't see we could with the overlay, and then as soon as he saw them, there was 2, and then the brain goes to the middle. That's just how it works. And he can still have buckshot, but wasn't enough. But rounds 1, and that's most important.
4-3. This is turning and cooking into a series. Obviously, you know, it's a game of 2 halves. If G2 get this, tie themselves level, that's going to be 2 in a row, something that was only done by their opponents just before the turn of the half. It's a full swing back round of momentum. One of the things that I'm Stokie hiding, enjoying about this game. Hide the bandit. Are they going to try and bandit trick?
They're surely not going to try and bandit trick. Maybe Janitor. They're not going to be trying to bandit trick, or Kanto.
Kanto, okay.
Yeah, but it's like you're not going to be trying to bandit trick like the
No,
quad
100%.
wall.
But then I'm thinking, why are they hiding it? Because usually people go for the clear on this position anyway with grenades. They don't actually have any, but they do have Kali, who, you know, you could try and play against it. They might pre-fire some of these shots. Those castles are going to get opened. You can't bandit trick a castle.
Sadly not.
Maybe that's in one of the operators I'd like to see videos from the players. Loira gets Nuez though, and Loira gets Gomez. That's the kit cold outside stock window.
That's gonna take 40 seconds or something.
And the bandit just tricks the ex-Kairos. 6 gone, 8 remaining. Had is busy elsewhere. And with a shield, a Kali, and a Hibana going to the bank, it's like the start of a joke.
It's definitely not the composition that you would like to have in a situation like this. There comes the blitz. Yoga having to push through. However, that keeper barricade is making it very awkward for him to actually walk by. He's going to have to go all the way around. They're over. And thus decides to retreat himself, get back out. Diaz trying to provide a little bit of support with some extra information, but his drone quickly removed as well as the blitz looking to go top square instead.
Alamau is eagerly anticipating a blitz to turn a corner here. But with 1:20, at least they still have time, but you can see they're sort of struggling to find a route through. It is a lockdown from the side of G2. The keeper's extension here, the still positioned, heavily fortified around top white, around janitors. They have the barbs and the reveal on anyone coming behind them. At this point, you're just trying to force your way on a tight situation. The pressure on towards the mirror window is what they want here. Might have taken a bit too long. There's a big bit of destruction on towards it. That should get popped. I am not entirely sure what happened there. Maybe a C4, but the mirror window is gone.
I think the C4 actually blew up the X-Kairos mid-air because you just saw them hang out there, hide away. The 5-on-3, the S goes down, and Nitrocell will kill Alamar. There's a bit of a hope. Suddenly we're in a 2v2 situation. Yoga together with the Kali. I mean, this shield is in a perfect opportunity now to get the injure onto Uno. No! He gets knifed. He didn't check the right corner. And Hat in a 1v2. He's been there before. Needs to clutch it out. The SPSMG9 in a 1v2.
I mean, at this point, in the middle of this fight, it's a tough gun to manipulate, but his main's even tougher, Doki. Puts that round an accident.
Bro, the way I was looking at your movement, you were going forward, you went back, and I see for you run. What we talked about, just a mirror shot, okay, guys? It's not your fault.
Accidents happen.
Just to say, it's not your fault.
He got a knife kill onto a blitz. I think it works out in the end, but if that round had gone away from them...
Yeah.
That would have been a little bit of a
big whoopsie, we would call that.
Yeah.
There you go, like, just sneaking through. They had no idea he was coming. The second one was in the upside down rappel. They were just completely surprising. Yeah, I mean, I understand now. Like, he saw him go back, he threw it. At least he got the knife onto the blitz right afterwards. But if the blitz would have checked that corner...
That's a man who knows he C4'd somebody, but then knifed the blitz and they still won the round.
You know, it's not often that you get a kill with your gun, a C4, and a knife all in the same round.
You know, what else do you need?
The fact that one of them was a teammate is just, you know, it's just whatever.
The trifecta ace, the hardest thing in the game to achieve, is 5 kills, primary, secondary, gadget.
Primary gadget, secondary gadget, knife.
Primary gadget, secondary gadget, knife. If one of them's a teammate, it still counts on the ace. It's like the royal flush of Rainbow Six Siege.
It's super hard to achieve, so you just need to get a little bit of help, you know?
You complete the game at that point.
Yeah, you can stop playing. That's more hard than winning, and that is not true.
4-4, we are all tied up, but if this one goes to G2, then, I mean, I said that one was a momentum shifter. And it did start very strong because Moira, again, what a huge performance he's been able to have throughout this tournament. It's not that he's sort of sitting top dog when you've had Alamau and Doki also having the tournament they are, but compared to where he was, when he was first introduced to the roster, a few questions, but the growth of Loira has been magnificent.
It's definitely been great. There we go. I was going to say, there is a Valkyrie camera up somewhere because Gomez was trying to go for a bit of a challenge on a player that was on a camera, and suddenly there was some shots coming back at him without him even making his presence known. The Valkyrie camera right next to the window frame was able to give away some of the information. But it's been taken out now. However, Loira, again, is finding himself close in a window, ready to jump out, ready to make himself known. And again, if he goes unchecked, well, it could be another 2 kills waiting for him.
Glaz trying to make the pressure and the break here. They're moving behind the Flores drone, but he isn't gifted a body to find the fight on. They're deep, they're tucked, and they're yellow pinged, but it's sprayed through the sofa. Uno caught on a drone, and Newers gets the swing from Loira. A 5 versus 3 onto open is actually a jump out, but traded by a Claymore. So technically doesn't really affect too much, but 2 versus 4. You have the Glaz, you have that first pick, but you've utilized all your smoke canisters. Although leaving just Alamau alone, he's also used all of his. It's a bit of a close down on his position and his space. He bought himself some time, but with a minute, can he buy himself the kills needed? Doesn't get the player going for the plant. At this point, he has to fight his way across 3. But they fight their way back into the lead, 5-4.
There's also a really tough gun to work with there. The SMG-11 in a 1v4 is not the gun you want to have to take those fights. And Oxygen, they find themselves at a 5-4, basically able to stop the surprise that might have been coming in that last round, and the tactical timeout to be called right now by the side of G2. They'd rather call it now than wait for the 6th round that they lose in this map. Now they still have the opportunity to win it in regulation, not have to worry about the stress that comes with overtime.
it's good to do this. And then we have the goal, defending for the back step, to have server strong, have everything strong, okay? And then like guys, no smoke, he's gonna play Warden. And if you go back for kitchen, guys, let's do a fortress in kitchen, okay? Like, let's play Azami, let's play Kazami kitchen, smoke kitchen as well. Put everything for the bomb shot, okay, let's go, let's go. You got this.
So mute in the staircases so you cannot be tracked by Deimos is basically what it took out of that first, and then make sure that the kitchen is going to be strong. Get a Zami, use those Kiba barriers to come through. So we are probably going to see a little bit of a roam game at that point because Lockers is being locked in.
No mute though.
No mute, no, that's true. One of the instructions they got, play mute on the staircase.
They got a lot of
forgot about that
instructions,
part.
but it's also down to the team in the lobby as well. And, you know, it's a very experienced, partially hammer lifting team. So
Go to lobby heads, blast. Go to lobby heads.
they'll get themselves here moving and grooving. I mean, if they repeat how things have gone so far, they could be the one that sort of hurdle over OXG, get themselves on towards map point. It is their map. OXG are putting in a great fight. Excited to see how this continues over potentially all 3 maps itself. But from this point onwards, this opening engagement, this fight could be the dictation of the pace. Lair has explored outside of the map at points, but generally, even though over the round, OXG have been able to get it 3 times. They talked about killing and getting that first one in the conversion. They said G2 is generally better at it.
They're the #1 conversion team in the tournament.
Well, they haven't been. They haven't been in this lobby.
Yeah.
They haven't been in this lobby,
No, they definitely haven't been. Like, they've managed to get so many of the entry kills, and just, I think it's only 2 of them that got converted. Let me check. Yeah, 1 and 2, 3. Yes, 3 got converted, but they managed to get more entry kills than that. But anyway, 4-5. Tactical timeout just happened. We got some instructions on what they need to do. Bring that Azami, make things difficult, make it hard, make it strong. And use the Goyo together with those Kibas to slow things down. There's 2 minutes left in this round, plenty of time. We see that the top floor is slowly being cleared. There's some pinks coming around for people that are around on that very first floor, so it's going to be causing a little bit of cause or concern as well. They need to make sure that they double check, triple check, make sure there's no one left around before they can start working on the actual locker side itself.
They're playing to waste time in these positions. Uno deep in garage. Loira hanging around in glasses so he can see through the blinds that are inevitably going to come his way. I assume the pressure from Gomez will be combined with Niers and combined with an attempt to kill him and swing him. But they said to delay it on Kitchen. It's steadily being cracked open. A minute 20. Getting themselves a bit sort of boots in the ground and moving. They have time, but it's always that time game. You've got 2 C4s, but no smokes. One of the only holds that you'll see from a team towards this site that doesn't have that utility.
I mean, it was specifically mentioned by their coach, no smoke, will play Valkyrie instead. So I think they just wanted to have the information game so they could try and work on that. They also mentioned a backstep potentially to happen. So that's something we need to look out for. Maybe someone being able to rotate back upstairs.
Well, there's nothing that's backstabbing right now. They're still spread out and waiting and hoping. Alamau is just seeing Hat open up Vault lobby. They'll Vault the hatch. They'll sort of call this. They'll call the positions. They're getting just as much intel. And they're moving over towards the elevator. The roll down, the drop, the bees and the player inside. The Goyo canister will stop them moving around the swing, but it's Alamau that suffers against Hat inside Vault. 4 versus 5, 25 seconds though. So they still need to try and move on the back of this, and Diaz does, gets Plaz. Doki, he doesn't really know which way to look because these holes in the defense have appeared. They haven't dropped, and Diaz gets a double. They go for the first fight and can't connect it. OXG wrapped around and left the sole player. There's 1 for Loira. There's 2. Almost gets a 3rd, but they slip their way into garage.
Let's go, baby.
OXG sitting on map point on their opponent's map.
Freebies, freebies, freebies. Let's go. Good shit.
See you until the open arrow. Okay, guys.
Let's listen to Uno. Giving out some comms, basically choosing the strategy that we're going to go for now, and it's CEO up top that we're headed for. See a bit of discussion between Alamau and Uno there, both of them basically giving their 2 cents. Like, what needs to happen, what needs to improve. And it's unfortunate Alamau lost that fight. I think he used the C4 as well, but he got caught up by the pillar, so Hat was able to live. And finding the second kill as a result as well. I mean, Lair just wasn't in a position anymore at that point to even do anything about it.
No.
It was just exit frags at that point.
It was a great change there. Obviously, the approach that was done beforehand by OXG, heavy pressure on towards server. They knew they got baited and wasted time, and it ticked away. And the change was to go down, switch to the other side, push down onto a coordinated drop, use the Candelas, get control of the hatches, get control of elevator, and get control of Vault. And the fact that Hat didn't need to drop to get his kill as well just makes things even more powerful, because at this point, he's free to sort of sit and watch and overwatch. You can't really sneak your way past. But again, he's not in the danger of being caught by C4. He has the high ground, and OXG played that very, very well. G2 caught entirely unaware. And now we'll see if this will continue on tat for tat, or we'll get ourselves in towards a break sooner than probably G2 expected. Again, this is a great map, but it is the same for OXG, as they said on the desk.
Yeah, for sure, and they're definitely showing here right now that G2, well, they might have wanted to come here, but that could have been a mistake. Doki's looking out the windows, just checking to see if there was any pressure coming through. Well, there might be. Hat's definitely out there. You also got to be aware of the fact that Claymores will be on the point. Kanto is going to be opened up, and that means that the Soda hallway is now suddenly going to be less likely to be safely played. Doesn't stop Lair, though, from going for a quick shoulder swing every now and then. And Yoga, whilst he's waiting down below, he wants to put up some extra pressure towards Lair by opening up vertically. Doki actually takes down Hat, who might have been around. It's a jump out to go through, and I think Doki just basically sent it. There was no Claymore to stop him. He gets himself back into the building. However, there's people on the rappel that it can basically catch him off.
They have that opening body, they have that Kali, they have that danger, and now they have Doki. Trade it out. And OXG are in a powerful position here with the removal of that loose player, that destroyer of most teams' chances of getting themselves close here. Steady control once again, fest across the site as Lair is the next to suffer a bit of a blow. Blaz tucks himself close. He can maybe try and offer a bottle to any of the control over top square as Alamau keeps a keen eye towards any player that's below him. Again, it's this adaptation game here, and he's sort of watching multiple different stories, multiple different directions, because, well, that's the pressure that was added this time. Whether it was removed a bit early from OXG last time as they lost the opening two, pressure that they've been able to apply up towards janitors and up towards the location of the players inside the site has proved distracting for G2.
There's a worry about a potential under jump out. Lair is thinking, oh, he's forward, go for it in the meantime. Gets one, gets two, and basically shuts down his round.
4 versus 2, Lair, and well, he should get picked up and does. 30 seconds. Diaz and Nuez have to try and go for kills here because the kit is outside, far, far away, and they will not make it anywhere close in time. They know someone's about to head up. There's a C4 ripped and ready, I believe, to come over the top. It doesn't get the catch, but the player in the elevator will. At this point, Diaz is doing his best for a quad, but they do not have the kit. Alamau just has to survive and hide and get out of there, and they are trying desperately to find him, but he's chilling at his desk, getting his work done, and getting G2 around.
What a way to end a round like that. Lair going for a jump out, finding two. Doki earlier on in the round went for a jump out and found one. And then Alamau's just chilling down below as the timer ticks out. We head towards 6-5. A round away from going to overtime, and a tactical timeout now from Oxygen as well.
Winning this map could be potentially huge. And I say potentially because I'll explain in a second.
Need to be gun up, ready to punish them early round, okay? For Archives, I would just say it looks like open's clear. Like we don't have to push them on head on. Like take the gaps that they're giving us. I like the butt play from below. We just gotta be.
You Blaz, see the go printer Blaz. You go ATM shoot on the guy you tell us because they don't go the trap, okay? So you try to go there, look at the guy, and then cover him, push to kill the guy. Tell us Lair has the ace in electric.
Blindsiding us with the quick play. Let's just be a little bit cleaner. Let's be ready to punish. Close this fucking game. You guys fucking got this.
Let's close this bleeping game out. Also, shout out production. Love that audio fade between the two. Very suave. Now, as I was saying, why is it potentially hap? Well, because the second map is a G2 permaban that has found its way through. Nighthaven Labs banned 22 times over the past 180 days.
Yeah.
It is a lockout, and how do we know how they're going to approach it? Well, OXG want to take the risk. They're thinking, well, yeah, you might have a game here, but we have a game here. We're going to bring it. There is, 1 and 2.
There was no claymores. That's the whole thing. Doki went first. There was no claymores at that point. They just could have gone for the second one. And you heard Redeemer say it as well. The windows are their only options on that top floor. So if we go back there, pay attention to that. Like, that is their only option. Otherwise, Oxygen would have had that one in the bag. Potentially, a 5-6 G2, their last defense in regulation before overtime hits. And it is going down to the basement. Make sure they're not getting overwhelmed again from the backside there, because that was really a big struggle. Keeper barrier, by the way, has been put on the drone hole on the outside of the exterior one, which means that the Twitch drone is not going to be able to get himself through. So that way, Goyo canisters just going to be a little bit safer, along with other pieces of utility.
Yeah, it's just coverage of it, right? It's usage of utility to stop it, but otherwise you just have to keep an eye on it and make sure they haven't planted anything there. They've prepped themselves for the top floor with their drones, though. They expect down towards the basement. They expect the hold here, and they want to make sure that they can do this job quicker, and look how much quicker that's being done. Neo's already in, open, screaming his way across. At this point, last time, they were still preparing their drones inside. Now, 45 seconds faster. And they've got that map control, which just gives them even more options to work with. The smoke is back. The Goyo canisters, the method of delay they had before, but this is so pacey from OXG.
Yeah, they're definitely getting a lot of pace here, and that's because their drones are in the right positions. They knew there was no roam on that top floor, on that ground floor, so they can just start focusing on opening things up. And that is going to be a big advantage for them here. They have so much time to leverage the space that they can get and basically make G2 worry. Alongside, of course, with taking out PC utility, taking out the Goyo pockets, taking out the F-nets that might be around, just so you don't have to worry for them if you're going for an eventual execute. Laura, just waiting with a nitro cell, just chilling for someone to put some pressure onto the blue stairs. Already on 16 kills in this map.
You say already, we're in the dying throes of this map.
It's still more than a one kill per round.
5 to 6 at this point. There's not much left in it. We'll see if they can try and keep themselves going here. Now, the setup of a similar take last time round. They have themselves the Candelas and they have themselves eyes on towards the hatches itself. And as I said before, it was a huge engagement one because they didn't even need to drop for it. And this time, well, they'll get rid of the danger, the destruction, the Goyo canisters, and 45 might separate us from map 2 or OT. Still checking, still testing, still teasing the idea of a push and a swing as we start to hear the Candelas and the Grimbies pop off. It's attention on towards the hatch. A bit of a burn, but they don't actually drop behind it this time. They don't want to get themselves caught on the back end of a smoke. There goes Gomez now, following through when he realizes he's not going to get swung. The pressure on the back of Vault Hatch might be followed here behind you. Well, it's one out by Hat. And now 10 seconds. They're caught in a crossfire. Newers has to try and fight their way across. Gomez gets Alam out, but the plant needs to come through. It's a 2 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. Doki, all that's left, just has to survive, and he got Newers! Screamed his way through, across red, across the sides, and across G2, OXG. Steal away G2's bank.
That was half a second away from pushing us towards overtime. They were running for their lives and find themselves with the first map locked under their belts. And now the big mystery's coming up. What is this next map the permaban of G2 going to bring in this series?
At this point, it's just one of those mysteries that I hope that they find confidence in. More than anything, OXG, smooth, calm, and collected, which is also the description of our desk that we'll be back with after a quick break.
There's something in the water here, I tell you what. Oxygen have just taken Bank away from G2 after they have been flawless thus far in this tournament.
Oh yeah, it was so impressive to see how OXG was playing off of each other, even in man-down situations. They were constantly able to play off of each other. And most of the time in this game, they were denying G2 the ability to get that opening kill, and that was the strength of Oxygen's defenses and attacks, is they weren't giving G2 the comfortability. That's what G2 is known for on this map. They love to solo roam, they love to play alone, they love to be able to get these opening kills and then fall back into the site. But so often, OXG were able to just stall them out until G2 had to make a play, and that's where OXG bit them.
I mean, that's the beauty of how OXG's playing right now. This is the first time I think ever we're really watching this roster really set the tempo of a game. Not trying to catch up, not playing catch up. They are the one delegating of who's going to be doing what at any given moment. And I really like what they were bringing to the table here and the innovation of using that sense and using that Deimos to try to get that player out of blue. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but I like to see that they're trying something, that they're trying to be a different team than what we've usually have seen. And I mean, they're walking away with the first map.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The way OXG played honestly looks very selfless. I could say this confidently. This is the first time in the last few years where OXG is believing in each other. They're playing off of each other. They're not making mistakes. They have the trust in one another. They believe that they can win, and that's the most important part of this.
I mean, looking at the overall scoreboard, 2 players stick out, but realistically, this was a very fun game to watch. I will say, Lair had way too many moments.
I was just about to say, like, scrap the G2 logo, just put Laira's head right there versus Oxygen. Like, Lair, if it wasn't for Lair for a lot of these rounds, OXG probably gets this over in a 7-3, maybe a 7-2. Lair was making hero plays, and for this to be it, you're back against the wall, you just lost your saving grace of your map. All of G2 have to wake up here. Lair has to say something to these guys. Uno has to get these guys prepared because you don't have your safe card anymore. You just lost your map. You're going to be going now to Oxygen. So again, this can't all be on Lair. You don't want to lose out on this event just knowing one player was the one putting in the effort.
Yeah, Lair definitely earned his respect in that matchup, and I do think he was obviously the main reason on why it was so close. He was able to find kills, but the rest of the team were constantly getting shut down.
They certainly were. However, I will say, Oxygen are looking very good today. This is the second 2v5 that we've seen out of them, and Fox, they are looking tremendous.
Right, I mean, this 2v5 right off the bat on round 1 was so smart because you can notice G2, they have a 5v2 advantage. The smokes, they understand it's pushing them from the plant, so they go for a rush into sight. But look at Newers, he backs all the way up into garage and waits for the flank from Diaz, who jumped up the vault hatch. Diaz gets a kill up top, and now G2 have to scramble to get into the other site. And then, again, Newers waits for his teammate to come back down. He waits. Newers waiting. That's a first. And they played this 2v2 together, and obviously, great shots from Newers. And this is the teamwork that we've been trying to put into Newers since we got him on the team. Because if he can just play off of his teammates, amazing stuff happens because he's such a great player.
Again, this is what me and you were talking about. If they can just practice their discipline on their defensive halves, they would find far better success, and there wasn't a better round to show the fact of how disciplined they were. Realistically, old OXG would be fighting that. They would have went head on. The fact that Newers falls all the way back to garage, waits for them to push up again, it's controlling that tempo, controlling that space, and just overall controlling the match. So again, you got to give it to Oxygen.
Every round was winnable, and we really saw that in that matchup. They were always focused on the goal, and they knew they always had a plan. They always had a plan.
Their win conditions are looking pretty good right now. If you're a G2 fan, I'm pretty sure your heart is going to be in your stomach because they are but one map away from being taken out of the 6th Invitational. We head to Labs after this.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer, and it's not because they aren't good enough. They just might not put in what it requires to really get there, because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra! When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
From undefeated to barely winning maps in Phase 2, G2 are on the line. I can't believe I'm saying that. Europe's hope, what we thought was going to be a strong roster, has crumbled in the face of, get this, NA.
I mean, we've seen it happen before for G2, and obviously it's not going to look any better on Labs because Labs is one of OXG's favorite maps, and the way that they've been playing so far is only going to amplify that because they can get really shifty on their defenses, and their attacks are among the best of the league. And obviously, to highlight what we already highlighted in the ban phase, G2, this is one of their auto bans. They've banned it 16 times in the last year. So, could be saving strats.
And this is where it goes, yeah, in terms of saving strats is, you know, if you're going to pull Ace out, you're going to pull it out here. But now, your back is more against the wall than it was before this even started. The fact you are losing bank. So now it's a question of now, you're stuck with this. You have to make this work. You have to be able to adapt. Regardless of whatever prep that you have or that you think that you can pull out on Oxygen, it needs to be flawless here. It needs to be executed well. And again, for G2, they need to set the tempo. They need to set the pacing here. And I will say, this map is a lot tighter, so they can't really play as loose as they would like on a map like Bank, where Oxygen can take advantage of it. So I am expecting a far better trade game than what we just recently saw. And especially when you think about the graphic that I had, their opening conversions and being able to put that into their favor, this map can 100% highlight that for them.
Absolutely, and there's one thing that G2 can hold on to, and that's the fact that Lair went insane on Bank. So if the rest of the team can just follow him up, maybe we'll be able to see the tables turn.
Well, we're going to have to hope for G2 and for Europe that the tables can indeed turn. North America are looking very good at the moment. Oxygen, but one map away. We head to Labs with Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much, Aragorn, Legolas, and Tall Gimli. We'll find ourselves pushing further and further in towards this series. G2, will they be able to bite their way back? Oh, I can see them working out who's who. Or will they see the end of their run here? The first time they've hit the lower bracket and then hit the ground.
Yeah, for sure. It is going to be that big question. What do they have on Labs? What does G2 bring to this game? Now, the social predictions are still in favor of G2, 54%. I mean, it's been the age-old, basically, resident Rainbow Six meme, right? G2 saving strats for SI?
G2 saving strats for SI?
It's always been the case.
G2 lower bracket run?
G2 LCQs?
G2 LCQs?
A lot of memes that go
All
around
of them are coming true. And I mean, at some point, maybe you just got to be like, yeah, this is how they do it. But that last round, I think they put it very well. If there wasn't Lair playing how they set themselves up, who picked Labs, then, I mean, it would have been a much worse deficit. OXG would be set in.
Lair is very confused if they are now being told, yes, this is your pick, and they're actually like, wait, what?
but all smiles and soon to be turned into all pressure. OXG have taken their opponent's map earlier on in the day. And then they doubled it down. Will they be able to repeat the same thing here? Removing Shopify Rebellion and G2. Some of the most experienced players at this tournament.
Yeah.
On their swan song from LCQ's Back to Here. It starts, as it always does, with a pretty solid set of bans there. Monty, Blackbeard, double down on the shield. Get him going, get him out of here. And then Tibarao and Azami.
Alrighty then. We are getting in the way after those bans. And the Tibarao, of course, is going to be making sure that, you know, those walls are going to be opening up way sooner now. There's no more stalling. We saw a little bit of that come down in that previous map. Not having that around this time. The Azami has also been pretty impactful. It was even the call made by Romalio at some point. It was like, bring Azami, make things difficult. So Oxygen basically working directly into that, deciding, you know what, you're not allowed to do that anymore. It's time to just face this, face to face. No keeper barriers to help. As we go over towards the basement, towards the tank, and it looks like we are seeing a pretty tall hold. And that's nothing too strange, because if you want to attack this site, there is, well, two ways to go at it. One would be to go directly in. We saw Liquid try that before today, didn't really work out. The other one would be to go all the way from the top, all the way to the bottom. But with all these reinforcements that have been put down, you basically force Oxygen to play every single part of the map like it is the actual site. Clear it out bit by bit by bit by bit before you can finally put pressure on the site itself. Doki wanted to go for a bit of a hello there.
Yeah, didn't quite get anything other than a goodbye though. Quickly moved away, nobody suffered any damage. It's gonna be a bit sort of slower in some regards than it was before, but they're trying to draw as much tension here. Obviously on towards IT, on towards Control here. The site itself down, down, down in the basement, and there's still the connective players. Blaz is around cargo stairs. They have a route. They want to opt for it, but Loira wants the first fight. Nua's gone. Loira gets G2 off. A bit of a bang of a start. I mean, it sort of traded out of how it went last time round here. And again, there's that support structure. Now they've fallen one floor. They've slowed their approach. They've got rid of the ram as well. You're thinking about that soft.
Yeah.
That's dangerous, Hap.
Now, the first minute's been wasted. The ram is gone. The first floor still heavily populated here by G2, which is going to be making it difficult for Oxygen. There's a lot of work to do. They don't have the ability anymore to open up as much vertically. That is going to be hampering their ability to actually attack the side itself later on, so they're going to have to find a different way to go at it. Maybe more direct. One of the exothermics being used to open up the hatch is going to give them an opportunity to start focusing on the side itself. EMPs, double to be used to make sure it opens up, making sure that no K-trick could come through.
Pops the utility, pressure put on, the hatch itself done from warehouse, and, well, now they need to try and find a fight down the stairs. But look at Loira and Blaz loitering. They're waiting for this approach, waiting to be able to push themselves into maybe a 2 versus 1. Loira gets the option of also supporting anyone from Billiards that might not catch them, but then the swing around the side as well. It's an exploration up, and Loira actually goes up and up. He's to the top floor, and there's a fight that Alamau loses out to Yoga. Do they know about Loira's adventure, though?
They're going to be able to hack the cams right now, and that means that all those Valkyrie cameras that have been placed by Alamau are going to be in control of the side of Oxygen as well. They're going to be aware of where these players are, and Loira will be shut down as a result of it. And there you have it. Suddenly that road just falls apart. There's 40 seconds left, though, and there's not a lot of control for the side of Oxygen on the side itself. Still a lot of work to do, but at least they have the man advantage.
That's it, and at this point, what are they going to opt for? Well, pressure on cargo stairs and the drop down the warehouse hatch seems to be the MO, and there's that hack camera, the reveal of the positions. They know exactly where the players are, and now they're going to fight against them. There it is. The impact round, the swing for one. There's two. It's the shooting gallery. Either side, the pressure can't quite come quick enough. And they did not have enough time and space. G2 built on the back of wasting time above. Take the first.
That all started off with Laura finding that very first kill, being able to rotate down as well. A minute 10 was wasted on that top floor after the first you know, the first floor still had to be cleared out as well. You lost that RAM, all that verticality you would otherwise be able to bring is not going to be there, so they're free to play on the side itself. It was a little bit of a hampering, though, when they lost their cams. Those were coming into control of the attack, so information was working on their side, just that time was not. And there's G2. They take round number 1 here on Labs as they look to build onto their defense.
That is the first loss as well. I mean, both in player, but an operator. You think, how do you improve the pace of getting control of floors? Oh, well, you have to play like a ram or a buck to tear open the soft. It gave G2 more chances, more little corners they could hide and wait. And yeah, eventually, Alamau and Lair caught on the rotate up and, well, just not connecting the way OXG wanted or expected. Off to a better start than they were last time round, but going to be a game of impressing and a game of learning here from the side. Obviously, it was played by G2 in the quals to get here against Matchco.
Yep.
They were able to win it out, and most of it, I think they got 3 attacks and then on to 4 defenses.
Yep. With an impressive game from Lair. Now, you cannot really rely on that happening every single time. He was definitely showing up in the last game, that's for sure. But we basically need the rest of the team to show up as well as Lair. For a bit of an exploration there, opens up the door, quickly sprays through the window. But this is all just to basically create pressure. If there was anybody near, they would have been aware of it. And as Newer's just taking out basic pieces of information, I mean, it's not really cause for concern yet. That's just part of the course. But this top floor is bread and butter of Siege. As they're waiting for the EMPs to come around so they can start opening up towards jungle. There you have it, that's 1. There's no need for a second, as Blaz is not going to be tricking, and of course, even if he would, a second EMP wouldn't work.
Play against the hard wall itself, the threaded claymores on the top of the lobby stairs on the front side. They're just themselves controlled on the back. They're bringing everything that you would do slowly and steadily, kind of break your way through the ace alongside the Thatcher. Nothing should really be away from them, but look at this, the roll of the Candelas and Nurs underneath. They're trying to pitch the player out, but Lair is blinded and alive. He's able to slip himself out, and they weren't quite able to activate on the back of it. Maybe they just didn't trust the risk or think they were sort of in a decent enough position, and the roll of it for now, and it rotates elsewhere.
There needs to be pressure coming down into Warehouse, because as long as Lair is allowed to play on those mezzanines, you're not going to be able to enter from IT. Gomez, in the meantime, going over towards the E-box, is going to be able to at least put a bit of pressure onto the side. Knows that there is going to be a shotgun player quite close. This wall towards the actual side itself is going to be to confirm. The grenade will get rid of those bandit batteries that Thatcher for EMPs. For good measure, the Nitrous cell gets shot out, and there you have it. The wall has been breached. There's now 4 players on this side, though, trying to, well, basically work that pillar into a plant.
Well rehearsed to take down that C4, but 10 players standing and less than a minute. It is going to get wild in this final close down. Alamau gets the first, and once again, Nurs is knocked out of the round before it can really come to blows. Lair are partially blinded, and Uno holding on ready and steady to rock and roll. Swings wide on towards Gomez, outside of the walkway breach, and Lair wants to double dip, and does. Finds one as Uno punctuates his point. And a flawless from G2.
Exactly what I said. I'm doing exactly what I said. So we know everything they do.
Uno has read them like a book.
I love the wow. Who is the wow?
I don't know. But I said it before, they need to put that pressure on Lair. He's been playing around inside of mezzanine, inside of Warehouse for free. There's been absolutely no pressure to come through. And as long as they allow him to just do that, I mean, IT, you're not going to be able to walk through that freely. He's just going to be able to swing by that door. And if you then have 4 people coming in from the jungle side of the map, and you just have that breach, but there's shotguns watching either side of it, you're also not going to go in. You needed that extra whiff. They didn't show it. And as a result, G2, they're just able to basically shut them down. Great flip there from Alamau. Like, he's supposed to die in that position because the drop was definitely on him. Not sure how that buckshot missed the very first shot, but that's frustration there. It's like,
it is. I mean, you know, it's the weird moment here of how much pressure is on this point. They've been able to get 2 kills over 2 rounds, both of them on the first, and you're against unknown sort of territory, but you are attacking Labs. You are going to struggle more in your attack, even if, as you are statistically one of the best attacking teams, you know, you're working things out as you go. You're piecing things together. Who knows how much is how those words are supposed to go. Over their game they showed when they were playing against Matchco, right? You can get data and can get ideas from those situations, but when they're playing against sort of T2, T3 teams,
it's a different game.
It's a different game.
And of course, fundamentals and basics are going to be playing into that as IT will be opened up. There's no challenge whatsoever. Doki's not even going to try and attempt tricking it. Warehouse being opened up as well with the sledge out there is going to provide a little bit of extra opportunity as well. But Laura up above, it's going to be a menace. He has been a menace in these last 2 rounds. Basically the sole reason why, you know, they lost that much time in the very first, and then still being around on the second on mezzanines, not being hunted down, finds those kills. So they really need to work on him. They need to isolate him. He is all alone, just has a hatch to drop down on. You just need to put the pressure on.
He is holding onto the vertical, and yeah, not for very long. Alamau does find Gomez. The entry statistic, 3 for 3 for G2 at this point, and well, they lose the sledge. Again, the same problems the last time. They lost the soft destruct. There's a lot of soft destruct that needs to be done, and now, well, what are they going to utilize? The Selmas, the breaching charges, the exothermics, really going to net the same results. Another attempted throw with the C4 doesn't get anything, but there is still one more in the pocket of Doki. So they have at least one more opportunity. Doki himself on cargo. There's some pressure here on towards the window, the long watch, and Yoga hasn't been given engagement yet, but he needs to make sure that he can, if he doesn't get a kill here, survive for as long as possible. Nua's opening up inside warehouse. It's usually the entry death, but as Blaz slips their way through, does damage, doesn't see the cover of Hat. Second Hat. Great take, and he might have shown some frustrations after round 1 and 2, but he is getting them out of his system on the third. 45 seconds, and they get themselves in for an execute.
Great opener from him, indeed, finding himself with those 2 kills. Unado strikes back before Yoga finds one, and suddenly the kid is down cold now. 30 seconds. G2 just need to chill at this point. They know that the diffuser needs to be picked up, and Elamau will go down. It's only up to Uno now in that 1v2.
Well, he's deep, and they've been able to get themselves around the side. They're probably going to tuck plant close to the right-hand side. That's where Yoga has gone, so there's a single body of cover, and well, Uno's going to go on the rotate round towards cargo, try and stop the plant. He's a little bit too late, but he can't get Diaz either.
Round by round, let's go. Good fucking shit. Come on.
Some motivational speech to come through, but Hat really saving the round out there. I mean, Blaz was a bit too focused on Newers, missed the first opportunity, saw he was getting shot up from the staircase, but decided to just press on, not really try and go for the second attempt, because he also knows as soon as he swaps over to the staircase, hey, look at that, the one on the crate is going to start to go for the re-swing. Hope to at least take one of that fight. Lost, sadly. And then Laura just picked up instantly afterwards, but Hat as well. Boom, sights open. Oxygen has the opportunity to go for the plans. Did that as well. And they played it perfectly from the moment that they managed to get that man advantage to go their way. Some viewers there very worried about that castle barricade. Thought they might have been ripping that one open. Just good pre-fires to come through time and time again. And just reading the situation. They knew Uno was going to rotate around. They move in their cover as well to make sure that there's nothing that could go wrong at that point.
OXG, they take the tertiary, and that's still par for the course, round by round. But this is the one I'm most curious about, because now we'll get that direct opportunity for response. They seemingly, and I'll wait until they lock it in before I lock in what I'm going to say, but have pretty much the same lineup as they did the last time they were here. The IQ is the consistent change that they've sort of brought in since that first round went away from them. Not playing with Thatcher, not going to see if they can try and, you know, play the long game against the hard walls, because to be honest, it didn't really come down to that, did it? They lost themselves in these loose engagements, the intel game. I mean, there's a preparation, and he doesn't get the end of it. A lot of damage, and Gomez stuck, but Doki, he doesn't win the fight. Gomez knew the position, knew the risk, saved by the fact it was a solo push and quick reactions to move off of the impacted castle. The C4 on the drone player. Hat, a response.
If you saw his cat run. He's been getting such frustrating deaths as well, but Loira aggressive, and this is exactly the game. This is what Uno said, right? Like, he knows exactly what they're gonna do to try and lean into it as Loira finds himself another kill.
Whilst being hot drone.
Yeah, I mean, they know that they're upstairs, they know they have to take him down, but he's just not giving up, and he's having an incredible game.
Alamau's here for support as well. He's inside the connector, watching and waiting, and he could take the hatch drop, but he doesn't want it because Blaz is also here. That was from underneath. They have just walked into a absolute line trap.
Let's go, boys. Bro, my play didn't work. What the fuck? You know what? It's not in the castle on impact. Impact wasn't it?
My
play didn't work.
Okay.
I feel like at this point we're trying to be too perfect. Like, I feel like we just need to get some info and just like collapse on some of these roamers. Like, let's just get some picks. Like, we're losing the entry engagements almost every single fight, and there's no trades afterwards. Like, the second one of us dies, there's no trades. Like, I think we just need to like don't chalk our game plan. But we're so easy to read. They know exactly where to fight. We don't have enough bodies for the trades. So if we win the trade game, we win the opening kills, we're gonna have success. They're gonna give you the picks because they're gonna keep flying. You see what I'm saying?
I think we just played the opening at the garage.
Yes.
Freak out.
Fast. Like, we're going too slow. It's too easy to read, and they're capitalizing on it. You guys got it?
Well, tactical timeout happened. Of course, G2 are showing they have a labs, but it is a lot of counterplay as well to come through. Uno said it. They know exactly what they're going to do. They're playing into that. They're trying to abuse these kind of situations. And what do? I'm sorry for laughing there, Doki. I'm very sorry your play didn't work.
His play didn't work. His play did not work. That was the blast kill from underneath. And
Lair is an absolute demon right now. I mean, there's no two ways to go about it. He's been doing incredible so far in the series. He dropped 16 kills on the very first map. He's finding himself on 6 right now after 4. He is stepping up huge.
He's also dropping some pretty cold lines in the ult chat that you guys aren't seeing at home. But
Do I need to say it again? I don't know what he said before.
Well, no, that was the follow-up after round 2. He said, "Why are you trying to kill me?"
Oh, true. Yeah, he's like, "You're still trying to kill me?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, "Do I need to say it again?" I mean, fair enough at this point. Continuing his performance from the previous map. In the meantime, obviously, we had a lot of big clutch plays and a lot of big moments from OXG, and they are on their attack, and it is awkward, and they're working things out, and they've used their timeout. As Redeemer sort of said, look, you're overcomplicating things.
Yeah.
At this point, you're sort of trying to do all of this. That's not really how we play. That's not how we operate, and especially, that's not how you should operate against G2. All they take to heart will be the split. They've got the breach open, then they've quickly rotated themselves around. No counterplay against it from the side of G2.
Up to that 3-1 scoreline. Openings being made over the top 4. See jungle now being gained access to for this side of Oxygen. To have drones inside as well, so it's going to be aware that it's going to be clear. However, look at Blast. He's going to go for a bit of a flank out there. Jumps down instantly afterwards as he taken down 2 drones. And now he's an unknown factor. Hey, there is a roamer we have to worry about that could be coming up from the blue side at any given point. If we decide to push out there, I think Elamau is also finding himself on like a different kind of staircase. So Oxygen, there's a lot of work that they need to do. I mean, last time I said it, if you want to go in from IT, you got to put some pressure onto Warehouse. You got to put some pressure onto the mezzanines. They failed to do that. This time, they have a way to deal with it, though. They're sending in the firebolts. I'm not sure why you're staying around that long, Lawyer. He's just watching the magnet going off, and the fire spawns underneath him, but he manages to get out. Blast on 1 HP as well. There's definitely some improvements happening here from Oxygen.
Now the blinds come across. Blaz massively hurt, but still standing. That's that problem, Hat. He's proposed himself aggressively, watching and waiting for support to come round the corner, and not going to give them that engagement. It is all very much a centered push around Warehouse right now, and with a minute, you're wondering if they might try and rotate, put some pressure elsewhere. The C4 ready to make friends with somebody close by, but it just gets the down. Should be able to collect it, but they won't get those bodies. There's Hat. Baited the play. News goes down at the same time. Now Diaz is on the ground. They've pulled themselves away from the smoke. Not confirmed, but as Gomez goes, they've got to quickly go and get Diaz back up. Keep the pressure on. Look at the health of G2.
It's not a lot. Blast finding himself on 1. Elamau, maybe 5. Doki, the only one that is considered to be a bit healthy here. Finding himself in a great corner, though. If they want to push in, they're all coming in from the IT direction here. They have a great opportunity to do so. Newer stuck in a goo mine's going to be hurt. He's rotating back out the building, going over towards the blue side stairs, hoping to put a bit of pressure on. They know Doki's in that corner. They're going for the challenge, not quite connecting. They need to go there. There's 10 seconds left, and as Diaz finds 1, Elamau trades, leaving it only up to Blast. He's about on 1 HP. He needs to find 2, but he won't. Lewers is going to shut it down, and Oxygen to find their second round.
Let's go, that's it. Good fucking shit. Focus up, you're good. You're good. Let's go, good shit.
This round, bro, just do something different.
Good energy, good vibes, good improvements here from OXG. They've gotten the 2 I said you're probably angling for and opening for.
I did like to see that they brought the Capital. Like I said it before, they needed to take care of mezzanines, they needed to take care of warehouse. They failed to do that in the first iteration when they were going for command. This time around, they brought the Capital. They fired it right on that mezzanine where Lair was playing, forced him back towards the site. Of course, it was still a scrappy fight in the end, but at least that allowed them to take control of IT, take control of warehouse, and at that point start putting pressure onto the actual site itself rather than being ran around on by one of those G2 players. And that gives them a way cleaner opportunity to take a round like that.
Now, that clip was muted, but I think that was a very clear lip read. Let's bleep and go, baby.
Yeah, this is something, let's go something.
yeah, I got that one pretty clear. 3-2 OXG. Now, what will they be able to push home here is G2. They're obviously not opting to go back towards command. Whatever they thought fell apart there, and to be honest, it got a bit scrappy, got a bit back and forth. They don't think it's a comfortable sort of return towards that position. Instead, on towards the site below, on towards the other site that they've lost control.
Yeah, but I think he can turn that down to maybe Blaz overstaying his welcome a little bit. He was trying to take the fight onto Newers, got himself picked up, and it really led into Hat finding a double kill and suddenly the site opening up. So if they can slow this down a little bit more, maybe play a bit more into the disruptive kind ofness without really taking the fight. You see IT in the meantime already being opened by the way. Then you might have a good opportunity here. I mean, they're playing around on this top floor first. Logical. You want to get that verticality, want to get that pressure down. Allows you to clear these sites from above without actually having to enter it, giving you a bit more freedom trying to get the plan down later as Moira. I don't understand, like, the guts he has. He's just taking any fight he's fighting. He's like, oh, the wall's been opened up. Let me just go check if I can find a kill.
Oh, well, look out what's coming. The blitz is there. Elamau with the C4 potentially from underneath will get one. Gomez gone. The second C4 and a blitz that's being hot-pinged and panicking. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth the blitz will go. That C4 will not catch them. You can see the fear that sort of made its way across the layer of smoke here. Yoga, they're cutting their way down towards cargo. Hat is the one, obviously, with the kit. They're going to see if maybe they can sort of get this vertical control they've got. If they can force out Loira from the bottom, strong arm their way in from the cargo side, a bit close towards the plant they had, because last time it got a bit sort of touch and go on the warehouse side. And even though they're holding on towards the rafters for now, actually, I say this, they're re-evaluating the take. They're maybe thinking, let's not go against Loira.
There's so much information on the side of Oxygen. G2 knows exactly where all of them are, as Lair does finally get shut down. The one thing I'm worrying about, though, is they have Newers on the IQ, yet they're not finding these Valkyrie cameras that are giving away the opportunity. Elamau, in the meantime, rotated up, takes down a flank throw, gives away his position in that case, and you already see some movements up top, but he's also getting the information. But my question is, why did Newers not take down these Valkyrie cameras?
Yoga gets Doki and News goes for the fight outside. Blaz finds Hat. And, well, who's going to win this showdown? There's Elamau looking through the floor and he pre-fires either side. News round the back. They are so close to this engagement, but it's Elamau's to win. G2. They secure themselves the 4-2. But it is definitely a lot more competitive than when this map started. And now we have that fabled turn of the half. Can G2 turn this into a third map?
They're definitely looking to make it happen. But onto the attack. Managed to win 3 in their game in the basically LCQ qualifiers against a European Tier 2 team. But they're talking about the fact that they know what is going to be done. They are countering the plays that are being set up. Oxygen on the defense now. Wonderful C4. And also just the like psychological warfare after someone just got blown up and just red pinging. It's like, we know where you are. We have another C4. Keep running.
These narrow sort of fights there, Blaz. He had the lockdown, the revenge against the Glaz that got Doki a second before, and I mean, it's turning into bloody brawls here, and this is the other side of it, right? This is now why we almost also get to see why it was let through, because OXG, yes, you pick into your opponent's missed maps, their ban maps. If a map appears in a map ban possibility, especially if it's a permaban, well, it's there for a reason. It's there almost as bait to sort of say...
So I would be way too mistrusting to do map bans. I'm going to be like, wait, this map is up. They usually ban it. Why is it up? Why is this one left up?
But then, at the same time, even if you're playing that role, you know, OXG aren't going to pick into it unless they have a game. And that is going to be demonstrated more than anywhere here on this second half, regardless of the fact that they have been great on attack. You know, you're playing your map now. You're playing your side of your map. They can get these opening two and it's all tied up. That puts a huge amount of pressure. Henry in mind will force Lair further back. He has the long watch there from Blaz, just keeping him a bit safe, but nothing immediately can trick against this.
And instantly send in the Twitch drone, take out some of the utility, wants to take care of the bulletproof, didn't quite get it. I mean, Newers is now playing on a position where we saw Lair play earlier on. There needs to be some pressure coming down onto the mezzanines, onto Warehouse. Otherwise, Newers is just going to be shutting down any piece of utility that's going through. Just walks by, and Lair goes for the pre-fire, finds that kill, and well, that's one way to deal with Warehouse.
Head removed, and Newers removed again. It makes things a bit trickier, obviously, not having a player like Newers stepping up at the same level that you sort of want and desire. But now, can G2 turn this into a bit more of an advantage as a player, just sort of lurking and skulking around blue? It's Hat ready to pop up, and Alamouse ready to try and pop in behind them. That'll be the reveal of we're behind you. He'll hear the wall potentially open, and he's just going to opt to get out of there before it becomes an entire surround.
Alamau playing around on that Nuck is just going to try and sneak around. And G2 currently, they have opened up their breaches. They have the control that they need. They're just trying to find an extra opening to work with here. And Alamau is going to be key for that. He's going to play around on that Nuck, trying to find himself inserted into the backline. And if he finds a kill for him, but it's instead Doki that fights through. Definitely the opening is there for G2 now to keep pulling the trigger.
5 to 1 to 4, but still, when you have all of G2 charging at you.
Let's go, Doki!
Let's go, bro. That's so good.
Guys. Next round, when they do this, they're gonna bring the gate and bandit. I'm gonna play the bleach, so we need open the walls and we take Akko with the bleach. Okay, bro? Okay. Little adaptation.
Careful because they don't play the outing.
No, they
I have bad news for their approach, which you'll all see in a second. No bandit, no K. But they'll see that and they'll adapt to it.
Or they don't, and they'll just have a Thatcher to work with, you know.
Yeah. I mean, Thatcher just got 2 kills, Doki.
Yeah.
Swung himself either side. Great transfer.
Guys, let's go, guys!
Fuck off,
guys, bro!
Fucking go!
Let's go, Doki!
Let's go, bro. The prep is so good. The prep is so good.
The prep is so good. That is a credit to the coaching staff, the analyst staff, like every bit of support staff they have. It's like they are completely ready for whatever is being brought by the side of Oxygen. And I mean, it's good to see that being set on stream like that as well. There's such a big effort from the analyst staff helping them win a map like this. Because the first one definitely went away from them like worse than they actually wanted it to go.
Oh yeah, the first, they expected, based on this, for this to be a 2-0.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, they thought, let's bring it out against this team. We know how they play. We can shut it down. Let's make this a quick day at the office. Still, it shows that, I mean, they have done some great counter prep here. It's one of the things and sort of compliments towards the specific stuff around G2 is that Romalio will sort of focus on that counter prep, that sort of response to strategies, and this is it, just paying out in dividends. instantly forced all the way. Doki.
Hello, Doki.
Getting aggro all the way down. Exo hot droned in. Now there's a player above, but if he can get a kill, look at how spread out OXG. Oh, there's one, a freebie on the back. He looks for the second, but Uno tried to blindside their way in. A huge fight, and Doki can't win it out. Gomez, if he can get this, he probably wins the round for the team. They're flying their way back in. A 2 versus 3. Alamau and Loira either side of the fight itself, but Gomez looking down behind the cloning station keeps OXG's hopes alive this round, keeps them off map point. That one engagement filters away. There'd probably be an attempt at a plant, and already things falling a bit away now. A lot of time. Spread out approach. He's about to find maybe his first fight. It's Yoga though, and he's a bit comfortable. Gomez is actually going to go for a rotate round, and now towards the door. Loira opening up the roof, the ceiling above. Look where the kid is though.
A lot of areas here that he can just start cutting through. There's no one playing on contact. They're all removed from one another. And Alamau is kind of just thinking, like, where can I go? I mean, he's activated the gadget, not being seen by the bulletproof camera. And as the drone is now trying to get some information, okay, they know that part of the map is clear. He can start pushing up. Hey, look, someone's rotating up the staircase. And that gives Alamau the opportunity to basically start hunting on the sides. But Lair goes down.
That leaves just Alamau, and, well, he gets revenge on Gomez, but Gomez can take a rest with his heroic efforts on this site and this hold already. A player above and a player directly on the kit. At this point, he's fighting into a dead end. And a well-watched one at that.
We got this. We got this. Let's go.
Sure, bro, come on.
Come on. Go.
Fucking better than these guys.
Oxygen not as energetic as they usually are. It is the coach currently just trying to get that motivation going. He's like, we got this, we got that round, we can get these guys.
Now they're gonna go on the storage. If they have the same with the bandit, Gomez will do what I say, okay?
Una said now they're gonna go storage. And they're indeed going storage. Again, like, I don't know, like Uno just got a novel from the Analyst last night. He's like, this is the entirety, everything on labs. Have fun. And he's just been reading it like a bedtime story.
He's
like, wow, this is so great.
You know how like F1 drivers will get in a bathtub and go like left corner, right corner,
yeah,
left corner,
you know,
and memorize the track?
Exactly. No, that's just Uno now.
That's just Uno with their holes, who like pretend he's running around the building. Say, reinforcement, Banshee, I see it all. I see the Legion. I see the Bandit.
It's gonna be playing in this corner, you know, a pixel like this pixel, this height. I could get him from like the 5th plank if I shoot through the floor, just stuff like that. But I mean, it is amazing to see and actually like listening as well, because usually, you know, when you're playing online, you don't have these comms. So you don't know, of course, if this is like a 100% counterplay or if it's just a game working. But we're definitely getting that confirmation now that they're completely countering Oxygen. Everything they're doing is just to work into the game of Oxygen. And to some point, that is a huge props as well to Oxygen, that is the game that's being played against them. Like, it is acknowledged, it is good. There's specific counters for them here.
Alamau once again trying to just drive himself up, but the Banshee will give the game away regardless of who you're playing. So Yoga just to make sure he doesn't accidentally back into an engagement, and oh, instead he walks right into it. Didn't back, full forward and full face of bullets. Alamau, the Nook, gets the opener. Now he's in cargo and he's a bit concerned because, well, if the close down comes from them at this point, he'll be absolutely caught out. It doesn't seem like they want to react. They're not being responsive towards the fight or aggression here. OXG don't quite entirely know how to approach this. And look at this free real estate they've got. This is a lot of faith from OXG in their vertical.
There's going to be absolutely like no pressure coming out from the top 4 except for maybe Blaz. I mean, they've opened up IT. They've opened up... No, they haven't actually opened up into jungle yet. So it's just IT where the pressure is going to be coming down. And indeed, they're going to be working on that verticality. Alamau is going to be starting to put some pressure on. Makes his position now as Doki starts flooding the site with the rest of G2.
They're in. They're going for the plant. And they're just like, oh, you have vertical? So do we. Newers and Hat do get one apiece. But a post-plant situation as Blaz takes that vertical right back. Caught out. Hopping in, and now Hat on the wrong side of his own soft. Gets a freebie. Is he going to try and confirm it, though? I mean, Doki is just watching this from above. It's technically a 1 versus 1. Doki's not going to risk the pick back up at this point because, well, he knows he can't make it. The C4. Oh, it's bait. Luring him in. And missing him. 15 seconds. There's the spray. And he gets it! And he might have been frustrated at the start of the round in the cams, but that sure put a smile on his face.
Oh my god, I'm so good.
What a clutch! That just came down from Hat.
Let's go.
He was playing it perfectly. He was rotating around, caught one, off guard, outside. He was trying to get himself in position. He played that Nitrocell smart. Tried to use it as bait to find the confirm. Didn't quite find it, but Doki hopped in anyway. Found the vertical right afterwards.
I've seen.
No, stop, please.
I've seen every single
It's bullying Doki now for the fact he lost that gunfight.
He lost that gunfight, but I mean, a couple others are probably worse. The Blaz hop in here.
Yeah.
An easy pickup for Hat, and then this one was just obviously unaware of where Hat was in the position he wanted to be in. Full credit on Hat.
I mean, he was fluid. He was moving around. There was no drones. I had no clue where he was. Otherwise, Blast would...
Okay, that was a pretty basic one. I wanted to hear it, but it was just...
vanilla, you know?
Yeah.
Wasn't that much to it. But, I mean, otherwise, Blast wouldn't have jumped in if they knew where he was. You wouldn't have seen the white rotate from the outside. Like, they would have holed, like, the breach that was made inside the garage instead. Like, Doki did the best he could with the situation he was in at that point. He tried to hold verticality, but due to the fact that they lost his teammates, well, there's not much more he could have done. 5-4, G2. It's starting to edge a bit closer towards Oxygen bringing back the game on their own map right here. They're starting to work, starting to basically respond as well as Alamau, again, just creeps in. Top of mezzanines, inside a warehouse. Gonna see if he can find one off guard again. And the pressure's gonna come down onto IT wall. You see there, Laura and Blast both around. Doki as well with the Thatcher. They want to go for a breach. But what are they doing? It's baiting Gomez to go for a bait. But he didn't bite. Wall's been opened up.
Is Alamau just going to swing on a wall here and get a kill? He's been pretty good at this before, but it doesn't look itself out. And, well, there's the premonition, but that was a double stack Yoga. I don't know if that was right place, right time, but it's definitely something that's opted itself well for OXG these past 2 rounds. Now, they do not have that opening statistic, do not have that going in their favor. A consistent part of their approach. Only twice on this map. Before now, have OXG been able to get that opener? That is their 3rd.
Opening still coming through to Loira, finding himself inside of IT. They're trying to up the pressure a little bit, but there's nothing coming down from the side of jungle. That is staying close. Uno now going into mezzanines as well. Shots are being exchanged as Loira finds yet another, but the trades just keep coming through. This is a one-dimensional push coming in, Emmy.
I mean, that's it. Directly in towards IT. A 4 versus 3 at this point. Nope, make that a 4 versus 2. As there's an easy swing round against Blaz now. They've pulled themselves back. OXG repositioned themselves brilliantly to just allow this execute. Everything is now, oh, you are probably going to enter here, so we've taken a step back, and the man with the premonitions.
Let's go!
Didn't see that coming. 5-5.
Come on, let's go.
Now it's starting to get a little bit dicey here for the side of G2. They had some good momentum going, but Oxygen is starting to read into basically their holds being taken under control, and thus a timeout will be called. Hermaio has a bit of an opportunity now to start discussing, like, hey, this is where it's going wrong. We need to improve on that. Elamau, I mean, he just lost the gunfight there. Had a right ID. He saw the shotgun. The bailiff was being used to open up the rotation a little bit more. There's only 5 shots in that. Doesn't do a lot of damage. So he really had a good opportunity to try and get that kill secured. However, didn't know there was a second player right behind him that somehow was watching that rotation as well. Lost it on the back of it. And then there wasn't enough width. They didn't have blue stairs under control. They didn't have anything coming in from jungle. You're all going to be coming in from the same doorway at that moment in time. And of course, Oxygen is going to be able to hold on to that.
Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go. Passion, energy. Passion and energy, guys.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yo,
Let's go, baby. Come on, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
I'm gonna put one E-box
The rotate of 3 sites finds us back towards tank and assembly, where it was almost made into a 6-2, and yet here we are all leveled up. Viewers, obviously, I don't know how aware he was of the push and the rotation. From that point onwards, when they had the man advantage, OXG played that so well, pulled back, let them peer into the soul of a hold.
And that might just be the fact that, Elamau, he's been sneaking around for basically the entire attack. He's been trying to get like a backstab in, left, right, and center, and at some point it's like, okay, well, he's been here, he's been there. Where has he been yet? Oh, the mezzanine. So maybe he's going to be coming to creep up there. I'm not sure if they had any other information, knowing that he was already on there, just waiting for him to actually go for it. I don't think it was an actual bait when they brought out the bailiff to open up the rotation a little bit more, trying to get him in, but I mean, they were definitely ready for it. How much of that was intentional, how much of it was not, we'll not know until much afterwards. Uno on that blitz might bring a little bit of pace. Of course, we are down in the basement or down in tank. And there's a lot that needs to be done. Top floor needs to be taken under control if you want to go for a top down. And I believe that Hat is currently one of the few roamers together with Yoga that is playing around that area. Okay, Hat is on the first floor, Yoga's up top. Uno down, what did happen?
And a C4 to finish them out. That was out of kitchen window.
Was it 2 C4s? No,
I think
one.
Whatever got the down was him waiting on kitchen window. They follow it with a C4, and what a way to open it. We heard them discussing, I've got your kitchen window. Yeah, apparently they do. Now, from the side of reception, the lobby, Doki's found his way in, but Loira goes silently. Another player lost in the night, and Yoga holds on to the top floor, holds on to this position of power, and at this point, G2 on this basement attack, on this basement approach, things are falling away from them. They cannot find a single bit of joy anywhere here.
Nothing is being given to them. And as another one falls, as Doki and Blast trying to stop Oxygen from reaching map and series point. Doki finding Newers, opens it up. Ooh. Blast almost finding himself with a second. As the time keeps on ticking down, I mean, there is no control. This is basically just a kill game that G2 has to play out for the rest of this round.
Trying to tiptoe their way around the danger and find one of these loose players. The pings are there and they get it encircled with a minute, but it is still a 3 versus 2, and there's still Yoga on the top floor. And they are just as aware the pressure on towards EXO. They move in on the hatch itself. Blaz suffers. Doki's found a fight elsewhere. It's 2-1 versus 1s. If Yoga makes the move, then suddenly they can tip that balance. But there is Blaz getting one, and there's that vertical. Blaz inside. They need to try and look out this fight here. There's Doki, can't make it to trade out OXG.
One more fucking round. Let's go. One clean round. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Bro, I couldn't.
No, stop.
You could hear that there from the side of OXG, a little bit of a I couldn't complaints conversation, but then that is it, the voice that cuts through. Leave it, we won one more round, OXG, and you get to knock out once hammer lifters G2 after you knocked out other hammer lifters earlier on in the day. And what a run today will be. One that will probably stick in their memory for a long, long time. G2, they are only one round away from overtime as well, but it has now been 4 in a row that have escaped them. They were 5-2 up.
They were 5-2 up, but then Oxygen remembered, hey, this is our map. You might be countering some of those plays, but we know how we play. And you know we can stop that. We just start playing a little bit differently. And they start bringing it back in. And they start anticipating these kind of pushes to come through and punish them. And indeed, one more round. And Oxygen, they progress to tomorrow. A game away from making it to main stage at that point. It's what they're going to be looking for. This one qualified them, the next one would. And G2 would go home. And after their group stages, who would have imagined that? Well, Warehouse pressure instantly coming down. Blast now waiting to open up IT as well. They're working on the basics. An S-charge used to get rid of the electrification, and the width is being created. They're trying to make sure that that top floor is falling into G2's hands. And the question is there any flanks going on? Well, you see Doki's on the opposite side of the map, playing around with that Bravo. He's going to try and see what he can get done from there. Alamau's down below, using a shotgun with that buck, seeing if he can get any vertical pressure down. He gets the ping. Does he know that the player is there? No, just missed it slightly. And Diaz rotating out of existence.
Yeah, he sprints his way to a slightly safer bucket, but he knows that they're watching. Doki, he pops himself an angle, doesn't get a netted reward again. Oxygen, they're happy to give them this space. They're happy to sort of say, yeah, you can have that sort of byline around the back, but our vertical is our game. You've got to force your way through. It was close. It was a huge clutch. Oh, they came together, and 2 stories almost net Alamau. Another kill here, but Yoga and Newers both still alive. Diaz ready. So G2. So he thinks better of it. I mean, the longer he can sit here, the longer he's a problem. There's these crossfires and angles. Think how many people are currently operating from G2 to get this single kill, and they just can't get him pinned down. Blast just hops in, goes for the plant, secured some cover, and Alamau making the second stick. Uno watching for the doors, waiting, but Alamau has gone down below. There's Uno getting one. Hat finishes them off. 4 versus 2, and the C4 goes, but they do get down at the same second. If that can be called and confirmed, it would leave just Hat. When has he been in this situation before? How about the last time he clutched it out? Everything to do here and a lot less to do it with. They are well aware of Hat's position. The first fight takes a lot out of him. The second is the end, and we are in OT.
Don't give up on the shit, guys. Let's fucking go, bro.
The fact they opened up IT was the reason they could go for that plant. But Diaz, he stayed alive so long. He quite literally wasted 2 minutes on that side, just staying alive, dodging Alamau, dodging shots from the window, dodging grenades being tossed in, staying alive as long as he could. But at some point it was too big. 2 people jumped in from the window. Because IT was open up, they knew no one was going to be able to play around there. They secured that kill, instantly go for that plant. You see the cover coming out quite big, and of course Alamau being taken down as they retake the ground floor, but that put Hat into a difficult position, all alone, having to hold it off there. And overtime, indeed, upon us. And Alamau saying, don't give up. Because they still have the opportunity here. It's 3 rounds now.
3 rounds.
And they're playing on the attack still. They know exactly how these holds work. Although I must say that the defenses looked a bit stronger from G2 because they knew exactly where Oxygen were entering from. And that was a big part of their game. Just finding the initial fights because they knew which window, which wall was going to be opened up first. They played aggressive on that area. Lair being alive for such a long time, just wasting all that time, permitted them to continue.
So far, throughout their run in this tournament, OXG have been in OT twice, and they have won them both earlier today. G2 haven't actually been in OT yet throughout this tournament, throughout this sort of showdown, so this could be them trying to set their own stats or have those fall away, as well as their chance at another lower bracket heroic run. Loira, the man, the myth, the demon, getting his eyes across IT. They're shepherding some control here and hoping to drone and catch a castle. Yoga, he's been great in these power positions. They've opted for the basement hold again. G2's gone with a couple of different approaches here. They've hopped in and swung their way around. Newers almost suffers, and that is underneath in Warehouse. Alamau is the next to take a chunk out of his health, and you can see that they're trying to work out where they want to offer the support. The hop out doesn't net them anything, but it's watched by Uno. Well, he said he had his predictions right, and that's one well played. The blitz goes down. Hat gets almost 2. Doki is on a sliver of health, but survives.
is to be careful for these goo mines, but the 2-minute advantage is there now. Dokeif scores still the gun up fighting, but now they can start working towards the site. They need to go down yet another floor, but there's still roamers around. All of them, basically, currently playing around staircases, still playing around on that very first floor, trying to make life difficult here for G2. And as these drones are rolling through, they're trying to confirm where these players are actually located at. Well, the first one being spotted now, but you instantly see the rotation coming back from Cargo Stairs. Newer's not wanting to stick around. He's low HP as well, doesn't have the ability to continue sticking around. And as his castle barricade is actually not getting destroyed, still chooses to defend the site itself.
Less than a minute at this point. They have the 4 versus 3, but 3 of the players on the lobby are probably only really a bullet away, with Plaz not having a huge amount of his own. It's going to come down to that first engagement, that first trade, that lockdown position. You can see Plaz trying to get that extra space here as they go for the drop on the hatch. They're going towards the default plant on the wall. There's another Goyo canister popped in this situation. They're trying to open up angles above. It's a bit of a spread hold here, and the plant's being secured. They're well aware of it. Are they going to try and get the cover? The C4 is good. 3 against 3, and they're just going to pick up immediately. And again, trust the cover. It's going to be a very important swing, but Yoga gets the plant at 9 seconds, and a 2 versus 2. They have to scream their way in towards this engagement. Can they keep their player protected? No is the answer, but he can't find the last. As close as it could be.
Good shit. Good shit. Let's go. Come on. Good shit, Diaz. Let's go, Hat. Good fucking shit. Let's go. Let's go. 1 round. 1 fucking round. We got this.
The coverage is off slightly. And the plan being denied up to 3 times in that round. G2 finding themselves yet again down a round. Map and series points are here for Oxygen. G2, the plane tickets are currently in the basket. They could be purchased at any moment now. They just need to make sure that the map 3 is going to go on the way. This run out, he heard the impact, and Uno was in a perfect position. Like, he was playing on that rooftop. He could hold the IT wall from there. He could also respond in case one of those runouts came through. The nerves are really getting to him every single time he dies. You just like see him go through like a roller coaster of emotions. And it just shows you how much this means to them. Again, it was mentioned for 2 years, this roster, this organization hasn't been at the grand stage, hasn't been at an event at all. So they're giving it their all. This means so much to them. And G2, they went for a pick that they could counter, but find themselves map and series point behind after losing their own map. Well, at least they're on the defense now. They have the opportunity to bring this back to 7-7. But Oxygen has seen all these sides happen already, and there's been some time over this. They've had a technical timeout even in the meantime, so they could have had the opportunity to discuss, to specifically say, if we go to overtime, this is how to attack their defenses.
Taking a page out of, well, a bit of their own, a mix of their opponents. They played the Blitz once before. It was Hat. Didn't operate really, but they've seen it so consistently from the side of G2. They're thinking, well, let's see if we can give it another go for our chance here to drive ourselves towards tank and assembly, towards the basement. The mute jammers, the position up top. They want to try and catch out, I assume, Loira, who plays that top floor position as well as his namesake suggests. That C4 doesn't get the catch, but there's a watch here on vending window. If they get too close, well, they sort of pre-fire a shot across the bow to say, look, we know you're there. They actually drop their way out towards kitchen. They're not going to go directly towards Loira, but if they get control of this space, then they cut off Loira's rotated out via the hatch.
I mean, Oxygen is just trying to get the information here early. The punch to win, and the Nitro Cell comes out. It's like, okay, there's still one in kitchen. Let's start working on this. With those track stingers, they're stopping some of the rotations as well and deciding to just go for the first floor instead of taking that second floor into full control as well.
Well, there's the start of a bit of a charge and drive through. They open up vending. They open up towards the top of Exo stairs. Hat's still watching it, and they've sort of said, look, we don't need to fight and kill Loira on the top floor.
Is that himself?
Exactly. It's the conversation from the coach, Redeemer, saying, you're overcomplicating things. You're trying to be perfect. We don't need perfect. We need round wins. And as you said before, they said it themselves, stop trying to kill me. Well, they're not. And you have to be the one that reacts to it. The Maverick opens up the angles, just makes these positions trickier to play, can roll the flashes through. They're baiting this crossfire, the pressure on, but Newers, he's the one that wants to try and get this next engagement. Look at the time, though. 30 seconds left. Doki might be that first point of cause here. They want to try and make sure Doki cannot swing onto this. They're hoping it goes to the window, but it's the vertical of Lair. Operates, activates, drops 2 players. Hat goes down on the window as well. Yoga still has the kit. Diaz is still standing, but Hat was outside, so there's no way they're getting him up. Alamau finds Diaz, and that is G2 taking us all the way.
Round 15 necessary to decide. Oxygen, they decided here, okay, well, Lair said it himself. We don't need to try and go kill him, so let's just cut through the first floor. We do our verticality, we try and make the push happen from there. We slow it down. But then as soon as they actually wanted to push the actual side itself, Lair said, hey, I know you forgot about me this time around, but look at that. I have a shotgun, I have an SMG-11. I could just start firing down at you from above and still be a nuisance. Even though he didn't deal with me, he's just been playing 4D chess. He's been trying to stop that. Gonna play the shield. We nade the shield.
Nade the shield. Well, will this be the last round of Siege G2 play at SI 2025? As said, that was an important one to fight there, Doki. And you know, they wanted him to lean in, try and stop the plant from above, but he was like, this is a ruse, this is a trap, not gonna suffer from it. Swings around, gets the drop behind, 7 apiece at this point. Nothing between them, you would think, but you look towards the sort of kill game, you look towards the spread, and G2 is generally all positive. It's just getting the closeout of the rounds has really evaded them. In the meantime, you look towards OXG and, well, most of them are sort of negative. They're scrappy, they're scrapping, they're refusing to give up these rounds. Even when the sort of tide of the game is going against them, they're somehow finding solutions. A couple of big clutches, but at the same time, if it works, it works. And it is working for them all throughout today.
Quick openings being made, impact used to try and stop these Selmas from destroying, or rather, yeah, actually it was an impact. Didn't quite connect though. Opening has been made on one of the walls, the other one has been destroyed, but you know, that's breachable, that's faultable. So they got what they wanted here, G2. That's part 1 done. Again, they need to get some pressure down onto Warehouse sooner rather than later, but you need to get that whiff. They lacked that the last time around. It was all coming in from Warehouse. They lost it because of it. So, what's next? Clear blue. Or go jungle, either or. And it seems for now that they're working themselves on getting control of blue. That might be the shield they were talking about. If they play it, we use a grenade, get rid of it.
It's actually what I did the quick numbers. G2 are plus 15 as a team KD. The Oxygen are minus 15. And yet it is max OT. And yet it is OXG putting themselves on that sort of series point twice here on this map. And G2 just cannot get the close downs on their attack. Slower and steadier. They're playing this with less of the surprise elements they had before. Alamau, as bold as an Ash can be, is that break on the shield position. They're in, they're blind, and there's Doki round the back. They're moving on for a second, and they get it. Yoga does find Doki before Alamau, but Gomez pops up and gets Alamau. They lose the shields, they lose Blaz. Oh, in fact, Uno, he's the one still going, and he's knocked down the Elamine. Lyra, the big factor for G2! The man who's had so many clutch moments, so many multi-kills, he's gone! OXG had one of the best days of Siege they will ever have and ever remember, and it is the start of their final drive towards that live stage. Today, they have knocked down Shopify Rebellion, they have knocked down G2, and they are hungry for more.
And we gotta say it to G2, Uno, IGL, the hell of a game. Knew exactly what was happening the entire time around. The support staff did their job. You see it. He knew, he prepared for every single thing. And it hurts so much to lose when you feel so prepared. But Oxygen, They never gave up. They kept going. They adapted on the fly when they realized what was happening, and they secured themselves with a 2-0 victory.
SI 2025 is Cinderella story after Cinderella story. But, I mean, it's just a wild, wild ride. And again, another surprise result. All credit to G2. This is the end of their run. Let's go and see what the desk have to say. And I'm assuming very NA-centric.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
I brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
We're here with Gomez after a very big win against G2. You took them down 2-0. First of all, congratulations. Secondly, I want to know, you left Bank up. That's been the map that they've done very well on at this event. Was that something that you were trying to lean into?
I mean, yeah, well, we love Bank. It's also one of our best maps. It's one of their best maps, and that was just like an ego chow at that point. They picked it, and they lost.
They certainly did. Just overall, how are you feeling about this win? G2 coming into this, a lot of people were saying they were favorites. How does that feel to take them down, especially 2-0?
I mean, honestly, I don't really care who we beat. I think like we lost that SSG game on Labs because we had the really spazzy comms, and we picked that today. And you clearly showed our defense were way better, so that's what I'm happy for. We worked on the stuff that we needed to, and we won.
Now, coming into this event, obviously, you had to go through last chance qualifiers. I think a lot of teams had you, well, not a lot of teams, analysts, maybe even fans at home had you guys picked as underdogs. How do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, we were definitely underdogs coming into the event, but we've been putting like 3 months of straight work, so we're obviously a little bit ahead of the other teams, and yeah, it shows in our gameplay.
So all that time in advance preparing, but obviously the tournament is a different thing. What's changed between day one and to this day in the event? There's been a lot of games you've played. Have you noticed that change?
Yeah, I've noticed the change in the comms. Like, we were way more calm, like, we're just playing more together, more energy. Everything's great, honestly.
It's great to hear because you're one more game away from making main stage. What would that mean for you and the rest of Oxygen to make a main stage on home soil?
To be honest, it would feel great. I haven't made main stage since like Berlin, so it would mean the world to us, to be honest. And I think we deserve to be on the main stage since like the whole work that we put in. I think we deserve to be there, and we're gonna be there. So,
mate, I'm looking forward to this final game. Best of luck. We'll see you there. After a shaky start, Oxygen has turned their campaign around and now potentially could go into some of their matches as favorites.
Honestly, I was counting them out in the second map. I thought for sure we were going to see a best of 3, but somehow Oxygen just gets the air back into their lungs and just would find round after round after round and keep it so close. I mean, the ambition and tenacity from Oxygen is truly on par with them making a solid run here thus far.
I really do think when things got scary for Oxygen, that's when the trades came alive. That was the most important. Yeah, absolutely. That was the most important part. And I tightened too while I was watching that last round. I mean, it was so stressful. But OXG played so well, and the trades were the biggest thing. I mean, even when G2 would try to use some shields or push out, every single trade that G2 got, it was instantly traded back by OXG. And even in moments when I was watching and I saw an OXG member go down, as soon as a trade went back in their favor, the coaching staff from OXG was literally jumping up because that is what they've been focusing on to make better.
And one more thing I just want to touch on. I mean, Oxygen has always been an emotional team and a mental team. The sheer resilience these guys have right now, it's a match to none.
It certainly is, and they could look dangerous for the remainder of this tournament, but I mean, you're seeing it on the faces there. I really don't need to say anything. This is a picture that tells more than 1,000 words. After a flawless phase one, they have not won a single game in playoffs.
It's a very struggling situation for G2 and a heartbreaking situation for G2 fans. I mean, you can obviously see how much it means to them. And obviously, with such a good, strong performance in groups, many people predicted G2 to be the tournament favorites as if they were the Invitational winning G2 here today. But obviously, once it got to playoffs, the same shakes, regardless of IGLs, took part today. And obviously, the better team was just able to pick it apart.
I mean, I could say it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, too. You know, you start out so hot, and then you meet your first loss. Whether that's a mental block, whether that's a team situation, then you get into your next game. And when you're going against Oxygen, they just came off of a hot game earlier today. That's hard to go up against. It's hard to recoup and balance everything. But a player that I really have to talk about is Loira. I mean, putting up phenomenal numbers, especially in that bank. He's the one that realistically kept the hopes and dreams of G2 alive, unfortunately, with Oxygen closing it out. But yes, hats off to Loira. A standout performance from him.
I mean, you could just look at the stats. 8-0 on the opening kills for Loira. Great play from him, obviously. He deserves his respect. But on the side of OXG, I mean, the opening kills were not in their favor, but they still ended up coming out through. Obviously, the teamwork is firing on all cylinders for them. Consistency is the most important thing going forward. They need one more game to make top 6.
The comms have been really good for OXG. I mean, that's what Gomez was literally touching on there. They were worried coming into the event a little bit. I think even both of you boys had made that comment coming in. I wonder what it's going to look like. How does the IGL kind of take form when comms aren't that clean, but proof is in the pudding now, Lax. They're here to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gomez said it best. You know, they did take those 3 months seriously. They weren't just messing around. They were actually honing in on everything that they were struggling through the regular NAL stage. And we are seeing that with every single game and how well they're developing. We were talking about it before their previous game. We want to see them better on defenses. We started seeing that. And now they're all coming together. They're getting their attacks down. They're getting their defenses down. So if they can just make it to group stage going on to this next game, I mean, I honestly, the ceiling hasn't even been touched yet for me.
I would say that OXG has came from humble beginnings, and they're at a point where their IGL has now developed. And so obviously you can see it in their play. Yes, it did take 2 years, but it's gotten better and better.
This is the blacklight detail of the day. I mean, this was 3 separate occasions where Oxygen would deny the plant, and 2 big ones coming out of Yaga that was keeping them literally from 1 round away, where had G2 won this, we could have maybe seen a different situation. But it's devastating rounds like this where it is in the cusp. It is in the palm of your hand. And every single situation, every single plant you try to go for, Oxygen just denies it. And it just goes into what we were reiterating. Their communication is on point.
Absolutely. And you would watch that and say, well, how come G2 is not watching from above? How come G2 is letting Yogg keep swinging, keep getting the kills? But it's not just Yogg. His whole team is swinging around him. The first kill, we saw Hat peek with the Mira, and he gets the kill from above, and that allows Yogg to be able to peek the first time. And then the second time, they double peek together. So every single moment that they're going for these gunfights, they're doing it as a team, because yes, maybe G2 can get 1, but they won't be able to get the overwhelming mass.
Now, Fox, you're going to leave us from here on out.
I am.
Any final thoughts on the day? It's been a lot of upsets.
Yeah, it's been a lot of upsets. I mean, I'm happy for the North American teams on the B stream. Unwanted beat CAG, so that was an amazing situation to watch. And now those two have to play against each other. So obviously, Dream versus Newers, my former teammates, your former teammates. I'm excited to see those guys duke it out.
Fox, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to swap him out with Jack in just a second. We're going to go to a break on the other side. You can't do it like that. On the other side, there is a matchup you don't want to miss. Dark Zero take on the Falcons.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Spirit's going to have to wait for that to recharge. Fenrir, FNAT, Dreadmine as well goes out. Jernejko's looking for a flank. It's going to be really hard to kill this Blitz while he hides behind that deployable shield in the hallway, though.
Gotta try and trade it out. I mean, I love this, but you can flash through the shield, by the way, the deployable one.
Oh.
But look at the bait again. Spirits, he's so good at calling what the enemy's gonna do and punish them. In CHG, it was not a bad play, but they do go punished. 3v4, Spirits low on HP, caps of fire and smoke. They're gonna try and go for a plant.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Just get swung.
That's a very aggressive swing from Black Ray. Now the danger flips. Unwanted still have their shield player on very low HP, and the last two with their rifles are shaping up in the same direction. Gav is now rotating. This is looking desperate. Fire goes out, doesn't find what it's needed. Nice shot though from Hot and Cold. And now it's just him and Spirits. Now it's just him in a 1v2. But this one is winnable. They're both low. Injured. They're down. It's up to Aniton now. As Hot and Cold looks for a swing. He doesn't have the ability to plant. Aniton hiding in the corner. Hot and Cold just has to land a few devastating shots. But Aniton will not let it slide. One more round. One more is what it takes to hit overtime.
They have two options for bomb sites. They have bad and they have worse. And they have to overcome that obstacle. It's getting closer and closer. There it is. I said early on, if Unwanted can hold on to the tactical timeout until the perfect moment for Min to come in, they can tailor this attack. They know there's only two possible bomb sites. They can have 60 seconds to make two strats, one for each, and be on the exact same page and close it out right here.
The question is, like, do you change it? And... oh, well, actually, was that Bonks? That was Bonks.
That was Bonks bomb side.
So we do have...
Armory and top floor.
We have Armory maintenance. Yeah, okay. So there is an option of going to the other ground floor bomb site. I just don't know whether CAG have prepared for that or if they're just going to go to the top floor, which they've failed at twice. Like, this is a really hard decision for CAG. Ooh. And even to some degree for Unwanted. Like, do they... right now, are they talking about top floor or are they talking about Armory?
I generally think you talk about both and you're gonna go, there's like a 90% chance this will be the case, so let's talk mostly about that. The way that we look at Unwanted the last couple of days, they seem like a team. Oh, he was shaking the whole desk there. I mean, they are 10 stop and for good reason.
Oh my god.
But it does look like to me on one side, they are a team that does rely pretty heavily on counter-stratting and prep work of their opponents, because we've seen them just have the perfect read time and time against various enemies. When you have Mint have a full 60 seconds to log in on one single round, I don't want to say I expect perfection, because that's a tall ask, but I do expect a clear vision for what they want to do in this round. There should be no massive blunders. There should be oh, we can't get the wall opened up, because they need to have step 1 figured out first.
Yeah. Is it going to be a set play, or is it going to be a thorough breach and execute? Like, clear this, clear this, clear this. Yeah, we see the sets.
I think, actually, they went off the Harpies at the very end there.
Sens is the only hard breaching operator.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so they could make this work by getting exterior wall, go ops room, get the bomb site wall, but this means that you do need to be perfect, because there's no backup hard breach, there's no proper hard breach, and you need everything to work out perfectly. Not sure what Spirit is taking with the PCs there. Yeah, and of course, don't get spawn peeked, right? This is classic. Technical timeout, match point. You're like, oh, I'm going to do my strat. Pfft, you get spawn peeked and it's over.
Yeah, no, I credit to Unwanted for being cautious of spawn peeks, especially Spirit's like, he knows better than anyone, especially on LAN, how easy it is to die quick as a shield, just do a few stray bullets to your leg.
So, of course, a lot of pressure on Hot and Cold and Spirits, but to be honest, when it comes to operator flexibility, it's these two always doing the heavy lifting and playing those important operators. Hot and Cold and Sense, all about the bomb site, execute, getting down that diffuser. Spirits, the complete opposite. It's about the entry, creating space and chaos. Dream, Gavin, and Adam, they're just guns for hire. They're here to hit the shots, cut the crosses, and assist Hot and Cold and Spirits in accomplishing their goal.
You are right, it is an ops room clear. One of those two very valuable breaching secondary hard breach charges is used here on the ops room. So we have one into Scythe. That means we won't get an external breach at all.
I was gonna say, they're gonna skip the external. I do think there is one softball leading to the bomb site, if I'm not mistaken. Unless they reinforce it mid-round, which is possible. Oh, yeah, okay. So yeah, there's a softball. So they could flourish drone the softball in theory and rotate the last hard breach outside the building. The only issue
did
is...
Hot and Cold just drop?
He dropped. I'm not sure it was
that was
on purpose. I think it's unless they're gonna hit the stairs instead.
You don't make this work. They are flipping the shape up downstairs.
What?
Adam finds his. Big kill.
Okay, they wanted the flank kill. I thought they're gonna hit Shiro and Eco here on the staircase, but no. They saw a freebie downstairs. They said, you know what? 3 people. Let's just get the trade. 5v4 best case, 4v4 worst case. Now go back to the first plan with a man advantage.
Well, they know that Shiro and Eco is here on the stairs.
That's the last gas.
It looks like Spirit is the one to try and clear it. This nade is going to force him back, and so he does retreat, but Black Ray has gone down. And still tempting fate. Here he comes. Hot and Cold's died. But it doesn't matter because Spirits has cleared the position nonetheless with the blitz. And now Chibisu low HP, leaving Anaton the man who has to do everything for KAG as he spots Spirits. And the blitz poises, makes his way towards menacingly on the site. Chibisu's found a kill. Anaton trying to get aggressive. The plant begins to go down. It all collapses in a second. KAG is done. You can kick them down, but never count them out.
Hey guys, my name is Dan and I play for Virtus.pro.
My name is Joystick. I'm playing for Virtus.pro.
This is very old. I was 15. I think during that time I didn't even think that I will become a professional player. But fortunately for me, things went that way that I am a professional player now.
Oh, this was, I think it was last year. I really liked this one because we were grinding Siege so much. So in, I think, 5 or 6 years, I don't go to any places like outside with my family. We were like grinding so hard every tournament and going for the boot camps, for the scrims. So I go in Turkey with my whole family. It was a pretty nice vacation.
Oh, it's good memories. It was my first tournament basically with the team. When the fans were like supporting our team and cheering for us, it felt amazing. I still remember the day whole this tournament I was shaking. I was very nervous all this tournament, but yeah, I got MVP this tournament. I was nervous, but at the same time I was fully confident in myself. Like I knew that I am better than everyone. I knew I can like win this tournament. I'm a good player, we are a good team, so we have something to lose. But during this tournament, I got nothing to lose. It was my first tournament. I can play well, I can play bad. No one even knows me. I want to somehow repeat this feeling and feel confident in myself, like fully confident again.
Yeah, this photo is for like the prize for Russian Major League we were playing in Moscow. It's not like the start of my career, but like 2019. So it's almost the start. That day, I don't know, we just casually go for the tournament, like win it. We were so good at Siege in these days, so no one can actually beat us. We're just farming these tournaments, and it was another one. Right now there's like in Siege a lot of experienced teams right now, so the whole level of players right now is higher than before. So everyone is competing on a higher level right now, so me and our team improved a lot as well.
I think the proof is in the pudding. Joystick's saying that just the overall, I guess, competitiveness of this tournament is risen. All the teams look better. It's showing in the matches, lads.
Well, it's also shown in his bank account. I mean, he's lost like 700 quid at this point, but
So
yeah.
true.
Oh, you meant my bank? Oh, yeah. I thought you meant Joystick.
Oh, no, I was talking yours.
Oh, yeah, my bank account. I don't have a bank account anymore. It's gone.
It's gone absolutely dry.
I will say, like, we've just seen that interview with Pro. Just them and BDS that are left for European hopes and dreams, given G2's
How's that feel for you?
Secrets, yeah, I mean, yeah. They can do it. They can do it.
It's kind of heartbreaking, I will say. If you want to catch that action, that is over on the B stream. VP play FaZe, and that is an elimination match, one that will be sure to rile some blood. So feel free to go ahead and, I'm going to say, co-watch that one, because this game, Dark Zero, what was that?
2 monitors.
Two monitors, you know what, multi-view, however you want to do it. Realistically, Dark Zero come into this, or should come into this, the favorites, Jack.
Yeah, I think so, but I think based on form and what we've seen over this whole playoffs bracket, favorites is maybe not what you want to be in these fixtures.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this was a roster with a lot of question marks, especially when that NAL stage hit, and then they found their stride, but then immediately would tank off an international event, and it is still looking like the exact same result currently here at SI 2025.
And 2 players that we were talking about, you know, Pamba and Kobe, both of them, Lax, we talked about at length. Have they stood up?
I'll say Kobe definitely, especially in the beginning, where his performance, honestly, I mean, to put it bluntly, it was horrible. But then he bounced back. But Pamba's been the biggest one for me because when you think of the historic roster of Dark Zero, Pamba's always been a name of that conversation piece of how well he is, what he contributes to the team, and he just hasn't really lived up to the hype. It hasn't lived up to the Pamba party time that we all know and love.
You said there's question marks over this roster, Gabe. Yeah. I think there's big inconsistencies that are showing within this roster across the tournament here so far. They start us off with a loss against Raza Company Academy, and then they go to the highs of beating BDS, following that up with a win against their opponents today, Falcons. Another inconsistency, a loss against Talon, a great win against M8T, albeit a little bit dramatic, and then a terrible performance down there against Furia, losing out to end up in the lower bracket today. Big inconsistencies coming out of this team.
Well, if you're going to be looking at the inconsistency, the player that I'm going to look at personally is going to be Nafe. He's the one that is leading the guys. He's the one that's setting them up for success, the VOD reviews, whatever you're going to be using to telestrate what you're going to be doing in-game, being able to make those mid-round, late adaptations. That's where I see them struggling the most, is those mid to late-round adaptations. And especially in that Furia game, I mean, they got derailed instantly.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for DZ, but at least they get a chance here to showcase why they deserve to make it to main stage. Jack, one thing we were talking about just off camera for a second there is how deep the map pool has been for them. But is that necessarily a good thing?
Well, they've had to dig deep. They've played 8 out of 9 maps at this event, as you can see. However, there is only really a winning record on 2 of them, Clubhouse and Cafe. Every other map they've lost at least once. Some of them that are high preference, because this goes preference from top left to bottom right. Some of them, Labs, Chalet, Border, high preference maps for what would be for DZ. They're actually losing them at this event.
Realistically, what worries me here is you hyping up the Clubhouse and Cafe, because these are maps that are systematically step by step in order to get to that late round, where a lot of these other maps, it's a lot of aggression. It's a lot of understanding the dynamic of the map, whether that's verticality, whether you're playing into certain situations of crossfires, especially on a map like Border, and that's where they're struggling, where it's a lot more in-depth step by step than a basic fundamental like a Cafe or a Clubhouse.
DZ have played the most maps at this event so far as well, which means if you're a VOD heavy team, if you're a counter-analysis heavy team, which their opponents aren't necessarily, but there's a lot of VOD on them to know what they're going to do.
And the team that they will be playing against that potentially might do that VOD review, Falcons. You said it before, Jack, you teed this up perfectly. You really don't want to be the favored team in this SI. For whatever reason, the underdogs are shining bright.
Absolutely. I said it during groups, and I'll say it again. Falcons are that team that provide a really consistent but unique level of threat in terms of that on their day, they can beat absolutely anybody, because this is just a team of absolute gunners non-stop. You've got guards that will stand there, play the Monty, play some of the difficult roles, but Robbie, Hisham, Jalad, like all of them are so good and so aggressive. And the thing is with Falcons, for the good teams, for the great teams, they will beat them. But for the teams that are having some kind of inconsistency issues, like Dark Zero are, that's where they will struggle up against them.
And, you know, when we're looking at that, Robbie is a player to me that is truly sticking out. Because if you look at his Montreal major and where he was, I believe, the highest rated player. And right now, his entries are lackluster. His overall KD is lackluster. We need to start seeing that Robbie come to fruition here to get them across that hurdle, to try to get going to a main stage.
And of course, what we're seeing here is the Falcons just this morning knocking out W7M, our reigning Montreal Major champions, knocking them out of the tournament.
I want to say that 4K from J-Lad there was so impressive. I mean, I got to give it to the guy. If we can see that performance from him, especially going against Dark Zero, but like you said, those inconsistencies, that's where they struggle the most with against teams like that. So again, is it going to be up to Dark Zero to have an inconsistency today? Or are they going to be consistent that is then going to allow Robbie and players like J-Lad to have another pop-off series?
Like you were just saying that Robbie's entries might be lackluster. However, Falcons, they're flying high in that department.
So, I mean, as much as it's talking that, you know, Robbie isn't committing to that, at least J-Lad and Dove are. I mean, they are the top 10 highest rated players for opening KD. And then we just look at everyone across the board. The only player that is lacking in that is Robbie. But when you compare that to the other side, where the opening kill conversion, the opening KD is going to be so pivotal for this matchup, Bolo is +6, where everyone else on Dark Zero is negative. it just goes to show that this matchup really is going to come down to those opening kills to find that success and convert those opening kills into round wins.
And very likely that opening KD, if we just take a look on the side of Dark Zero there, is a symptom of what's causing that inconsistency in terms of their results and their performances. Falcons are not going to let Dark Zero breathe in terms of this game. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to be in the face because that's the nature of how they play. That's the meta playstyle. So it's up to Dark Zero, really, in my mind, to be the more professional team, to be the more experienced team and shut that down.
Which I think they absolutely can reel that back in, especially going against Fury, where it was nothing but in their face. So if I hope after that you can take from that and learn and apply it here, especially against another aggressive team.
Well, Dark Zero playing 8 out of 9 maps might give you hope that there's a level of familiarity to it. However, we need to see what maps we're actually going to. Falcons will come into this as a very scary boogeyman. Dark Zero know full well what is on the line here. I mean, do the vetoes change the conversation regardless of where we go, Jack?
Absolutely, I would say so. Falcons are going to pick into border there. If I just give my initial thoughts, that's going to play into that big entry-heavy playstyle. It's Falcons, like, they absolutely love the map of border. They've not been too successful on it this event, but it is one of their highest preferences. And certainly playstyle-wise, it makes sense against
I will say, I absolutely love the Cafe for DZ because like I was talking about, a systematic playstyle of going through your ABCs, that is a map that is DZ is going to be phenomenal at. But again, I am going to look at that border. Them starting on defense for DZ is so important here because they can play that tempo. They can force Falcons into unwinnable positions just with the layout of how border is played. But again, that comes down to if they can win those gunfights, if they can play that trade game properly, and if they can hold those power positions of what? Top East, into break room, into CCTV, even Dome. They need to be hard focused on those spots going into this matchup.
Well, overall, yes, Dark Zero might come into this favorites. I don't know. I actually don't. In my mind, I don't know how heavily I put them as favorites. So I'm just going to ask you a very easy question here. My favorite question on the desk. Who takes this, Jack?
Oh, I would, my head says Dark Zero, right? In terms of the experience, in terms of the quality of player. You know, they've got Bolo, for crying out loud. But I will say, my heart kind of is with Falcons because they've already warmed up into it today. They've had a huge win, and they're a really aggressive, disruptive team. And I think that is what Dark Zero don't like to play against.
I will say this, if Dark Zero can't get a hold of the aggression, and typically when you play an aggressive team, what you want to do is let them make the mistakes, let them over-aggress and play into that. I can 100% see Dark Zero find success here. But again, if they can't do that, Falcons 2-0.
All right, well, we don't have to wait any longer. We can get underway with our game and our casters for this evening. Hang on a second. Xenox and Tim?
I'm not quite Dez. Not quite. We're having a bit of a mixed day, not only with the caster matchup, but we were on the B stream earlier, now we're on the A stream. I don't know, we just keep floating around.
Everywhere.
Yeah, they just use us however, Rob.
Hey, I'm here, we're all here.
It's
We're mixing up these duos as well.
It's an absolute misfit. It's a mismatch, I should say, which honestly kind of is fitting for the game. Gents, it's time for us to get underway with map number 1.
Yeah, Dark Zero and Falcons, Tim, as we move forward, continuing here at Six Invitational. We've said goodbye to already so many teams and so many historic and super established rosters. It's time to say goodbye to one more.
I've just done a tweet saying exactly that, listing the names that we've lost so far today, and it is wild when you look through that list. All going in one day. Liquid, G2, M80, the list continues, and we're going to lose 2 more. Dark Zero or Falcons will go, VP or FaZe will go. Honestly, I think it is the craziest day I have ever seen in SI. This point, when we reach it in phase 2, where you get a whole bunch of teams, it's usually 6 or 8. That depends on if it's the major and it's Swiss, and it kind of switches up a bit. But at SI, it's usually 8 in one day, and it's always a wild day. But I think today has been the craziest without a doubt. And this one, honestly, you look at it on paper and you say Dark Zero should be winning this. In reality,
the paper's thrown out the window.
This game's not played on paper, Jake. You know, we're going to be in the server. It's already played out once as this matchup in phase 1. 5 days ago, Dark Zero won 2-1, but it was not an easy win. And guess what? We played Border on that day. And guess what? It was 8-7. It needed to go all the way to overtime for Dark Zero to win it.
Yeah, it's interesting. You kind of brought up, of course, one of VP, FaZe go home over on the B stream right now, and of course, one of Dark Zero and Falcons. Well, the winners will then play each other tomorrow. So it doesn't get any easier in terms of the matchups. And for Falcons, it's a matter of, you know, we had the pleasure of watching them against W7M. I still feel like there's room for improvement. They got the win there against the Montreal major champions, adding to that list of massive teams that have been sent home, which means for Dark Zero, there is no plot armor for them. You know, they're a big team with some really big names. They too have been quite inconsistent at this tournament, but if they do play at their best, I look at this matchup and I think if you win Border, Dark Zero and Cafe should be almost a lock. It's going to then be very difficult for Falcons. On the flip side of that though, Tim, when you're looking at the maps, Bank is the decider. That is an undefeated map for Falcons. That is a very good map for Falcons. And so while Border is not necessarily like a gimme map for Falcons, if they do win it, suddenly I think the perspective on this series will change heavily because Bank will be necessary for Dark Zero to then get the series win as we head into this game. Dark Zero defending first up on Border, the map pick of Team Falcons. After, of course, they just beat W7M. Of course, with Dark Zero knocked down to the lower bracket by Fury.
One way or another, the one thing that I do know is that one of these two teams will be going home by the end of the day. It is as simple as that. Dark Zero will kick us off on the defense of Border. We've had our bans. Monty, Blackbeard, Valkyrie, Smoke. Nothing too wild there. Smoke probably being the most unusual out of the four. You're looking to give yourself a little bit more freedom when it comes to planting, give yourself a little bit more room and a little bit more time, if nothing else. But we're going to see the Clash brought along. We've seen a lot of Clash play over the last few days, and it's no surprise we've seen that shield used extremely well. And NJR playing out on East Stairs with the Clash makes a lot of sense. It's a key area. As I always say on Border, you want to fight them at the boundary, stop them getting inside of the map, and one of the big ingress points, one of the big entries is to get in East Stairs and start building from there. So putting the Clash there is a real statement coming out of Dark Zero.
Unfortunately, I do have to highlight Robbie again, who was spoken a lot about in that previous matchup. He finds himself second last overall at 6 Invitational for entries at a -14. The only player is Rek from Scars, of course no longer at the tournament, with a -15. And then third last is Yoga with a -11. Robbie's kind of in his own little category right now, especially for teams still at the tournament. And really I want to see the best of Robbie, the Robbie from Montreal. And if Falcons are to progress here against Dark Zero, they will desperately need him. It cannot just be down to J-Lad and Dov. They've been tremendous, and arguably those were the two reasons, those two players, why they beat W7M. As we head into this one now, the Clash involved over towards top East Stairs.
And right now, they've been able to isolate the Clash here with the Capitao, but they haven't really pushed forward in any great numbers. However, Robbie did move underneath and manages to get a brilliant... Honestly, Falcons have cleared that beautifully, Xenox. Absolutely beautifully. We'll break it down a little bit more as the round is over, but Dovahkiin, Jalad, get it done. A huge opener from Falcons. So Falcons, as I suggested, wanted to go into East Stairs. That was their entry point. That was their go point. And what they've had is they've had the Capitao fire off long corridor so that NJR is completely isolated at that point, cannot move away from East Stairs, and then they've pushed above with the Blitz, they've pushed below with Robbie. NJR could do absolutely nothing, cut down, and whilst then his team are scrambling, trying to provide some sort of support, trying to do something, they're just getting cut down by Falcons one after another. Absolutely great opener from them. We spoke about how important a good border would be for Falcons because, let's be honest, when they played Cafe against BDS, it was a pretty poor showing. 2-7 they lost that one, so they can't rely on that second map. They're probably going to struggle a little bit. Although saying that, I looked back at the map and the problem that they had was defense. It was 6-0 in the defensive half to BDS. Falcons couldn't attack. They just could not break down that BDS defense. However, we've spoken about these attacking stats today, and against W7M, it mattered very little. They went into Skyscraper, which was a map they were poor at attacking, and they did a lot better at it. So, Dark Zero, you might not want to rely too heavily on that Cafe either. And a good border is going to be really important.
It's a good start for Falcons, but it is just a start. A flawless one at that. And it's already that immediate wake-up call for a team like Dark Zero that there are not going to be any easy rounds against a team like Falcons. And for the uninitiated, I mean, this is a Falcons roster that were very close to making top 4 at the most recent major in Montreal. They're a high-quality roster.
Interestingly here, Dark Zero have largely given over top floor. There's only one player up there. Bolo. Bolo's going to go for a big run out there. Manages to pick up guards, but gets traded by Robbie. And that's important in the shape of the round because it means Pamba has rotated upstairs, as has NGR, but it's starting to leave Dark Zero with gaps. They can now, Falcons, get into CCTV if they want. They can pressure NJR on East Stairs from there. So it starts to give them that toehold. Really important start for them there to get Bolo taken down. It's not ideal that they've lost the blitz, of course. Would have been great for clearing the rest of the top floor, but this is still workable for Falcons.
It certainly is, but you're right. I think losing the blitz is not ideal for Falcons. There's an opportunity as Kobe presents through the breach in the wall. Jalad spots him very easily.
So now it creates a problem. Dark Zero have got 2 above and 1 on site, so they're going to have to drop 1 down or defend from above. The diffuser's going down. Did they have any idea? Yes, they did. Nif just gives it the old heave-ho, sends in the nitro, and takes him down.
Well, that's a wonderful response, and Naif gets more as well. The nitro stops the plant, then he is able to pivot and find a wonderful kill, and might even get another one as Jalad wants to tangle with him as well. Still a minute in this round though, Tim. There's lots of time, and yet right now, Jalad is just getting shot apart without even realizing from where. Does have the diffuser, but does he have the time and space to get this down safely, especially now with Dark Zero regaining their position up above, which they did not have before. Naif has found another kill, eventually loses his life to Jalad, who now knows there's one above, but through the doorway, Bambazoo makes his entrance, and Dark Zero get themselves around.
Naif's had a critical round there. Absolutely brilliant from him, because otherwise Dark Zero lose that. I'm almost certain of it. The diffuser was about a second away from going down, and what Falcons had done, once they get that kill from ventilation window, they recognize Kobe's gone and they've only got 1 player left on site with 2 up above, but they know that the 2 up above, most likely, I think they know that they are deep. They're out in office and East Stairs, so they're not going to be able to defend on the verticals, and it's going to be difficult for them to get back in time. So it was a great decision, I think, from Falcons to go in and try and put that diffuser down. They have the space to do it, but Naif steps up, bottom metal, sends in the nitro, absolutely beautiful stuff, and then just goes on a bit of a spree, manages to find himself 3 before they take him out. He was the sole player inside of sight. Falcons pushed site knowing that, but he wasn't quite inside of sight, but within touching distance, and he held on brilliantly.
Yeah, I thought it was a brilliant round from Naif. If he doesn't hit that nitro cell, when you think about Vent Workshop, it's very difficult to play that retake.
You're just gonna sit on the window.
Yeah, you just sit on that window, and they would have had plenty of players still left alive. Yeah, so I think that that's a pretty much a round-saving nitro cell from him, and gets Dark Zero the round as well. Huge point early on in this map. And the beauty of these games, of course, as we kind of look to close out day 2 of the playoffs, is there are no bad games, and these games do matter greatly. You win, you move forward, you lose, you go home. There's no time for errors or mistakes. And these are the big moments that get rewarded. 3rd round, Robbie's already taken a bit of damage. I'm playing the 0 here, and of course he can get a little bit more information for Falcons here on the attack. He's not the only piece of the puzzle, Robbie, but he does feel like a missing piece so far. Once again, it's Jalad and Dov that have started well. The key pieces of Falcons that have been playing well throughout 6 Invitational. And 5 drones have been shot out. So a good start here defensively for Dark Zero. Bolo over towards security. Just drone hunting right now. There's only 4 left.
The cams of Zero should be able to reduce the impact of losing those drones. You got a ton of intel potential from him moving in. Robbie's going to get himself into East Stairs, but the battle continues underneath as guards on that book is just chasing Bolo around at this point. He's trying to find the kill onto him to free up CCTV. Hasham manages to find Pamba. Guards does get his man in Bolo, and it's starting to fall apart again for Dark Zero on this top floor. Robbie's got into a top of East, so he can start controlling everywhere from above. Kobe doing what he can to fight back, but this is going to be tough for Dark Zero to hold on to, simply because Falcons are everywhere.
Do they know about Naif's position? Probably had a chance to get 1 kill back there. Would have made it 2 versus 3 up close. Robbie, hello. That's the Robbie that we know and expect and it might just light a fire under him on an individual level. It's been a rough tournament for Robbie. Brought up the entry stat, but also his KD numbers have largely dropped off from Montreal. But what's most concerning right now is Dark Zero have lost top floor Armory and Archives twice.
And two really good attacks from Falcons. So the first one I broke down in detail how they dealt with NJR on the clash over on East Stairs. So this time Dark Zero came with a different strategy. They didn't try to hold on to East Stairs. Robbie said, thank you, I'm going to go in and take that. And you know then you can hold that entire length of long corridor, and it's really difficult for the team that's defending to rotate around the map. You're kind of stuck in your positions, whether that be CCTV or whether that be over on the opposite side inside of Armory. But Bolo as well was dealt with fantastically by guards. They recognise, look, if they're not going to hold East Stairs, they're probably going to hold CCTV pretty hard. The Vigil's in there, the book went underneath and cleared him out, made it super difficult for him to stay inside of there. And again, Falcons, although Dark Zero tried something different, they still managed them really well. They were able to section them off, get their fights, get their 1v1s, their 2v1s, win them and take them out. Really good stuff from Falcons.
Yeah, it's good flexibility and versatility shown by Falcons. And so far, I mean, we're only 3 rounds in, but the quality that I'm seeing from Falcons right now actually seems at a higher level than what we saw against W7M, which felt like a little bit more of a scrap fest, but it was also the maps in which they were playing on were not necessarily the maps that either of those two teams were notoriously good on. So I think that was also a big factor. Right now, of course, Falcons are certainly the kind of team that likes to play border. They like the open pace and be aggressive. 2-1 lead. Again, they really do need this map. Bank undefeated on that, which kind of then in turn puts a little bit of pressure onto Dark Zero to make this a 2-0. Otherwise, you're going to have to break that streak on Bank.
Dark Zero have got 4 above at the minute, and they put in quite a lot of pressure on themselves to hold the entire top floor. You've got Nath in Armory, you've got Pamba out in Office, and then you've got Kobe and Bolo trying to hold on to CCTV and break. Bolo just has a little look out of the door again to see if he can get anything going on a little peek, but I think that Falcons sort of recognise what's going on here, and maybe there's an opportunity to go a little bit more directly. Nitro comes out, but will be shot. Nice play from Falcons, enables them to open detention door. Whilst they do that, the EE1D scan goes off, so it just kind of roots Dark Zero in position. The big question here, I think, is going to be, can Dark Zero hold this from above? Can Bolo and Kobe, particularly in CCTV and break, make sure that they don't give themselves away? Pamba is going to be taken down. It's all done by Hasham at top metal, and that is a critical part of this round.
Yeah, the entries so far from Falcons have been swift, fast. They're able to get these early kills, putting Dark Zero on their backs immediately in these rounds. Close right, Nath, are you ready for it? Well, I don't think Hasham was ready for it. Watching the hatch, good flank from Nath, gets rid of a couple of drones, and still over a minute remaining because the pace that Falcons are setting right now is they're trying to do things early in the round. It does give them more time, of course, to recover if things don't work wrong, but it does give time for the defense as Robbie is popping off. This is the best Robbie has looked probably all outside with that kill. It's a 2-player advantage into the final minute for Falcons, looking to take a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, a really important kill there because it opens up the site. That's Bolo taken out of CCTV, so they don't need to worry about that vertical hold anymore. It's time now for Falcons to start mounting some pressure towards site. They're still wandering around, kind of face checking everything. They've got 5 drones. I'm not sure that they're fully confident that top floor is theirs just yet, but time is ticking away. Now they've moved down. They're going to be heading towards the site pretty soon.
Nath's in a good position to make first contact, and if he does get at least one, gives him the opportunity to maybe get a multi-kill here, change the course of this round. Headshot onto J-Lad, confirmed. Guards outside of that position as well with the diffuser, and he does get the trade. That was the big one. If Nath had won that, it becomes a very winnable round for DZ. Now it becomes a little bit more tricky with NJR, the solo. Really, the only win con is to deny Guards, who does go down. He wasn't planting, but he did have the kit. 3 seconds left, and if they don't get this kill, then there is every chance in which NJR could clutch it with a pistol. Comes through from Dolph. Oh, a little bit messy, but hey, they get the win, Falcons. But NJR almost stealing that one for DZ.
Falcons really not making that round very easy for themselves. So Hasham gets a great double up at the top of Metal Stairs. Takes 2 down, Bolo gets killed in CCTV, so they have all of the top floor, but they didn't have any verticals. They didn't have Buck, they didn't have Sledge, they didn't have Ram, so they had no capability to really open that floor up and start forcing the defenders around. But then, even when they went in for the plant, they still didn't have the support there. And Nath and NJR were able to make it super close. You shouldn't be coming down to a 1v1 in that situation if you're Falcons.
We heard Kenny there saying vent now and then Armory next to follow after that one. So just trying to maybe try and work their way through the remainder of this opening half. I think from Kenny's perspective as well, I mean, when it comes to Border, you know, it's one of those more intriguing maps where attacks can flourish. And this is where Falcons are going to be really good. So I actually think taking the timeout now is probably the best course of strategy, because there is every world in which Falcons are capable of establishing, you know, a 4-2 half or a 5-1 half. But if you can get it back to 3-3, reset, go on the attack yourself, the map opens up a little bit more for DZ. Well-timed timeout from Kenny, and yet that round was so close. There would have been like, what, 1 second on the clock until that pistol landed from Dov.
Way closer than it should have been.
And as you said before, it really shouldn't have got to that point. But at the end of the day, Tim, when it comes to 6 Invitational, who cares about one single round?
Just a reminder that our predictions will be going live as well. We've got a little pop-up on screen there. That won't be too long, so keep your eye on it. If you didn't do so great in the group phases, well, you know, it could be acceptable. There's a few surprise results in there, but there's plenty of opportunity. So get yourself back involved with those predictions and see. Prove to us that you've got the biggest brain in Siege.
Right now, the concern, though, if you're Dark Zero, is Robbie's popping off, right? Like, he's struggled a lot in this tournament so far, and if he is able to come to the forefront for Falcons, match the output of Dov and Jalad, then they become incredibly dangerous.
My other concern, if I'm Dark Zero, is, to be honest, Falcons could have another 10 or 20% here if they just started playing around a little bit better. Some of the stuff they've done has been fantastic, but there, 3 versus 2, and you've got a man planting with 0 cover. Well, nobody was covering him, and that's the sort of thing they need to iron out.
In this round right now, and you kind of heard it from Kenny as well, play a bit more compact, play a little bit more together. You don't need all of the map control, and then you're stranded on an island because you're by yourself and no one can trade you, and it's a lot harder to play off as a team. Border's a big map, but you can play compact, and that's exactly what Kenny wanted in this 5th round. That's the way they're playing it, and it means for the Falcons, it's a bit harder to just brute force these certain positions because everyone for DZ is playing in a closer vicinity. Rather than overwhelming one player with 3, now suddenly Dark Zero are harder to just break that defense. And that's why nothing has really happened in this round, because Falcons have to just play the util game.
But the question is, does that lead to Falcons having that extra space that they need? They've got CCTV and Break completely in their control. Dark Zero now appending to Fountain and Sight. So Falcons, with a minute and a half, have got plenty of time. They can start thinking about breaching walls. They can start putting some pressure into Office, into that Fountain position. The question is, will they? At times today, we've seen them stall out a little bit when left to their own devices. They want to be in there. They want to be aggressive. They want to be taking fights. If you don't give that to them, sometimes they kind of just stumble through the round and don't really do too much.
This has been so far the slowest round when it comes to getting that opening engagement to develop. We are under a minute, and yet it's still a 5 versus 5. But the go button has been pressed for Falcons by sending guards in towards Officers. They've lost Jalad, but they need to try and regain his position because he's got the diffuser. So guards makes his way back out, brings him back up into the forefront, and of course, now it's back to a 5v5. Jalad has the diffuser once again, so a little bit of a reset here, but heading into the final 40 seconds, DZ is set up perfectly.
Dov's in a really interesting position at the minute, just watching into Sight. Any movement he's going to cut out whilst everybody else pushes Fountain and Office. This is great stuff. He manages to pick up Naif as they try to rotate through the position of Dov. He gets a double. You can see he's just come in from Metal there. He gets himself a double to close out the round. Dark Zero was so focused on that Office and Archive side push, which was reasonable. There was 4 of Falcons there. They forgot about the push coming in through 90, I think, and stood at top Metal. Dove on the Lion was able to have a little bit of a field day at the end of the round, get himself a double, 4-1, and another nice attack coming in from Vulcan.
I mean, the thing for me in this round, Tim, is Dark Zero have done a lot right. The way they're playing, the positions, the compact nature of it. They're just not winning gunfights. Like, the raw micro-mechanical play right now of Falcons is just superior. Kobe's missing shots, Bolo's missing shots, Pampazu's missing shots. Like, they're just not able to win the battles And so therefore, then it goes from 5v5 to 4v2, then it's a 3v1 because they're just not killing enough members of Falcons. I know that's quite simplistic to say, but the rest of the round, you know, they fell back a little bit. They're a bit more compact. Yes, it gives up map control, but less likely to get overwhelmed in a position such as East Stairs or security where you've got one player and then you throw a bunch of bodies at them and you clear it out. You had 5 players up with 40 seconds left after they also got the down onto Gelad, who's low. How can you not then close that out on one of the best defensive sites when it comes to Border? Very disappointing for Dark Zero. So far, their defense on Border has been incredibly lackluster. On the vice versa, of course, you can say Falcons have looked really, really sharp and maybe aided by the fact that Robbie is playing probably the best map we've seen from him at the tournament so far. Final round coming up in the half, and Falcons are demolishing Dark Zero on their attack side. Now, of course, they'll have to switch. And defending might not always be that easy for them.
Interestingly, just looking back to the previous time these two played on the 5th, against each other on Border, it was 3-3 halves, but when Falcons were on the defense, they were able to win 3 different sites: vents, bathroom, and top floor. So now you're looking at a position whereby I'm thinking they need 3 successful defenses. They've shown a capability on the 3 main sites of this map. Dark Zero could be in serious trouble here, especially if Falcons manage to get themselves another round. They're attacking one last time here. Dark Zero desperately need to hold on to this one.
And once again, though, they've kind of reverted back a little bit where you've got Kobe playing that kind of waiting sort of break area by himself on the Azami, and that's fine. But what happens if Guards rushes in on that blitz and has someone playing behind him, and NJR is just up in flames? But luckily, Bolo is there as the medic, and he gets him with the stim pistol to get him back to full health, and Pampazoo gets the opening pick onto Hashim. Not too many opening kills for Dark Zero in this half. That's just their second, and we'll see if they can play off of that and find what feels like a very desperate second defensive round. 90 seconds left, and certainly, again, one of the better rounds from Dark Zero defensively at this point in the round, but you have to then consider the previous round in which Falcons just decimated them on site. If that happens again, Dark Zero are toast on this map. They must win this one.
Yeah, Falcons are really struggling to make much progress here. They've got themselves inside of top east, but even that has been taken away from them as Bolo managed to hit a beautiful shot all the way from CCTV with the dock. He is squeezing so much value out of that operator, picking his teammates up, finding kills. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Bolo this round. Pamba manages to take down Guards as well. 4v2 as the killing continues, but Falcons are just all at sea a little bit. They're kind of running around. They're getting picked up top east. They're getting picked up in 90. They were trying to push archives. None of it really working, and it all comes down to Gelad out on metal stairs. They know exactly where he is now. Dark Zero will almost certainly close out this round. I'd be very surprised if anything else happens. They've got 3 angles out.
Look at this discipline. I mean, this is almost like one of those kind of training maps where everyone's holding a certain position and you kind of go through and you clear them out. Yeah, much better from Dark Zero. And I think a lot of what they did in that round, Tim, is also what they did in the previous round as well, where I think the early portion of the round was better. They weren't throwing their lives away and allowing swift entry kills for Falcons. And then, you know, you're playing from behind and you're having to shuffle everyone around defensively. They were very compact, played sight, keep office control. You know where Falcons are hitting. Hit them back in a very similar fashion. And this time they were able to also just hit some shots early on. I mean, this is a really good example from Bolo to find that opening pick. Pampazoo knows that Guards at that point is getting desperate. You know, the Blitz has already lost a couple of members, so he needs to pull the pistol out rather than just be the shield off. More concise and elegant from Dark Zero in that round, but unfortunately, that was their final defensive round. 2-4 half in favor of Falcons. But they go into the defense, and Dark Zero have to show us what they've got on the attack.
I'm keeping a close eye on the lineup of Dark Zero here, the operators that they're bringing along, because last time around when they played Border against Falcons, it was a very consistent lineup that they were bringing. They were bringing the Monte, the Nomad, the Lion, the Ace, almost every round. There was a little bit of chopping and changing in there, but the vast majority saw those operators being brought along. And the reason that I'm watching for that is because you've got to be careful about rinsing and repeating. You've already shown that hand to Falcons, and that's going to be primarily what they are prepared for. As it stands, they have mixed it up a bit. I'm really glad to see that. NJR on the Capitão, Nave on the Twitch, so they are doing things a little bit differently. They're not going to be trying to brute force their way in behind the Monte. They are still concerned about the jump outs and the flanks, so Kobe's going to lock those down with the air jabs. I think that's absolutely fine, but in terms of an execute here, it's going to be all about that Capitão. It's going to be about Nave clearing out that utility to create a path for them.
Can Dark Zero set the tone early to begin the second half and highlight to Falcons they're more than capable of getting attacking rounds themselves? Again, in terms of the importance of this map, I mean, Dark Zero, you lose this map, then Bank is inevitable for any chance of qualifying forward. And again, it's an undefeated map for Falcons. Cafe is a very strong map as well for Dark Zero, which means for Falcons, you probably don't want to lose this map. Neither of these two teams really can afford to lose border.
Kobe's just walked inside a site. He's gone in through the armory breach. Sorry, he's taken top floor, looking to move across and take over. There you go. That's the opener that they wanted. Robbie manages to find Bolo, but Kobe going big on that top floor. Falcons have allowed him in. They haven't challenged him walking into armory, and he's done some serious damage with 2 of them taken down. Falcons trying to hold on to bathroom tellers, but now they are reliant on Hasham. Top floor on his own, trying to hold that office location. Jalad out on East stairs. He should be reasonably easily pushed away from here.
But Guards is on a bit of a roam, and Jalad, yes, does get pushed around. This is where Guards needs to try and get into a flanking position, making his way up towards top metal. Pambazu in the hallway could get caught by Guards if he does make his time nicely. He has held, though, and is not really helping out Hasham. Hasham has had to drop bathroom.
It's actually pretty smart here, I think, because by Hasham dropping, that might just give Dark Zero a little bit of false comfort here in thinking that they've cleared that top floor and can start pressuring towards site. Hasham has to win that fight, but doesn't. Guards, your time is now or never. The question is there an air job? I can't hear anything. I think he should be cleared to move his way on through.
They've got an idea, and Pambazu hits the headshot.
Good fucking calls, good entry. Nice.
These guys are doing
nice.
Shit they did against us already, bro. What the fuck? Bro, Nate, once you said he was on the monitor, I was like, I remember, I was like, nah, he's gonna prone there. He's gonna prone.
Well, I think the biggest thing in that round, firstly, Kobe's entry was
great.
Absolutely the one that set the round up for Dark Zero with the double kill entry. It opened things up, and it starts to then shuffle that defense around. You know, everyone has to try and backfill in a position that someone just died in. You're losing that top floor pressure. That's just unfortunate for Doc. You know, it's one of those situations where it was being watched the minute he made that hole. But I think also, for me, Falcons still kind of brought the round back a little bit. And I felt like the drop to bathroom was fine. Hasham had to win that fight. If he wins that fight, you've still got Guards up above. In a 2v2, I think that's a far more winnable point for them. But he loses that. At that point, it's so hard for Guards.
I think Guards was just maybe a little bit too on edge there. He's shot a little bit too early. I think he's just got involved. He's given his position away. I genuinely am not convinced that Dark Zero knew that he was there up until the point where he sprayed through the soft wall. Really, you want that first shot to be a guaranteed kill. You want to hold your position there and just wait for one of them to stray across so you can see them. You don't want to be spraying blindly through a soft wall, because at that point, bang, they're immediately onto you. If you wait, maybe they know you're there, maybe they've seen you on a drone, but at least you've got that great opportunity that they don't. One of them strays across, you hit the shot, you got a 1v2, you've got a little bit of panic, maybe you level things up to a 1v1 quickly. But Guards, alas, just went a little bit too soon, a bit too aggressive maybe on that flank attempt. So Dark Zero get themselves back to 3-4. I think it was a pretty good attack all in all. They took what was offered to them. They went in there and got the kills and got the control. And Falcons never really recovered from that.
No, they certainly didn't. They're going to have to recover in this round, though, because you don't want to give up that lead, and you're on defense border now, so it's not going to be as easy. If Dark Zero start to get on a roll and gain that momentum, they're going to be very difficult to stop. Pambazu playing very well in this game, too. Falcons, I think, in the previous round, just a couple of little micro errors, but very much fixable. Robbie makes a little bit of contact, falls back into a break. This time, Falcons definitely want to be more engaged against Dark Zero earlier in the round, keeping them more on the balcony if they possibly can. Pistol out from Nafe is successful, but the opening kill did go the way of Hasham onto Bolo. No more sends, no more ROUs.
Yeah, that's the big problem there. They've lost that real tip of the spear, the idea for the execute. They can adapt, of course. They still have the blitz. It's very possible for Nafe to do that, and I like the aggression that Dark Zero have shown here. We say that for the attackers, it's about getting themselves into the building. They did that extremely aggressively. Dover on the dock was forced to just get back across the site, but they've not really done anything with the ground they've stood around too long, and that's led to Nafe being hit with that C4. That's the blitz gone, and I'm really looking now, wondering where is the execute going to come from Dark Zero?
Robbie holding for just a microsecond cost him a free kill. He may still get it and will get it. Shot in the back, Pampasu goes down. That's Kit on the floor. Down to Kobe and NJR. Kobe does get one and ties things up in a 2 versus 2 manner against Jalad and Dov. Certainly a winnable round for either of the two teams, and a big fight, and it's a 1-for-1 battle as Dov and NJR take care of each other. It's down to Kobe and Jalad, and he's got the yellow ping information. Kobe with the contact, but Jalad is just sharper with the SMG-11. Gets the headshot kill, and Falcons take a pivotal round, Tim, because it was a genuine coin flip.
So again, Dark Zero, they're just unaware of their flanks. Robbie's underneath. They have absolutely no idea that the Capcan is down there. Whether that be lack of droning, whether that not be, you know, covering those flanks well enough, Robbie is able to walk up and just get himself an absolute freebie into Fountain. I think he sticks around for a bit too long. He stands in that breach and gets himself traded out. It's, you know, it's a bit too easy. You can see here he's just kind of waiting around. He thinks he's maybe going to be challenged from East Doors. Honestly, if you're Robbie there, get your first kill and just dip out of there, because whilst they haven't killed you, you are then a constant problem to them. They know that you are on the flank somewhere, but they don't know where, so you start wasting time. Overcommitted a little bit, but Falcons still get the round done. Who else would you want in that 1v1 today other than Jalad?
Yeah.
Going absolutely huge in the last game. He's been doing well in this one as well. He seems unstoppable.
It's fascinating as well. We had the match earlier, Falcons W7M, and one of those maps, Tim, every single opening kill was converted into a round win. It's happened again here so far through the first 8 rounds. If you get the opening kill, you've gotten the round win. So that's been an intriguing correlation for both of the two teams. And it's putting that emphasis, I think, on the early engagements. That's natural. It's border. You get that early pick and you suddenly can just spread out and get more map control, more space. It's harder for either the attack or the defense if you're down 1 or 2 players on this map. 2-round buffer. Falcons 2 rounds away from taking this map, and while it is their map pick, significant importance on it because of the map pool. Pampasu on the Deimos. We'll see if he can get involved with the Deathmark. Certainly has options of plenty already available if he so chooses, but what was most intriguing for me in the previous round is how much longer Falcons were able to keep Dark Zero in bad positions out on that balcony. I'm curious to see if it happens again here.
There's 4 on top floor at the minute from Falcons. It looks like Dark Zero are going to be going in for a clearance, but they don't actually have much capability to actually use those verticals once they've got them. I think it's more about clearing them out to create the opportunity to plant, because they've got 3 soft breach charges, and that's about it really. So they don't want to lose too many bodies for this top floor clearance, because it'll be a big loss if they do, because ultimately they're not really going to be using it. The Malusi at the bottom of Metal just gets spotted out there, and I don't think they're aware from the drone, but Jalad again finishes the round big and starts this one big.
Yeah.
Manages to take down Kobe. That's the Nomad gone. Could be a couple of air jabs lost as well, but Nif manages to pick up one onto Hasham, and that gets things moving for Dark Zero.
Yeah, again, it's that real scrappy nature of border coming to the forefront now as we get closer to the end of this map, and teams are just desperate. You lose one, you're certainly then going to go searching for the response, and the response was found through Nave. 4v4. As close as this feels like it could get right now on border, and NJR. What's he up to here on a little lurk outside? Brutalas. One inside a bathroom is Robbie. He may not be aware of this, and his life could be at risk, but no, Cam was up, default was up. So immediately he has to now rotate away from that position. 60 seconds left in the round, Tim. There's not a lot of time for DZ.
Dovahkiin's in a really important position here, because you've got Naif downstairs, outside ventilation window with the case in hand. It would suggest that's where they're going to try to get a plant down, and he does go in. He gets locked in place for a second as Dovahkiin, but they need to have the cover here because he was the one going in for the vertical. Dark Zero have done what they needed. Great kill from Bolo. Naif loses his life inside a sight, and they take the opportunity. Surely they don't get away with this.
Way.
NJR is rushing in. Nade goes down. They just keep on holding. Pros don't fake.
They don't, Tim. They certainly don't. And inside of the server, Falcons are giving it to Dark Zero. Question marks. The thank you for the smoke as well, which was impressively capable of helping them get their own counter defuse. Match point for Falcons and a slight little blunder for Dark Zero. I think getting the plant down is fine. The repel from Bolo as well to get a kill. Things were starting to take shape for Dark Zero, but immediately they get on for the counter defuse, just as DZ also throw in a smoke to help them.
As soon as that smoke pops, in my head I'm thinking, just hold F.
Yeah. I think he was going to do it
The
anyway.
thing is, the plan was great. Bolo's cover was fantastic. Dovahkiin was the one who could prevent it.
Wow.
But then you've just made it 10 times harder for yourself. NJR's raced into window and sends a nade in. That's too late because it's not going to detonate by the time he's got the disable. You've got your man on ace coming in from main door. He's the one that you want to be stopping that. You're looking at Bolo to not only have taken Dovahkiin down and enabled the plant, but then to rescue the situation. But you've nerfed yourself with a smoke grenade that stops him being able to make that clean shot. Maybe he wouldn't have been in time anyway. But still, I know I'd much rather disable a diffuser in the middle of a lot of smoke than I would without.
Yeah. 3 opportunities for Falcons on border. And it means for Dark Zero, if they cannot win this map, they will have to win Cafe, and Bank is a map in which Falcons have not lost for many months.
Could be the last defensive round for Falcons to hold on to here. They're going to be inside a bathroom. If you remember me saying before we came into this, last time these two teams played, Falcons were able to get wins in ventilation, in armory, and in bathroom. Only one apiece, but they showed an ability to hold on to all 3 sites. It looks like they might just be able to do the same, but with much greater reward this time. Last time, they lost border 8-7. This time, they're looking for a 7-3 win, and I don't think that they know that Dark Zero are supposed to be the favourites in this matchup. Did nobody tell them?
Don't think so. J-Lad and Hashem have been the 2 for Falcons. They've got every single opening pick, all 6 of them. And J-Lad almost got another one, but shot down by Bambazu. Nafe just barely stays alive. And a response from Dark Zero. And they needed to. After the calamity of the previous round, this was absolutely required. Even if they do not go on and win this map, you've got to just keep fighting, try and bring momentum back into the server. Bolo, with his 2nd of the round, shuts down Robbie. And while there might be 3 match point opportunities for Falcons, it should dwindle down to 2, as Dark Zero have arguably had their most convincing round on the attacking half of them.
Bolo's done some great work inside of CCTV, both on the defense and the attack. He really has commanded that corner of the map and continues to do so in this round, getting a couple of kills from there. He is going to come head-to-head with Hasham here. I don't know if he's aware of his position. He absolutely is. Bolo manages to find the headshot. That's a 3K in the round. Guards. He's going to be taken down from the hatch. It's NJR who gets the final one, and that's going to be Dark Zero getting a really important attack over the line. The problem that they've got now is that they've got to go back to sites that Falcons have already won.
Yeah, and that was something you also brought up earlier, Tim, regarding previous matchups for, of course, Falcons on this map. Last time these 2 teams played, Falcons had the ability to win multiple sites. And so with still 2 more opportunities, you would imagine they have the capability to close this one out. By no means will it be easy, and certainly a better round from Dark Zero that highlights far more of their qualities and what they are capable of. But it's just going to come down to these little micro plays, micro decisions, and so far a lot of that has been going the way of Falcons, especially that big boo-boo with the smoke earlier from Dark Zero. And even this, I mean, like, Nafe almost lost his life to Jalad, and then Jalad runs down and dies. And so those are the little moments that have a big swing effect. Rather than a 5-on-4, the Falcons, it becomes a 5-on-4 to Dark Zero, and from there they're able to just snowball the round and do so very comfortably.
I'm just wondering as well, obviously the bans are reversed. It was Falcons who banned away Monty. Monty was an operator that Dark Zero played behind a lot last time they were here against them 5 days ago. Nafe was on Monty almost every single round. This time coming in, Falcons have said, nah, that's fine, let's see how you do without Monty. And the answer is Dark Zero generally are struggling a little bit now to get the attacks done. They don't have that shield in front of them to just draw that focus, to create that space for them. They've tried to use the blitz. It hasn't worked. Nafe managed to get into CCTV and create a little bit of space, but after that, nothing really came of it. So after that one attempt, they've kind of dropped the shield here, Dark Zero, and, well, they need to find an alternative answer, and they need to find it quick, because the Falcons just need one more.
Again, putting the emphasis on that entry kill. It has been a big part of this map, and Robbie finds essentially 2 with 1 as Pamper's still down, yes, but he did get the kill onto Nafe. And Panthers in a bad way, and that means Dark Zero also in a bad way over towards East Stairs. They might be able to get him back up. They absolutely need to get him back up. Otherwise, you're staring down the barrel of losing this map. Bolo with the Vendetta out. Can he make an impact in towards Break? No, Robbie gets away despite the death mark. And Pambazoo back up.
They've done a really good job there, getting in, just chasing Robbie away. Him and Hasham were the two that were threatening Bamba out on East Stairs, but they've been forced back, and that's enabled them to get him back on his feet. Could be a key move for Dark Zero. At the minute, Dark Zero are just lining up on the east side of the map. They've got NJAR and Kobe out by East Stairs, looking to pressure towards Archive. Dovey, he's just trying to hold on to CCTV for the time being. He knows the importance, he knows the value of that for those late flanks potentially across balcony onto East Stairs. That's something that Dark Zero are going to have to be aware of if they want to stack up towards this side of the map.
Yeah, and they know that they have to clear up above, even though they would probably like to try and hit site. You absolutely have to get through this defensive fortress set up by Falcons. Mirror window will get dealt with. Breach charge gets rid of it from Pambazoo, and that was one good reason as well why you get the Ash back up, being able to deal with that mirror window far more comfortably. With 50 seconds left though, Dark Zero need to pick up their pace.
They do, but there's actually a lot of space for them to work into in Archives here. They've pretty much been given that side of the site. They've got Joad underneath on the Solis. He's the one there to try and prevent this plant, but if they go onto concrete, onto bricks for example, it might be difficult for him to get the angle to do so. I'm not sure how aware they are of his position underneath. They know that there's somebody in at half wall, and they'll try to find a kill to get him going, but this could be dangerous.
Oh, the timing. Kobe does hit the headshot onto Dov, and now may feel he's comfortable, but down below, the Solus is able to spot that kit on the floor, and now with 14 seconds left, it becomes a disaster of a round for Dark Zero. NJR and Pambazoo, no health, no way in which he's going to be able to collapse this one. Falcons are going to take the opening map of this series and sets them up perfectly. 1-0 Falcons, and Dark Zero find themselves on the ropes.
Falcons just had every answer. They were the better team on board. Simple as that. Dark Zero have really struggled without their Monty, without their shield to play in behind, and Falcons there have taken advantage of small mistakes from Dark Zero, a lack of intel. They didn't know the Solis was underneath. They weren't prepared for Joad just dropping that diffuser on the ground. He played it beautifully, kept himself off the radar. Wonderful stuff. Great siege from Falcons.
All I'm saying is Robbie is back. Be prepared. Look out if you're still at 6 Invitational, because if Robbie's on the loose, it's going to be a tough time against Team Falcons as they take the lead in this series. An elimination game, 1-0 over Dark Zero.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez. Então, assim, foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Davi Sakiemi and brought it all the way back! Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
It's a bad time to be any favoured team in any matchup here at the 6th Invitational 2025. Jack, I'm still speechless, but this was a really clinical map from Falcons.
Absolutely, and it started off with their map pick of Border. Now, why is Border so good for Falcons? The reason being is, especially when you start out on the defense, when you're on the defense but equally on the attack, you need to be confident in taking 1v1 engagements. You can't always start on crossfires. You can't always make micro plays with your team, especially if you're out on the defense. Like you said, Lax, it's Eastars, it's CC, it's Break Room, it's Armory, it's maybe one below. On your own, you need to be confident in 1v1s and playing a little bit weirdly. That's what Falcons are excellent at. That's the environment that they absolutely thrive in. Then you add into the fact that they ban away the Monty from Dark Zero. What does Monty do? It enables teams to play together and play behind that focal point. They took it away from Dark Zero, and Dark Zero really struggled on their attacks. Look at so many of these gunfights. They're not trading. They're 1v1v1 engagements here. And who are the best people to take those engagements? The Fraggers, the Robbies, the Hashoms, the J-Labs.
I mean, the last round in particular, we were talking about how aggressive Falcons are, and that was being displayed through and through. And then when we switched that defensive half, it started to taper off a little bit for me. I did see a little bit of airs, but the biggest thing to take away from that last round in particular, I wanted Robbie to just get a kill, get out. That's exactly what he does. He downs the player top east, gets the kill outside of the balcony. What does he do? Rotates back to Break, rotates back to CC, then rotates all the way back into Armory, and then they just let Dark Zero come into their setup, play the crossfires, and just get it done beautifully. And in terms of the lack of intel, they didn't even know that there was a soulless blow. They felt so confident that they could go into archives, get that bomb down. Unfortunately, they didn't read into what Falcons were doing, and it was just such a good game of Siege and just playing into your defense and just taking full advantage of the Dark Zero lineup.
Look, small moments can determine an entire matchup, right? Falcons had a couple of those moments go their way, Jack. Maybe if it swings the other way, Dark Zero make it a little closer. But do you think Dark Zero looked better or good enough to get a... I want to say get a foot forward. I'm trying to think of how I want to say this. But do you think Dark Zero are in a position going into map 2 where they're actually favoured?
I think the map is so unique in terms of how that map plays out that Dark Zero will have expected that style of gameplay. Yeah. And ultimately, I don't think they've got the map pool to be able to ban Border in that ban phase. They've had to just accept it and try and put on their best show. A couple of rounds go the other way. We're maybe talking about an overtime, but it is what it is. That's their opponent's map pick. Now they just have to focus on their own map pick.
I think the biggest thing for me, especially when you go into the cafe, is more so the fact the Achilles heel for every aggressive team is their own aggression. Yeah. And if they can't put a tamed leash on Falcons in terms of their aggression, they're just going to run through it. So if they can just, again, DZ just needs to let them come into them. Sure. And it will be a night and day difference, I swear, in terms of overall performance.
Well, it's time for us to head to cafe, but before we do, a short break. We'll see you on the other side.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. because they're the goods and they're the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test, and it meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back! Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Dark Zero's tournament is on the line. You can see it on their faces right now. They know what they're staring.
We're also seeing on the footwork on Kengu right there. He was relaxed. He had his leg crossed going over those notes. I mean, you got to feel like DZ's in a good state and a good mental right now. When your coach is legs crossed, they know what they got to do on Cafe.
It's always shots, even when you're British, wherever you are, whether you're in Boston or not. As Kenny and Nate both were in shots today. I think realistically, look, you are going into your map pick for DZ. You know how Falcons are going to play. You know the map and the environment is going to suit your style a little bit better. It's much harder to play those lurky positions, those 1v1 engagements on Cafe. It's a much more team-based game. Let's not forget that DZ absolutely battered BDS on Cafe. They've got a very, very good record on it. They love it. It is their map pick.
And again, I talked about it before the end of this. An Achilles heel for every aggressive team is their own aggression. And DZ is going to be starting an attack. And a lot of aggressive teams like to not let teams get into the building. So this is on DZ to truly realize, okay, let them swing into us, play into our line of sight. Let's play the trade game. Because we know Falcons don't ever let up on their aggression as much as we would like them to, compared to their last round that I did highlight where they did. But I do want to give them out, an out here is that if they can just slow down on their aggression, Falcons can look good here. But if they can't, DZ's going to take full advantage of it.
It's very important for DZ not to make many, if any, mistakes, because if you give Falcons an inch, they will take them out.
That they certainly do. We've seen it before, and we will see it again. It's time to head to Cafe with our two casters that look like they're smack bang out of a 1970s UK cop TV show.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. I'm excited for this because I think the incentive is certainly on DZ to take out Cafe, which would set us up for a third map team. And that's exactly what I want. When you get to these elimination games, you want to go the distance. You want to see all three maps. Dark Zero, can they respond on Cafe? You would hope so. You would think so.
I just want to know if I'm good cop or bad cop.
You're the good cop.
Okay.
I'm the bad cop.
I can go.
I feel like Des would be the bad cop as well.
Definitely be the bad cop. Right, let's get into it then. It's going to be Cafe. You know, by the logic of, you know, if you beat the world champions, you're then the best team in the world. Technically, DZ battered BDS, who battered Falcons on Cafe, so surely DZ are at least 4 times better on this map, I think. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, Dark Zero have shown an ability to play Cafe where Falcons did struggle. The big sticking point for me when I look at can Falcons win this or not is in that matchup against BDS on Cafe, they failed to win a single attack, Jake. They couldn't get it done, and it was a 6-0 half for BDS on the defense. Coming in here, it is no surprise to see Falcons starting on the defense. They need to accumulate as many rounds as they can in case they have that struggle attacking again. As like I said, they need to keep their aggression in check. They need to make sure that they are getting in there with purpose, but not over-committing. Monty, Blackbeard, Azame, all pretty standard bans, and we'll get one final defender come in. They are the right way around this time, so Falcons do ban out Mira and Monty. No surprise, like I said, they banned out Monty last time around as well. It's been a very common ban. It's hard to call it a target because a lot of teams have been using it when available. But like I say, last time these two teams played, Dark Zero used it to quite a large effect against Falcons. So they want absolutely no more of that.
So do or die now for Dark Zero because of the first map going the way of Falcons. The rest of this series is now do or die. Dark Zero must win the remaining 2 maps if they want to progress forward here at the 6 Invitational. For Falcons, you're now 1 map away from a series of which you then win that and you can go main stage at 6 Invitational, which would be a dramatic moment for this Falcons roster. This is a map, though, in which the statistics do not favor Falcons. 3-6 record over the last couple of months, and some of the actual numbers here, I don't know why I said minus, 29% attacker win rate, which is not good.
I prefer minus 29%. I prefer the minus.
And then the biggest thing is also only a 60% defensive win rate. And I say only, but when it comes to Cafe, and certainly when it goes to other sites in the map pools for Team Falcons, they're vastly better defensively on other maps, which is a concern here on Cafe. In saying all of that, they begin defense to begin, which I think should be a good spot for them to maybe get some rounds, get a good feel for the way that Dark Zero want to play on this map.
They have to get themselves a good start, and it's not going to come much better than that. We can see that aggression that we've spoken about. Nitro goes out, successful as well. Doverkin finish off Bolo. That's the Capitale loss. We've lost Kobe, so a good bit of utility lost with Striker as well, of course, having 2 secondary utilities available to them. So right now, Dark Zero already on the back foot. We said that Falcons needed a good start on defense. They're going to need 4, maybe even 5 rounds here if they want to compete, if they are going to have the same sort of attacking struggles that they had against BDS. They are well on the way to at least getting themselves a 1-0 because they're not giving Dark Zero an inch here. They're not giving them any room to breathe.
Pampazoo doesn't last very long at the end of that round. It was also not a round that lasted very long in general. Perfect start for Falcons here on Cafe, the second map of this series. Guards is all smiles, Falcons all smiles. And that's the start that you want, because if you can build that scoreboard pressure, it relieves your own pressure coming into a map that is favored for the opposition.
You look at Falcons right now, you look at Dark Zero right now, a happy team is a dangerous team.
Yep.
When you're playing like that, yeah, you've got to keep a lid on it. You don't want it getting out of control. You can't start getting cocky with it and taking too many risks. But a happy team is a dangerous team. And right now, Falcons are feeling this. They are enjoying themselves. Whereas Dark Zero, they look like the weight of the world is on their shoulders. In all honesty, it is.
Yeah.
It is. Their position in this tournament rests on this map. And right now, Falcons have just come and run over them in the first round. So yeah, the weight of the world is on their shoulders, but that makes it difficult to play. That's when the mistakes start creeping in.
It does. Awesome choice words. And the other aspect as well is Dark Zero now have to get into that mindset that we are in it for the long haul. Yep. There is no shortcut here. We can't just win Cafe and then go to bed. You need to win Cafe and Bank. And that's very easy to kind of get into a player's head and have to worry about that, but they need to avoid those thoughts and just focus one round at a time and have that sort of mentality. But that one round at a time doesn't work too much when you lose the opening round of the map. It's a reset round now for Dark Zero. They'll get another opportunity. And of course, already bettering the previous round. By this point, they'd already lost 2 players to some rather early aggression by Falcons. We head on over to second floor for the second round.
So the majority of the defensive utility, and I'm looking at the, what have you got to deny a plant? So we're looking at those Vulcan canisters for Robbie. 2 of them are on read indoor, so they are definitely lining up defensively, thinking that they're going to be pushed on the read indoor side. There is potentially then an opportunity for Dark Zero to move in more through mining, more through train, try and get themselves into fireplace, try and get a plant down inside of there. If they see the gaps, they're going to have to get top floor, of course. Asham is up there at the minute. Kobe taking an absolute ton of damage from him. You're going to have to move the Valkyrie, and they will do as Pamba goes in. But again, Dark Zero just not prepared for the aggression coming out of Falcons as Robbie manages to get up there. And it's something Falcons have done well, impacting on their teammates' deaths. Robbie for the trade. 4 versus 4, and they've lost the sledge a lot of, if not all, of their verticality.
Oh, this is intriguing. In towards Cigar Shop. Dov doesn't get cleared because Guards is watching. Dov does end up losing his life, but it's another kill for Falcons and saying that we're all tied up 3 versus 3. And after you losing that sledge, you now lose the Nomad as well, so you're starting to lose some pieces here for the attacking round of Dark Zero. They are desperate for a response after losing the opening round. Guards 3-0, Robbie up and Jalad up. Lots of firepower still remaining for the defensive Falcons here. And a Nitrocell on Guards could be a big deciding factor on a site such as this.
Whilst Dark Zero got themselves back on the drones looking for intel, Falcons took the opportunity to dip away back into Cocktail and to drop deeper and deeper. They've now been forced back down to site. So that's vertical control for Dark Zero, but they don't have any options beyond shooting the gun through the floor to open anything extra up. So that's something they need to be aware of. They kind of got to work with the verticals they've got. There's 30 seconds left to go. They're not yet down onto site, and they've still got kills to find.
Jalad in a position as well where you could look to flank if there is going to be that pillar drop, but instead it's in towards Laundry. Robbie watching, waiting, did get the down onto Nath. I don't know if there's time for Volo to worry about bringing him back up, but luckily NJR gets the kill onto Jalad and finds the second onto Guards as well. The drop and the triple stack together. Dark Zero just move as one giant unit, and they're able to push through, get the kills necessary. Huge attacking round early on for Dark Zero.
Yeah, that's great from Dark Zero to say that they'd lost their utility, their ability to create any vertical pressure, and they just had to drop in, take fights and win them. They did a good job to keep themselves in the round as well. The trades were there once they were losing bodies. It was never really out of hand, the man count. 3v3 towards the end, and they were able to really pressure Falcons. They forced them back away. Initially, it was Falcons choosing to dip back, and they went and sat inside a Cocktail, but then the pressure mounted so quickly that they just had to drop the hatch. Dark Zero did the same 30 seconds later, got the kills as they went down and closed out the round. So good attack from the North American side.
If you do want to be a little bit critical of Falcons though, and we probably need to in this situation, is they didn't need to play the end of round in that fashion. There's 14 seconds remaining. Forced EZ to push into site, to have to clear site, to then have to get the plant down, and that's when you strike. When there's 7 or 8 seconds left on the clock, Tim, and that's when they're trying to get the plant down, and you deny, and you be pesky on the defense. Instead, as soon as Robbie died, the other 2 remaining players were like, oh, we need to just take the fight when you don't need to.
And I think it's that aggression that we talk about, again, for Falcons. They believe that they can win every fight. They believe that they can go in there and do it. And, yeah, sometimes it's going to win your rounds. Sometimes it's not. 1-1. Falcons continue trying to get as many defenses stockpiled for the winter as they can here, because when they get on the attack, they could be scarce to come by, these rounds.
We said that, though, didn't we, in our previous matchup against W7M? And look how that turned out when they were able to get quite a few attacking rounds on Skyscraper, and we didn't think they had it in them. So you can never count them out, and certainly not the way that Falcons have been playing today. Dark Zero, that was at least a nice reprieve. Just releases the pressure valve ever so slightly, getting that early attacking round on the board, especially after losing the opening map. It's 1-1. Okay, gets the brain thinking in a more positive manner rather than maybe doubts and bad thoughts creeping into the back of the mind as they slowly get to work here to begin the third round.
At the minute, Dark Zero focusing on towards the west side of the map mostly. At the minute, they've got Bolo on the white corridor rappel, NJR on the aircon units looking in through White Stairs window. So again, just trying to cut off any potential rotations for Falcons here. Make life difficult for them if they want to move around. Jalad just opens up that hatch to give himself another avenue, another option to escape should he need to. And this is good team coordination here. Bolo going in aggressively, gets himself a kill. This is nice from Dark Zero. The support that he had from the Capitao to get in, but somehow Falcons are the ones that come away with the entry. And another as Robbie finds Pamba. Bolo does take him down eventually. 4v2 though, as Jalad manages to get the kill as well. Ashab is still down. Probably not going to be collected. 3 versus 2 is still pretty good for Falcons.
Yeah, a bit scrappy up above, but it is Falcons that walk away with an ever so slight advantage. Naif and Kobe both actually yet to find a kill through the opening 3 rounds. No gas babes remaining for Jalad. In fact, really in terms of remaining utility, it is probably only the Soulless that could provide some value by being able to locate the diffuser. With 35 seconds remaining, the duo of Dark Zero need to start making their way towards site.
Dovakin's just trying to keep himself off the radar here. He's just a little bit further down red. It's too easy again. Dark Zero have got no idea. The first walks into him. The second loses the fight. A great finish from the Soulless on Falcons. They just got themselves positioned really well. It was a little bit of a risk for Falcons. When we were coming towards the end there was one out in Reading, there was Dovakin on red stairs, and then there was one inside a train. So they'd created this big triangle. It was maybe a little bit too big. They were maybe a little bit too separated. Had they got the kill onto Dovakin there, it would have been a 2v2 and nobody would have been in a position for Falcons to really challenge him. But it worked out as he won the fight.
Well, the rather calm Kenny at the moment, not quite the energetic version of himself that we've seen throughout 6 Invitational so far, and a very early tactical timeout as well, Tim. Oh, I mean, I can't disagree with it too much. They did something similar as well on Border, so that's just the way that they want to utilize those timeouts, but clearly he feels like this is an opportunity. We're in the attack. If we get rounds in this half, it's going to make our life a lot easier in the next half.
Yeah, I think the last thing Kenny wants to do in that timeout is incite any sort of panic in the team. If they see him getting in there all, hyped up and right on the edge, it maybe just increases the tension for them as well. You can see, once again, we've just got our little reminder for you. There are prizes to be won if you're the big brain of Siege. Get on there and do your predictions. They will be live pretty soon for the next set of games coming here in Phase 2. Go in there and show us how much you know. I'll tell you what though, Xenox, it's a tough game at the minute, isn't it? There's so many upsets at this Invitational.
I wouldn't even know how to predict this game right now. There's a long, long way to go, let alone any of the matchups that we've had previously today. So many big names eliminated from SI. But it also means, and I look at it in the positive light, Tim, and it provides different teams to maybe make their own shining moment to become those big teams in future.
Up onto the top floor, Dark Zero will be attacking them for the time being, getting themselves up to the rooftop to start working from there. I think we will have a piano take coming in. There's not really any presence out towards east at the moment. Just going to be working on that white window rappel. And then the rest of it, I would imagine, is going to be trying to get themselves on into Piano, take control. We know the process. Get themselves into Piano, into top red, take Cigar, take Piano, move down, get some control over Timber, and then start pressuring in towards site, looking for a plant just inside of that default spot near the B-bomb chassis, just on the other side of the small bar. But for the time being, the droning will continue for Dark Zero as they are looking to get themselves a little bit of intel. Right now, Falcons are very relaxed inside of site. They're not being forced around, they're not being disrupted, they're not moving, they're just holding their positions for the time being. And the one to watch for is Dovahkiin underneath. He's on the Mozzie, he's got the Nitro in hand. He is keen for it. He's thinking about potential jump outs. Can I get peaks? Can I get a Nitro from underneath once they get into Piano?
Yeah, Dov's definitely going to be one to watch, but also for Dark Zero, if they can find a pick on these upside-down rappels, for instance. Right now, where Dov is located, there really are no members of Dark Zero, so he's not too much of a threat currently, but certainly could be later in the round. Still all this rappel and exterior play. There's no real map control when it comes to Dark Zero outside of Pambasu, who's just sitting top red stairs by himself.
Yeah, they're just inviting Dark Zero on into Piano, but at the minute, Dark Zero not really taking the bait. I think they know that there's something to be wary of there, but the question is, do they have another plan here? We're down to 45 seconds. They don't have any kills on the board. They don't have any map control. They're going to find this difficult to put the diffuser down in this last 35 seconds as it stands.
And they're so split up as well. Dark Zero are making it difficult to play off of each other, and it's these solo entries from many different angles that are being covered very comfortably by Falcons. 3 kills in quick succession, a 4th then found, and this may end up being flawless. Indeed it will, Tim. That was a very lackluster attack from Dark Zero. I think there's no other way to really frame that round.
So Dark Zero started out all towards Piano on the rooftop. I think they had a look at it and they've thought, no, we're not going to go in there. Whether they've drawn Dovahkiin underneath or not, I don't know. If they had, I would imagine that the Mozzie would have returned to site because he's not going to want to leave himself there to be challenged necessarily. So I don't think that was the case. But I think Dark Zero were just very wary of, we're being given Piano here. Why are they giving us all of this? Why are they not holding that whatsoever? And they didn't want to go in there. So they rotated and they wanted to have a look at East Side instead. And what happened was they got Bolo on East Window and they got NJR on the new balcony window, heaven window, if you want to call it that. They tried to go in at the same time, but it was just such a big play by guards. He gets one, he swings round, he gets the heaven rappel coming in as well, and it's just round over. So despite Dark Zero having a look at Piano, then moving across, adapting and rotating, Falcons were just ready for whatever was thrown at them. 3-1 now, and they're starting to create a little bit of space between them and Dark Zero.
Well, of course they were ready because there was no pressure. They were just pretty much getting bored waiting for the push from Dark Zero. When it eventually did come, it was rather lackluster and it was just solo push by solo push. Falcons then have the numbers and play off each other as teammates on site. Questions being asked of Dark Zero right now. Do they have the answers? I think they need at least one more attacking round, Tim. I don't think 5-1 half, despite even the maybe shortcomings of Falcons attacking into this map. 5-1's quite a deficit to find yourselves at the end of a half where you're already 1-0 down in the map. That is an aggressive jump out by Hasham, punished pretty comfortably by what is 3 players all stacked together for DZ, and Guards is maybe hoping that one of them slips up a little bit and repels too close to the window. Nitrocell in hand, thrown and misses, and this is a little win for Dark Zero. Little micro plays that go their way in this moment, in this round. Now it's all about capitalization for DZ. You're up a player, you've avoided the one and only Nitrocell that is in the server for Falcons. These are the rounds in which you need to punish your opposition when they make these mistakes.
If Dark Zero can come away with a 3-3 half here, I think it's a little bit of a steal, to be honest, because Falcons have been in control. There's no two ways about that. They've got the book this time, Dark Zero, so if they get themselves in above, they can work those verticals, but at the minute, they're down there on that bottom floor. Whether they're going to try to push up brown stairs, we will see as we continue here, but for the time being at least, the first half of the round has ticked by, and other than that opening kill, which was punishing a jump out, Dark Zero haven't yet disrupted anything that Falcons want to do inside of the map.
I know I obsess over the stat when it comes to the entry kills, but we're at a point now where it's quite unique. There has still not been a single round where the team that gets the opening kill then goes on and loses it. Could it happen here, though, with a quick double by Falcons? Robbie then gets rid of Naif, which then keeps the advantage for Falcons, and with the shotgun from Jalad, they will turn this round around. Falcons, for the first time in this series, a team that didn't get the opening kill steals the round away, and that feels oh so brutal for Dark Zero, who need to find a second round and now only have one opportunity.
Well, you speak about micro wins, these small moments through the round that could add up for Dark Zero. And we could say the same thing. It's a micro win for Falcons. They get the round by overturning the entry, which again is another blow to the mental of Dark Zero, because now they come into rounds and maybe think, oh, we've got the opener, but there's nothing guaranteed because we've just lost the last round, even though we got that start, even though we took Hasham down, even though we avoided that nitro. We did so well at the beginning of the round. The problem for Dark Zero there was getting in the map. Yeah, it was great getting the opener. Yeah, it was great avoiding the nitro. But again, much like the round before, they just kind of looked like they didn't really have any ideas of how to get in and take control. But they never really heading towards the defaults. And so it makes me wonder, like, Dark Zero, what are you
doing?
Is it not worth trying to get piano control and work from there? There's a reason that teams do that so often. But instead, they're just sitting on the windows. They're trying to rappel in. They're trying to walk in through the ground floor and work upwards. And it's just not really working. And I think sometimes you've got to take it back to basics.
Tim, this is Dark Zero, though. Notorious for giving their fans poor old little heart attacks. Opening kill for Naif onto guards. Question mark as well from Naif. These are the turning points in a lot of maps for Dark Zero when they bring things back and their fans have lost all hope and they go on Reddit, and then all of a sudden DC just go bang, 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 and they bring it back, and then you're left questioning that this team is once again ultra inconsistent. Well, now, while they've been a little bit poor on Cafe attack, if they turn things around, get this round, go on defense, still every chance that they can bring this map back and salvage this series.
Not including the kill that Nerf just got. If we take that off, they've got 10 kills in 5 rounds. That's an average of 2 kills per round from Dark Zero. It's not enough.
And yet, they still have a chance to go 2-4. 2 attacking rounds is more than fine.
Honestly, if they get away with 2-4, it is daylight robbery.
Yep. Robbie on the scope horse as well. Hasham up close over towards Prep. There is Robbie over towards Brown Stairs.
The other shell is inside of sight. We just saw the silhouette for it there. It is inside a kitchen, I think being used more as a bulletproof camera, but also an option for Robbie to be able to get back to sight quickly. We see this from the Scorpos quite often. They're used out on the roam. You can get out there as far as you want. You don't have to worry about getting back to sight if you get cut off or anything like that. You just teleport back into your other shell and it gets you safely back. Now then, Doverkin's really trying to hold on to Bakery hard here. Dark Zero once again struggling to get into the building, and Dovey manages to get him through the smoke, and it's a glass! Dark Zero, what is going wrong?
There's no world in which you lose another round where you've started oh so well. Finally, they're able to overwhelm inside a Bakery, but Naif goes down, and with that, it's now the 3-on-1. What is going on? Dark Zero are capitulating!
What is this, guys? What is this? Floating, I swear, floating, wallah. Let's go, boy.
I think, is Doverkin made of Kevlar or something? Bullets just don't seem to land on him. He was in Bakery for the longest time. He had challengers coming in from both sides. He killed a glass that was stood inside of smoke.
And don't forget, there's no more timeouts. Kenny took it early after 3 rounds had only been played, so they don't have that little circuit breaker that can maybe take some of this momentum away from Falcons. The only world in which they can do that now is start well, defense on Cafe, try and bring things back, but they're 5-1 down on the second map. They could be facing elimination 2 rounds away from eliminating Dark Zero.
I am very concerned that Dark Zero have just checked out.
Yeah,
they've just mentally...
It could be the case.
They've just... They can't get past this hurdle. But let me give a glimmer of hope to the NA fans. Let me give you a glimmer of hope. Falcons, I'll repeat it again, played BDS on Cafe. They didn't get a single successful attack. It was 6-0 for BDS. They overturned that kind of stat earlier against W7M. I accept that. Falcons are playing very well today. I accept that. They have definitely got some work to do on the attack. We will see how they do in the first couple of rounds. For me, I think they need to be measured about their approach here. They need to make sure that they're not getting carried away, drawn into aggression and rushes. And Falcons need to go through this step by step, take the map control, much like I was saying Dark Zero weren't doing. Just default. Get in, get your piano control, move across, take top floor, work from there.
I should add, by the way, Dark Zero have double defense OT if it does come to that nature where they do get 5 defensively. And maybe only the one attacking round for Falcons. I tell you what, though, this round just feels absolutely important for Dark Zero. You cannot go 6-1 down. You absolutely cannot find yourself already in a position where you have to then win 5 in a row. Otherwise, you are straight up eliminated. Kobe over towards Lounge does have yellow ping on the rappel, which wards Hashom. He's made his way up to the roof. Slow and steady approach for Falcons.
For a reading site, Kobe is really advanced here. He's over in piano. Normally, you'd see players kind of playing around maybe pixel spot, ready to drop back towards Timber. He's really advanced here, and it just says that Dark Zero are looking to hold on to the entirety of the top floor. They are definitely aware of Falcons of his position here. They've just seen the Nitro thrown out. The Blitz of Guards is going to take some damage. They need to deal with the player in piano. They're not going to do it as Nafe has got the cover. Robbie and Guards taken down. Perfect start for Dark Zero.
That's what they need. It needs to be the confidence builder where you start to win these rounds comfortably, get a couple on the board and in a row. Nice kill as well from Kobe to shut down Hashom. No more Dockerby available, and you've got a significant advantage here in the 7th round. Up 3, 5v2. Surely J-Lad and Dov could not pull off something such as this. It may as well then be the circuit breaker to say goodbye to DZ, but Kobe makes sure there are no heroic moments here by the dynamic duo of Falcons, of which now J-Lad only alive for Falcons in a 1 versus 5 with 50 seconds remaining. It does feel like it's the first bullet avoided for DZ. They will get a second round and they can start to slowly bring things back.
It's been a great defense from Dark Zero to kick things off, and what better round to win than round 7? If you're going to try to turn something around, round 7 is always a great one to win because it says to your team, what's done is done. The attack was the attack, it's gone, we're on the defense, and we can start winning rounds. We've just won this one, so it just sends a great message. I think it's a great repairer of that mental. NJR steps up onto White with the shotgun, close range, picks his engagement perfectly well, and that's going to close out the round for Dark Zero. They looked so much more comfortable there on the defense than they did on the attack. I commented that at times on the attack, they looked a little bit lost, unable to get into the building, unable to get any real map control, whereas this time they had control over every angle. They just lured Falcons on in, they took down that blitz without a problem, and from there Falcons were just a little bit lost. There you go, beautiful flank from Nath. He just knows that there's a lot of focus towards Kobe in piano there. They've been unable to deal with him, but they focused in that direction because they know that Kobe could pop up and just do some damage from double door, and Nath took full advantage of that. Great stuff.
And again, if there's any team that you want to use the example of that inconsistent nature, it's always going to be Dark Zero. This is what they do best. They put themselves in a bit of a hole.
Fight from behind.
But then fight from behind and get themselves back in, and then their fans are just left bewildered as to why this team plays the way that they do. This is why we're certainly by no means counting them out from this series, let alone this map. You're on Defense Cafe, primed opportunities to be able to get on a bit of a roll, string some rounds together, and put the pressure back onto Falcons. There's one, you find the next one, and suddenly things look a little bit better. It's then 3-5. So you just got to take it one round at a time. If you're Dark Zero, you know you have the capabilities, you know you have the players. You know you even have the strategy. It's just about the implementation for them moving forward. The only caveat to all of it is they cannot really put a foot wrong. You can't have like this one bad round, okay, then we can make up for it, because you don't have the buffer by playing better in that first half. Falcons 1 round away from at least securing OT and making it a much longer distance back for Dark Zero. So you've got to be perfect here on out. But we've mentioned time and time again, for Falcons, attack can be a bit of an issue for them on this map.
Interestingly, Dark Zero have not won a game that hasn't been 2-1. and they haven't won the first map yet. So again, maybe that's a little omen for the Dark Zero
I don't know. I feel like we're just following the Dark Zero script that they've laid out for us.
They haven't yet won a first map. In the group phase against M80, any of the games that they won, they lost the first map and came back from there. So this, as we know, is well within their wheelhouse. Just going to dump a nade onto the window ledge there. That's going to allow them to open up the castle barricade in towards top red. This is a little bit more standard, a little bit more textbook from Falcons, but can they be punished? They've brought along the gridlock this time because they're concerned about the flank that they were hit by last time. Nath managing to get a double. They start progressing forward from top red. They're looking to get themselves into Cigar. Amber, he knows it's time to just drop a little bit deeper here. You can see the silhouettes of Dark Zero ahead there, just dropping back towards Cocktail, dropping the hatch as well, getting themselves out of trouble. There's still a few left up there, but they have now all dropped away. So Falcons can take this top floor if they want it.
And one thing that Dark Zero have started to do better in the last couple of rounds is finding these opening picks 3 in a row for them. Of course, you've got to be able to convert 2 of which they didn't, but it is still a positive sign that they're beginning these rounds a little bit better. But we're into the final 50 seconds, and to be fair, the onus is on Falcons to pick up that pace down. Finally, you've got top floor control, but you've still got to second floor. You've still got a lot of Dark Zero members that are unaccounted for. You've got a Vigil, you've got Nath all the way over towards Bar. So it's not just a case of just go into sight. Because you've got top floor, you're still at risk of potential flanks that could make their way up, either white stairs or red stairs. 30 seconds is not a lot of time, Tim.
It's not, but they do have some space to work with here inside of mining. If they want to go in there and put the diffuser down, they haven't been able to force them away. They find Bolo, take him down, but he manages to get the blitz. Again, Falcon struggling to get the most out of that shield, but 15 seconds, they're not even inside of sight yet. Jalad, he's trying to get towards anywhere that he can plant here, and the kills come in. And again, Falcons are just rescuing themselves with kills. They're going to find themselves 6 up. This is getting dangerous for Dark Zero.
Oh my God. Just chaos around the sites. I mean, it was a reading site push despite the fact it wasn't even the reading site. You saw them scrambling to just try and get into Fireplace to just stick the plant down with 5 seconds left. They were scrambling, Tim. This was not the way that Falcons wanted to attack the site, and Dark Zero still couldn't stop them.
I'm looking at the setup and I'm thinking you've got NJR sort of sat in and around Fireplace. You've got Nath kind of running in towards 90 from Pillar. I'm thinking if you can just push those back a little bit deeper, you can create the space you need to put the diffuser down in mining. But they're busy fighting with Vigil in reading, and I'm thinking, you're playing right into Dark Zero's defense here. They're all stacked up inside of dining. They're all stacked up towards white. You're just going to have to go through and get kills. But as I say, they thrive in the eye of the storm. They just go through the chaos, get all the kills, and put themselves onto series point.
There was a brief moment, and we got to see it from Bolo's POV, where he wasn't able to kill Guard straight away, which would have then given him an opportunity to then switch over to the second player coming in towards reading by just missing those shots and a quick reflex from Guards to get that shield up. Yes, he still died, but they get the kill onto Bolo, and then that second player can push forward. They've got extra numbers then pushing into the side, but it just comes down to an issue that I said on Border, which is the fact that DZ just simply are not winning their gunfights. I don't know how NJR took that damage so early into the round, but fortunately he is playing the dog. It might have been a spawn peek attempt over towards Bakery. Alas, doesn't really matter too much, but the fact of the matter is Dark Zero are 4 match and series points down to Falcons. They have to now win 4 rounds in a row to force overtime. Otherwise, Dark Zero will be out of the 6 Invitational if they lose any of these next 4 rounds.
We've got Nath on the clash. You're going to keep an eye on his location. He was out towards Bakery. We've seen him just moving around a little bit. He's kind of just popped himself in the middle of sight so he can respond to wherever the pressure comes from Falcons. For the time being, Falcons haven't got themselves really inside of the map yet. They've got the Ram, so I would expect them to be looking to get that mid-floor control to get the verticals and to push Dark Zero out of sight. We talk about this over and over. The reason you get the verticals, if you can get a kill or two, it's nice, but really what you wanted to do is disrupt that defense, force them out of the site so that you can go in there and take a little bit of control. They start the work, 1:35 left on the clock, plenty of time. They're ahead of the curve right now.
Yeah, I'd say just on that precipice in terms of the time factor for Falcons are putting pressure down below. You got Nath on the clash over towards Server, so he's going to have to move around and make sure he puts himself in the best position possible to really alleviate that pressure from Falcons. Pambazu's already used one gas canister as well, and they've just lost Kobe as Gillette gets the opening pick for Falcons, and it's putting Dark Zero now in a world of hurt, and the push comes from Guards through the gas bay, but he can't win the battle, loses his life. Nicely done from Pambazu.
That is so important from Pamba. He's dropped the case at his feet. Dark Zero have got everything they need to win this round realistically. They need to be careful of Jalad outside. He's already punished them once. Make that twice. Right now, Pamba is in such an important position. He's going to be forced away because of the track coming in. He doesn't want to give his life up to that position. They're able to recover the diffuser. There's 30 seconds left, Jake.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time and not a lot of opportunities or chances. The SMG-11 has to now be the weapon of choice. Spot, headshot, Hasham, Pambazu with a double kill. Might just keep this round alive for DZ as Nath is still there on the clash. 17 seconds. Can he be the nuisance to help DZ bring it back? Indeed, he can! And suddenly it becomes incredibly winnable for DZ. Just when it felt like they were on the brink of elimination, Dark Zero will hold strong and live to fight for one more round at the very least. Huge round from Nath and from Pambazu.
هادين تكفون.
But it gets the heart racing, doesn't it, Tim, if you're a DZ fan? Heart in mouth sort of stuff.
If you know a DZ fan, go and check on them. Just make sure they're okay, because right now they must be on the edge. They were what looked like 30 seconds away from being out of the 6th Invitational, and then Pamba said, you know what, it might not quite be party time just yet, but I'm going to get this one over the line for us. I'm going to keep us fighting. He dropped the diffuser inside a restaurant, but what's more important, what was more important than that, was that Pamba recognized when it was time to give up that.
Well, he started it as well. He could have died to the blitz. He could have been overwhelmed in VIP, but he stays alive, wins that battle, rotates, pivots, gets a couple more kills, and suddenly DZ get back in. If there's ever going to be a platform you can build off, it's that round. That's where you can get some confidence back.
It is such a big call from Pamba to say, I'm going to give them the diffuser back. It would have been easy for any player to get tunnel visioned and say, I'm playing the case, I'm playing the case. But he knew that he was going to be pushed from multiple sides. He was tracked by the Deimos, and he made the smart choice to get himself out of there, to relocate, and to live to fight another day. And sometimes in Siege, that's just what you've got to do. You've got to give a little to get a lot more. And Pamba played it beautifully. Dark Zero, 3-6. They continue fighting back. But for Falcons, the dream is still very much alive. That dream matchup against either Virtus Pro or FaZe, the winner of which will go through to the live stage as Falcons edge closer and closer.
Dark Zero, though, we know are not going to go down without a fight as per that previous round. But again, they cannot find themselves in those kind of rounds 2 more times, because Falcons, you know, at some point will be able to win a round such as that, where it's a bit scrappy and it's a 1vx or a 2vx. You want to win these rounds cleanly. You want to continue to keep getting these opening kills. That didn't happen in the previous round. They lost Kobe Lax. Well, it doesn't happen in this round. Now they lose Bolo. It's 2 rounds in a row that Jalad has found the opening pick for Falcons as they continue to try and unlock this defense and secure this series for themselves.
I was just going to say Nath and Bolo needed to be careful. Jalad had got himself onto that heaven window and he was just watching across bar. And I thought if Nath strays too close to the doorway or Bolo, he was playing underneath square skylight, he was going to get himself hurt, and he did. Pamba, though, once again steps up for his team, manages to take down Robbie. That's the Deimos gone. What a big pickup. We saw them using the Deimos late in the round last time to try and bully Pamba. That won't be the case. The tracks have been taken away.
Only 4 drones remaining for Falcons, but they may not need them. Double kill! Nitrocell at the right time, at the right moment, just while Falcons had the player advantage. It's now gone, it's now reversed, and a swing from Pambazoo, and Dark Zero might have just discovered and rediscovered their mojo that we know is within them, that we don't always get to see. And Kenny's bringing that energy back, and so are Dark Zero. 2 more rounds, Tim. 2 more to force OT.
They are halfway through what could be an epic journey of redemption here for Dark Zero. It was a tough start for them. They found themselves 6-2 down, but they've clawed it back to 6-4. The concern for all Dark Zero fans out there will be that there is a round somewhere for Falcons to find. This is beautiful kill from Jalad to open things up. Could barely see the top of Bolo's head, but knew that he was there. The big concern for Dark Zero now is you've been through your favorite sites. You've been through the first 2. Can you get the win somewhere else?
The bigger concern, though, is Falcons and their ability to close out maps at international events. I bring your minds back to the Montreal Major in the quarterfinal, where they had an opportunity, 2 opportunities, Tim, to beat Virtus Pro up 6-4. First map, lose, up 6-4. Second map, lose. You ultimately lose that series, and you do not make top 4. You are up 6-4 against DZ. Will it be lose again, or can Falcons stop what feels like the Dark Zero tsunami that is looking to encapsulate these Falcons? If Dark Zero get this to overtime, they have double defense OT. That puts them back in the driver's seat. That puts them back into a commanding position. Falcons have still got 2 more chances. That's a lot of pressure. Dark Zero are exerting a lot of energy right now to not make mistakes and to bring this comeback into reality. And for Falcons, 2 rounds in a row, Jalad has found these opening picks to really set them off as best possible heading into the round. And twice in a row, they have not been able to capitalize.
Dark Zero have had to go up to the top floor now, having won both reading room and kitchen sites that they obviously preferred.
Haven't attempted this yet.
We haven't seen them on top floor yet. So we also don't know exactly what Falcons' attack is going to be. They're all on the rooftop at the minute. Just having a look around, just getting the drones out there, shaping up. It looks towards the east side at the minute. Jalad is working that heaven window again. We saw him get the opener onto Bolo last time around. But Naif, he's played himself down white stairs a little bit here. Hasham needs to be careful. There could be a coming together there as well.
Or maybe Naif needs to be careful. Hasham, the one lurking, reading Robbie, opening pick, and shuts down a player who's been very influential for Dark Zero. Pambazoo has to sit this one out, and so does Bolo. And now they really find themselves in a world of hurt because the plant is going down as well. Big nitro from Nate, but it's not going to be enough to salvage this one. NJR by himself in Freezer with it all to do in a 1 versus 4 post play. The GGs are coming out. Chad Falcons have dispatched Dark Zero. They've sent them home. Luckily, the airport's not too far away for DZ. And for Falcons, they move forward in the lower bracket.
What a performance from Falcons there, winning in 2. Absolutely phenomenal stuff at times. They always seem to have an answer. They always seem to find a way when it got difficult. Dark Zero just looked out of their depth, and maybe Dark Zero have just skirted with danger a few too many times. There's been a few too many comebacks required of them, and eventually it's caught up with them. Falcons go through.
Oh! Who will they play? We don't know yet, Tim. That match is, of course, happening on the B stream, who they will be playing next up. But silence, says Falcons. For Dark Zero, their time at the 6th Invitational is over.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
We're here with Hasham after a big win against Dark Zero. You guys came into this, I would say the underdogs, but you've beaten them 2-0. How does it feel?
We feel good, okay, and we believe each other, and we know we will win today, and we counter them. And they are tweeted, we are best of 1 teams, so now we beat them. And they are lions in the group, and then the real pressure like cats. So like, I think they need best of 5 to win, I think, or best of 7, I don't know. Right?
We'll just keep going up until we get to a point where they win a game. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Look, you guys are known as a fast-paced team. Do you feel that in the server? Do you feel like that's your kind of personality as a team?
What do you say again?
You're fast-paced as a team. You play quite aggressive. Do you feel that's your personality?
Yeah, we know our team like is aggressive a little bit. We try to play as slow as some rounds, so like that. But we are an aggressive team and a fast team. Like, yeah.
Why do you think you win so many rounds like that? It's not really the common meta to play so aggressive. Do you think it catches teams off?
I think we're just better than them at gunfight. I think this is the reason.
Damn, okay, I feel that. Now, look, we've got the matchup that's playing behind us at the moment, VP and FaZe. That's your next matchup. If you win that, you go to stage at SI. What would that mean for you and the team?
Like, both good teams, but I wish to play against Virtus Pro again to take our revenge in Montreal Major.
Fantastic. I think I've just seen a desk slam, so I don't know if they're going to win or not, but look, best of luck for that game, and hopefully we'll see you on stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Just gonna love the confidence. It's like a calm confidence. It's not an aggressive confidence. It's just he knows what's up.
Yeah, he definitely knows what's up. I was talking to Jack back there. You know it's bad when the MENA teams are yelling at you, getting aggressive, talking trash, and I think it was respectfully done so. I mean, Falcons winning the way that they did. You know, we were all talking in the back as well. I think this is the best look that we have seen from Falcons throughout this entire event in terms of their aggression, in terms of their passive playstyle. They were doing such a good job at playing both sides when it was needed.
Yeah, they were perfect, to be honest, on their defenses. I want to say they really gave Dark Zero some ground, but not everything. They stayed stubborn in their positions, and then they got aggressive in terms of Falcons when they needed to get aggressive. It was absolutely crazy watching this game, especially if you're a Dark Zero fan. I think looking at the way that Dark Zero attacks that, I'll be honest, they looked absolutely shit scared to enter the map of Cafe. We got to 45 seconds left. Pamba was the only person inside the map. The rest of them were all just outside waiting for something to happen. You're the attackers. Make something happen.
I mean, what it reminds me is just old Dark Zero. Slow, methodical style where you throw a wrench in their setup, you get a pick, they just start to crumble. They don't know what the next step is. There was no problem solving. And Nate, being their leader, he needs to be able to bring and rally the troops. Give a rallying cry to try to bring it back. But like you're saying, when you see Pamba's the only one putting the effort and trying to get into sight, try to make something out of it, of course you aren't going to have success. Of course you were going to fall flat on your face. And for me, you have to leave excuses at the arrival gate and bring the executions to the game. And that's just not where we saw Dark Zero perform today.
I'm not going to lie. My favorite moment in this entire matchup easily has to be the interview with Hasham. They play like lions in group stage, and now they're cats here. What I will say, Jack, is funnily enough, Falcons have done the opposite. They started out as cats, they only beat PSG in their group, and now they've beaten W7M and Dark Zero on the same bloody day.
Do you know what? They're really maturing inside of this tournament. They are really growing up. I will say it. You know, Hasham referenced it in the interview where people say, oh, we're only a best of 1 team. I've had that criticism of Falcons in the past. But for them to go out and play with a nuance to their game, to know that the aggression is their key strength, but also not allow it to be their key weakness, that's what's carrying them through in these best of 3s. And they've done it again so well. 2 best of 3s today against world-class international opponents. Our last major winners, and Dark Zero, who are always at this event and always doing well at this event, that is no mean feat for anybody.
And made stage last SI as well. So, you know, there's so many storylines going into this. Falcons have done phenomenally well. You cannot take anything away from them, regardless of what happens for the rest of this tournament. However, it's time to do our blacklight for the detail.
Yeah, of course. And I want to thank Jack for capturing this because he was on the computer. What we see here is great utility usage from Falcons. And again, we're displaying how well they're playing today. These Cade Claws are essentially blocking all the line of sight from any anything being open from up top. You'll see Bolo try to go in here. He touches that wall. Still, they haven't problem solved that. He's IQ. He can grab that. And then you look at Nate. He still has 14 Hibana pellets because they could not open up that line of sight. And again, it goes into how well Falcons are reading their style of play and how they want to bring it against DZ.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Cade claws are so good. Like, you can take them away. You can play Cade in solo queue in ranked, and you can get all of those walls Caded, and players in Copper are not even going to think to go down and check below for those Cade claws.
Well, let's continue on with this one and have a look at how things have panned out for today, because, of course, there's been 8 best of 3s. That's just how we do it here at SI25. So many games, so much action. I'm going to ask you, Jack, what's got your eye?
I think I know what he's about to say.
What am I about to say?
No, you just say it. I'll see if
I'm about to say upset favorite one, upset on the A stream.
Okay. Yep.
Upset on B stream, upset on B stream. Favorite one, potential. Close game on B stream. Lots of upsets today. We've sent a lot of really good teams home.
I'm going to be honest.
Here we go.
I didn't think you were actually going to say that. So
what did you think I was going to say?
I thought you were going to look at the G2 Oxygen game and be like, that was the biggest shocker for you here, because that was the biggest shocker for me personally, is to see Oxygen not only beat Shopify Rebellion, but then to take on G2 and the style and way they did it. You know, we're highlighting how well Falcons are playing as well, but Oxygen too. They have been stepping up every step of the way throughout the group stages into the playoffs now. I mean, no, they got one more game until they're in group stage, but still, they're looking phenomenal.
They certainly are. And how about we give you a better picture of the landscape heading into our final day of Phase 2. Teams that win tomorrow will secure 100% a stage performance at the Boston 6 Invitational. Look at the lower bracket. I mean, if I'd taken that screenshot at the start and sent that to you, Jack, you would have told me I'm barking mad.
Not a chance. I mean, particularly Oxygen and Unwanted. 2 of the teams in North America, neither of them attending the Montreal Major. Oxygen were terrible. Through 2024.
There is such a rivalry between Oxygen and Unwanted. It's the beef game. That is the beef game.
It's the beef game, Rob.
It's our beefcake. It's the beefcake of tomorrow. Also, the upper bracket. Who would have thought Raza Company would have made it through in the upper bracket? No.
Me. Everyone was counting them out. I literally, if you watch,
in fairness, I will stand up for that.
You watch them through the Brazilian stage on that E1 roster, which is pretty much the exact same roster, they were leading that. So seeing that Furia matchup, I'm going to have to go with RC.
Just bringing this back slightly, if you'd have said before the tournament started, can you pick me a main stage 6? It would have had BDS in there. It would have had FaZe, probably. It would have had W7M. It would have had Furia.
It would have had G2 as well.
It would have had G2, probably. Shopify. Like, so many of our big teams are just out of the tournament. Either getting Secret would have been in there as well. Like, so many have been grouped or first rounded in this lower bracket today. It's not even funny.
Absolutely horrifying. Gents, always like to go around, just get final thoughts. Lax, this is the final day before we send all the teams to the stage.
I mean, it's been a doozy of a day, but I mean, I want to say this. You know, I've attended every single SI outside of one. This is by far the most competitive SI I've been a part of that I've seen. And I mean, again, your wallet has seen that as well. It's been a very competitive day, a lot of upsets across the board, but that's what makes for such a great story here at SI.
Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually going to echo that. The quality of the siege. Not many teams that today have played particularly badly, even the teams that have been eliminated and lost. Maybe outside of that Dark Zero game, I feel like they played badly.
I agree.
But lots of other teams, you know, G2 felt that they should have won their game. They're out of the tournament. The quality of siege at this event has been exceptional, and to be honest, long may it continue.
Well, look, we may be done here on the A stream. Obviously, we still have a lot of action to go tomorrow, so you want to be back for that. However, there is a very interesting match that's going on right now, an elimination match between FaZe and VP, so stick around. We're going to throw to that, and let's get, hopefully, our final team through to the lower bracket. We'll catch you tomorrow.
The analysts talking to their teams, both here now, and then also Zeka made an appearance on the camera just briefly in front of the players, gave them a couple of fist bumps before they locked in. If you have been watching this team for a while, you'll know Zeka as the guy that was standing behind the team for so many of their tournament runs.
But you know what they did?
What did they do?
Virtus Pro bought a car.
What?
Car Zeka.
Oh!
Zeka was their coach, and then their former teammate back on Team Empire, Car Zeka, is now behind them. He's not Russian. He speaks Russian. He's from Estonia. He's also got pretty rad tattoo that I'm sure many of you have seen. He was for a long period of time, the IGL and leader of this squad, and he played that Zofia and was an absolute terror. So Virtus Pro making a potential upgrade on coaching staff. We assume it was an upgrade. I mean, if it wasn't, why would you do it?
I just made a crazy discovery. Was on Liquipedia, my favorite website. Karzeka and Zeka share the same first name. They are both first named Eugene.
Wow.
I wonder if there's some relation Zeka to Eugene in the Russian language, and that's why they both have very similar in-game names and out-game names.
To our Russian friends, if you'd like to reach out to us and tell us if that has any bearing on it, that would be greatly appreciated. A lot of people did not seem to know that Philippox is named like that because his name is Philippe.
Yeah.
The more you know.
And not because he's a huge fan of Pox on Locks. Although I am a huge fan of Pox on Locks. Philippox, I don't think, knows Pox on Locks exists, which is okay. They are continuing their run in the upper bracket, of course, Furia. They'll be in action tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, playing through the bracket to see if they can make it to the grand finals via the upper bracket, which they couldn't do last year. Of course, had to go on that ridiculous lower bracket run. It is worth noting that over the last 2 years, the team who has won the 6th Invitational has come from the lower bracket, and they have run the gauntlet, which means that if FaZe Clan were to win out here and run that same gauntlet, they will be repeating history. But one game at a time, and this next game is going to be oh so important. It's Map 3, Clubhouse, the decider between FaZe Clan and Virtus Pro. Let's get into it. Winner moves on to face Falcons tomorrow. The loser will go home. And we'll start with a Capitao ban from FaZe Clan.
That is correct. The HUD, unfortunately, has not been fixed. We don't know if it will be in time for the grand finals. The team with the Rook, the castle, right next to their name, which is a little confusing, I guess, if you don't follow chess, because there's two operators named Rook and Castle, but just bear with me here for a second here. A Rook is a chess piece, and it looks like a castle. The team that defends first bans first. Now, the HUD auto bans, or shows that the ban is happening for the orange team, because traditionally, the defenders always start on the orange side, but with the land build, it can be custom inputted so that the defenders are a different side. In this case, FaZe Clan will be blue. They get Capitao banned, and then they get Kaid banned. Virtus Pro in the middle takes out Montaigne and Mira.
That was perfectly explained, Parker. Well done. It's not often you explain something complex and you get it 100% correct, but that was wonderful. So,
you know, your praise means all the world to me.
VP banning out the shields, as they have been throughout this series. They do not want to see Vidaking on the Monty, and that makes sense because Vidaking has been one of the best shield players in the entire world. He's one of those guys that I don't think really took to the new shield mechanics. He wasn't the greatest aggressive shield player, but when you go back to that old school classic style of Montaigne, there's almost nobody in the world who can top Vidaking on that operator. So they've been removing that op from his hands every single chance that they could get. He's not been able to play it since the series began. Still has had some moments on shields. He's not really one to pick up the Blackbeard or the Blitz, but he will pick up the Clash on defense, and you've seen that from him a couple of times, including back on Skyscraper. Don't know if we'll get it in our map 3 of Clubhouse, but through the first round, he's going to jump on the mute instead, and it looks like it's going to be a basement roam game coming out from FaZe Clan in this oh-so-important decider game.
Sens was banned in the previous matchup, and I'm curious as to how that influenced Skyscraper. It's something that if we had a desk, they could ponder on. There's just too much for us to talk about as the game is transpiring. This time, Sens will remain unbanned, and Joystick will be very quick onto the operator. The concealment that comes from those 4 smoke walls that are sent out can be oh so effective and keep the defenders in a position where Wardens, bulletproof cameras, and Maestros can't see through it. None of these gadgets that used to be able to see through smoke work any longer. It's a huge buff, and it's a reason why we see Sens more frequently.
Glaz also can't see through it, just in case you're wondering on the attack, which is good because Glaz needed a nerf desperately.
Talking earlier today with the OXG guys, if memory serves correctly, about how no, it was actually the Shopify Rebellion guys, but when Glaz used to be able to shoot through the castle barricades.
Oh, yeah.
Just to leave those little bullet holes through it. That was fun. That was fun. That was very fun. I liked that a lot. We should definitely bring that back.
Yeah, let's re-add bullet holes. Great take, Mark.
No, just castle barricades.
Dan staying alive thanks to these to the shield in front of his face here on the Blackbeard. Viking not so lucky, taken down. He was trying to make it back to the site or at least help his teammates get back through Secret, but instead on the rappel, Shepard will cut him off. A rare entry frag from the hard support player of Virtus Pro. That's going to be a very successful roam clear. 90 seconds it took you. You got a pick. You're going to have good utils still for the execute with a lot of hard breachers up, and of course those Sens walls. You're going to be a little bit worried about the Goyo canisters, and this Solus might throw a wrench into the plans too, but for now, I think they're looking pretty.
They're definitely in a very good spot at the moment, and they're doing all right on the time. If you look at Virtus Pro's clock management, very similar to what we saw at the early rounds of VP on attack on Bank. Drone economy is pretty good. 1 minute to go and 5 drones still upright means Virtus Pro can maneuver them into position. The real damage that's been done here is to Dan and Always is a lot of explosions on the kitchen, but they get those X-Kairos, Jesse.
6 more from Pasha, so he can open if he wants to, but it's going to take a lot of time. Cyber with the shotgun main stairs manages to escape. How? Not punished as he gets all the way back, and the Goyo canister covers his escape.
An opportunity lost at the moment for Virtus Pro. Still, they are in control. Dan is searching for any kill at the bottom of main stairs. 20 seconds left, and you've got to get into the bomb site. VP's attacks, slow as ever. And for a team like FaZe Clan, they will punish you for that. Andy with the very first pick. Viking in the ground, Always in the ground, a 4v4. And now it's time for FaZe Clan to pop up and greet every single one of these players from VP. Pasha and Dan miles away from being able to get this objective down. Pasha wasn't even in the bomb site when the clock hit 0. FaZe Clan are present, but VP's greatest adversary through this series and through much of this event, Jesse, has been in their mind. And as you put it, it's a 6v5. FaZe in the clock against Virtus Pro. They lose the first round. FaZe Clan technically wins the first round, though they didn't do very much turn.
No, and I mean, obviously that was VP struggling with that clock. They really did take a long time, despite successfully clearing the roam at about 1:30. I didn't think they were going to have many problems with the execute, but had some struggles over by main stairs. I think you do got to give good credit to the Solus player on FaZe for stalling things out a little bit longer. They didn't have the greatest of soft breach. They didn't really know where they wanted to go. The Sens walls ended up coming through blue. There is obviously credit to be given for FaZe Clan for stalling that out, right? I mean, obviously in that roam game, they did deny a good bit of time, and from inside the site, their ability to apply pressure, especially around main stairs, was impactful. But I mean, if you're VP, you've got to be faster than that. There's no other way around it. They had full top floor control for 90 seconds and couldn't even get to the bomb site with the defuse kit. That is a problem. That's an issue with the timer. Thankfully, it's only the first round, and so they will have the opportunity to wake up. But it's map 3. It's do or die. Those chances are running out.
This is a bit of a sobering stat line for Virtus Pro, Jesse. After that round, Joystick is now the lowest rated player on Virtus Pro with the stat tracking that we do. For a player of his caliber and a player on his particular role, that is just terrible. He is an entry player. He, along with Dan, are 2 of the best at making space for their teammates. Dan is having an excellent tournament so far. He's got the most kills on the side of VP through these 2 maps at 20. He's 1 kill back of Souls, who's in second, and 3 kills back of Handy, who's in first. Handy having a 14-kill game on Skyscraper, but Joystick simply has to be better. 11 kills for Joystick as he sits at the bottom. The only player in the lobby that's currently doing worse than Joystick is KDS. And again, KDS plays on a completely different role.
Joystick, once upon a time, known as maybe the greatest player in the world, but obviously, long career. Yeah, drone hole plus the Mav. You got to watch out for that. Long career, he's not really been that star fragger that he's been in the past. Getting up there, 26 already, close to one of the oldest players at this tournament.
Absurd, by the way. 26 years of age, and he's basically in the senior zone. We already did this bit where we're like the oldest creature humanly alive. It's a wonder that they can walk.
I mean, listen, he is, for esports, he's getting up there. So, obviously would love to walk home with a hammer. Currently, he holds the record for the most SI Grand Finals losses in history from at least any team.
It's 2?
It's 2. Still, though,
not very much.
That's crazy it happened twice. If I had a nickel.
You'd have two of them. Of course, the loss for Virtus Pro came when they were on Team Empire way back in the day in that first best of 5 that we had at Place Bell. G2 won. That was the 22-round coastline, if memory serves correctly. One of the most memorable maps that we've had in the history of this game. The actual best of 5 is not particularly memorable. G2 plowed right through them. And then the next SI was one of the ones that happened during COVID, where it was TSM who beat Virtus Pro in Sweden.
Here comes the execute now with 35 seconds. The clock again going to be an issue, but they've got pings, and a two-man advantage is better than one.
They might have another, as now the Fenrir of KDS realizes that when you are down these numbers, you got to fire back. Goodbye, Vidaking, always with one handy on the board. First person for FaZe. He and KDS can strike even, but Joystick steps up big in that round. And Virtus Pro get on the board. It's a third map between these two enormous teams. I want us going deep into the night.
Listen, we were discussing the history of it. I got to say, that was a great cache extension clear from Virtus Pro. They had the Maverick over on the main wall, which opened things up, and they found the opening pick off of that utility play. You just kept forcing FaZe Clan back. They had to rotate out of CCTV, out of cache, out of construction, straight into the bomb site, where then Virtus Pro were able to surround them, and from the windows and from construction, work those angles. Excellent intel as well inside the bomb site, making sure they always knew where those players were at. Like some good drones inside the site that were able to help out with that. So beautiful work coming through from VP. That's, I think, going to be the trend for Virtus Pro, right? If they don't have too much map